generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run, let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Is anyone still there from production or not? Hello? I want to know where we get our game volume again from. I can't remember. Because if it's vMix, I got... Oh, it's Unity, okay. Right. So I'm presuming vMix is just called import microphone and camera.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend is jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, you know, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, you know, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Good morning, cracked student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here, starting off with those BYOC setups coming through. We even have Intel being kind enough to give us 20 of those computers so the students can come in and kind of just enjoy themselves. Even more so, we have some stocked up Monster Energy fridges with every single flavor you can possibly imagine. We have a LAN area where the players are going to be coming through to play their games for the rest of the weekend. So there's going to be a lot of live action and even a seating area for those who want to just sit down, relax, and come watch the streams specifically. Other than that, there is even an Intel booth where you can come along and try the latest technology. And let's be completely honest, beside the incredible setup we have going on today, we also have some incredible games coming through. We're going to be starting it off with Dota, followed by Overwatch, and the last game of the day is going to be some good old League of Legends coming through. So a lot to look forward to. Make sure you drop that follow. Make sure you stick around because we're going to be going through a lot. So without further ado, let's have a look at the team specifically. Why are we here today? How did we get here? And what has been going on? We're going to be looking at UCL Instant Reflex versus Warwick Ducks. That's the finals for Dota. And looking at UCL so far, this split, they have been doing absolutely incredible. They've gone undefeated, and that is insane so far. However, when we're looking at Warwick Ducks, they have lost 2 games in both Stage 1 and Division 1 to UCL Instant Reflex. And that means that this is going to be the rematch of the century. But both of these teams are no strangers to those rematches as they've played each other 39 times in total, starting 2019. And so far, UCL has had the ability to bag 20 out of these 39 games. Warwick securing that spot last spring, but then unfortunately, yes, they got to the finals. They were the bridesmaid, not the bride, as UCL walked away. This is a rivalry of years looking to unfold here live at LAN. And if that's too much action for you, maybe you're not able to make it here this weekend, don't you worry, you can participate in some of your own, as we have not 1, but 2 giveaways running along. The first one is going to be Monster Drop. We're going to be giving away a Monster Drop for every single title. We have a total of 7 titles, so you have 7 times the chance to actually win that drop. But we're also going to be giving away PC, so the NSE X Intel X PC Specialist. Make sure you type !giveaway in the chat so you can figure out more and you can figure out how to enter. Now, without further ado, I'm going to be introducing the incredible casters for Dota 2 today. We're going to have Galaxy and Epidamnus on the desk. Guys, take it away.
No. No. Can hear it 5.
Back, we're going to be heading through into the game shortly, but before that, I would like to play a little trivia game coming through from the teams. I'm going to be starting off with Warwick Ducks specifically, as we're going to be playing 2 lies, 1 truth. Now, the thing is, one of the trivias is going to be correct, the other 2 are going to be a lie, and the first one that I'm going to tell you guys is number 1, Calf likes to drink 2 liters of chocolate milk every single day. If you think that's correct, type number 1 in the chat. If you think number 2 is going to be correct, and that's the fact that Calf likes to drink his Monster Energy at room temperature because it hits different, type number 2. And the last trivia for you guys is going to be that he likes to make a homemade concoction of milk where he mixes 1/3 red cap, 1/3 green cap, 1/3 blue cap, And that's the only way he drinks his milk, plus he adds a couple of ice cubes to the mix as well just to make it chilly. If you think that's the trivia that is correct about this player, type number 3 in the chat. There's no prizes really, it's just a little fun exercise that we can do over here and get to know the teams a little better. Now, if you, however, are looking to join UCL and their rather interesting squad of Dota players, they've won quite a couple of championships, you have to be able to lick your elbow, because apparently that is the entry requirement. Forget about those grades that you need to get at A-levels, it's about being able to lick your elbows. And if you can't do that, well, unfortunately for you, you're not going to be on the team. Not sure if that's truly the case, but we're just going to take their word for it, because why not? The players, after all, have no reason to not tell the truth. Am I right? Well, we even have the players here today after a short delay. We're finally live, so there's one of those very classic things coming through at Insomnia. There's always going to be one of those things not working out perfectly, but thankfully they're all set up and ready to go. Some of them are even waving at the camera. I feel like they might be ready for a close-up, but we'll be looking at that later on, as there is going to be a player interview for the winning team afterwards. And looking here at this beautiful background, that's where the players are going to be standing. There's even a red carpet. Unfortunately, you guys can't see that as of yet, but hopefully on those group pictures that are going to be coming through later today, that is something that you can be checking out as well. And if you're at Insomnia, don't forget to step by, come say hi, grab a Monster Energy, or 2 or 3, whatever flavor you prefer. I would like to go for the pink Monster. I think it's absolutely incredible, but you know, to each their own. There's quite a few colors available, so you are spoiled for choice. Other than that, we also have the BYOC. We kind of spoke about it earlier as well. You can bring your own computer if you'd like to. We also have 20 Intel computers being provided where students are currently playing some of their games. We're now going to be heading over to Casters as some of those tech issues have been sorted out. Casters, do your thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe now we have made it to Insomnia. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Galaxy. I'm joined here by Epidamnos, and we have the distinct pleasure and privilege of bringing to you the spring season of the NSE Dota 2 Finals. This is promising to be an absolute classic, and I don't think there's anyone who is more qualified to be on the mic than the wonderful Epidamnos. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely great. You know, we've got these two teams coming up against each other again. We've seen these teams. I mean, I think I've done NSC quite a few times now, and I don't think I've ever seen, from my knowledge, any other team. So it's always been Warwick Ducks or UCL. Always go at it. But surprisingly, last time I was on NSC, we did see UCL actually come out on top against Warwick Ducks. So now it's the chance for Warwick to maybe perhaps get themselves a little bit payback here, or it's time for UCL to actually firmly, prominently say that we're the better team for Dota 2 in this uni tournament.
No, for sure. I know that these two teams, they've been the top dogs for a while. Warwick, I believe, you know, for a while considered to be the stronger team, but now, especially this past season, UCL, these two teams have encountered twice. Once in a best of 1, once in a best of 3. UCL are 3-0 on Warwick, which is like, these teams go back and forth. This is like pretty unheard of. So Warwick Ducks with a heck load of a lot of work to get going. I know Warwick recently, some of their players, like star players, have like, you know, graduated, moved on. I know that Overlom, who played for Warwick recently, I believe he's representing a team in the North American Dota Pro circuit right now. So like these are teams that attract absolute giants of Dota, and they are, you know, they have they move on. They nurture really like great talents, and they're able to move them on, you know, to absolutely huge things. So this team, this newer team for Warwick, you know, they haven't had as much time to be able to gel, perhaps, but you know, they've played 2 sets. They've had the best of 1. They've had the best of 3. They've lost both of those, but they've had the time to go back and research. And now with this best of 5, you've got plenty of time to adapt and plenty of time to be able to, you know, turn things around and even up this game count.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the most important factor that you've got to consider as well is all of this was done in the comfort of their home. But now with COVID, you know, not being as problem as it was in the past, and with now all of the players competing in a LAN, you know, maybe perhaps they're in an uncomfortable setting right now. Maybe the pressure's on them. So I definitely think this can go either way for both teams right now. Because if I was in that stage, I think I would be feeling a little bit of pressure, especially not actually playing Dota at my computer at home. You know, the pressure would definitely kick in.
No, like the experience of playing in person and performing in person and being in this this crucible of that is like an in-person competition, a LAN, is worlds apart from you know, competing from the comfort of your own home. And you know, this is, like we say, the first LAN. We finally made it to Insomnia, so now this is the true test. Plenty of time for these teams to, you know, grow and get comfortable with each other in this best of 5. So I'm really looking forward to some top-notch Dota 2 games. I am excited as I possibly could be. This is promising to be a very intense set indeed. So, Warwick, we'll start off with them. I know that the captain for this is going to be Moonlight. He was captain of the previous team as well. Very, very experienced position 5 player. You know, he's been around the block. He knows what's going on. And quick shout out from him. I asked for a shout out, you know, for each of the captains. Moonlight is going to give a shout out to all their friends who are between sleep and awake watching. He told me they'll know what that means, so a big shout out to Moonlight, all the you know, people who have supported him to get him to where he is, to be in this very consistent position, constantly finding himself at the top of the top. It's just gonna be the true test now to see if he can bring it home when all the pressure's on.
For sure, for sure. I think last night as well, we were actually speaking about, or trying to piece together, some of the heroes that both teams actually do play.
Yes, no, we're trying to, you know, get an idea of what they want to bring to the drafting table. Moonlight, you know, an experienced 5 player, and the best 5 players and the best captains, just as it seems to be, always seem to have a Chen in their back pocket. We've, you know, definitely not the easiest hero to be able to pilot at all. Lots of complexity, and as well with like a lot of like the neutral reworks, they've been given, you know, like so many of the neutral creeps have been given like much stronger abilities. I know there's breaks, stuns, much more like widely accessible. So that's like any buff to the jungle creeps will always be a buff to characters like Chen and Enchantress as well. So that's definitely something that UCL got to watch out for. Definitely gonna be a considered ban in their notebook. I'm sure as well. Lovely cheeky smile from the players. Look at this. No stress at all on the faces of the players, which is what I absolutely love to see. A positive team dynamic is always one of the most vital things you can bring to the table. Oh baby, we're into the draft. Let's get it going.
We're in. Amazing. So, one of the heroes that's been seen a little bit, we wouldn't say too much in the meta right now, but coming out, we've got some Chaos Knight bans here along with Omni Knight. Also, I don't know if you guys are aware or you've been playing Dota recently, but this hero has literally popped out of the Shadow Realm and is starting to be prevalent in both pro and pub scene right now, especially with the fact that his Heavenly Grace is absolutely disgusting. And speaking of another meta hero,
there it is.
Tiny
First
gets
pick
banned
DP.
and Death Prophet picked up first pick.
Right, okay, we have Warwick. I know they definitely really like this first pick DP, so with UCL getting that first pick, they'll be very, very happy to take the DP away. Coddle and Tiny, both such an incredibly, like, prevalent pieces of the safe lane. Tiny, disgusting amounts of burst damage and building damage is very important, and Coddle, great lane harass, and great lane sustain as well with the, like with the mana as well, so great to remove them from the pool. We've got the Necro picked up first for Warwick. They're taking a bit of time thinking about the second. Straight away, like in our first 2 picks, we could potentially be seeing our mid matchup.
Possibly, yeah, but I'm not I would say the Necro pick. Chen comes out now right now, as we were just speaking about. So I'll be interested to see Chen because of I think we spoke about how Chen used to be somewhat really great, how he could heal someone around about 600 plus heals or 1,000, especially with his heal amplification.
Yeah,
but...
the aura that used to amplify heal, it doesn't provide that healing amp anymore. It's only got the the regen and the armor aura, of course. But even so, like that's still a heck lot of sustain that you can to just have that in a safe lane. A big part of the meta right now is being able to keep your carry sustained, buying, how many salves and tangos that you need to keep your carry in the game, to keep getting in there and getting that CS. So, interesting. Okay, obviously, like the Sand King as well, very prominent off lane, a great catch and such. We're seeing the carry pool getting targeted quite a lot off the bat from both these teams.
Yeah, especially what we spoke about last night, how Tiny and Faceless Void are
top tier.
Yeah, even determined by the person. I think it was Yataro who put that out on Twitter. I can't remember. I think it was along those lines. But right now, looking at the drafts already, I don't know if Warwick Ducks have something up on their sleeve, but this isn't what I would consider some strong picks right now. I mean, looking at Death Prophet can be put as almost any position. Position 3, position 2, position 4, position 5 is a really great flex pick.
Yeah.
Sand King now most definitely position 3, so maybe Death Prophet out the draw on that, so they can still move her around. But these two heroes are really strong. Like if Sand King does bad, all he needs himself to 2,250 gold, pick himself up a Blink Dagger, Borrow Strike, Epicenter. He does the job. That's it. Whereas with Necrophos, if you get targeted heavily and you don't have yourself a good lane and you don't stomp, the only thing you're going to be relied upon is your your Reaper's Scythe. Which comes down. So if he's not prevalent and he's not having that impact within the early stage of the time, then he won't be able to get himself enough gold for the items that he does need himself to have the impact there. But another carry hero, which I think you were speaking about last night, Galaxy, is Wraith King getting banned out there.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that very powerful carry in the meta right now. Honestly, you're speaking about this Necro, and as well, like it needs to have a really strong start. And this Chen, we're gonna need a pretty aggressive support, like a 4 position, I think, from Warwick, to be able to bolster this Necro's lane, because with this Necro picked up very early, we assume it's gonna be a core. What else is it gonna be? You are exposing.
I've never seen a support Necro.
I mean, yeah, you're exposing this Necro very early, and that Skywrath, it's quite aggressive. It puts out a fair bit of burst damage. It's not got the best catch, really.
It's I mean, he will be able to get himself some sort of catch if he has himself a good game, because obviously, of course, have you never not seen a Skywrath go himself Rod of Atos or Rod of Atos, whatever the hell you want to call it?
I mean, it's still the 4 position Sky, though. It's gonna take a fair bit of time to farm up that gold, to be able to be active. So we're gonna need to see some pretty pristine team play, and generally just I think a lot of this draft right now relies on the 3 from Warwick. We need great catch. We need an initiator. I'm thinking a Mars, I'm thinking an Axe, something to get in there and provide that lockdown to set up for the burst of the Skywrath and the Necro.
Alright, they put themselves instantly up Grimstroke and Anti-Mage here. So Anti-Mage being you know what? I'm still concerned on this, actually. I'll tell you why. So I don't know if you remember our conversation from last night when we were speaking about the Skywrath. The big thing about Skywrath is the fact that obviously, of course, he has the concussive shot. He's not going to be putting full points into his magic resistance until he's around about the high levels, after level 11 and 12, unless he decides to go big brain and maybe puts 2 points into it. But even regarding that, his blink may be quite low level, so they'll have chance to actually pressure him very hard. And the thing with Skywrath is that he's a range hero, he's got high movement speed, so he's going to be able to move himself back very nicely here. And I don't know if this is Chen 5? No, sorry, not Chen 5. Sorry, I don't know. We've got Grimstroke or Death Prophet. as position 5 here, and with the fact that Necro and Skyrath are both range heroes here, AM is, I don't think he's going to have fun on this safe lane. We'll have to see, though. They do have themselves Grimstroke where they can follow up with an Inkswell, maybe, perhaps. Maybe pick themselves up an Orb with Venom on Anti-Mage, but it's still going to be kind of nasty, I think, for AM. If I was AM right now, I wouldn't be liking this lane that I'm going up against, Necrophos and Skyrath, so they did a good job here with picking those, because I did mention how the Necrophos, if he doesn't have himself a good lane, then he can be kind of punished, but now he has himself this absolutely annoying Skyrath mage now as position 4. If he dies, he comes back full mana. Oh, look at that. Concussive shot is coming out again with full mana.
Sure,
and he can just sit back with clarity. So, you know, and Necrophos is this kind of hero in the early stage where you actually just tank the damage and just heal up. So it's kind of annoying. And they do pick up Brewmaster, which we spoke about as well.
That Brewmaster I was going to mention,
it might be 4 or 5.
For Warwick.
No, 5.
They've been running at 3. This Chen Sky Brew has been 5-4-3 for them. That they've been. It's a comfort. Like these 3 picks are very comfortable. That Skyrath Brewmaster in the off lane. If you've got like the Ignite combined with any of the magic damage from Sky, that's going to be a heck lot of poke coming out onto the anti-mage. He's got that native magic resistance, but I don't think that's going to be like too powerful. You don't want to be putting too much too many points into that early on anyway, and none of it's targeted, so you don't have a chance to reflect it. So this is definitely a great harass potential and not too much sustain coming from any of the supports right now.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I totally forgot about that. I forgot that Brewmaster can even go as position 3 as well. You know, it's forgive me for getting too excited right now, but when it comes to the draft and trying to put this all together in my head, it's super exciting to see what the outcome of the laning side will be, because laning is just as important as the fights. So we'll see. Nonetheless, now bans coming out for interesting lone druid TA. I can definitely agree with that ban there, because it would be an absolute nightmare.
You're looking to fill this carry position really for Warwick. Quickly before we get to that, honestly, I think that Warwick have a bit of an interesting weakness in terms of like their mana expenditure. So obviously that plays into the AM quite nicely. But I really think Pugna could be a really nasty surprise pick coming in from UCL. If you get that Nether Ward down, what does Necro or Skyrath do about that? And you don't have any hero that can hit the Necro Ward particularly quickly at the moment. You're gonna have to like send in chain creeps to do that, and they do like half the damage. So I would really love to see like a Pugna, maybe like a mid or a 3. I think would be a really, really interesting pick here for UCL.
They do need themselves a physical carry though on the side of Warwick. Like most of their is right now magical. Brewmaster is more of disruption in fights, like we talked about, which is why you can see just UCL absolutely spamming physical carries in their ban pool. So we'll see what they come out with.
And like, those early bans of like that Tiny in the Void, kind of coming back to bite Warwick now. We got the last pick come through, and it's the Queen of Pain. That's probably going to be the mid then for UCL. Grim and Death Prophet, probably the support duo is what I would assume. But you never know with these things.
Yeah, quite nice to set up here with Sanking Strike, you know, Grimstroke Inkswell, with Queen of Pain Blink. Maybe, perhaps we might see a very early Orchid come out of Queen of Pain as well, which is going to be a nightmare for Brewmaster, because that'll give time for UCL to initiate onto him. Because the thing about Brewmaster is, if you don't have yourself the stun, if you don't have yourself the silence, if he pops himself up the primal split when you want to try and take him out the fight as soon as possible, all hell just breaks loose if he's able to get that off. And then all of a sudden you're retreating, and then the whole team is trying to beat you up as you're trying to retreat into your side of the map. So I can feel for that.
Yeah, 10 seconds left for Warwick to find their carry. I honestly can't think of who they're going to bring out, but it's going to be the Luna? Okay, that's definitely a very solid, like, you know, physical damage. Hang on, is that the Mini? Okay, no, I thought, because I know Mini's the captain. Okay, Mini's the offlaner. I was quite concerned for a moment there, but no, that is that's going to be the offlane Sanking as we're expecting. Got the AM on the carry, and that Queen of Pain mid, and then we've got the carry Luna, that 3-4-5 Bruce Skywrath Chen combo that Warwick like to run, and then the Necro in the middle lane going up against this Quap. Gotcha. And so I honestly, straight out the gate, I think that this UCL draft is a lot more mobile. It's a lot more, you've got high movement speed from the Death Prophet, from the Grim Inkswell, and you've got great initiation power from Sand King, AM, and Quap, all with, you know, like, you've got the 2 blinks in the burrow. Sand King's going to be picking himself up a blink as well. Once this team, like, jumps on you, if you're not ready, if you're not positioned perfectly with your Chen, ready with the Hand of God, ready with the counterplay, you are going to get absolutely blown up. So this Warwick draft has, like, it's got a lot of defensive pressure on its shoulders, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. It'll be kind of a great advantage now that they've got themselves a lot of initiation. So these heroes can actually work around each other now. On the side of UCL, so obviously, of course, we spoke about some of the spells that they have and the heroes that they have, of course, you know, like classic Queen of Pain, Blink, and Inkswell, but these heroes can all work with each other and synergize, which is really what you want when you're playing together as a team, because you can utilize that, whereas if you're in a pub, you're just pretty much screaming at each other and just guessing who will place a spell. So when you have heroes that synergize like this, and when you're in a team, it can work out really, really well, and you can take your enemies by surprise. So I'm really looking forward to see how they execute all of their spells and synergy together as a team. So we'll see who comes out the strongest on game 1.
Yeah, this Warwick draft as well, I feel like it's a very sort of like defensive, like kind of death ball. You've got like all the sustain of the Necro, the Chen. You've got this Skywrath, you know, can sit on the back line, you know, like all sorts of damage. And it's going to be like putting out a whole lot of burst. Like, you've got the Brewmaster going forward, causing chaos, and it's all sort of all in favor of like sitting back and just being as impenetrable a defense as possible to make this Luna huge. This is kind of like 4 Protect 1 vibes. This Luna, it's got a lot of pressure to get big, to you know, farm up stacks, to keep those stacks safe as well. Like and against like a Sand King and a Quap, like if your stacks get found out because you're trying to build them up for this Luna, and the supports like the Grim just happens upon, you know, a stack or whatever, you know, you've got your cores on speed dial. So yeah, there's a lovely juicy bit of farm down here. You're gonna have to be very territorial of your jungle camps if you're going to be stacking them, because Luna does need a heck lot of farm to get big, but once she is big, she's huge.
Yeah, and I think that Warwick Ducks are on a bit of a timer here, because I don't think Luna bodes so well, especially against Anti-Mage. Like, he absolutely loves now. Loads of people have been picking up an Eye of Skadi now as soon as they build themselves Battle Fury and Mad Style, and that is one of the curses of Luna, especially if you're a range hero. Your Nightmare of Nightmares is going against Eye of Skadi, which is going to be nasty, because the fact that Luna is one of these heroes who absolutely loves to build Satanic, so they kind of got to watch out for that. And I got to say that UCL's draft, I think, is going to be a lot more impactful, I think, rather than Warrior Ducks. But we'll see nonetheless. We'll see how this outcome turns out. As we've said before, the pressure's on. It will determine now in this game 1 who is the strongest team in regards to team coordination. But I think the pressure's a little bit on UCL, because, of course, with all these spells that you need to synergize correctly in order to actually punish Warwick Ducks, they've got to make sure that no mistakes are done, because I'm sure everyone's aware of this who's watching right now, that any small mistake that you do in Dota can be absolutely dire, and that wasn't a pun intended. I'm literally stating the facts. No. It's nasty if you make one small mistake and you get punished for it really hard, and that's somewhat the beauty of Dota. You know, you've got to make sure that everything's perfect. You've got to be a perfectionist, if somewhat. And you got to crack on.
Yeah, no. The pressure to perform and, you know, to work technically together. Okay, we're getting into things. All right then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of this best of 5, powered by Intel. the British University Esports Championship is go with our first game. So excited to get into this. Straight away, we're seeing UCL Smokes trying to invade that top area. We could see a fight break out as soon as we get started because Mini has happened across this Luna.
Yeah. Boris strike and look at that, the body block, very nice, but it's not going to be enough because actually Stroke of Fate slows Luna down. A few more physical attacks is needed, and Grimstroke's going to get himself the first blood. Beautiful Stroke of Fate there, and the tips come out from the rest of the team. If they did not have that leveled, Luna would have definitely escaped there.
Goodness, that is a fantastic teeny bit of adaptation for the Grim there. You're like quite a distance away. You've wrapped around the outside, and the rest of your team has gone as 3 through the middle. 9 times out of 10 for First Blood, you want to skill that Ink Swell, but you're not in range to use it. Instead, recognizes the range, skills the Stroke of Fate instead, and hits it just on the tip from downtown, and now in the bottom jungle, we're having a scrap breakout as well. This Skyrath could be in trouble.
Oh no, he's really risked it. One more physical attack's needed. They're going to try and leave it for AM, but Akagi's not able to get that, so it will go to Doge.
He was able to steal the bounty at least, but that is 2 kills right on the 0-minute mark in favor of UCL. That's a scary, scary start for Warwick. Oh boy.
But yeah, as we see here, it's actually position 5 Death Prophet. So it's going to be somewhat nasty. We'll see whether Doge puts more points into Crypt Swarm or Siphon Drain. I definitely think it's going to be Siphon Drain.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely... I mean, look at that. It's level 1 already, and it's making Calf, like, run away.
Yeah, no, Calf really trying to respect that, but... The Spirit Siphons paired with that insanely high base movement speed of Death Prophet is just such a scary lane combo that's really come to prevalence recently. We've got the headdress coming out from Chen, getting straight into that D ward. He saw from the aggressive moves from UCL that, like, getting that first blood, they probably got stuck a ward in there somewhere. So just clearing out a couple of those sentry wards is MQ getting jumped on here again.
Yeah, the Stroke of Fate and the Boris Strike doing work, and look at that. That 2/3 of a HP already gone, and that's just level 1 spells, Galaxy. Like, Luna's going to have some trouble here. I mean, the fact of the matter is you're a rate... Oh god, there's action happening bottom as well. Calf getting very low, but, you know, Akagi definitely do not wanting to risk that with a level 2 anti-mage. You just want to keep on getting those creeps and push the heroes out, and they're doing just that. Look at that. They're actually not having fun on this lane at all.
No, completely out of health and mana. Like, both side lanes are completely in UCL's hands right now. Doge just stepping forward, throwing out the punches. We've got Bonjour moving forward onto Moonlight as well, dragging that creep wave and throwing out the poke onto Moonlight. Moonlight not taking it sitting down, though. He's going to throw in a couple of clicks, fight back, build up some of that damage.
Well, they actually pulled the creeps away now, so creeps are going to be going towards Luna under the tower.
Yeah, at least the saving grace so far for Warwick seems to be this mid lane. We've got a slight lead in CS. Actually, we've got about a significant lead in CS for this Necro in the middle lane. Looking really, really strong right now.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it'll be slightly passive. It's going to be a lot harder for Necro. Oh god, Doge. Actually taking a lot of damage. Look at that, the concussive shot. As I said, it's so annoying to play against.
Oh, hang on, stepping forward though.
Linking gear, Doge actually might fall. There's the Fairy Fire and the Siphon Drain. Is that going to be enough? No, it's not. But nonetheless, Anti-Mage is going to be able to find himself a kill. So that is indeed a worthy trade there for UCL. Going to be able to get an increase in gold there for the Anti-Mage and further decrease that time for a Battle Fury. So worthy trade-off there.
That Orb of Corrosion already done for the AM.
Grimstroke. Oh, he's been body blocked by the Oh, dear me.
Hello,
body
Moonlight.
blocked by the creep.
Oh my god, that's
Lovely
cheeky,
stuff.
that is. There we go. Yeah, no, definitely. Moonlight on this Chen, he's so comfortable. This is a big specialty for him, and we're seeing that why right there. Loving the moves, loving the flex. Oh, hang on, with this Grim coming back in, this could be scary.
Yeah, he's coming back. Where's the Inkswell? There it is. He's going to be able to connect there onto Luna. Just about not able to use the Lucent Beam, but most probably will be able to get away. They don't have any further damage there. UCL will have to back themselves off. But Luna, 2/3 of HP missing again, and will be cautious to coming back on this lane, but spells are coming up again. They do have a short cooldown. They definitely want to go for Luna. I think the Boris Strike just came out there. And Are they going to find the kill top?
That's a pick on the courier there. A bit of aggressive positioning in mid there from the Necro, and Co-op able to pick up that courier fairly easily. Still though a hefty CS lead, but that could have been a costly mistake, that courier loss. I don't know what was on it, but hopefully nothing for.
Yeah, it would have come back in a minute. It's all okay. But it's actually Co-op's not having a fun time from what I can look like. Actually having to pick up infused raindrops because the death pulse is actually becoming very annoying to handle. Oh, what's going on? Oh, they actually killed Luna here. Inkswell coming out. That's going to connect there onto the Chen, and will secure 2 kills on this top lane. Really pulling out that damage there on the side of UCL. And speaking of that, even this bottom lane's having some trouble here.
Yeah,
I mean, that's really great that they have Anti-Mage, especially against Brewmaster, because he doesn't have himself a high mana pool, and if he's getting his mana melted by this mana burn from the Anti-Mage, it's really annoying to actually output your damage, and then especially when you're level 6 and you want to try and apply the Primal Split, it does cost quite a bit of mana, so... Yeah. I guess that's one of the other great advantages that AM does have coming up to the
my goodness,
middle
in the
stage
middle
game.
lane, TC Young picking up that solo kill onto the Quap. I do not know what happened, but oh my goodness gracious. Oh, that's the Reaper Scythe, of course. The level 6, and now straight into the level 7 as well. Wow. Yeah, TC Young picks up that level 6 just before the Quap. As that exchange was going down, drops the Reaper's Scythe, and that is a huge bit of business here for Warwick. They really need something to be going right for them, and that middle lane, this Neko, you said, he needs to be getting big to make something happen.
Well, I mean, look at that. It just comes to show how powerful the Siphon Drain is, you know, both the Brew and the Scarif initiating there onto Doge, and then he just pops like level 2 Siphon Drain, so there's no way you're going to be able to kill this position 5. It's literally just providing space for AM, and that's the job. Look at it. It's great right now.
As well as like the mana burn costing like Akagi from Akagi as well, down onto these, you know, very mana reliant heroes. It allows him to play that bit more aggressive as well, which is really not what you typically see from an anti-mage in the laning phase. But I'm loving this how this lane counter pick has worked out for UCL.
Yeah, we do have ourselves level 6 now on the Queen of Pain, so maybe perhaps we might see a rotation on the top here to maybe perhaps get a kill onto Luna, because she does have half of her HP missing. What's Queen of Pain going to be doing?
Down in the bottom lane,
initiation on bottom. This is going to be a kill for AM. Oh, it goes into the hands of Grimstrait, but still nonetheless able to get a nice pick off there on the side of UCL.
Bonjwa making that move down to the bot side. Now Wong, you know, sitting comfortably in the middle, bringing that harass down with that like 2-level lead and a regen rune in the bottle. That's a really, really cushy position for the Necro. You can output as much, you know, damage as you want. And getting run down here now. We got the defensive TP in for the Grim to try and keep this Quap safe.
Well, it does connect, but we've got ourselves a Hood of Defiance, and no damage is going to be dealt there to the Necrophos, so he's able to get himself easy peasy lemon squeezy. Meanwhile,
Mini
trying to contest these creeps here. Boris Strike comes out, trying to actually action that with the...
Got any rocks?
I can't remember what it's called.
Oh no, hang on. Wait. Oh, I'm loving the moves there from Moonlight, trying to use the golems to block his own creeps to counter the pull. That was really, really cute. I like the idea, but in the end, Mini TV steps back, grabs those creeps again, says, "All right, cute, but that's not gonna work, Sunshine."
He's rotating those golems. Look at the rock throw.
Coming in from downtown. God, it's such a slow projectile. It's so funny.
Doge has got to be careful. It does have himself one charge.
The silence down bottom.
Yeah, the one charge is just there. Going to be able to heal up now there with that healing salve. Not a problem. But Grimstroke rotating in here with the haste, the blink, along with the Inkswell there, and the silence coming out. There's no escape for the Brewmaster. And they're going to find themselves another kill again, as we spoke about during this draft. They have the synergy. They absolutely activate it there. As you saw, the silence instantaneously with that Inkswell setting up there as Anti-Mage just blinks in. No mercy. even at like such a low level, they're still able to dive tier 1 on an anti-mage, which is usually what you do not see. Never seen an anti-mage this active before on a lane.
All right, this bot lane has become enough of a problem here for Warwick. They've had enough. They're bringing in the Necro. They're bringing in the Chen. And in doing that, they've left their Luna on their own, but they're smoking in onto this AM right now.
Yeah,
they know
smoke
where he
play
is.
there. Where's the silence onto anti-mage? He's got it. There it is. Where's the catch? They need that scythe. Is he going to blink away? Yes. They won't be able to get that initiation there onto AM. They were just a little bit too far. If they were able to get a slightly bigger cast range there on that Reaper's scythe, that would have been the kill there indeed onto AM. But unfortunately for that, they won't be able to get the kill. So they're going to try and pressure this tier 1 tower now, which is something that the Skywrath and the Brewmaster haven't been able to do. But a rotation now coming in from Sand King, along with an Exorcism as well, will actually push the rest of Warwick Ducks back. They don't want to contest this tower now, especially with Exorcism active during this time. And we've also got ourselves the Epicenter ready here on Sand King with a Vanguard. But, of course, they do have the magical damage here on the side of Warwick Ducks right now. There's no one doing any physical damage apart from Luna, which is kind of questionable with the Vanguard pickup here. But, you know, it still provides you some HP. I don't know how you feel about that Vanguard pickup there on Sand King. I think I definitely would have,
it's a bit of an
you know,
one.
just gone yourself the maybe perhaps like Tranquils or Mana Boots with Blink.
Or Hood to me, really. But I know people haven't been rating Hood so much. But, I mean, still, though. For Warwick right now, to have committed 4 heroes to the bot lane like that, you smoked up, you get the silence out onto the AM, but the Skywrath's just a bit too far forward, and now you've had like 4 heroes just not achieving all that much, just stifling the lead that Necro has built up away. Like, he's been stuck at level 9. They're smoking again. They're going into this bottom lane. They want something out of this bot lane. And I think it's going to be Mini TV.
Do they have detection? Yes, they do. Sentry placed down. There's the silence, slow initiated, along with the primal split. And all of those stuns coming out. And the Reaper Scythe is there. The kill will go to the Necrophos. They absolutely all group together and bully the Sand King. Sand King going to fall. Maybe perhaps now they can finally pressure this tier 1 tower, which they've really been wanting to do. But it looks like UCL is still going to maybe perhaps try and defend this. They have themselves the Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave, and the Glyph of Fortification will come out, and now Warwick Ducks wary that maybe if they stay by this tier 1 tower for too long, they could pay the price for it, as now Queen of Pain does reveal herself. But they could potentially turn this around with the silence. Concussive Shot comes out, granting some vision there. They're still wary. They're going to go forward now. Queen of Pain going to be stunned up there. Where's the silence? It's not there. Queen of Pain still able to survive. Will blink away. Oh, but Sand King rotating in now. Where's the epicenter? There it is. It's going to heavily affect the Chen. Chen going to try and get himself back now, but there's the Hand of God. Going to be able to heal the rest of them. But it's the Sonic Wave coming out. That will be able to secure the kill down to Chen. And now they're going to go forward with that momentum, but they'll just be able to get behind that tier 1 tower. So they'll only find the kill down to Chen, but nonetheless, they'll protect that tier 1 tower. But meanwhile, we do have ourselves Luna and the Anti-Mage farming up freely. Anti-Mage within their jungle. And then we've got Luna farming on the mid lane. And now the pressure from UCL. Warwick Ducks trying to defend here. The defensive Boros Strike going to be able to get Sand King away from that tier 1 tower. But they're trying to utilize this Exorcism right now to try and take that tower. It's gone. It's fallen. But they do get themselves a cheeky deny. So they won't get the gold.
Wow. I mean, okay. Slight issue here for UCL with the mic. They're going to pause quickly. But man, this has been a really, really nice early game for UCL. We've seen Warwick, they've been grouping up as 4, repeatedly trying to force that bottom tower down, and time after time, UCL, with minimal numbers, have been able to dispel Warwick. They like, the only kill they were able to get is the gank onto Mini, and then with like 2 heroes, they were able to stall out long enough for Mini to come back in, get that epi that had that huge initiation. They could only finish off the Chen, but still, that was that was a really, really like well measured and like minimal defensive hold from UCL, with Warwick constantly committing onto it. And I would bet my bottom dollar that at this stage of the game, this AM is probably going to be farming a bit faster than the Luna is, and is definitely going to be happier in the matchup. So
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a disaster for Warwick Ducks right now, and I'll explain why. So the draft, as we were speaking about before, I said that the draft on UCL is slightly stronger because, of course, they have this synergy, which I spoke about. They can able to get themselves some really nice pickups. And then what you have yourselves on Warwick Ducks, like, as you can see, with these past kills, especially with these gank initiations from Smoker Deceit, they are really heavily relying on not only Chen with the boulder throw from the golems, which is hilarious that they're having to rely on that, but also there is some very heavy weights on the shoulders right now of Skyrath to making sure that that silence is applied so that no hero can escape. So that's something that they're really heavily relying on here. So
Yeah,
once they do have themselves dispels here on the side of UCL, it's going to be really hard to try and find themselves a kill, which is why they need to try and apply this pressure as much as they can in the early game to try and give themselves this advantage in golden experience and try and utilize it now. But there's not really much action happening, which is kind of concerning for Warrior Ducks right now. And this is just allowing UCL to farm up a little bit more and get themselves a lot stronger, because I definitely feel that their draft on the side of UCL is stronger.
No, I mean, like, we saw it in that attempted smoke onto the AM. Like, the Scarif was way forward. Even though the silence came down, just the sheer lack of initiation and catch without items from the rest of the team just showed that they have almost no way of locking down this AM. Like, once this AM gets big, I don't think Warwick have an answer to it. So...
No, I don't think they do. It's going to be heavily relied on Luna, and as I said, like, once you get IM scouting on AM, then it's going to be a nightmare for Luna. Unless, like, you know, a really big screw-up happens on the side of UCL, but... I don't know if we can see that right now, because they've just been proving that they've got themselves, like, really good coordination and synergy with each other. They haven't made... many mistakes as far as I can tell, maybe even perhaps none from what I've seen, but it's been good at the moment.
Yeah,
but
300 gold away from the Battle Fury on the AM as well. This farm is really about to start picking up.
Oh yeah, can we have a look at the net worth?
Yeah, no, it'd be worth having a
Bliss?
little peek at the
Nice.
net worth. Oh, okay, wow. The Luna's actually been able to keep herself a decent, like, heads above the AM, but for me, the most noticeable thing is, well, okay, first of all, you've got, like, the lead that the Necrophos was able to build up in the early game has kind of disappeared away, but look at the difference between that Sand King and the Brewmaster. It shows how badly that Brewmaster got shut down. This 5-position Death Prophet is almost equal to the 3-position Brewmaster in net worth. That is seriously concerning for Warwick right now. This Brew has gotten his butt kicked, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, thankfully though, all you need to do is rely on the Brewmaster is Primal Split and make sure you get that off. So as long as he gets that off, it's fine. Oh, but they found themselves the Necrophos. Where's the follow-up onto him? He does activate his Hood of Defiance, and of course... all of them being magical damage heroes there initiating onto him. They see that they can't deal any more damage there. They go and bat themselves off. But they are going to pressure. Interestingly, Anti-Mage is pushing with the rest of the team. He is getting a bit low. He's going to have to move himself back, but they do have themselves Exorcism. They are going to actually maybe fight into this? Question mark is now... Oh, a Burrow Strike! Oh, and the Sonic Wave! Onto 3. It's an absolute disaster there for Warwick Ducks. Absolutely beautiful synergization there from UCL. The Epicenter, the Burrow Strike, and the Sonic Wave. Oh my gentle Jesus. That was absolutely huge coming out there from UCLs. Now they pressure the Tier 2 tower. That was an absolute misfire and a misplay as they initiated into that. That was the wrong choice to do.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you were saying that is way too aggressive to be playing up on the side here. We got the smoke in. Instantly, they catch a whiff of it. The Epicenter comes out immediately. And then, oh my goodness, the Grimstroke ult as well, keeping them chained together, setting up for that, amplifying the damage of the Burrow. That was just completely scouted by UCL and perfectly countered. I honestly... is this game over?
No, I wouldn't say it's over. I mean, it's still on the balance right now. I mean, Luna didn't die from that. Luna's still farming up. As you can see here, if they're still able to actually pick up a really good timing here on Luna, which I think will be around about 25 minutes. Because as you can see, she's getting herself a BKB. She's almost finished that, and it's 17 minutes in. And that's most of UCL's damage right now, Magic, because AM, obviously, of course, still needs to farm up. I don't even think he has a Yasha yet on AM.
Yeah,
I think he just has a battle.
First to hit 10k is this Luna, you know.
Kind of.
Oh, yeah, he's got the Ashe on AM, so he's definitely very big on the AM. He's not far behind this Luna.
But right now,
still,
it is 4v4 right now, with both carries farming up, but Luna's going to be online a lot quicker. Oh, wait, actually, speaking of that, does have the BKB there now. We'll have to pop
literally
that
just arrived on the
defensively.
courier. Oh my goodness.
That was close.
And now with actually that Luna getting caught out right as the BKB arrived, having to use that 9-second charge and it being on cooldown, this is the time for UCL to go. They can, I think because of Luna being out of position and being forced to use that BKB there, I think that spells the end for maybe this tier 2 tower. They're looking like they want to defend it again, but I don't think this is the best idea.
I mean... Oh, wait, Exorcism is down, though. I don't know when it's back up. It is on cooldown, but they are still going to go for this UCL. When is that? Okay, there it is. Okay,
Necro's in mid.
They have it.
AM's up top farming, so if the Necro connects, this is a 5v4 in favor of Warwick, and they're going to get the Death
Beam and the Eclipse. Oh, the Scythe! Oh, it comes down! Sanking, gonna fall, not gonna be able to activate that Epicenter. As now Warwick Ducks, now they're on the upper hand now, coming forward. There's the silence there, going to be able to find the kill onto Doge and onto the Grimstroke, even with not having that BKB. Luna finally joining in on the fights there and actually turning this around. They will finally get themselves the upper hand here on Warwick Ducks. But AM, being a very annoying hero here with the split push, as you can see, actually forced 2 heroes to rotate top because he was pressuring that tier 3.
While that was happening, it was a really, really gorgeously played fight. This Sand King sitting just a bit too far forward. Immediately, that Silent Scythe, Mystic Flare comes down, big damage, and after that, the Corp gets herself straight out. She doesn't want to deal. And so it just leaves the 2 supports to get cleaned up after that very, very nice initiation. Still, though, that's all UCL need to do is just keep pressuring, keep forcing this issue, and keep buying space.
Luna, she does have herself BKB, but can they get through it in time? No, just able to activate that BKB. Luna still staying strong with it, and will prevail through. They find the kill there onto the Queen of Pain. Luna getting very low. There's the Boris Right, and the Crypt Swarm will find 3 on the side of UCL. Even though they do lose their mid, they'll pick up 3, and now AM potentially want to go for more because Skyraf has himself no mana. Where is that Mana Void? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Gets the kill. Goodbye, Skyraf. They find 4 on the side of UCL.
Horror move there. Just being your lone support. You're barely trying to drag your body away from the team fight. But Anti-Mage doesn't care. He knows no mercy. Just dun 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 dun. There's the Mana Void. Merciless stuff from UCL. I really thought that with that BKB turn, Warwick might be able to pull something out of the bag, but the BKB only lasts so long, and that Epicenter delayed by Mini. It was a little bit early, but like about half the damage came in, and once the rest of the team connected, that spelt the end for Luna. And now this AM, he's catching up in net worth. That one saving grace that Warwick had is slowly but surely slipping through their fingers. This is looking scary.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, especially with Luna, as I said, one small mistake like that, especially on Luna. Luna was their win condition to win at around about near the 30-minute mark, but now she's been punished. She has lost a lot of time there to get herself some extra gold, so now starting to fall behind. And when I spoke about how Luna would be really beneficial, she's one of those heroes which absolutely loves a Satanic. Like, imagine if she had a Satanic there, that'd be great. Yeah. But, Eye of Skadi coming out soon, gonna absolutely annihilate the heals from a Satanic if she does indeed want to get it. But, oh god, look what's happening here. Do they have enough damage to take it, though? It's got to around about half HP. Warwick Ducks aren't aware right now. Smoke is going to come out because everyone's missing on the map.
Yeah, everyone is indeed missing. Smoked up. They're ready to run on it, but it's down to about half now. I don't know what Roche's health is looking like, but he's
Luna's revealed herself. Yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves Roshan, but AM getting very low here. They could still turn this around. They are going to go for it. The Primal Split comes out, but AM and Queen of Pain going to be able to split themselves out. The Cyclone comes out onto the Death Prophet, but look at this. Warwick Ducks not able to find anything here, and they do get themselves away with a Roshan. If they initiated a lot sooner there, I think that could have been somewhat of a disaster there for UCL, and Warwick Ducks would be able to make a slight comeback because AM was incredibly low, but unfortunately Brewmaster was not able to get there in time with the Cyclone, and both the cores were able to blink themselves out.
Even though, you know, they probably figured, like, with those two very high mobility cores, they wouldn't be able to find, like, a big pick, but I think they at least wanted something off that Brew Cyclone, even though they were late to the pit, but... yeah,
that would have been a great time to initiate, because they were not prepared. Like, AM was, like, so incredibly low, and then Aegis would have just been smited and completely useless. Because he would just die within a heartbeat. But now they're able to, you know, get themselves back, heal full HP, and now they're able to utilize this Aegis to the fullest, as you can see. Tier 2 tower gone, and we've got plenty of time on the Aegis right now. Only one Tier 2 tower remaining, but the wave is pushed out bottom, and Luna is walking around on this side here. They're going to try and... Luna's going to get out. Yeah, she's got out.
Okay. Whew. Scary one, but she's able to get the TP out in time. I mean, like, this is supposedly a 5-position Death Prophet, and all you need is the level 2 Exorcism, and suddenly, like, towers will just be disappearing left and right. They're moving on to, like, the bot side now. This Tier 2's all but done. They really don't want to defend it. They're just going to buy a bit of space up on the top side and then look to protect high ground.
And yeah, now we have ourselves a BKB now on the Queen of Pain, so now it's going to be a lot harder for Warwick Ducks to try and lock down the Queen of Pain. Not that they have much lockdown anyway.
Yeah, no.
Especially with AM now with Manta Star, so it's really not looking like a good game. They're going to need a miracle right now for Warwick Ducks. I presume the win probability of what Dota Plus will say right now on the graphs is probably around about 90%. Yeah, it's somewhere around there, 80-90 on the side of UCL. As now, they pressure the Tier 3. Are Warwick Ducks going to respond? They will with a Glyph. So Glyph is going to come down, but some rotations coming out here. Luna's going to be coming back to the base to try and defend. And AM here covered by the Darude Sandstorm. As Akagi now laying in to that tower. As they really want to try and defend it. They're going to slightly take down AM's HP time and time again.
Oh, hang on.
But the Ainswell, the Boris Strike, and the Epicenter, it's not actually going to deal a lot of damage here. Warwick Ducks still able to hold their ground as now the Eclipse coming down, but they're able to find themselves to kill down onto Skyrath. Chen taking so much damage. Chen's going to fall as well, but AM, he is down. He does have himself the edge. He's going to be coming back, but Luna's been taken down. It's a triple kill. Does not have buyback. Skyrath's going to have to be able to buy himself back. Try and find themselves the AM. AM's going to be able to blink himself out, however. As now the Inkswell and the Boris Strike going to be able to connect there onto 2. As AM now blinks in, finds the kill there onto Necrophos, and they lose 4. It definitely looks game now here for UCL, looking so very strong. I don't know if they're going to call... Oh, wait, but Luke? The creeps? The creeps will push
hang
back?
On. Wait,
no.
who's that down there?
Is that Luna Manta? Well, I think that was a Luna Manta.
Yeah, I think that's a Luna illusion. Like stalling out the creep wave in order to put on backdoor protection.
Okay,
That is a very, very clutch play coming in there from the Luna. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference in the end, but I really, really like it.
They keep their racks intact. They lose the Tier 3, but that was definitely a really good play there from Warwick.
I mean, even so, it's still a heavily lost fight.
No.
We had the die back onto Skyrath.
No.
We got Exorcism back up. These racks are going to melt in the middle lane. And now with the creeps coming in through middle, Mini can get working on the bot racks as well. This is...
Okay, that's a very adamant TP there, Luna.
Oh my goodness.
Gotta be careful. I have Sky picked up here. Oh, there's the... Inkswell coming through there. Are they going to be able to find the kill now onto Luna? Luna BKB coming out, still holding her ground, still slightly taking that damage there from the portrait there from Grimstroke. Look at it go! It's actually dealing damage there to Luna. Luna's going to get herself out. No, Luna's gone! Luna's down for another 70 seconds. No buyback available. And UCL with this momentum going to go forward there. Where's the burst right there onto Necrophos? Necrophos, he's silenced and he will be melted down by the Anti-Mage. 3 lost on the side. Make it 4. Potentially 5. No, Scar's going to be able to get himself back into the base. And AM incredibly low, but still able to come out on top here. As now they're going to try and clean up the rest of the racks. It's only the Skyrath Mage remaining.
Yeah, that. Again, another really, really dominant fight. There we go. There's that ace in the hole coming out from the Grimstroke. Of course, like oh, there we go.
Dear.
Pick on the back line. That guy's gonna go down. I mean, this Grimstroke like Dark Portrait is really, really powerful against these like 4 protect 1 strats. You build yourself up a huge carry, and that's your only saving grace. Well, too bad. We just turned it back around on you, and then you have to deal with that. You don't have enough catch. So what do you deal with first? You've got all these heroes jumping around you. This is just it's just a better draft from UCL. Really, this brew got completely ruined.
They're gonna go for one more try. Kagi, where's the Cyclone? Not gonna be able to get it.
Yeah, that Storm Brew's not even fast enough. That's it's a real shame. Still not tapping out with that last rack standing. I respect it. Never say die,
But
but
they still got it. I mean, adamant. They can try one more time, but
okay.
Well, we'll see if you see. I doubt it.
If you're Warwick, let's think. How do you win this right now? Because to me, like AM's your target. He still doesn't have BKB, and they don't have the best sort of defensive saves. They only really have sort of like aggressive silences. If you can coordinate, find this jump onto the AM, and blow him up, it is doable. You've still got huge burst, Mystic Flare, Reaper Scythe. AM has to be your target. Obviously, he's buffed up with the Scardy now. He's got that native magic resistance. But to me, if you can get a jump on this AM, it's going to be the only way that Warwick survive in this game right now.
I think the most important target here right now is the Sand King, because every fight that's been happening, Sand King's just able to apply loads of damage and setup for the rest of UCL. So that if they're able to get an initiation onto Sand King here to actually stop that attempt of setting up perfectly here in combination, with the ultimate there from Grimstroke and the Sonic Wave, then it'll be really good for them. And they really don't want to fight into Exorcism here. As you can see now, the Exorcism from the POS 5 Death Prophet, it's really nasty. Like, they even applied, the splitter. Sorry, not the splitter. The primal split. Oh,
no,
but a Boris strike coming out there. Oh,
forward.
so much damage there onto the Luna. Instantly deleted. No buyback there. Necrophos, he's going to try and save himself there with the Ul Scepter, but it's not going to be enough. Necrophos is going to fall. The rest of Warwick just absolutely deleted. As now they head for the final set of racks, and they will call GG. Game 1 is going to be going to UCL. And still not able to be defeated here against Warwick Ducks. We'll take another win in their boots. Boots.
There we go. The first game in this series going in favor of UCL, making it 21-19 in games lifetime and 4-0 this season in favor of UCL. No, that was just a better draft for me. Right at the end there, that Luna, like, not respecting the Sandstorm, like, they had that vision down. Oh my god, this first blood again, the body blocks. Let's see, I want to see this stroke of freight coming in from downtown. Oh, I love it. That slow is the difference maker. But finding that first blood. God, this was an incredibly, like, aggressive start, just all around from UCL. Really, like, causing the problems. Zero really wanted that rune, was able to take it, but in the end cost him his life. And from there, I think that was just the story of the bottom lane.
Yeah, this was the big one, though. This was the big one. They've got great vision here with the Observer Ward. Go in there with the Boris Strike and the Epicenter, along with the Grimstroke,
Perfection.
Ultimate there as well, to just make Boris Strike have even more impact.
Oh, wow,
and then this was the BKB here, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that was the second BKB use. They found the jump, trying to use it to stand and fight. They picked off that quad with the combo, but then just not having enough damage to take down Mini before the second Burrow Strike was yeah, like you say, that Sand King just creating so many problems on the back line, and Akaki just running this poor Skywrath down. What do you do? Boop.
Who did you think the MVP was here for UCL? I'm interested. Who would you say? Definitely MVP here.
I think it's probably going to be Mini.
Yeah,
just,
definitely.
Like captaining from the front. This entire game, like the initiations were perfect. We like at that final fight, right on the GG. If we're gonna see that in a second, I'd like to talk about it, because the way Mini walked up to establish that sandstorm up by the racks. Goodness gracious.
Just the ink spot Burrow strike. It's like 5 second. I swear it's like around about 4 or 5 second stunner disable. It's just so impactful.
Huge amount of CC there. You see that jumping on the back line as well. Mini like getting silence and stuff, but he's got their defensive fuels, keeping himself alive. Akagi able to get the blink out. You know, like they'll lose they won't even lose the pos 5. Look at that sustain. And then the exorcism ends and he's back to full health. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
I think that Sand King and Death Prophet now are going to be definite bans here for Warwick Ducks because it was just that they had like so much impact. Like, I think I remember speaking to you about the fact that I can't see like any impact like Chen has anymore, and I think we kind of saw that. Like, I'm not being rude. I don't think Chen is in a very good place right now. But the picks that UCL picked were indeed very strong here. Death Prophet as well will definitely, I think, get a ban along with Sand King as well. But we'll see if Warwick Ducks do decide to ban that. But I definitely think that would be a recommendation to ban those heroes.
I'm not sure if Warwick play that DP. It's available in so many different positions that I think if they have first pick, it's maybe worth picking up for a game. But we saw how quickly like UCL picked it up in the draft. It was just like, oh, you left the DP open. Thank you very much. We'll have that. Just briefly about that last fight there as well. It was just all about the positioning from Mini. Just steps up, drops that steps up to the racks, drops that huge AOE sandstorm, stands forward with the AM, takes down that sentry to get rid of the vision, and then walks back. So the Mini is standing right on the edge of it. Once the vision's gone, Luna steps forward, disrespects the vision, and just from there, it was an easy initiation from Mini to close out the game. But just with that, we're going to be throwing it to a quick break. Game 1 going in favor of UCL, but still plenty of time for this best of 5 to play out. We will see you guys in a little bit.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESL UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSE. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESL UK, where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? It's just talking, it's fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do. So slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike Major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow, because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
Hi, my name's Kat.
My name is Cameron Doig.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society. I've met a lot of students that say they've benefited from Southampton Video Games and Esports. There's a lot of events we run that are a lot more casual, that we run together with our student support services. They're called the Student Hub, and their whole aim is to be as accessible and be the welfare point of contact for any Southampton student. They really like working with us because obviously we get a lot of students that are often cloistered at home, don't really like to go out socially, but if we run a cool video games event for them, they'll come out and they'll enjoy it, and there's welfare representative there that if they feel they need to talk to, they can go and have a chat with them. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the stress off of people from the academic side of university, because it can get quite intense.
I want the esports industry to feel like an inclusive and a diverse place. The PAC is a entirely women and non-binary exclusive community that we run here at Warwick Esports. We went from 3 women in our society to over 100 women and non-binary members. So it's really done really well for them, and they feel like they have a safe space. Giving people that space to go where they feel safe and they feel like they can actually have a good time, and everyone there is of the same mindset as them, I think is really, really crucial, and it makes everyone feel better about the university experience.
Especially during the pandemic, kind of having this community that still tried to do things even though they couldn't meet up has helped so many people. The UK Dota community, I know everyone came together. We were, especially in the height of the lockdown, we were playing every single night together, had everyone in a big Discord talking to each other. We all just got through it together, just played games, did what we do best. We're all just idiots on the internet, talked to each other when we needed it, and all these communities sprouted from something like Epic Land that meant everyone could meet together and form these friendships.
When you're around a bunch of stressed people, it makes you more stressed. So when I had an essay due in my degree, for example, everyone in my degree group chats would be freaking out and they'd all be so negative, and I could just go to esports and be like, hi guys, and the people that are doing maths will be fine, or at least not as stressed as I am. So I think that's something that really calms me down, is the ability to be able to talk with other people that have different stuff going on, because it really puts it into perspective for you.
How's it going, everybody? We are back here for the NSC Dota 2 Spring Finals of 2022, the British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We have just seen UCL take a very textbook by the books win over Warwick, and now we're about to see these two teams go head to head in our second game. Left my book on my bed, whoopsie doopsie, and I am very excited once again to be here with Epidamnos. Let's recap a little bit. Let's get our thoughts on that first game. What went wrong for Warwick in that second game? I mean that first game.
I think it was partly draft, but then with their draft as well, as I said before, that they weren't, they were kind of on a timer, and they kind of, because of the draft that they picked out, they had to make sure that they made like completely no mistakes whatsoever. There was the fact that Luna actually got caught off guard, had to use BKB. If there would have been a better reveal with that BKB, then they could have got something off and actually be able to pressure the tier 2s. There's other things as well, like when I say that they're on a timer, it was the fact that they're able to utilize Scarif Mage Silence, so able to actually have a really big impact on both the Queen of Pain and the Anti-Mage with a silence, so that they can follow up and make sure to kill them so they can't blink away. But then that was completely swamped by the fact that they're able to, pick themselves up Dispel like Manta Style and BKB. And then it was around about the fact then that Luna was starting to fall behind the Anti-Mage, as we said as well in regards to drafts, that the Anti-Mage late game is a lot better than Luna, because Luna's one of these heroes, as we saw within one of those fights where she activated BKB. I said it would be amazing if she had a Satanic, but then when you pick yourself out as Scaddy, then you don't have yourself big heal. So I think it's around the fact that they need to, we saw that UCL had really, really strong synergy, but it's the matter of the fact that I think that these comfort heroes from UCL need to be banned, because these are the kind of heroes which are common in the meta, and the fact that they're very impactful with low-cost items such as Senking, for example. Like, all you need is a Blink Dagger, and all we saw there was a Boris Wright Epicenter, and that was absolutely huge. I mean, we can't forget about that now with Game 1 coming through there. That's something that we won't forget now. But I don't think that's something that Warwick won't forget either, which is why I definitely think they'll go ahead and ban it. So hopefully we'll see that come underway, and then we'll be treated for a Game 2, which will be slightly different. So UCL not able to pick up these strong heroes as they do now. As we can see, they're actually doing themselves a coin toss, coin flip, and then we'll be treated with the next game.
I definitely think that Warwick as well, with their early sort of like carry bans, they kind of boxed themselves in a bit. We saw the AM get picked up in the second phase by UCL. We're kind of just sort of left with the Luna. There were so many insanely good heroes who were out of the pool. Frankly, I would prefer to see, especially based on that performance, I would like to see mini TVs, hero pool get targeted a bit. So I want to see these offlaners gone. I want to see this Sand out. I want to see this Mars go. I want to see the Axe go. In those second phase bans, because I doubt they want to first phase their offlaner, but you never know.
Yeah. But now we come into the draft. Let's see if Warwick Ducks finally decide to ban that out. Classic bans from UCL. I think they banned this before with Tiny and Chaos Knight not coming through. What will be the final
I think
Warwick Ducks?
Warwick got rid of the Coddle and the Tiny last game, but yeah, UCL. I think they definitely saw from Warwick that, you know, with a lot of these carries gone, they're not like this Luna like just did not work out for them. So I think, you know, what UCL will be happy to like recreate that, get rid of some carries. Warwick don't want to deal with this Coddle in lane, incredibly like powerful lane presence. One of the best like 5 laners in my opinion right now, and can like. You can even put him on 4, like give him a little bit of farm, and like get like you can get like a bit of burst damage or sustain from him if you pick up his, you know, supplementary items.
I'm actually laughing because Warwick Ducks are actually using the reserve time to consider which of these heroes to ban, whether it be Death Prophet or Sand King.
Oh man,
they're thinking about it.
Goodness
Let's see what it
gracious.
comes out with now.
Yeah, I would. They're going to get rid of the Sand King, so they're going to let the Death Prophet through again for this first pick. And, yep, there it is.
Okay, so you see
Who
how
could have
Death
guessed?
Prophet. Yeah. They're comfortable with this. They saw that it had a massive impact as position 5. With the fact, you know, you don't want to initiate within when exorcism is going on, as we saw within, you know, plenty of examples of the fight. It's quite nasty. Along with the fact as well, you have Siphon Drain, so you're able to stay on lane with your carry and actually provide lots of space. But a very interesting hero and something which I haven't seen much of with the Shadow Demon coming out, but they're still confident with the Necro, and they're actually going to go ahead and still continue to pick it. So the Necro coming out there.
Sticking with the Necro against the Death Prophet, it's not bad. Death Prophet's got a lot of, you know, DOT that's, you know, like slowly whittles the opponent down. Necro can deal with that. He's got the sustain. He's got, you know, the Ghost Shroud that protects him from the physical damage of the exorcism. It's not bad for sure. Shadow Demon, you know, he's got his banish, you know, for a defensive save, but also typically in the early game you want to use that to aggress. Use that as you know, set up for like another stun. So typically you want to pair that with like a decent bit of disable. So I don't know like which support this would go with. Typically, you know, like a great combo you see is like Shadow Demon Kunkka. But Kunkka, you know, like I think I'm only really like happy when I see him on mid, and I think Warwick have shown that they want to run this Necro mid, so that kind of rules out that combo, at least in my head.
And another hero we spoke about last night, which is, you know, absolutely prevalent right now in the pro scene, and that's Mars with the crowd control of the arena, especially the spear as well. Absolutely a great off lane to have an addition in your team.
Yeah, you've got a huge amount of catch. I definitely underestimated UCL's willingness to first phase that. But I mean, it's so strong. Why wouldn't you actually? Now that I think about it. And yeah, straight away, like persisting with this jug ban. I'm not sure like what they're afraid of. Like maybe they're afraid of like the break and the spin. I'm not sure, but UCL definitely don't want to play against this jug. They've consistently banned it out in this second phase twice now.
Yeah, he'd just be able to blade spin out of the Mars Arena, which is not what you want, so...
Right, of course. Like, having that built-in, like, magic resistance kind of, you know, messes with a lot of the catch that UCL will typically have.
Yeah.
Especially on their threads. Very good point.
But interestingly, AM now banned out by Warrior Ducks here. They don't want to be chasing after him.
I guess they just... Instead of picking lockdown, they're gonna ban escape.
PTSD. Yeah, they're getting PTSD from the. Oh my god, they're getting PTSD from the whole game. They ban out Grimstrick as well.
These are like some big fear bans.
To be fair, if that was in combination with Mars, I think that would be nasty again, because like the spear is kind of similar to a Boros Strike, but it's got to be landed on a tree. But then imagine like the what's it called? The is it Inkswell? I think it was.
Yeah, Inkswell.
Inkswell after the spear, and you'd still have somewhat of the same effect.
Yeah, no, that combination with, you know, your blink aggressor is definitely a scary combo. I can understand wanting to get rid of it. But there we go. There's that DK that we've been seeing a little bit more of. I'm surprised to see UCL get rid of it, considering Warwick probably already have their mid. But DK can flex a little bit, so perhaps they don't want to deal with that. That big tankiness to be able to get through. That they just want heroes that they can melt pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Necro can be sometimes flex as a position free, but I don't know if Warwick Ducks want to do that, so I can see why they would ban DK just in case. But I don't know.
Invo
if
ban
UCL
comes
play
out
Invoker.
again. That was the same as the last game. I guess they don't want to deal with that Bonjour Invo, but never know with these things. I mean the Quan guy. I got mixed up between the mid and the 4 there. So mistake on my part. Taking the time for this first pick of the second phase.
Yeah, they got to rethink their draft now. They got to get. There we go. There's some stun.
Okay.
There's some
There's
some fight control now. Vengeful Spirit.
Right. Okay. To me, this strikes me as odd, right? You've got the armor reduction from Venge, which doesn't synergize with your magical damage core of Necro. You've got targeted stuns, which don't synergize with your with the disruption of Shadow Demon. I think, like, as a aggressive combo, I think this is very unusual.
For save, otherwise, it's really good because if you've caught like a core with an arena. With Spear, you can either just swap them out, or you can save them with Disruption. So you have 2 saves. So it's going to be really difficult for UCL now to actually try and kill someone here, because they have themselves where they can just banish an ally hero for a few seconds into like the Ether Realm, or where the hell you want to call it. So they don't take any damage, and then Vengeful Spirit can actually force them back if the initiation still continues with the swap. And the fact as well that... Never Swap is actually quite a really, really nice setup here if Necrophos is on top of Vengeful Spirit. So then once they swap them in, then they can deal the damage, set up with the Scythe, and take out a hero quickly. But they got to have the burst damage here, because right now they've got 2 saves. They're really in need of some damage right now on Warwick Duck. So hopefully we should see that come out with the 4th pick, but UCL are going to be picking a save of their own. And some damage. That's a Storm Spirit.
Okay, so this Dawn's coming in at a 4 then?
Possibly even a 5.
Blimey.
I mean, Mars can be put as a 2 or a 3. I have seen Mars being played as a position for a 5 before. Dawnbreaker, fairly strong as a 3, 4, or 5. Death Prophet, 3, 4, or 5, or 2. So you've got a lot of flex picks coming out here. And
yeah, you're just this time it's UCL like last phasing the carry. Again, like that hero pool's been targeted, not as much as the previous game. There's still a couple of killers that have kind of been let through in the form like the Faceless Voids, the Wraith Kings. I'm surprised to see Faceless Void has not been touched so far in this second phase. I wouldn't mind it for Warwick, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I spoke about, they do have themselves a stun, of course. Warwick do with the setup, but they really need... Oh, there it is! That's what we wanted! Okay. So I was basically going to explain this. So Storm Spirit, he's able to zip away. If he's got fast fingers, he's able to zip away from Magic Missile, from Vengeful Spirit. But they have themselves Shadow Demon now, so they can set up with a Disruption here on Storm Spirit, for example, and then they get Rolling Thunder. But then you could also pick up Rolling Thunder on Blink Dagger here. I would really love to see... I don't know if they're going to go damage or lockdown. I think lockdown would be really good, and then they pick themselves a carry hero, which has insane physical damage here. So if they got themselves something like a Yule Scepter and a Shard on Pango with a Blink Dagger, then they can just keep Storm locked in place forever. Like, even if you have a BKB, I've seen it in the China region, it's disgusting. You can keep someone locked in place for, I swear, 9 seconds. Which is insane. If you time everything perfectly with the Shard and the Yules and the Blink, it's absolutely nuts. And that is so much enough time to take someone out. And you have Necrophos as well with the Scythe. So it's nice to see Warwick coming out with these picks now. It's going to be interesting, really super interesting to see if they're able to utilize this. But I think it's going to be on Necrophos again. We did see Necrophos have a good lane mid, so hopefully they'll be able to utilize this time on Warwick Ducks. We saw him pick up a early Hood of Defiance, so that is going to be some problem for Storm. but we'll see nonetheless. But we have disruption as well for saves in case Storm Spirit decides to, you know, zip on someone with an Orchid when he gets it out. So it's somewhat actually difficult now for UCL. So the draft's starting to look quite a bit more balanced than game one, I definitely say for sure.
No, I'm liking this a heck load more. Again, these carries being targeted was in the Ursa route, was in the Medusa route. I'm surprised Medusa didn't even get a look in the previous game, though I suppose it was probably because of that second phase AM kind of
definitely
just eliminated it for both teams.
Yeah.
So now with the AM banned away from UCL, UCL are going to ban away that Medusa from Warwick, because even if you've got like a Medusa, with the amount of like defensive save that you have against this, you know, team with a whole bunch of like catch, you can keep your Medusa alive and force like the opponents to overextend when trying to find that catch, and that's when you counter in, find your play. So good ban. And banning out that PL, that potentially, you know, like more high-pace hero that could run in with the heroes like the Pango in order to capitalize on that long-duration stun.
Yeah, Mars absolutely hates him. You know, all you need to use is Doppelganger and you're out of Mars Arena. They have some sort of AoE, but I think that PL would be absolutely fine, especially with 2 saves here. You know, you've got yourself the swap and the Shadow Demon. You get yourself a heart on PL and you start ripping through these, then you start to have a problem. And it's really impactful, especially against Exorcism as well, so I can totally understand the ban there. But PA coming out, which is going to be very nice, especially against the heroes like Shadow Demon, Vengeful Spirit. You want to take out these supports very quickly and jump into the back lines if you ever get the chance. So you can pick yourself up a Desolator on PA. Especially even against Pangolier if he doesn't have himself any armor, and you instantly wipe these out. So
yeah,
I like the pickup here.
Yeah, the Faceless Void to me has kind of been okay. Right, here he is.
Oh yeah, there it is.
There's the Void.
Ooh.
I was about to say, honestly, I actually don't like him this game. I think you've got big tanky target in terms of Mini and Bonjour on the Mars and Dawn. This Death Prophet, you know, somewhat elusive. The Storm Spirit, very elusive. And you need an MKB to be able to hit onto the PA. And, like, you don't have a whole load of setup. You don't have your Skywrath like you did last game. So, you know, like, pop out the Chrono. Mystic Flare comes down onto PA. That's a whole lot of damage. I really like don't think that you don't have too much follow-up inside a Chrono from this team. I was about to say I don't like it here for Warwick, but they've gone with it nonetheless, and we'll have to see if it works out. I just don't see how Faceless Void reliably finds a Chrono against this team and is able to pump out damage against this team.
Yeah. I think the shoulders will be weighed heavily here on Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, so I think we'll definitely see some Blink here to try and utilize, like, after the use of Chrono. It's kind of hard to predict, though, because you are bang on correct when you say there's nothing else here to synergize with a Chronosphere. But we'll see nonetheless, because if you there is a build for Faceless. If you do actually rush yourself a BKB here with a Mask of Madness, which would be like lovely for Faceless. You can just go MKB afterwards, and then you can just delete PA every game if you're able to get yourself that good advantage in farm.
Yeah,
I've done it a few times myself. It's like the PA actually raged at me at one point in all chats, like, why'd you build an MKB at like 25 minutes? What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, man,
so, you know, maybe if that pulls off, maybe we'll see that, but I think game 2 is going to be a lot more interesting now. We'll see how this turns out.
Here we go then. Thanks, Moonlight.
Podcasters, nice.
Woo! All right, UCL and Warwick, they're off to the races in this second game. We've got a 5-man smoke around the middle from UCL. They are going to face off around this middle. This is a scary one. Both teams. Okay, we got Warwick sticking as a 4 around middle, and then this Faceless Void just sat on its own down bottom. Whereas UCL, they're moving in as a 5-man unit, moving in.
There's
to
no
try
way
and find someone hanging out.
Warrior Ducks definitely do not want to try and like even contest the Bite Runes, because the amount of strength that UCL have at level 1 with like Spear and Remnant and Dagger and the freaking oh hang on. Oh, it didn't level the it leveled the Hammer Throw instead of the Hammer Stun. I don't know that. I don't know the name of the spells, unfortunately, for Dawnbreaker. That's on my to-do list.
Hammer and
I'll just call it
Starbreaker,
Hammer and
I
Star. Thank you, Observer, ever so
Wonderful.
much.
Shout outs to our wonderful observer working with us here today.
I actually don't remember
Absolute
that.
legend. Bounty runes going to be picked up. 2 for UCL, 1 for Warwick. Warwick being incredibly respectful of this, this level 1 that UCL have, not even going for that topside rune because they weren't sure exactly how many heroes were committed to that smoke down the bot side, so decided not to go for it. Again, we got TC Young going up against Love Forever in the middle, with this Necro being picked up once again. Again, dominating the lane with that Death Pulse. Incredibly powerful. Moonlight probably going to have a rough time against this, the big swings of Bonjour, but if they can create some space between them and keep throwing out these Shadow Poisons, then that's going to be a good time for this Faceless Void. Kind of relying on Moonlight to buy a lot of space against these melee heroes. Oh, snipe on the courier, quick grab, that's going to do it, but Moonlight could pay here.
Hammer. Oh, no, he's going to be fine. Yeah, they don't have the Starbreaker, they got the Hammer, but... well, I think Mini actually leveled God's Rebuke as well, so...
Yeah, just...
But once they get level 2, it'll
here.
definitely be nasty, for sure. I can confirm.
Well, up in this top lane instead, Calf and Zero with this Venge Pango lane. I like this a lot. Big amounts of armor reduction and physical damage potentially coming through onto these Dire heroes in this top lane. Doge just trying to poke at a little bit of a distance, whereas Akagi's happily farming away from a distance.
Oh, Doge. He's actually getting pushed away now. Look at this. This is something a little bit different that we saw. But indeed, it is only level 1 Siphon Drain right now, so not as effective. But here we see that Vengeful Spirit actually able to push DP away. And mid lane's actually quite even right now.
Dead even this time, pretty much across the board. This is a very, very carefully measured defensive lane. It's not just UCL going ham. Oh, never mind. Down in the bottom, it's Warwick Duck. I mean, top, I should say. Warwick Ducks finding that first blood onto the Doge Death Prophet. Stepping up too much, overestimating their own Spirit Siphon, and gets caught out by the level 2 from from the Warwick offlane.
Yeah, if only if it came off cooldown sooner, I think they could have got themselves another kill. But interestingly, on this bottom lane, Mars and Dawnbreaker are actually being pushed back here, because once Moonlight reaches himself level 3, 2 points into the Shadow Poison, it really is going to be nasty if he does have himself some mana regen, however. Okay, he only has himself 1 mango, not able to utilize that. Uh-oh, where is the hammer? There it is. Where's the Starbreaker? There it is. Stun him in place, but Mars isn't in position to help the Dawnbreaker find that kill. Just triple bash? What? Was that level
some
1?
of that, son. Oosh.
What's the RNG of that? That was like a level 1 bash, right? Or is it level 2?
I have no
it's level 1. Why aren't I that lucky? What the heck?
Is that 0.12 cubed? Is the chance of that or something?
It's something. It's like 12% of 12% of 12%.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
That is not likely.
Get that man get that man a lottery ticket.
Oh my goodness, that's something special there. Okay,
Meanwhile,
once again here, top lane, having a bit of a scrap. Doge holding on to their life, but the Spirit Siphon. Oh my god, the magic missile coming from downtown.
Where is the shield crash? There it is. We'll be able to claim the kill. Maybe they can turn this round onto Akagi. Maybe not.
So,
Cooldowns on the shield crash.
Big damage. Spear back.
Meanwhile, the hammer stun there onto Faceless. Does he have himself time walk? No. They will trade a kill for a kill. Maybe perhaps Mini can find himself 2 kills here. As the God's Rebuke coming off cooldown there. The Fairy Fire will be activated. Moonlight. Oh, the spear will find his life as he tries to retreat himself back to the tier 1 tower. Will not survive. Meanwhile, we have Necrophos here absolutely bullying the Storm Spirit right now on the mid lane.
That side lane's been stacked. Dawnbreaker teeping in to the mid to try and deal with this Necro, but all like the regen from the CS is just so scary to contest. You just step forward, drop a Death Pulse, and that's
Storm Spirit's got to be really careful though here soon. Level 6 on the Necrophos coming up, so even if he gets a little bit close, too close for comfort, I think he might definitely die. So Got to watch out here.
Water rune up, so that'll be a nice little sip there.
So we'll see who
Young.
gets level 6 first.
Yeah, no, just trying to clean up those creeps as quickly as possible to buy a bit of space. But at 6 on the mid lane, slight CS lead in the mid for Young, but elsewhere on the map, the PA and the Mars, Mini and Yakagi stepping forward in that CS. Bonjour using these levels to...
Yeah, gets himself the save there. That's the advantage there of Disruption, as you can see. It's lovely to have.
Well. Mini, yeah, Mini and this Dawnbreaker, this huge amount of beef on this side lane. Oh, Wakagi.
I didn't see that.
In trouble, losing that courier as well. That's a scary one. But yeah, no, just the sheer amount of beef on this UCL off lane is doing a really good job of resisting these poison stacks. So I like the idea of picking those two into the Shadow Demon. It's working out quite nicely in order to just assert their dominance over this MQ Void who's trying to farm. He's not been shut down too hard. Ooh,
PA gonna die top.
hello. Oh my goodness gracious, Akagi hitting the deck once again.
Meanwhile, I think they might be able to find themselves a kill bottom because they are slowly hammering into... Oh wait, Necrophos in some trouble here. And he will fall on the mid lane here.
No. Just
and the
gets
Scythe
a
didn't
little
do
bit
enough
too
damage.
aggressive. I guess so, yeah. Great play there from Love. He's got those raindrops. I'm sure that would have been a decisive factor in that kill there. He'll be keeping back to base in order to heal up.
Meanwhile, the Vengeful does activate the Fairy Fire and the Magic Missile. Will be able to get away with thanks to that disarm. Where's the dagger? There it is. We'll be able to claim the kill there onto Vengeful. Dagger claiming the life there. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Arena comes out and the Spear will find the kill there onto the Shadow Demon.
Stacking those braces along with the Magic Wand. Like, the one's going to get filled up by the Shadow Poisons from the Shadow Demon. And Mini is just beefy as beef can be. Really just not phased by anything the Shadow Demon's doing down the bot side. That's definitely a bit of a concern there for UCL, but I mean for Warwick.
Okay, so Akagi here, he's going for that Battle Fury. Meanwhile, I don't know what Faceless Void is going to go. Maybe perhaps Maelstrom. I would like to see him go a Mask of Madness, please. Definitely, please.
Pace right now. I'm sincerely hoping that's not a Midas, because that I think this game's way too fast for a Midas. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, Midas is not the go-to. I haven't seen a Midas in months. I absolutely hate that item. It's more of a grief. It's definitely more of a grief than anything now.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. They could be looking to play this incredibly greedy, but yeah, it's not the pickup right now. We got Love moving up on the top lane with that Illusion Rune.
Oh yeah, Pango and Venge. Got to be careful as Storm Spirit is going to close the gap right now. Who are they going to go for? No. Oh, they're going to go for the Vengeful. Oh, but the Magic Missile comes out, but nonetheless, there's the Electric Vortex. But the silence and the turnaround there from the Pulse Nova going to heal. The Pulse Nova, sorry. The Death Pulse. Going to be able to heal back up the Venge, but Venge is still going to fall nonetheless. Necro hot on Storm Spirit's trail. He doesn't have himself a lot of mana, but is going to be able to get himself away in retreat with thanks to that static... Wait, what the hell? Still farming here? Got to be careful. All right.
I love that Young was able identified the real Storm straight away, saw that
oh, but Arena coming out there, locking in place the Shadow Demon. Instantaneous kill, not able to use Disruption there. And Faceless will be able to time walk himself back. And he does have himself the Chrono now, but I don't know who he can kill with this Chrono here, so I think the thing with Faceless Void is you want to try your best of your ability to just try and look around the map, try and see where you can utilize a Chrono to try and help out with your team and try and turn some of these fights around. But I think he's definitely needing Mask of Madness to output some of the damage there if he wants to try and get a solo Chrono. However, there's the Magic Missile there onto Mars, and the Chrono will come out. Where's the damage? It is outputted there indeed. Oh, wait, not able to get the kill. Mini able to escape, and even the Shadow Poison's not able to get the kill, but there is the long-range Magic Missile snipe from the Vengeful Spirit will be able to secure the kill, but that was not their plan. The plan was to give it to the Faceless Void, but
what
Mars still
an
able to survive.
absolutely perfect encapsulation of the issue we were talking about with this Faceless Void. There is no setup for additional damage apart from like a Death Pulse from Necro, you know.
Able to snatch the DD. There's
DD,
not going to be any setup here, though. We'll still be able to zip away.
There's no additional damage that can be applied in this Chrono. There's nothing like a Snapfire, Mortimer's Kisses. There's nothing like a Skyrat's Mystic Flare. There is no, like, maybe if you set up with a Pango, you can swashbuckle into the Chrono. Like, that's about the best you're going to be getting.
Yeah, I don't think, regarding synergy with Chrono, I don't think you can really do anything here. It'll just be for lockdown and setup for the team, pretty much.
Yeah, but like, what are you really setting up for? That's the problem
Rolling
I have
Thunder
with
with
this
Blink
Faceless Void
Dagger?
in the draft.
If you
But
get
like,
it.
if you blink into the Chrono, great, you get one stun, but they're stunned anyway in the Chrono, and you get like one tick of Rolling Thunder.
No, it'll be
damage,
afterwards.
maybe two.
So it sets up for it, and then they blink in.
Like, the thing about I don't like the idea of a Faceless Void just being picked to set up for another stun. Like the Chrono is your stun. If you're setting up for more stun, then that probably means you don't have any damage, and that's my big problem with this Warwick draft. You just don't have the burst damage to be able to take down any
Reaction
of these
here,
DPS.
as now they're going to try and defend this try and avenge this tier 1 tower. And look at this, Siphon Drain go, almost killing there the Pangolier, but nonetheless they will finally take down this Position 5 Death Prophet, who's been an absolute nuisance once again here on the side of UCL. Meanwhile, they're going to try and pressure another tower here.
I mean, look at
the
this.
tier 1 tower middle, but Warwick Ducks going to try and respond right now. Necrophos will be on the front line here, trying to push Mini away. Will do successfully. The tower will still be intact.
I mean, just look at the moves across the map from UCL. Like, they pop that Exorcism, push down that bottom tier 1, force a 5-man rotation just for the 5 position, and that entire time you got the PA happily farming away. You got the Dawnbreaker, you know, cleaning up some camps to get towards your next item. You got the Storm Flash farming like absolutely almost no other hero can, and really this is just really great like movement around the map from UCL. Mini just TPing away right in Young's face. That's funny.
Well, there's some action, though, happening on the bottom side here. Is PA in some trouble? The Rolling Thunder there will still be able to be activated. Oh, wait, actually cancels the Rolling Thunder. Will actually pay the price here. Pangolier is going to full double kill, make it a triple kill for the Storm Strike. I don't know what the heck happened there, but we zoomed in on the fight. It looked to be good there for Warrior Ducks, but it actually just turns around with the great nuke damage there from Storm Spirit. But they're still able to find the pick off there onto PA nonetheless, and Faceless Void is still able to freely farm here. As we can see, he's on the top lane right now. I don't know what item he's going for, maybe a Maelstrom, Mask of Madness, not sure. But he's farming.
That cancel on the Rolling Thunder, that was that a manual cancel?
I'm not sure if it was a cancel or it was expiring. It was one of the two,
right.
but
Okay.
it
might have been
still,
used a lot earlier, and then so you run out of damage by the end of the fight.
Yeah.
But
it could have been one of the two. I don't know what happened, but
yeah. Again, seeing their like that love on this Storm Spirit can just walk in front of the Venge and the Necro without any fear, because the wind up on Venge's stun's just like that little bit too much, so he can happily zip away. And that's kind of a concern you have for the Void as well. But stepping forward, clean up these creeps. Bonge was positioned up by this tier 1 that's almost gone down.
They're set up. They're set up Galaxy for a kill here right now. They've got themselves Mask of Madness and Chrono. And look at this. They're using the Shadow Demon ultimate here onto the Dawnbreaker. That is definite kill there. As they're all grouped up as 5. They'll find a kill. They're going to take themselves this tier 1 tower now. Easy peasy. Now that Faceless Void, he has himself Chrono, has himself Mask of Madness. He has himself some kill potential right now. But meanwhile, speaking of kill potential, they use the arena there onto Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon able to survive with, thanks to that wand. Does he have himself Disruption in time? Yes, he does. He will be able to survive that onslaught. As now out comes the Chronosphere along with the... Oh, no! But it's actually Chronosphere. It's Necro as well. Necro's going to fall, but nonetheless, they will find 3 for 2. The Rolling Thunder comes forward, not able to catch up there to the Mars. Mars is going to get out, but that was somewhat of a good play, but a misplay as well.
Oh, all sorts going on there. You think, okay, Mini drops down that arena. He thinks he's just going for this solo kill on the Shadow Demon. They get the stun, they get the silence follow-up as well to cancel that disruption self-save. But the Necro, right before the silence comes down, drops that death pulse so that the Shadow Demon can walk a little bit farther. And right as the storm zips in, Moonlight is able to disrupt himself to be able to save themselves from the storm. The storm gets scythed into the Chrono, but the Chrono, I think, just about catches on the Necro as well. Necro ends up going down for it. But in the end, a favorable trade from UCL, a favorable trade for Warwick, I should say. A great reaction, and being able to pick up that storm, the kill on that top net worth storm at this point in the game, very important. Fantastic save on the death pulse.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the reasons why they pick up Faceless Void as well, because really with Storm Spirit, you definitely do not want to buy yourself Aeon Disc, and he isn't really a tanky hero unless he gets himself the talent with maybe perhaps like a Bloodstone or something along the lines of that. So he's very low HP for the long time of the game, but both teams are all... They just avoid each other.
That was scary. That was real scary. UCL looking to invade into this bottom jungle, and Warwick looking to sweep through. Maybe they'll run into this Stormbreaker here once again. I think they will.
They do. They found it with the Sentry. Oh, the swap comes out perfectly there with the Magic Missile. That is a definite kill. Other side of Warwick Ducks going to be able to pick off that Dawnbreaker. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And what is the next objective now for... Oh, actually, I just remembered this, actually. So another good thing about having Pango in your team is you are able to take Roshan a lot easier because of the... I think it's still called Lucky Shot, I think. But it's his passive ability anyway.
The prop.
It's called Lucky Shot. It's because I know they've, like, absolutely, like, tinkered with it time and time again. Valve has with that spell, but you're able to disarm the Roshan all the time with Swashbuckle and your physical attack, so it's actually really easy to take Roshan. So if they get themselves a really nice team wipe here on Warwick Ducks, I definitely think they can rotate in afterwards and get themselves an Aegis, but we'll see.
Yeah, that disarm, a very, very big deal. Of course, you know, not dispellable at all. If you catch that onto the PA right as the fight's starting, that will mitigate a lot of burst damage. Same onto the Storm as well, you know, like, he's obviously does a lot of, like, magical damage through his spells, but all of it requires, you know, the right click to get those overload procs to hit. So, Disarm working really, really nicely on the two major cores of UCL. So this Pango pick really starting to come together a bit.
Yeah, and hopefully we should see a smoke play come out from Warwick Ducks, because they do have themselves the Chronosphere available, and they've got themselves a Maelstrom, so more damage coming out here now from the side of Faceless. They just need themselves some vision now. They will see.
There's still no level 6 on the Shadow Demon.
Okay,
the
they're
Shadow
going to
Demon doesn't have his ult yet.
Alright, they're going to go for Pos 5 Death Prophet. Here we go.
Yeah, they're thinking about making a move onto Doge, but...
actually, Storm Spirit.
Oh, hang
That's
on.
a bit cheeky
Can they find this grab?
Wait, go in! Oh, he's got it! Chronosphere coming out, but there is the save there from Dawnbreaker. Not going to be able to actually have an effect there onto the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit just going to be able to zip away and avoid that Rolling Thunder, but it'll be Dawnbreaker that will sacrifice itself so that the Storm Spirit can get himself away. That was actually a worthy sacrifice there for the Dawnbreaker. If that didn't happen, then Storm Spirit would definitely be dead. But now... you got to be careful here on Warwick Ducks, because you've utilized here the Chronosphere. You don't have it all, but the swap comes in. Oh, massive damage there onto the Death Prophet, along with the Scythe. It actually goes onto the wrong target there, as they're just cleaned up here by the side of UCL. As now, Faceless Void going to try and use Time Walk and TP out. There's no cancel for that. Going to be able to get himself out. They're going to focus the rest of their attention right now onto the Shadow Demon, as he's been slowed down here by the Overload. No more mana remaining onto the Storm Spirit, but it doesn't matter, because they find themselves 4 on the side of UCL.
Wow, okay, we had to jump in there onto, like, they just dropped, like, most of their ults. The only thing that they had going for them, Warwick, was that Reaper Scythe, and like you said, it came down onto the Mars when he still had too much health left, when really you should be dropping that onto the Death Prophet to cancel that Exorcism short. Akagi jumps in after a very nice arena from Mini. Mini as well. Oh, I thought so. Mini's got that shard. Mini with the shard and the double spear onto 2 targets was the absolute clincher in that fight for UCL.
Yeah, he's got himself that shard now, so it's really great. I mean, what are they doing with decreasing the shard purchase time from 20 minutes to 15 minutes? Now it just makes the game a bit more cray-cray now, I think.
Yeah, no, that buff to shard absolutely, you know, like Mini would only be allowed to pick it up right now, but he had it that minute earlier, and it makes the world of difference. It's such a beautiful thing, all these small little changes to Dota, making all these big differences. It's always a joy to bear witness to.
I think UCL might be looking for something again. Never mind, it's Warrior Ducks actually. They're going to come out with the aggressive
trying to
smoke.
force this issue.
They do have themselves some vision here on Mars, who's farming the creeps here. Gonna try and walk around there, try and find themselves something more.
Positioned perfectly to break that smoke. Doesn't even get hit by the wave of terror. Absolutely perfect positioning there from Dogue. That was incredible.
I've never heard so much hype on a smoke break in my life.
Hey, no, that was godlike. Look, as a player who regularly is the person like eating ganks and stuff and dying for it, I have infinite respect for someone who can sit there, be in the perfect position to block a gank and not die from it.
Well,
that is a very, very hard thing to pull off indeed.
I've got to up my game now. I'm usually the one known for like doing hype stuff, but now you're like hyping up like smoke breaks.
Hype analysis.
I got to up
there
my
you
game.
Go. That's my niche, baby. Wonderful. Oh, wow. There you go there. Dogue, you know, just figuring that after that failed attempt in the bot side that Warwick have probably vacated, uses that space to sneak in and grab a cheeky D-ward. Loving the movement from this 5-position Death Prophet. It's been really, really good so far this game.
No, they have Chronosphere back up now, so hopefully Warwick Duck should be looking to get something again, but I don't know if they have any smokes. I think they ran out. UCL are going to do a smoke of their own, only with Mars and Death Prophet. They have themselves the blink on Mars, Storm Spirit. Oh, he's sitting in the trees. He has himself the Orchid. I don't think Necro has himself a Dispel. They might jump onto Necro. He's got to be careful, though, because there are a few heroes sitting behind. You've got Vengeful Spirit here, as you can see.
Necro's got the Yules. He's got the Yules.
Okay, he's got a Yules. They do have themselves a high ground, though, UCL do, as we see here.
Yeah.
They're really thinking about whether to initiate
waiting for someone
or
to
not.
walk up. TC Young, he stood right in front of the Lions more there.
They have vision, though.
Oh, God. Yeah. That's,
Yeah, they're going to bat themselves off. They were weary.
Yeah, they've got an idea, because the only hero they see right now is this Dawnbreaker farming the top wave. Obviously can join a fight. From any distance, because that'll
de-warding again.
Yeah, de-warding time after time.
They're really controlling this bottom lane quite well on UCL, really making sure that they don't get any vision at all.
Oh, Storm's got a regen. I didn't even know when he picked that up. That's really scary.
Meanwhile, I don't think we've had a look at PA. Can we have a look at PA? Because I haven't seen her for around about 10 minutes right now. Oh my god. Okay, right, level 19. We're going to be getting ourselves a BKB very soon. She's already got a Desolator. As soon as that BKB is up, then we are going to be seeing some absolute action here from Akagi now. So, well, I think UCL are just awaiting this, and then I think it could be a pretty much potential disaster if Mars is able to actually lock in place either Necro or the Faceless and make sure that the supports cannot reach out to save one of them. But a smoke coming out from both teams. Exorcism was actually committed here. Oh no, that wasn't
Akagi has split and gone straight into the Roche pit, whereas Mini, Love, and Dogue. Okay, yeah. Love on the Storm has just run into that carrier positioned in the secret shop, and now
they're not aware of it. They're not aware of this Roshan right now, but they
will
didn't
be in a
defend that
second,
tier
though.
2. They're suspicious.
Oh, no.
They are suspicious. They see a courier moving down, maybe perhaps.
Roche is almost dead. They've got to move down quickly.
Come on.
I don't think they realize.
He's got himself
They still
Chrono.
don't
He's got
know.
himself BKB. Oh, he's seen it. He's
Oh.
seen it. Where's the
Oh my
Chronosphere?
God.
He's going to activate his BKB. He's saving that Chrono for some time. Doesn't want to fully commit it just yet, but BKB will be committed there. Oh, they may be able to actually clean up Roshan here. They're going to go for it anyway. The Rolling Thunder comes out, but in return, there's a Mars Arena along with the Spear, but that won't have the effect that they want it to have. It's now, Akagi actually able to pick off the Faceless Void. We haven't seen that. That's Faceless Void dead, not able to get off his Chrono. However, the Storm Spirit zipping in there with Electric Vortex, not able to take down the Pangolier, but they lost 3 on the side of Warwick Ducks. It's now UCL wanted to go for more as Pangolier, he's silenced, not able to escape. They find 4 on the side of UCL and lose absolutely no one, but they want more. They're going to go for the Necrophos right now. He's going to be speared and slowed down there by that dagger. Where's the further initiation? Doge is going to come forward, but there's no one else here who wants to commit beyond that tier 2 tower, because indeed the Roshan is only around about 1000 HP to death. As Akagi now will clean up that Roshan, and the Aegis will go into the hands here of Storm Spirit. So that was a very good fight going out there for UCL. A few mishaps around maybe perhaps Arena and things like that, but I think that did actually split off the team. So
yeah, no,
we get to have a look
we
at
had
it here.
Akagi go into the pit early. MQ Ceases thinks about dropping the Chrono, but cancels it just in time, but still pops that BKB. As soon as that BKB comes out, you see Warwick, you see UCL rather sit back and hold off. We see the jump in onto 2. That's saved by the Shadow Demon, but that buys time once the BKB's gone down to take out the Faceless Void. And then Calf gets jumped on. Silence after silence gets brought down by the duo of the Storm and the Death Prophet. Just a really unfortunate. Okay, Mini. Whoopsie daisy. Accidentally calls GG, but I'm sure that will be cancelled away. I like the few times that I played in like a lobby, I have like a habit in playing like in pubs where like anybody says anything in all chat, the slightest thing goes wrong or right, I just say GG, like using like the automatic thing, in all chat. Just it's like my go-to like just like say something, so I forget that it's the concede button in lobbies.
Yeah, I think that's the same for a lot of people. It's like muscle memory.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, oh, dang, I someone like killed my courier. Oh, GG's, we lost.
Oh, Pangolier. I'm sad to see that Pangolier doesn't have himself the shard yet, because I think he'd
he's
be able to
actually
have a lot more impact.
Opted to go for this diffusal. Maybe trying to burn down some of these mana-dependent heroes like this Mars.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, but
Storm could run out. But,
but I think he needed to focus more on disabling with the rolling thunder. But it is what it is.
Yeah, now that Aegis is out in this Storm, Storm's got the BKB on his courier as well. This Storm has just hit an absolutely insanely powerful timing. And I think if UCL choose to capitalize on it with 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis, they will be.
I just realized something else as well. So Storm Spirit's actually got himself 3 nulls. So if you're not aware, once it reaches 25 minutes for things like nulls, braces, and wraith bands, it actually doubles the stats. So now he has like 30 intelligence.
Wow.
And now he's oh my god.
Like wow.
Just deletes the Shadow Demon.
Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah, like those nulls are so powerful that Love is opting.
Meanwhile, the Arena was committed. Oh, the Scythe drops down. They will at least find something. The Chrono is still active, but they will lose Vengeful Spirit in return there from the Crypt Swarm, where Doge came in and threw that just reached there. Vengeful Spirit will fall.
Yeah, MQ. He could be in a bit of trouble here. He's trying to run away, but never mind.
Yeah, he'll TP out.
Jumps into the trees. The Storm decided not to go for it.
Basher on PA. Satanic going to be completed very soon. It's going to be really hard if they don't get themselves his MKB soon on Faceless. How far away is he from it? Because they really need this MKB to take him out.
I haven't seen any components in Faceless Void's inventory for. Okay, no, he's
so far.
But okay, at least he's got the secret shop one squared away, so the rest of the items can just be brought to him like by courier instead of having to send the courier out on a suicide mission.
Oh, so sad.
But I mean, if you can wait out this Aegis, and I'm sure Warwick will. They're just going to sit back for a little bit longer, and that Aegis is going to fall out of the Storm's hands. I still think this is a lot more doable for Warwick than last game. The PA, obviously, with a huge net worth lead, very, very scary, but I think this Necro is building up a Halberd to deal with her. You've got the Lucky Shot potential procs from the Pango. I think there's a lot that can potentially be done about this.
As long as she doesn't activate BKB. there is that. It's like once you get BKB on PA, she's unstoppable.
Right, yeah.
For a small amount of time.
Oh my goodness, from downtown!
He does have the BKB. He does have the BKB. If he can. Oh wait, okay. He's not going to use BKB. Oh wow, okay. Actually, time walks
greedy as hell. Oh my goodness, and gets away with it?
He gets away with it.
Bewildered.
I'm actually quite surprised by that.
That's.
Imagine if PA jumped in with a basher. It's like, oh well.
Yeah. I mean, it paid off.
Ooh,
We've got a smoke in the base now. Looking to move on to this Mars.
Maybe.
Who's sat on his own down bot, but thinking the better of it. It's a quick scan there.
They don't know where to go. They're so confused. They activate the smoke, but they don't have any vision whatsoever. So they actually break it. They actually just waste the smoke because they don't know. Look at their vision right now. There's nothing. They don't know where anyone is. They don't want to risk it. I think the best thing to do for them is to stay high ground right now. They do not have like any advantage to go out whatsoever. There's no need for them. They've just got to stay in the base.
It's so funny to me that the Dawnbreaker can just sit in like the dire jungle and just hit creeps to her heart's content as a position 4, because all she needs to do to join fights is just press the R key.
If anything, they just need to wait time for Faceless to try and at least get himself MKB, because they have nothing for this Phantom Assassin right now. They've only been able to pick up like Mars like what, once. Yeah. Like the PA does not have a care in the world, and she's going to be getting herself Satanic, so they need this MKB to take her down as soon as humanly possible.
For sure. This is
because now it's at a troubling stage now where she's just insanely strong.
MQ again venturing out past the village wall.
Look, there's Dawnbreaker close. He's got to be careful. Stormspirit is thinking about it. He's looking in his general direction. And
oh wow, he waits for the jump.
But the BKB gets committed. He baited him there with the chrono. He thought he was going to chrono. BKB going to expire. Mars coming in there with the arena and the spear. Where's the follow-up? There it is with the Yorking now. But the save's there. And the Rolling Thunder. Is it going to connect a second time? No, he will be able to get off his BKB. Faceless for him now. A chrono! It will be able to connect there onto 2. It's going to maybe perhaps 5 Storm Spirit. Yes, it is. Storm Spirit's going to fall. Buyback coming out here from Vengeful, but Faceless is in trouble as he's been speared into the wall. He will fall. He does have himself the buyback. It's now PA coming in, but the Pango able to survive with the shield crash. But a swap into the fountain will be able to clean up the Phantom Assassin there. As Warwick Ducks turning it around. They're going to bat themselves off now. UCL, do they have the momentum to further chase? There's the swashbuckle and the bash there coming out from the Pangolier. They do indeed absolutely punish that diver dives there from UCL, and Warwick Ducks will be able to actually get something out of this.
The sheer greed there from it was about.
No, they found more. Magic Missile is going to lock Mars in place. There's the sentry there, going to provide vision, and he will fall. So they'll find 4 on the side of Warwick Ducks.
Was that a Warwick buyback, or was there any dieback from UCL? Do you know?
I don't think. Wait, actually.
Well, either way. From Warwick there, like this Faceless Void walking out, baiting that jump. He BKBs on the way in, but Mini, he sees right as the BKB's wearing off. He gets that arena catch, and the Storm Zip all the way in from downtown, but the save from Moonlight perfectly timed. And actually the Chrono didn't connect onto Storm for a while. That Storm was still swinging while he had his BKB, but you're not, even with a BKB pop, you're not going to win a man fight against that Faceless Void. But by the very end, I think Love Forever walked into that Chrono just on the very end of it.
They've messed it up,
and then the PA. The aggressive dive right by that fountain, forgetting. They just forgot about the Venge and the Shadow Demon. The Storm forgot about the Shadow Demon. The PA forgot about the Venge, and they paid for their greed very dearly.
They've messed it up right now. Warwick Ducks had such a great opportunity to put themselves back in this game right now. Like, you had PA and Mars that were down for around about 30 seconds, and I wanted to say that the Roche timer was incredibly low. It was going to spawn back. If they had timed that Roshan and knew when it spawned back, they could have got themselves an Aegis easy peasy. But they didn't. They farmed the triangle, and now UCL are going to be able to take themselves this Roshan. They have absolutely no idea that PA is going to get this Aegis. This is kind of a disaster now. So even though they defended, now it's going to be UCL advantage again, and they're just going to be able to siege high ground.
Look how quickly she takes it as well. Like, there's a quick bash there, but that's going to be another Aegis into there. Okay, this time they give it to Akagi. Storm the quintessential Aegis carrier, but I kind of understand giving it to Akagi here. You know, he's still got great mobility with the Blink, survivability with the BKB, and now that Satanic picked up for him as well. This is, like, we're pretty much back where we were 10 minutes ago now. Like, even after that incredible, frankly, like, turn of fortune for Warwick, we are still back in a very bad situation, and UCL with a tight grip that is ever tightening in the second game.
So with this Aegis now, you can see that Akagi will just be able to siege high ground. Absolutely no problem. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a little bit of damage there. Bloody hell. Still will be able to siege, though. No mercy. Satanic comes out there. Oh, Satanic's actually being used. Another bash coming out. Oh, it's actually doing work. Oh, Arena coming out. The spear misses. Oh, this could be a disaster right now. It's now the Chrono going to be able to connect there and will be able to find the Storm Spirit. Yes, he will. That Storm Spirit dead. Look at this. Rolling Thunder. It's cancelling them all in place, but another Arena comes out with thanks to that refresher. Locks in place to Faceless Void, but he'll still be able to get himself out. But oh, out comes the science from the buyback there. Storm Spirit going to be able to lock in place Faceless. But Faceless, he's going to come back to the fight. Buyback's coming down. It's only Necro and Faceless Void remaining. Beautiful buyback there from UCL. They secure it, but there's the fight going on right by this Ancient. Oh, the Basher cleans up Faceless Void. That's a dieback there. It was looking so beautiful there for Warwick, but the buyback there from Storm Spirit and zipping back in along with that refresher from the Mars Arena. Again, placing another one down will secure the second win here for UCL as they take themselves game 2.
GG. There we go. A bit of a funny little zip into the fountain there from Love. But oh my goodness, what an absolutely mad final fight there. A mad scramble in the very end. We had a huge chrono on a 3 that refreshed Arena after the chrono went down. I mean, then like you say, that it was just the tangible net worth advantage of that buyback, and then the long range zip for a huge amount of damage. All that was left for the PA to jump in and clean up the supports, and then the buybacks. I think she 1v2'd against that Necro and the Faceless Void, even with the Ghost Shroud from the Necrophos. It was the damage was just all too powerful in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as we were speaking about, there's some things that they could have done differently. Like, I genuinely think if they had timed that Roshan and gone for Roshan, they would have been able to take that, and then they would have been able to make this fight go for longer. Because as we saw there, they were able to defend really well, but there was a few misplays with the fact that you even spoke about it. Like, there's nothing to synergize with Chronosphere. And I swear I saw the Faceless Chrono Rolling Thunder from Pangolier like quite a few times, but... It was kind of questionable, but you know, it's what can you do?
The Necro just kept that, you know, that Shadow Demon alive. This defensive disruption, just really, really juicy stuff. MQ able to come in, clean up Doge as well. Then we had this fight around the mid, right as the Reaper Scythe comes down on the wrong target of Mini, and then that shard from the spear comes down. Like the reveal on the shard was so huge from Mini, completely turning that one around after the Dawnbreaker had gone down. That's just absolutely awesome there. There you go, able to chase him down in the end. Yeah, here we go. Here's that fight. Mini gets the jump again onto this Void. Long range jump. The Orchid comes down, but the defensive save from Moonlight. A bit of a mistake there from Overlord, not able to find the Chrono. You see, the Storm, he's outside of this Chrono, but he gets bashed twice, tries to zip out, doesn't have enough mana, and ends up dying. Mini comes in with a follow-up spear to finally bring down NQ.
But the bash on Pangolier was actually really beneficial. It was pretty nuts, but I think the funnier part of that was... when Storm Spirit had used all of his mana, when the Chronosphere came out, he got trapped in the corner of the base. But as we can see here, that was an absolutely...
Chrono.
It was a great chrono. You killed Storm Sprint, but he had
healing.
buyback. He TP'd in and zipped all the way back.
Yeah, it's that healing from the I believe the Ag's Dawnbreaker ult comes in. It drops in a huge amount of healing in that area. So it's like a really good counter to the chrono. Anyone gets chronoed on. We saw it like, you know, once in the river on that storm as well. As soon as that storm gets chronoed, as soon as any core gets chronoed, Dawnbreaker is immediately there. Bang. Loads of sustain. Even because they didn't have any follow-up damage on top of that chrono. And even if they did, the sheer amount of sustain from that Dawnbreaker inside the chrono was just a really, really big deal. Honestly, they might have picked up that Mars, you know, healing or armor talent within the arena as well, which could have been, you know, a deciding factor. They just couldn't get the kills in the chrono. And even, like, finding chronos in the first place was hard. They did a really good job of finding those, but just wasn't quite enough in the end. There was just a bit too much counter synergy, I think, throughout that Warwick draft. But I definitely feel like they're getting closer with the draft. They had no stuns in the first game. Too many stuns that didn't quite work together in the second. If we can just get somewhere in the middle for this third game, I have a good feeling about Warwick's chances being able to take a game. They're on match point now. It's just one game between UCL and Championship Glory here at the NSC Spring Finals of 2022, powered by Intel. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been just a breakneck pace in these last 10 minutes. How are you holding up?
I don't know if we've gone for a break or not. I can't see the screen.
No,
Did we go for a break?
We're still. There's going to be.
Okay,
yeah, there's
still
going to be no break between this game and the second. So stick around while we talk about the aftermath of this second game. It's been. I mean, it's just been. It's been really, really well executed. Well. I say that the first game was incredibly well executed. There was some concerning bouts of greed, I would say, from UCL, and that's that in the second game. And I think that's something, if UCL don't clean that up, Warwick could have a very good chance of exploiting in the the following game. Hopefully, it's not the last. I'd love to see some more games between these two fantastic teams, but. We'll have to see what happens when we go to our third. But it's been amazing so far.
Yeah. I think the most impactful things that we've been seeing so far is the fact that these position 3 heroes on the side of UCL have been a lot incredibly stronger and much more impactful. I think that's the thing which is winning them these games currently at the moment. And it's not just that as well. I'm not as strong with the Necro pick. I think they really need to swap it out. I know they might be comfortable with it, but it's not having as much impact as UCL mid heroes at all. Like, yes, it does have this scythe, but that's the only thing that I can see Necrophos being good for at this moment in time. You know, like he can bully someone like in lane, as we saw in the early stage, but then when it comes to the middle and late stage, which we've been seeing in these game 1s and game 2s, he starts to fall behind and not have as much impact.
No, certainly. I would say that they definitely struggle to come up with a draft that really complements this Necrophos. I think I would love a combination of these two drafts, right? Because in the first game we had like some like that burst damage potential, you know, with the Skywrath Necro combo. You combo that up maybe with the Faceless Void as well. I'm not sure how. The offlaners as well. I feel like have been a bit of a weak point for Warwick. The Brewmaster got ruined in the first game. I hate to say it, but I don't think that Pango had too much of an impact in the second. I think the play has been fairly solid, but it's just these picks haven't quite they just haven't been particularly workable, to be honest, in the offlane matchup. It's just been
they've been very situational offlaners. Like Brewmaster is supposed to disrupt a fight See, with the primal splits, with the cyclone and things like that, and then you've got Pangolier, who's supposed to somewhat give some control with the Rolling Thunder, but it's the fact that they had themselves the Faceless Void as well, and these two ultimates kind of clash together, so it's not a very likable heroes when they're together. And then if you compare that to the offlanes, like we said, from UCL, you had yourself Sand King, incredible control with the Burrow Strike, and then you have Mars as well, incredible control there. So I wouldn't be surprised if if they maybe perhaps let some of these heroes that they've been banning in the first phase slip out, just so then they can ban these heroes with control, because UCL have been doing really well with this. Maybe perhaps they need to change their strategy on Necro, as I've said before as well. I'm not a fan of it. Maybe they still are. Maybe there's something that I don't know, which they can pull out of their sleeve, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Necro is actually the best hero in the game. What the hell? But we'll see nonetheless. I definitely think they still need some work in regards to the draft on the side of Warwick Ducks. But right now, they really need to pull something out of their sleeve, because they're one game away from elimination with 2-0 on the side of UCL.
Certainly. Plenty of Dota still left to be played. I know we'll be throwing it back to the game or into the third game in not too long. But while we've got a little bit of time here, I would like to say we've got a couple of giveaways going on in the chat, thanks to two partners. Intel and PC Specialist have teamed up to give away a 15.6-inch Illumina Series gaming laptop. Like, that's a huge one. You see, if you drop ! giveaway in the chat, you'll get a link to that. You must have a UK delivery address, and that one closes on Monday evening, so don't delay. And also, Monster Energy, going to be giving away some monster drops over the course of this weekend as well. If you just type, Monster Drop, all one word, all lowercase, no exclamation mark. If you just type Monster Drop into the chat, you're in. You're entered into the giveaway, and you're into the draw. There's going to be 3 monster drops today, 4 tomorrow throughout the stream. So get those in now. That's exclamation mark giveaway and monster drop, all one word, all lowercase. And you can get involved in those wonderful giveaways. Huge thanks to Intel, PC Specialist, Monster Energy, and Barclay for partnering with us for these events. Blimey, it has been an absolute blinder so far. Warwick, they've been focused in on this Necro. They haven't quite been able to work around it. They've been very, very stubborn in, banning out this Keeper of the Light in the early game. We might have to see that one let through. Something interesting I might like is if they ban the Death Prophet and the Kotl first phase. That does leave a lot open on the offlane. It leaves a lot of potential to get, to get hit by these mini TV heroes that have been very, very effective in these first 2 games. But I think it would be worth targeting this 5 position. If nothing, just just for the sake of trying it out, I think is worth a go at this point in the series. You're down. I think it's worth trying something different, putting a spin. If you don't feel comfortable switching up your picks, maybe it's worth putting a wrench into the plan of the bans and going with really targeting down that one role. Either, I think, focus the bans on the offlane or focus the bans on the 5 position. I don't want to hedge. I wouldn't hedge your bets here. Really just target one player and try and exploit that one point to really bring as much pressure as possible onto a particular position in the draft.
I see someone on their screen looking at Tiny right now. I don't know if you'll be able to still play him with the amount of times he's been banned right now.
Yeah, no, he's banned out in the first phase of the second game. I don't know if he was a first phase or a second phase ban in the first game as well, but yeah, he's been targeted pretty heavily. The carry pool has been taking like some heavy hits. I was surprised to see Void sneak through this game, but honestly, I think, Void was not a good pick for either of those teams in the final phase, because Warwick didn't really have the setup for it, and but they also had the Shadow Demon, so the counter to it as well. So they kind of sort of, I feel like they either could have countered it or picked it themselves, and because they had that last pick, I think it would have been worth countering and going with a different hero, though. But with how many bans went out, I honestly don't know what they really could have gone with. The Dro was gone, Jug was gone. AM was gone. Medusa was gone. All of these huge, like powerful carries in the current meta. So yeah, Warwick really struggling having the carry pool target. I think is like a good sort of good weakness that UCL has been exploiting over the past 2 games. See if they can pull anything out of the bag. Any sort of surprise, sort of ooh, what's going on here, like carry picks that you might like to see?
What with what's being picked right now, or what should be picked?
Either one. Any heroes that maybe you wouldn't expect to see in this meta that maybe you think Warwick could bring out to help pull themselves back into the series. Put you on the spot here.
Well, I think they've been picking carries which fairly start a little bit late before they start to have some impact. I mean, apart from Faceless Void, they did get like a few kills with that, but I don't think it had too much impact during the early games. So what could they do differently? I think they would need like maybe perhaps more like a impactful early carry. I think this is why like things like Juggernaut and Tiny are being banned, because you really can't kill Tiny once he gets like certain levels, and then you've also got yourself like Juggernaut who can get himself some early potential kills. So maybe perhaps they need to pick themselves something early for Warwick so they can fight 5v4, because right now UCL are buying time for their carry to like farm up, so maybe they need that extra hero, maybe they need themselves an extra advantage. But we're gonna see as we hop right into the game with Game 3 coming out. UCL 1 win away from winning the championship, and Warwick Ducks, they got to pull something out in order to, come back from this. But, they've been learning,
There it is.
They improved the draft. They've banned Death Prophet now.
The Coddle DP ban,
out.
they'll let the Sand King through. I like this a lot. Targeting the support pool. And then if you pick up 2 supports here on Warwick, then you're, I know that, like, if you pick up these 2 supports here, then, you can maybe cause UCL some problems. Think, okay, how are we gonna, how are we gonna pick these, supports to really follow up onto our great initiations and take the Sand King. Okay, Shadow Demon again, nice.
Yeah,
the save against the Sand King. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And typically you might want to pick it for UCL as well. That's a good counter. Sand King could combo very nicely with the Shadow Demon. You set up for that Burrow Strike from a distance. I really like the Shadow Demon both as a ban pick and as a defensive pick. I do think Warwick are targeting this support pool as I was saying. I do quite like it a lot. I'll be intrigued to see what they let through for this second phase.
They're gonna go for it again.
They are adamant that they want to make this Necro work. This is clearly something they've worked on. They practiced. They think this is our saving grace. And to be fair, it's done fairly well in the early game. The Necro really has had some moments that I've really felt. Like, the Necro is doing well, but we got this Grimstroke that we saw pair incredibly well with the Sand King in the first game, so that could be a concern for the Warwick safe lane. They're going to have to think about that in this second phase.
10 seconds remaining.
But I don't know. I'm getting... I'm not sure about this Necro, but if they want to go Necro, they can go Necro. But they have themselves the Shadow Demon save this time with Disruption, which really works out well. Against Epicenter, but I'm maybe just maybe that something that they can do which is really beneficial, I'm not sure if they'll actually apply this or not, is if they pick themselves up a hero like Luna or any other agility hero which works well with illusions to farm, then Shadow Demon can actually use those illusions himself to actually try and get himself up some extra farm and then get himself some actual, maybe perhaps like support items or core items very early on to help himself and the team. But an Enchantress ban coming out, which I haven't seen.
That's the first time I think we've seen the Ench ban in this series. But the bans remaining somewhat similar, again targeting that carry pool, the TA getting banned out. I know UCL have targeted this Dro a lot as well. They don't want to see the Dro go through. And they've got like a lot of sustain to keep going. We got this Storm coming out again in the getting banned away after that fairly strong performance in the second game from Love, but
a Wraith King ban.
Right, okay.
Expected there, especially when you're against Sand King. You know, you don't want some guy to be like round 2 and come up and beat your ass when you've already used Epicenter.
For sure. Trying to get rid of these, big tanky carry heroes like your CKs, your Tinies, your Wraith Kings. Wonder if there's we've let the Dragon Knight through into this second phase, and we'll let the Dro through. I think these are both going to be considerations for Warwick. They both like ranged sieging potential. The DK very tanky. The Dro, you can.
Though. They really need damage for this Scythe, because any time I've tried to see this Scythe go into effect, there's not enough damage being outputted to actually have an effect for it.
Yeah.
So they really need that freaking nuke damage. Come on, Warwick! Pick
and
something out!
If you pick something like a Sky, though, you're starting to run. You don't have the greatest amount of catch. Yeah, I think just the biggest thing that the Shadow Demon Necro combo is lacking is catch. It's and you kind of have to sacrifice that by either by having your 4 position either be the damage or the catch, and so maybe we're gonna need see some burst from the mid. I don't know. Or maybe from the off lane, rather. I'm not sure, but I suppose we'll have to see. We're waiting on this third pick here for Warwick. They're biting into a fair bit of their reserve time, having banned out that PL because they don't want the Necro to get swarmed. Obviously, kind of invalidates Shadow Demon a fair bit as well. Having all those illusions, you don't really know what to target, but. The gyro.
Oh, okay, all right. So this, I've seen this before as a position 3, position 4, or you can play it as a position 1. It's actually quite annoying to play against when you're playing it as a support, because the shard, for any of you that don't know, actually utilizes a rocket barrage, and it just keeps on firing constantly, which is really nasty if you're trying to run away from it, because it's continuous and it'll just do more and more damage if you run away from it. So you have to make sure that you get yourself hit by it.
It forces you to take the missile, especially if you don't have any ranged hitters to be able to deal with that missile.
Veil and Spirit Vessel as well on Gyro 4. Mwah,
they've got they're building up a little bit of magic damage here, which I quite like from Warwick. They're trying to get that combo potentially going, or this could be a typical just Gyro carry pick. In which case, I wouldn't mind seeing the Io come out as your typical support with that Gyro, but. Jakiro coming out alongside that anti-mage. All right, I think that's pretty solidly then. Jakiro 5, Grim 4, and now we're looking for the mid for UCL, but yeah, okay. The AM, if he gets on top of the Necro, can burn away all his mana. Okay, there's your carry. I was thinking earlier, we've got the Wraith King ban, we've got the Tiny ban, we've got the CK ban, and tanky heroes who can deal with all of this, magic presence. The Life Stealer comes out. I think he's a terrible hero right now, but I like the premise. I
love him. I've been playing him loads. He's like one of the best heroes to play against Tiny, because you've got yourself the Feasts, and Tiny has himself around about 3k HP. Lifestealer's in a... I think he's pretty good right now. In regards to Enrage as well, you've got built-in Enrage. You can even build yourself BKB if you want to, if you're suffering from too much magical damage on Lifestealer. But you got to watch out for the Phantom's Embrace here for the silence. So I wonder if Grimstroke is going to put 3 points into that, so that it has to be hit 3 times so it gets silenced. So we'll see.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to. Lifestealer's gonna have to be quick on the fingers with that Enrage.
But he's early. He's early. As I said before, he builds himself the armlet, so he's going to be having himself some early presence. He can even go himself Desolator as well. I don't see any of these heroes building themselves any armor items at all, so I think that could be devastating for them if Lifestealer does pick himself up an armlet with a Desolator and just make sure that he doesn't get silenced. So that I think the only thing that they're missing now on Warwick Ducks is a big initiation. And I would love to see an Axe right now. Especially
Okay,
against
X.
Anti-Mage,
Right.
because it's a counter initiation. He builds himself like a BKB very early on. He gets himself a Blade Mail as well. Just anything which has themselves very low cooldown control, because of course
Yeah.
you've got your Berserkers and Rage. I think it's around about like 11 to 8 seconds cooldown, somewhere around there, and you can use it time and time again. And Anti-Mage absolutely hates him, so
yeah.
So it's something that controls, something that can blink in and provide time, to try and get themselves that lockdown and things like that. I mean, Lifestealer may perhaps go a basher here, but that's what I'm hoping for Warwick Ducks to go. So
Spirit Breaker would be like obviously a complete meme pick into this AM, but I can't see if the combo.
No, not Spirit Breaker, definitely not.
It would be
They have
funny,
themselves
but
ice path.
nonetheless,
No
UCL
way.
looking to pick up the mid. They
What?
Playmaker time. The SF
Okay.
gets picked up for the mid after that Razor and Puck got banned out. I think they were kind of expecting like a much, like higher pace, aggressive hero like this playmaking Puck, like the high movement speed Razor. Shadow Fiend, if he gets a great start, can obviously, with the if you go the magic route with the Yules, with the blink, you can be a real problem for some of these Warwick heroes. But okay, yeah, like you say, this gyro can flex. Into some weird position, but we reckon this is a mid necro, a 4 gyro, so we're looking for the offlaner probably. You reckon they're gonna stick with the axe? I think that's probably the
I love an
best
axe
pick,
like right now because Shadow Fiend like really wants to build himself a BKB and use Requiem to make sure like he gets away safely. Like axe would
Yes,
completely.
of course.
So something that goes through BKB with crowd control, like it's still not bad. I think it'd be cool. Like,
And of
I
course-
don't see Jakiro and Anti-Mage like pushing axe away with Gyrocopter support because if he just gets himself like Ring of Health or like a Vanguard or even a Hooded
Yeah.
Defiance, I think he'll do really well. What is it? Okay,
It's
it's
a
going to be
DK.
DK. Never mind. All right, it
All
still
right.
has some control. Dragon Tail's around about 3.75 second stun. You get
Long
yourself
ass
with a Blink Dagger like that. It's going to actually be super hard now for AM or Jakiro to even get a kill on this offlane now, apart from on the Gyro. So this draft is a lot better than the second draft, is a lot better than the first draft. Warwick Ducks actually have some chance now, especially with SF being picked as last pick. I haven't seen an SF in 4 months, 5 months. Remember when he was being actually played as a carry and no one put any points into Shadow Rays at all and just put it into stats?
Yeah, no,
So,
that was
I wanna
that
see
was
how
a
this one
weird old
goes.
time. No,
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued to see how this SF is going to play out. I do have a little bit of a concern. Okay, so the Rage is really good. It can deal with all of this this CC that UCL are trying to output between your Jakiro, between your Grim, between your Sand King, but it's not going to help you in an extended man fight against the AM, and that's kind of I think Lifestealer kind of loses the man fight against this AM. You don't have the best amount of armor. Your feast isn't going to particularly help you
What,
against this
Lifestealer?
AM. Yeah,
Lifestealer doesn't have a lot of armor. He will. He'll get himself armor. That's like 9 extra armor. You've got yourself phase boots, which are another 4 or 5 armor. Then when you activate armor, you get yourself, I think, a further 4 armor. So at around about like 15 minutes, he'll have like 25 armor plus. He's going to be a strong boy in regards to armor.
I don't know. I'm just not sure how I feel against. I'm just concerned about the man fight. I think it's going to be really good to be into the Sand King on the off lane. It's going to have a great lane, and if it gets off to that good start, it really does have the potential to go ham. But nonetheless, we are getting into this final game. Moonlight calling out to the people of the world, if you are a Warwick Ducks believer right now, put your hands to the sky and give them the energy that they need, because UCL are mobilized. They are smoking into this top jungle, and the smoke breaks. Here we go. They're running into each other, and Mini will find the two man.
Double Boar Strike. Oh, look at the raises as well. They connect in place. That's an instant first blood. Maybe perhaps they want to go for more. No, they can't. DK's going to be able to get away, but an absolute surprise. First blood again for UCL.
Yeah, at least
the
it's
heck?
just the 4% gyro this time, all right? It's not like doesn't even have to use his TP to get to lane because it's such an early kill. They're just gonna sit back, Actually, no, they're not going to sit back. They're moving into this bottom jungle right now. Bonjour could find himself in some trouble because he's running into this lifestealer. Oh, okay, here we go. Bit of revenge.
Yeah,
I like
a bit of
this.
revenge now. There we go. You know, stack up those shadow poisons. One more. There we go. You'll get the kill. Oh, no, I'm going to leave it for lifestealer.
Well,
Go on.
yeah,
One more.
Ideally.
There we go. Let's go.
There you go. Bit of revenge to kick things off. It's going to mean that UCL get 3 bounties and first blood, but I definitely prefer a kill over a bounty, I think. So that's going to be a good stop for the lifestealer in that lane. Should have a good time if you're able to maintain vision control. And the combination of Shadow Poison and lifestealer should be very nice. However, look at the respect that Young is giving to this SF straight away. The common denominator of the previous 2 games was this was this Necro having a really comfy time in the lane, and yeah, Love is not looking to give this Necro any free chances to establish any sort of control in this lane. And yeah, the DK's mana is going to be burned away very easily by this.
I think one thing that they have to look out for on the bottom lane here is. You know, I said like Enrage could be like really good against like most of the magical damage, and they need to get off their Phantom's Embrace. They can just use Boros Strike first, and then set up with Phantom's Embrace and then Inkswell. But I think they'll need level 3 to do that.
Yes,
on Phantom's Embrace.
But then you've got the Shadow Demon as well, the defensive disruption.
Yeah,
Once they get those levels, the disruption will be there. There is really good defensive potential for the lifestealer in this lane. And like outside of abilities, he's gonna be happy smacking into this big meaty Sand King. So I'm sure that's gonna be a very comfortable time for this lifestealer. But small CS lead in favor of this Shadow Demon in the mid.
Yeah, with Lifestealer, I've played this matchup before against Sand King. You can actually punish the Sand King very hard, but of course, we spoke about how the only thing he'll need is a Blink Dagger to actually, you know, do what he needs to do. And Necro dying to... That looks to be level 2... I don't know if that was level 1 or level 2 raises that did that, but nonetheless able to stab those off.
Definitely level 2 raises because he just got level 4. Oh my goodness, this SF is already off to a flyer. He's got his bottle. Can go grab up these water runes once he's pushed in this wave. Yeah, this is scary. I'm quite concerned about the mid. Like you say there, that Inkswell, you know, combo trying to move forward, but the Moonlight again saves himself the disruption. Love Caustic. Such a satisfying ability. Just so good.
And meanwhile, we can see now, I think DK's put himself 2 points into his blood point. Oh, no, not yet.
No, he's actually spreading out. Yeah, he's got the Soul Ring as well, because in case he gets burned down, you know, he can just wait until he's got 0 mana, like sit at that for a while, and then pop the Soul Ring when he needs the abilities, which is, you know, very solid item pickup against that AM.
Meanwhile,
gotta go on to Moonlight, but Bonjour, that's 5 poison.
The Shadow Poison stacked up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nice. Gets the kill there. And look at this, Lifesteal. See what I mean? How you can just push him away with the passive. You can just slow him down and just hit into him all the time. I wonder if he's rushing Armlet or Phase Boots first. I want to know if Lifesteal is doing that. What's he going for? Oh, he hasn't got it on his quick buy. Oh. No. I want to know where he's going.
It's Courier, but
something's got. Oh,
again,
Necro dies mid again.
In the middle lane, dives the tower, gets another solo kill. Okay, yeah, I think that this must be a comfort pick because Love is kind of starving right now. That's
really
maximum souls on that level 2, but at least the side lane's going a lot better. This is like the
Maybe
opposite.
A kill. That's 4 stacks. Yeah, that's definitely dead. 4 stacks of Shadow Poison. Bye.
My bad. That's just the lane matchup, Sonny Jim. That's how it goes. Mini getting torn to shreds by the Lifestealer, but wow, 2 level advantage in the mid lane. Pretty much double the CS almost for this SF. TC Young having a rough time of it, but I don't blame him. I honestly don't rate this matchup too much for Necro. You know, he has to get in real close to get those Death Pulse CSs, and then you're just asking to get in range for the close raise. That can be a real tough one to have to deal with.
I wonder what he's coming for right now, because he's got like 2 kills on Necro right now, so he's coming on Courier. Oh, meanwhile, Gyrocopter being slowed down heavily here by the dual breath. I don't think Gyro is going to be able to escape as he activates a Mango, but all the mana burnt down again, and that's going to be a kill for, oh, okay, Jakiro. AM not going to be able to get that. He's going to try and blink back now to get himself those creeps, but nice kill there.
Yeah, no, that's a bit of an unfortunate Mango. You just damaged yourself with that Mango.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's actually true.
I understand the feeling. I've absolutely done it before, but that phase, that's your brown boots. Yeah, with just going brown boots armlet. Interesting.
Okay.
Just,
I probably would have gone 1 or the 2. Like, I think I would have just gone rushed phase boots if you want to push and be aggressive and push him out of lane.
Yeah,
but
definitely the additional movement speed as well. We got this
oh my
SF
god,
some
look
huge
at that
stacks.
stack.
Careful there, Moonlight. You are you are watching some scary things happen.
That's too close to comfort.
Oh,
no, he can contest it though because he has.
Moonlight,
he blocks it.
Chad! Yes! Oh, what a sick block to make him think that.
He should steal it with his poison. What's he doing? Steal it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't think he expected Love to try and take the stacks straight away. He was able to get a bit of that CS, but I think he expected Love to be like, oh, they've blocked it, and to go back to lane. I don't think he expected Love to start taking it, so he wanted to leave it a little bit longer.
How's Necro doing with the recovery right now? Because he's been put. Oh, there's actually some action going on here mid. The disruption coming in. Oh, they really want to try and get a kill here onto SF.
No, the silence!
The silence. Oh.
He ends
get
up
away with the
backing
Ink
out
Swell.
as well.
Connects onto 2. The defensive
Didn't
Ink
want
Swell
to dive
there,
on the
pushing
tower
back.
and risk getting ulted and brought down by that SF. So, yeah, I really like the idea. Moonlight's been making some really, really nice plays along this this dire triangle, but just great rotation there from Bonjour to keep SF alive.
Meanwhile, I am trying to start to lay it into DK now. Doing a really good job with melting down that mana so that can't actually spam that Dragon's Breath and only can rely on.
Ooh, hang on. Burst strike away from the
however, disruption coming out, and now the epicenter being charged up, but we're using Fest there onto one of the creeps, and we'll stop some of that epicenter damage coming out. Lifestealer now gonna have to get himself back there. We'll still be able to survive, but they will force out that epicenter.
Yes, no, that's well managed around the epi. Having to use Feast as well, which I didn't realize was 90 seconds at level 1. Blimey, that seems a bit steep. But an ult for an ult. Nothing gained, nothing lost here particularly for either team. And this SF though, look at that CS, 75-9 at 8 minutes over the Necros 37. This is. You've got a huge problem on your hands. This SF last pick.
Yeah, you see that, he just got himself another kill.
Oh yeah. The SF rotated bottom, I believe, to get Moonlight, and Zero on the gyro gets picked up on the top lane. Both the Warwick supports going down, and now Dope with this Jakiro looking to dive underneath. No mana punch available, just used on the gyro.
Nice path.
Okay, wow, look at the rotations coming in.
He's got to get out. He's got to get out.
Yeah, and he does with plenty of time as well. All those TPs in vision.
But
3 rotations forced and nothing gained from it, and the mid tier 1 almost gone down.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Lifestealer being forced.
Okay. No, he has himself in rage. Oh, silence coming out there. Is he able to get it off? No, he's not. But they'll force him back. Still keeps the mid tower intact, I guess. But that's a lot of rotations.
I really liked that Love Forever, tried to pump fake the ult to force the early enrage from the Lifestealer. I'm glad that he didn't pop it straight away. I would have liked to see him still pop it with a bit of a delay and get in there and keep punching out onto the, to cancel out the silence, with that enrage, and then move forward, maybe be able to have a go at taking down this very big target of the.
We got ourselves the missile coming in. It'll actually stop epicenter there.
Okay.
As the Scythe drops down onto Sand King, they will find a kill there.
Yeah, that's a really, really important kill for TCO.
Oh, no.
Akagi finds a pick onto like the 5 position, which isn't ideal for to have the anti-mage finding solo kills, but they bought a lot of space. It is what it is. But still, that kill is so important to the Necrophosis recovery against this SF.
Just a heads up as well, this is going to be a 12-minute Battle Fury on AM, I'm certain. He's got himself enough gold for Broadsword already, and it's 10 minutes in, and he has himself the Preservance as well. So,
goodness gracious.
But Necro is wanting to try and defend this tier 1 tower, but it might be some trouble for him as now the rest of UCL are going to rotate right on top of him. The epicenter comes out even with that Ghost Shroud, and that will not go towards his way, as he'll actually deal more damage to himself than he anticipated. However, the Soulbind coming out, that'll be able to connect onto 2. They're able to find themselves the Gyro. Now DK in some trouble here as well, as he's going to try and move within the trees. Will be able to avoid the Inkswell, but UCL, they still want to try and find something. They're going to be able to find the DK right here. There's the Burrow Strike. Where's the second raise? There it is. It's going to be a double kill for the SF, and they will find 3 with a tower on the side of UCL.
Yeah, just Necro stepping forward there, didn't expect the damage, or didn't expect the rotation from UCL. It just sees the one hero in the lane, assumes that they're on their own, but that step forward, the big CC coming out, that Burrow Strike Ice Path combo from a distance, able to cause some problems. MQ I should say, rotating up to the top lane, trying to give Akagi something to think about. But he'll just blink away, take this stack here.
Yeah, he's doing great right now. Look at his form. He's having a blast of a time.
Like you say, well en route to this this 12, maybe 13-minute Battle Fury. I am, oh boy. Huge SF already, huge AM on its way. A Grim Spectre hangs over the head of Warwick.
They're going to get tower hook, maybe. Oh, they forced that glyph.
They got another glyph again, but with this Jakiro and like the wave play from the SF. Akagi again finding Moonlight.
Wait, how much? What's Shadow Demon's mana pool? Because that's level 1 mana void. That just took him out like. Oh, it's 1,000. It's okay, right? Yeah, got ya. yeah. That's around about 500 HP. That was expected. But some action going on mid. What's happening mid? There's now a lovely Requiem there. The Shadow, the Lifesteal is still able to survive. There's the Scythe. Going to be able to come back there. Find the kill down to Sand King. It'll be the pos 3 for a pos 3.
Yeah, offlane for offlane, but Love Forever walks forward and just finds that regen rune. Completely revitalizes this push down the middle. Obviously, the tier 1's already gone down, but they can probably force more and maybe charge into this triangle. He's looking at just walk forward. Yeah,
they have armlet.
They have to respect it.
They got to respect the armlet on Lifestealer. It is pretty strong right now.
I
think he can definitely kill Jakiro. Okay, if anyone else rotates here, they're going to go for it. I don't think DK has himself a blink.
Catch.
He's used
to there's just there's no initiation potential. Love Forever. He can take that one jungle camp and then just walk himself out. He's really not under any pressure here.
Does DK have a blink yet?
No, I don't think so. It's worth a check. He's probably not far off it.
Oh my God. He's ages away from it. He's around about another 1,000 gold. This is not good. This is really not good.
Laning against this AM, you're not going to have too great a time.
Necro is going to be initiated on again. There's the Ghost Shroud, and it's just going to be not in his favor again, as it deals more damage to him. He's activating the Ghost Shroud when they're all doing magical damage, and it just bursts him down more.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but like even if
they found something out, they found a Shadow Demon. They're finding plenty of heroes today in the jungle, and he's just going to accept his fate and die.
Just grabbing whatever they can, whatever they want. It's this SF just got huge off the middle. He's walking around as freely as he wants. Moonlight had some really nice movement earlier on in this game, but now that he's getting caught out, once your Shadow Demon gets caught out like this...
the silence! It does connect, however, he is able to kill that Phantom's Embrace. He's going to try and get out now. Do they have themselves... the Ice Path just misses. Lifestealer will be able to get himself out. But they won't be able to turn this around because UCL do have themselves the high ground here.
Look at that. Like, that's what happens when your Shadow Demon's dead, when he gets caught out of position. When you don't have that defensive save against all this comboed CC, like, you have to use your fighting abilities to get out, and you concede the space. It's
Oh,
this draft is so
no.
reliant on the Shadow Demon save.
He's locked in place
and
again.
it's
There's the
nowhere to be
burst strike.
found.
He's in some trouble. There's now the missile coming in there. Maybe they have some detection there. Yes, they do. It's now the demonic purge comes down there to Sand King along with the scythe. Is that going to be enough damage to take down the Sand King? Yes, it is. But at what cost? They'll lose the Shadow Demon, potentially the Gyrocopter and the Necrophos as well. There's 2, there's 3. It's a triple kill for the Anti-Mage. But now here comes Lifestealer with his armlet. Will be able to take down the Chikiro, but the Enrage has been used. Will be able to infest the creep to stop that ink swell from impacting him. But still, Akagi holding his ground, going to be able to use that reflective shield and blink himself away so that Dragon Tail does not have an effect on him. But he finds himself 3 kills this AM with just a Battle Fury. But interestingly, he's got himself this Vanguard, so he has extra resistance against these physical attacks.
Very, very safe play. It's a really, really powerful tool against this Lifestealer. We're going to see this fight one more time. They get the stun out onto the Necro. There's no real go here. And Moonlight, thinks about trying to get the disruption onto Mini, but loses vision. You got the rocket, the dust, it comes out. And the Shadow Poison doesn't get popped before the Scythe hits. And so that allows for the huge follow-up, that Burrow Strike. Mini goes down, but how many fights throughout the first and third game have Warwick tried to take? Hang on, go back to live. And Moonlight
all right, Lifestealer. He's confident, somewhat. Still kind of wanted to go in. And we do have a sort of BKB now onto SF. He did disassemble his Dragon Lance. So now he's got himself a BKB, or the Epicenter being charged up. Oh no! Oh, Necrophos! He's been bullied again. The Macro Fire just melts him instantaneously. However, they are able to find Jakiro. Maybe another go. Oh no, no detection! No detection for the Sand King. Lifestealer not able to get the kill, and now DK's in some trouble. The Burst Strike comes out. It will miss. But oh gosh, he needs to get himself out, but the raise is hard there. The Dragon Tail comes out. Where's Lifestealer? He wants to get that kill there onto Sand King, but he's out of the vision. Not able to get that kill again. He's going to back himself back. He's going to back himself back. That's an interesting choice of words from me, because he doesn't have himself the Enrage, but BKB will be committed there onto SF. Maybe perhaps they want to go for more, because the haste just being picked up. Oh yes, they do, but will be able to TP out there, SF, so not able to utilize that haste room.
Yeah, they were just a little bit late on the Roche call there. I mean, yeah, it's just...
wait. Oh, did they see that?
How many times have they not been able to quite get this kill onto Mini, and it's cost them time after time, whether it be not quite having enough damage, not having the detection, just not quite being in the right position. Mini has just barely been able to outmaneuver Warwick on so many occasions, and it has been paying dividends for this team.
Oh no!
Oh, the
they just got bamboozled by an illusion.
No, that was the he used the scythe on the AM to reflect.
Oh,
so he got scythed by himself.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's.
I thought that was on an illusion then for a second.
Yeah, no, because the defensive disruption from the Shadow Demon to save the Necro from the reflected scythe. Weird, but look who's going down.
Yeah, Shadow Demon. Well, no, he's definitely dead there. You can't disrupt that. However,
we got the
SF
stun out. Hang on,
where's
Rage?
the Rage? There it is. BKB will be committed. However, Gyro's going to fall here. Life still needs to get himself out now, but the Burst Strike comes out just on time there, along with the Macro Pyre also. He really needs to get himself out. Where's the Infest? He needs to infest the Necro, but Necro's not in range to actually help him get in that Infest. As now the Epicenter comes out. It's just a death there for Necro. Necro has been absolutely bullied, as he is around about the same level as the supports. He's a level 10 Necro mid. This is absolutely horrific for Warwick Ducks. As now, in AM, without a Manta, rushing the Vanguard straight after Battle Fury is helping his team
got the diffuse
just
as
clean
well.
up.
Just to make the DK and the Lifestealer's life that much more of a hell. It's got the diffuse as well. I don't know.
It's stacked. It's annoying.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it be
Why
used
would you
yet,
do
though.
that, Ice Frog? Come on, dude.
Yeah,
it's just to be annoying. That's all it is. But man, you got your blink on your DK. You're trying to build a shard. MQ, you know, trying to build a basher. You know, he had that he's the closest thing Warwick have to a core right now. He's doing his best, but
Oh, they have Sand King in position.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So he's actually opting to go the Basher. Doesn't want to go that Desolator. Wants to try and lock in place someone. And they're going for a smoke right now. Do they have Blink on this DK? I think they do.
They do.
They should do, yeah. So they will take themselves to tier 2 tower. They still want to go for it, however. Infest ready on the DK. They do have somewhat of some vision here with this observable place. They see the SF there with the double damage, but they really need to burst him down. They're actually going to go for a Jakiro instead. Questionable choice.
Quick pick. Get in, get out. I like it. Yeah, you have to take that fight before the AM gets there. He'd show mid. He had just shown mid, but he was like clearly on his way. You either get nothing or you get that Jakiro there. Because if you go for the SF, he gets kept alive.
Sand King.
He's thinking about that.
He's prepping.
I don't think they need it.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Look, they've got something even better.
Yeah, that's Gyro dead. It's now. Oh no, he scythed himself again. It's now the Epicenter's going to come out along with the time. The Ghost Shroud. It just impacts him again. It's not Necrophos's day at all. He's going to Ghost Shroud himself to his grave. It's another kill for AM. They find themselves the Shadow Demon, whereas I think that was Lifesteal who's going to be able to Enrage and TP and not be affected there by the Requiem from SF. As now they're going to try and siege high ground. It's really not Necrophos's day as the tip comes out from UCL.
Yeah.
And now some defense here. Oh, the bash hit, but the Force Staff's there. We'll be able to save the Sand King.
Who was that? That was either Doge or Bond. That's not important right now.
Beautiful Dragon Tail there, but there's no follow-up as now AM blinking back in. There is the defensive disruption, but Lifesteal does not have himself the enrage right now. Now it's come off cooldown. They want to try and chase for more, but Grimstroke is going to be able to TP out. He won't be affected. They're going to try and find something. There's the Jakiro again. He's just going to be bullied like he was previously from that smoke play.
That'll be the
and
sacrifice.
He will fall again.
You'll be happy with that. You almost lost your AM and the SF there. Really, really nicely worked fight considering how far behind Warwick are, but they still weren't quite able to find the kill on either hero, and that's what counts at the end of the day. So I'm really, really scared. I wonder which of the two UCL supports that 4-staff is on, because that 4-staff save onto the Sand King was incredibly, incredibly juicy.
I think it's the Grimstroke.
Oh yeah, it's Bonjour. Yeah, Bonjour with this Grim has been utterly on point. The silences, the 4-staff now pick up is really, really good to be able to kite this Lifestealer around. I'm loving everything I'm seeing from UCL.
But look at, oh my gosh, this Necrophos's items is making me want to cry. It's so sad. He's been bullied so hard. I don't think Boots of Travel was a good choice either, because he just gets initiated on. I guess he wants to try and get himself some wave farm, but
there's no space on the map. As soon as you TP somewhere, like then like UCL can just take a fight when you're not there.
Oh gosh, wait, they're gonna go for something. Oh my gosh, they found Lifestealer! Oh, the disruption save just comes out. He will have himself in rage, and he will be able to activate it perfectly. But now he's going to try and TP out, but the physical damage there is too much there from the side of UCL. Will be able to take down this Lifestealer, along with the Shadow Demon also. So now, with this Aegis, they're definitely going to go siege high ground now.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate there. They had no idea the Roche was going on. Lifestealer happened to be farming nearby. It was a great catch again, I believe, from Mini. And just once you've gotten that low, even though the disruption came in.
Again. Oh, Gyro deleted.
This Gyro, man, he's been just a non-factor in this game. Like the pick's been really, really shut down by this Akagi AM again with that passive magic resistance. Has kind of just sort of it happened against the Skyrath, and it's happening again against this Gyro.
Right there. Oh, Necro has just been bullied! There's no way for him to actually have any impact right now. As now the Ice Path comes out, they find themselves the Dragon Knight also. As they were waiting for the rest of the team to spawn back, but Mini blinking in there, not giving them an ounce of time, and the disrespect right outside the fountain. The disruption comes out, just able to save the Lifesteal. Will be able to use the enrage, turning around and back right now onto the Sand King. Will finally be able to get the kill, but will infest the Gyro. Will be able to save himself there from the physical projectiles of the Shadow Fiend. As now they're going to lose another set of racks here.
Of course, the AM Reflect completely invalidates Gyro's rocket.
Yeah, that's something you got to watch out for.
This lane counter pick, this position for Gyro didn't do a single thing simply because the matchup against this AM is just not workable.
Wait,
Yeah,
does,
really
does Jaro even have shard?
Double
check that for us.
so.
Okay, he does.
I think
right,
Jaro's got
okay.
the shard. Yeah.
I was gonna be very upset if he didn't.
But it doesn't even do anything like against this team right now. Like you can't get like they UCL are positioning so well that you can't even get vision to put it out. The reflect has been used, but man,
Where's the disruption? Where's the disruption? Oh, it's not there.
It was the man.
Oh, they're going to initiate back into this now. Shadow Demon in some trouble. He's going to disrupt himself, but now they're going to focus their attention right now onto Gyro. So Requiem comes out. It's going to clean up both of the supports. So they want to try and find themselves some more. Inkswell. Oh, they're going to try and catch themselves the Lifestealer here, but he's able to get himself back. And it's just 3 cores remaining right now. They're out of position. They're on the other side. They're split away from their own base.
Look at this now, the Silver Edge finished for this Shadow Fiend. DK doesn't stand a chance. Lifestealer's Feast is going to get broken. He can't man fight. Like, that could be the death knell. As soon as I saw that Crystallis come out after Shadow Blade, I had a bad feeling this was what was coming.
They have one more chance, Galaxy. One more chance. Can Warwick pull this out with a turnaround? I'm not sure. It heavily relies here if Necro can actually get off that side. The disruption comes out. It will be able to save the Gyro for some time. The side comes out. It will be able to find the anti-mage. However, that's Gyro gone. Maybe perhaps along with the Necrophos as well. He needs to get himself out. Oh, the crit! The crit there from SF will find the kill. But the buyback's coming out here now from Gyro and Necrophos. And AM's right on top of DK. DK's going to fall. And now the enrage coming out there will be able to finally find the kill down to SF. SF's going to fall. His godlike spree ending. AM in some trouble now. Will need to blink out. Will be able to blink out there successfully. But a load of buybacks coming out there from Warwick Ducks. Now they're going to go forward there onto the Gyrocopter. He's been stunned in place. There it is. There is the Dragon Tail. Got to lock him in place. The missile was there just in case. And they will turn it around. They will still keep intact their racks. But at what cost? As many buybacks were committed for that.
Yeah, that was... The Bonsoir ended up buying back on the Grim. It wasn't necessary. But yeah, that's buyback on 3 of your cores. I want to see this again. We're going to jump out onto this Gyro. Great save there. They get leashed up. That Scythe is going to take down the first life. The AM really well executed. The Infest keeping that Necro alive. But then finally that crit up the hill forces out the buyback. MQ gets the bash, but the Yules from Mini is really nice. Doesn't end up saving the life of that that SF in the end, but I really like the idea of that Yules. Worked really nicely.
And now we'll see with this kill, is this going to provide them with some space? Well, AM's able to find another pick off here onto the sports once again. Clearly no space at all to actually farm up.
No, like... With both
AC,
of...
okay. Wait.
AC finished. He's going to get in there.
He might be able to get the kill. Oh, yes, they have the detection there. Going to try and clean up now. Jakiro as well. That's going to be a double kill now for the Lifestealer.
Support's down.
Going to actually turn around because the Dragon Tail has actually impacted here the AM. It's now the cooldown here is going to be able to affect 2. Where's the Enrage? It's not there. It's not the Requiem. And where is it? Where's the Enrage? It's not there. Lifesteal is going to fall. That's no buyback. It could be game now. That looks so good there for Warwick Ducks, but it instantly turns around because he stays there for ever too long, the Lifestealer. He doesn't have himself enraged. Now they've lost themselves to racks and potentially the game.
He just needed 1 more second to be able to get that enrage out, but the CC was chained together so well from UCL that he didn't have a chance.
Well, Dragon Tail comes out there, but there's no damage. What the heck is this dive? It's not going to do anything, Necro. You're just going to fall. You have no mana to use your Ghost Round. You're going to fall as now Warwick Ducks are going to try and do at least something, but it's not going to be enough. It's AM. It's just ever so strong now. The disruption comes out. It's going to save DK for some time, but it's not going to be enough. The burst strike comes out. Where's Mini? Mini's going to fall. No, Mini's going to survive.
No way.
As
the tier 4 is getting beaten down. Mega Creeps having been acquired by UCL. It's all but over. The throne is falling. It's just a formality now, but GG is called. UCL in the best of 1, the best of 3, and the best of 5 do not drop a single game against Warwick across the season, and they are your NSE Spring Season 2022 champions.
Yeah, they were just ever so strong with their coordination, with the draft that they picked. Absolutely great. I mean, A big props as well to Mini TV for being the captain here, especially with the Sand King and the Mars plays. I think he had absolutely massive contributions in those last 3 games. But unfortunately, Warwick Dogs, they did held a good fight there. We did see a potential comeback there, but as we
such
say,
a great moment, right towards the end, when that Necro got jumped on, like perfectly timed, like Ghost Shroud, and there was no mana punch available, so he was able to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. But that was that situation down bot where Young, stepped up a little bit, didn't expect the support to be there, and 4 people collapsing in on that bottom lane. The 2, 3, and 4 all get brought down. What a performance this game from Love on that SF, just wreaking havoc.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you don't usually see like an SF like get out of control this much, especially in a game like this. And we say that Necro just got absolutely punished. If we have a look at the net worth here, he starts to get really put behind here, and he's like really low on levels. He was just targeted so heavily here, and the Ghost Shroud, which is supposed to help him survive, just did not work in his favor, and actually allowed UCL to actually whack him up. Excuse me, faster.
I will say, let this do not let there be any doubt. Don't let this series dissuade you. Warwick Ducks are an incredible team. They did the only team that they lost a single game to throughout this entire league was UCL. UCL just absolutely, had their number in this series and throughout the league. You said it a few times. This Necro just, it didn't seem to click.
No, it definitely did. I don't know if it's like his most comfortable hero or something that he can play really well, but it was extremely punished that time. There were a few misplays here and there, but it's what you can do. You gotta have total respect for them because you're under the pressure. You're at a final, like a LAN altogether. You're not in a familiar place, so it's. The pressure's on the line, so I can totally understand in regards to if you do some misplays here and then. But it was still a lot of enjoyable games to do. I mean, especially this fight here where we saw the Lifestealer just delete 2 of the supports here. I thought it was going to turn around here because he potentially could have if he had himself in rage. But unfortunately, look at that. 1 second away. Oh, so sad.
Just the hair's breadth, just the tiniest little things. Like I was saying earlier, it's the small changes that end up being absolutely huge when it comes down to it. But just like that, UCL instant reflex take it 3-0 over the Warwick Ducks in our NSE Spring 2022 final. This has been a huge amount of fun to cast. Thank you so much to NSE for having me on, and thank you Epidamnos for your wonderful company throughout this brilliant series that we saw here. Any words before we sign off, I suppose?
Not other than thanks to yourself, obviously. Thanks to the production for giving us this great opportunity to cast ourselves some Dota, and a really big congratulations to UCL for winning the Dota Championships once again. And Warwick Ducks, strap for yourselves for next time. Hopefully you can come out on top within the next season. I know you can. You just need to work on a few things and you'll be top dogs again.
Make that comeback. I'm sure it's doable. They'll be plotting it now. Now is day one, but now we are going to quickly throw it to Gennaro, who I believe has an interview lined up. Thank you so much for enjoying our comms. Stick around because there's plenty more action to continue throughout the weekend.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're here with Jake, one of the winners from UCL. And first of all, before we start the interview, congratulations. This is your prize. Feel free to open it and show people what you have secured here today. You know, you can take it out of the box if you want to. If you don't, I don't know if I can see. Poggers. Oh, that looks really good. Nice close-up coming through. But first of all, congratulations. How are you feeling about this one specifically? I know you had some interesting moves this morning.
I mean, honestly, like, it's not emotional, but like I woke up at 4:30 this morning, 4:30 a.m. because we was gonna drive here. we started driving, we broke down halfway, like we're 60 miles away from Birmingham, and I was like, bro, is this game even going to happen? Like, I didn't know what's going on. Ended up getting a taxi to Milton Keynes,
I guess
and
we
then
did,
trained from Milton Keynes to Coventry, got picked up from the NSC guys, walked on stage. Like, it's a bit of a rockstar entrance, and I guess a rockstar finish, you know, so.
Rockstar finish indeed, 3-0, clean sweep coming through. I want to kind of start off with the question about the draft specifically. We saw Warwick coming through with a couple of changes. How did you guys make sure that you adapted to it as a team?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing going into it is that like there was a few heroes that were really important and like instrumental in the series. Like Death Prophet was obviously like one of the biggest ones, but they couldn't deal with our split push as well. So they had issues with like the Sand King and the Anti-Mage, and so there was too many problems. Like if they focus on one, then they lose the other. Like Game 3 was the one game we didn't get Death Prophet, but it didn't even matter because we had like loads of different areas and counters and stuff. So in the end, they just couldn't deal with everything we were throwing at them. What it come down to.
Do you think maybe the fact that Warwick came through with a sub today kind of had an effect on their gameplay, or did you guys feel very comfortable coming in at today and you're like, we're going to win regardless of sub or not?
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, yeah, the sub makes a difference, of course, but we had like a lot of strategy prepared for the one player that wasn't here. So in some ways, like we found out about the change like this morning. So in some ways we were almost a little bit more nervous with this player because of the fact that like we weren't prepared at all. Like we had all like the strategy, we had all like the black books, like all the notepads, but that was all like thrown out the window. We had like weeks of prep, and that was all gone because the player wasn't here. But it didn't matter in the end, I guess.
Okay, that was actually going to be my next question regarding the strategy coming into this, because you guys were really able to overwhelm Warwick, specifically in those team fights. Was that actually part of the strategy coming into the game today, or was it more like Warwick made mistakes, you guys were able to capitalize off of it?
No, it was strategy completely. Like, I mean, my team like played out of their minds as well. Like we had some big plays in that game, but like overall strategy, I think we had them figured out from game one. Because we've played them a little bit online already, so we know what kind of play. They love like balling up and kind of going this death ball strategy, which is just like they go as 5 and they just run down lanes, and so they couldn't deal with split push. So like they're like focusing on mid, and we've got left and right. So like Dota's a strategy game at the end of the day. Like yeah, you can click buttons, but like if you don't know how to deal with you have all these different problems that you got to deal with, and they couldn't deal with the split push today. So.
Okay, so you're saying like the superior tactic came through today, but I have like a really important question. I think a lot of people in Twitch chat are wondering the same thing. Considering it's an entry requirement to be on the UCL team, are you able to lick your elbow? Like right now on live stream, on camera.
Unless I like broke my elbow, it wasn't going to happen, guys. It wasn't going to happen. I guess maybe I should get kicked, really, because I can't actually lick my own elbow. Like, all disqualified in the end. Cause
Any players who can do it?
I think there actually might be one or two, but if the captain can't do it, I feel like, it's not setting a good example, is it really? Like?
Yeah, okay, you should lead by example then. But before we close this out, I have a final question. And that is if you have any shout-outs, any mentions you want to give out, because we're on LAN here today. There's so many people. There's people in Twitch chat watching, cheering for you.
I mean, obviously, big shout-out to my team. Like, they played amazing. Like, obviously, Andres, just trying to remember that. Andres, Joe, Eric, Julian played amazing. But a big shout out to my brother and my friends watching as well. Like they were driving up with me at like 4:30 this morning. They were really happy to come. Their car broke down. They ended up staying behind. I got a taxi to the airport. But so without them, I couldn't be here. So shout out to my brother Jazz, and go from there.
Well, that's a wholesome shout out. Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations on the win. You guys are absolutely incredible. I hope you enjoy your trophies. There's even more. It's not just one, and the team picture as well.
Sounds good.
I really appreciate it.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Well, that is the end from the Dota segment. UCL here securing that championship title, once again proving that they are a force to be reckoned with. That's it from us for today. This is the BUEC sponsored by Intel. In terms of Dota, we still have Overwatch coming through after, and then we got League of Legends. Tomorrow is more of that FPS action, so make sure that you head into the stream so you can catch all the action. Don't forget, there's a giveaway, ! giveaway for the NSC XPC Specialist X Intel giveaway, and there is a monster drop from the Monster Energy giveaway. Make sure you check that out. We're going to be heading to break right now. Be right back soon.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epicland a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on, breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
Phil, give me a... Oh, he's taking the headset off. How about now? Phil, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, a little bit. How about now? Any louder? Hello, test 1, 2. Oh no, he's put it on the wrong bird dog. Shit. I am not hearing you, Phil, so I've got no idea what you're saying. Phil, I can't hear you.
generation. The next level. Sending it big.
We're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race. To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Hello there, gamers. Didn't see you there. I was enjoying my Monster Energy, which, by the way, you can grab some of these from the fridge, or you can win them yourself by writing Monster Drop in the Twitch chat, as we're going to be giving away some Monster Drops for every single game. We finished Dota. That was the first one, UCL taking that W, and now we're going to be heading into Overwatch. And once again, Warwick has made it to the finals, but are they going to be able to secure that win? I guess we're going to have to find out. Looking at these teams so far, they both have had quite an incredible performance over this split. Starting off by looking at Portsmouth Paladins specifically, they were actually first in both winter and spring 2021, and they're looking to continue that incredibly strong run coming through. And they were actually undefeated in both Stage 1 and Division 1, so there's a lot that Warwick has to be dealing with. Warwick, on the other hand, they have made quite a name for themselves in Overwatch this time around, this spring specifically. Not really something that Warwick University has managed to do before, and again, that is quite memorable. Now, in terms of previous performances, Warwick actually did lose to Portsmouth Paladins here at the NSC. However, last week, they did manage to sweep 2-0 against Portsmouth in the annual finals. But one thing that we really need to pay attention to here is the fact that Portsmouth, they did not have their main DPS player. So that was something that they were missing out on, and kind of Warwick taking the advantage and walking away with it. And whether or not Warwick is going to be able to secure the win here today is a question that remains to be answered. When we're looking at the favorite maps coming through from Portsmouth specifically, they do prefer that King's Row, whereas when we're looking at Warwick, Volsaya's Industries is something that they're more favored towards. And, you know, Warwick, they're known for that Warwick comp coming through. They do have 2 one-tricks, and, you know, they're kind of playing around them, both the Samara and then also the Hog. And, you know, we'll see whether or not it's going to be working out for them today. We have the incredible casters as well on the desk. We got both Hoffs and Daring coming through. Casters, start the game.
Welcome everybody. We are so excited to be here at Insomnia for this cast. My name is Hops. Finally back. This is Daring.
Hello,
and
I'm Daring Hardox.
Exactly. I mean, as you can probably tell, we are buzzing off that Monster energy. And for these two teams to really pop off and give us some of the finest Overwatch action, you know, I think anybody can absolutely lays their eyes on. It is so exciting to see these two teams. We have followed them throughout the whole split, looking at Warwick and their 2 one-tricks, that Roadhog and that Symmetra, so scary, the microwave combo, and then Portsmouth coming in with some of the most ridiculous hit scan talent on, you know, I think probably on the face of the earth, I'm going to say.
Maybe face of the earth, and as we said, it's been 2 years, we're finally back on LAN. It's time to think, we've got the energy here, we've got the crowd behind us, we got the Monster energy, we got the British Esports Championship powered by Intel, we're here, we're finally here, and we're going to get some good games today.
I mean, what could be better? Insomnia this year has been absolutely exponential. Obviously, missing out of it because of the 2 years of ridiculous COVID, but we are back. We implore you guys to tune in. All the Twitch chatters, get those Pog champs in for your team that you're supporting here. We are so excited to get into the action. And as we look over, we can have a look at the map rotation. In map 1 is going to be a Control, Busan, Lee Giant Tower, Ilios, Nepal, and or Oasis. Those are the map pools. I mean,
thinking?
I don't.
Where are we going first? I'm thinking Ilios. If we've got this iconic Symmetra Roadhog, the Hog does love the Ilios.
Oh, it does love the Ilios. There's a massive hole of doom.
The whole of doom, indeed. If the Warwick Angels, if they can get onto Ilios, then they'll be laughing onto a good start.
100%, 100%. Map 2 is a hybrid. Eichenwald, Kings Row, or Numbani. It has to be Kings Row. It's a fan favourite.
Kings is an iconic fan favourite, of course. It is also the favourite map of the Portsmouth Paladins. I think they'd be very happy to go there. They have a very strong Reinhardt player in JJP who will be able to drive them forward in that brawl-style composition. And maybe just, if they go fast enough with the Lucio, with the Reinhardt, they can just wipe the floor with the Symmetra, and there's nothing to be done then.
Exactly. You're caught between a rock and a Portsmouth place. It is plain and simple. But we run out of time breaking those down. I believe the teams are ready into their respective sides. It looks like, though, it isn't an Ilios pick. It looks like it's a Lijiang Tower. I'm curious to see how that all pans out. Obviously, I think it's map 2. They have got the 2 drop-offs either side of the point, so maybe a potential Roadhog hook into the abyss. There's potential there, but I'm curious to see how these two teams kind of back it out for that point control.
Well, I think based on the map itself, Lijiang, I'd say Portsmouth Paladins, they're really hoping for Control Center first, because as you said, there's less opportunities for the Symmetra to set up, and there's less opportunities for the Roadhog to get those environmental kills, which could be so crucial in starting team fights. If you're running a brawl against a Symmetra or anything like that, losing one player is going to spell disaster immediately, and there's not really any way you can come back once the Symmetra is set up properly.
Yeah, there really isn't. Those turrets, a true bane of any sort of existence of any Overwatch player. And obviously the Symmetra ult being, literally dividing a map.
Exactly.
And if you get caught on the wrong side of it, if you are caught on the enemy's side, then you really are going to be melted to an oblivion. But we have a nice little landscape shot of Lijiang Tower. I must admit, I've always thought, what are the flats like in this tower? They must be quite nice to live in. A little bit loud with all the action.
The explosions going off, Junkrats, Roadhogs, all that sort of stuff. I'd say that you'd be looking at high rents, to be perfectly honest with you. Although keep in mind, Lijiang Tower is only one building. It's quite a large building, so maybe they've plenty of space, cheap enough flats. If you live down the bottom, you get your cardio and going up the stairs every day.
100% best to look at this composition. Glancing over Meta 1 on that Symmetra. I adore you on the McCree. Hey bye on the Zarya. Rodson, Roadhogger. Baptiste on Memory of You and Cheese Lord on the Lucio. It looks like a pause has come in. I don't know exactly why. We'll probably get confirmation in a second. But looking at the other side of things, Sheep, Lucio, Toros, Baptiste, JJPT 90 on the Reinhardt. Rift is going to be running that Diva, Lukey Boy on the Mei, and Nightmare on the Symmetra. So interesting.
Who's your player to keep an eye on in this opening map of the series then?
You know what? I've watched these guys for quite a while. I love the way that actually Sheep plays Lucio. I really think that he can be a complete distraction from Rosden on the Roadhog.
It's all about those positional plays.
Exactly. If he can really open up that space, keep the Roadhog distracted, keep him away from those team fights where he is so good, I really think that could be a dividend factor. But a pause has gone on. We will be figuring out what is going on there in just a moment. But it does look like there's tech issues going on. It happens,
Welcome back to LAN, everyone.
Exactly. Welcome back to LAN. But nonetheless, I have to ask you, Daring, looking at these two team competitions, obviously we've got an incredible Hog Sim combo with Rosden and Meta 1. In your mind, what is it going to take for Portsmouth to actually break down this Warwick side?
Well, as you said, Sheep on the Lucio, it's not always about getting those eliminations. Sometimes it's just about the disruptive play. If you can disrupt their forward momentum, that's how you get a start and that's how you get an edge in. Rift on the Diva, I think, is going to be crucial as well. Not necessarily the defense matrix, but again, as disruption. Come in, boot the Roadhog. If the hook goes off, you come in with the defense matrix, keep your teammate alive, and then maybe win the day. I'm also interested to see Nightmare is also on the Symmetra. Maybe that's just a TP out of spawn, maybe swap to a Reaper or a Junkrat type composition, because a Junkrat would absolutely tear up the Warwick Angels here. Although with Habe on the Zarya, 100 energy Zarya does a lot of damage.
100 energy Zarya is probably one of the most terrifying things in esports.
Yes.
I have to say, 100 energy, all bubbled up, pretty much invincible for a couple of seconds.
Bubbled up
exactly.
On a Saturday afternoon.
Bubbled up on a Saturday afternoon. You're either going to end up in the ditch or end up getting killed. It is really, really scary indeed. But I completely agree. I expect Nightmare to probably just set up for a TP over to get that head start, which is, pretty much happens across every single strat and every single team. It's a standard procedure at this stage.
Although I would like to see the mirror, even as a bad manners move. Like, you're here, you're in LAN, you can see your opponent face to face, look them in the eye and pick their main. See how you can strike fear into their heart,
Exactly. I mean, it would be great to see a bit of a diff sort of game. Symmetra and Roadhog, mirror.
Well, actually, we have had threats. Rift on the off tank has been saying in practice that they are the better Roadhog over Rosden, who is the Roadhog OTP. So if we can get a Roadhog mirror match we're going to keep that phrase in mind and maybe bring it back towards the end of the series when we see how the chips fall, you know?
I'm sure Janiro is going to love to hear that. You know, if Rift ends up winning it, I'm sure he'll like to throw a few choice words. There were a few choice words actually happening in the chat as well, saying, you know, we're going to beat you. There's no way you're going to touch us. But at the end of the day, it's the gameplay that truly counts.
Exactly.
You know, and another person I really want to pick up on is I Adore You. McCree, hit scan, absolute aficionado, and we've seen how effective McCree can be. However, kind of in this meta, I do feel like he becomes a little bit more vulnerable due to the low mobility. And granted, yes, the flash can be used well, but it has to be so precise.
Well, the flashbang is such a long cooldown that it's more of like a deterrent than anything, having the threat of the flashbang. But when you've got Rift on the D.Va and Lucky Boy on the Mei, the Cassidy is going to have to use that role to get out of there very quickly, else you're going to get frozen and deleted off the face of the earth.
Yeah, the Cassidy is lethal when you're hitting your headshots, but can play a little bit of thorn in the side if not played correctly. We look at flip side though, Reinhardt, interesting pick, I have to say. It wasn't one I was expecting to come out.
It's a little bit creative, but I suppose if you just keep that forward momentum, Sheep on the Lucio, speed boost in, destroy all the turrets before they can get reset up, so that you don't have that slowing effect on the Reinhardt, and you just collapse on them. Preferably go for the Baptiste or the Cassidy. If you can delete one target, delete the main healing, then you should be good to go in terms of winning a team fight.
That is a really interesting point, actually. You know, if they look to target the Baptiste, so Memory, and take him down, there's no invulnerability lamp coming up. His ultimate, that DPS improvement, is not going to be available, and that could really be the opening to take down Rosden's Roadhog, who is one hell of a spongy target at the end of the day. It's interesting compositions, to say the least. I really don't know which way it's going to fall. I think it could go either which way, but obviously some choice words are happening. They can see each other across the room, and I do think we are going to be hopefully getting back into the action in just a moment.
I think it's time to go. We've been rabbiting on about their compositions for several minutes. So I really hope they don't have a change of plans in the next couple of seconds, because that would look a bit awkward for us, to be perfectly honest with you.
You know, I had a bit of a theory coming into today. What if Rosden and Meta1 don't pick Hog and Sim and just totally flip the script? Do something completely different.
I mean, the spiritual leader of this Warwick Angels team is a man by the name of Cheese Lord. And if
the
Lord of Cheese, they could come out with cheese of their own. And, well, 15 seconds to go. Not a Symmetra in sight on the Warwick Angels right now.
That could be quite interesting. Instead, it is going to fall into a junk mat, that Meta1. But hopefully we are into the game. We're going to be diving into map number 1 of these Overwatch NAC Spring Finals. It is Warwick taking on Portsmouth Paladins. Oh my gosh, Daring, I am so excited.
There is no Symmetra on the side of the Warwick Angels. Lots of damage coming out for the Drunkrat. But without that Symmetra, you've got no slowing effect, so the Reinhardt can just hold his shield, keep cover, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, Warwick actually being backed off early.
One goes down early. We're bringing him up on the Junkrat, but unfortunately goes down first. Sigrock comes out, and so JJP goes in a little bit too aggressively, gets caught out with that May freeze and the Sigrock. I think it was the combo there that really did it for them. But Nightmare stays on the Symmetra, so there's a Symmetra diff happening right now, but there's only one Symmetra, and it's on the wrong side.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare really showing up here, doing exactly what's needed, but it's Portsmouth with that first capture of the point. A little bit faster, using that Symmetra teleport, which I actually think gave them the advantage to get to the point faster.
And look at this, they've already got the Sim wall. That's basically, if you use that well, that's another fight win right there. Rosden goes off on the left on his own, could get caught out there, goes very low, gets the E off, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Window comes out from the side of the Warwick Angels, but not really any value coming out from there, because they've lost their main tanking presence. And Totus goes down, that's a total disaster. They're down to Lucio heals. Can they hold on to this?
Yeah, and they've really playing this wall strat. Lucky Boy does put a wall up, but the is breached. They're flying through the door right now. Rift on that D.Va playing that high ground. You can see Cheese Lord with the Lucio trying to find a pick, but the ultimate is used. Coming out from Nightmare, but he falls to Meta1. Wasn't just trying to pick onto Lucky Boy as he tries to find an opening. Rift is going to get one back onto Memory. Are you on the Baptiste? This fight looking like it's going to go in favor of Warwick. It's a huge D.Va bomb onto Cheese Lord.
Nothing coming out here.
Also gets one as I Adore You takes down Torres's
Torres
ability, but Toros
very low
popping
there
off and
against the
actually
goal
clutching it
Cassidy.
up for his side, maintaining the point for the side of Portsmouth Paladins. It's a good attempt coming out from Warwick, but really no openings found just yet. But Lukey Boy onto the Tracer here.
Trying to get back in time.
Exactly, getting back in time, maybe looking for those backline flanks to make sure that they aren't going to be caught off guard.
I mean, look at the Warwick Rangers. They've got 4 ultimates, approaching 5, maybe even 6 ultimates. That should be enough. Yeah, Gravitic Flux comes out, gets Sheep early, but they're trading blows here. And the more ults Warwick Angels use, the less they're going to have to sustain and try and get some percentage on this board. Rift goes down out of the mech and will shortly be taken out. So Warwick, Warwick fortunately managed to take the point there.
Exactly.
83% for Portsmouth Paladins, though. That's quite a lot to get over when you've used 4 out of 6 of your ultimates.
It is true. I mean, definitely the ultimate economy going to be falling in favour of Portsmouth. Sheep is 96% and just about to get into it. They are going to stick with the Symmetra, but Luka Boy is going to go back onto the May. We are going to have the ball in this upper echelons of this point here. You can see JJ pushing up forward.
Comes out early. JJP with a huge charge, like just doesn't even get any kills, but displaces the Portsmouth Paladins. There's nothing that can be done. It displaces the Warwick Angels out, so they can't really get any value out of the window.
Not really no value yet, but I Adore You popping off, gets a pick onto Todos.
Big
Lukey
hook
Boy
comes
gets
onto
onto I Adore You, but as you say, Rosden with a huge hook, he's able to get away.
Into the
Diva
wilds.
Bomb goes
There's nowhere
up.
to be.
As
Gets
Better One
the
gets the pick onto Nightmare. You can see Hayby trying to find the stun onto Lukey Boy, who was third last alive in the end, and it is 2 tanks left,
JJP
trying to contest this point
HP
for
on the
as
point
long
now.
as possible. It does look like Rift is going to go down as that baby Diva.
Ooh.
JJ also falling as Todos actually going to come off spawn a bit early and subsequently fall to it as Rawson actually solo ults Nightmare on that Symmetra.
I'm not sure I like that one too much, to be honest. They might have needed that ultimate because they've only got 27% and counting on the point now, whereas it's 99 for the Portsmouth Paladins. So one wrong move and then Warwick Angels are going down 0-1 so far in the first
not what
of
you
the
want
best of 5.
whatsoever, but maybe it's a little bit of BM. Getting in that mind game. How dare you play as Symmetra Mirror? I'm just going to use my ultimate on you and shut it down.
Boys support boys here, and Rosden is no exception. Supporting Meta 1 on the Junkrat. Tara comes out, but I'm not sure there's going to be anything coming from that. Manages to find Lukey Boy in the mail. That's quite significant. Flux. Oh, and a massive hook there. Rosden doesn't manage to, only manages later to get the kill there. Meta 1 goes down. And again, these are very scrappy fights because of the nature of the compositions. It's very flanky and individualistically played from the Warwick Angels. So if they can just keep fighting and keep getting picks, even if they lose 1 or 2 members.
I'm really interested. Rosden is actually having a blinder of a game.
And
He's
Meta
found
1
the openings.
has changed onto the fabled Symmetra. We have the Warwick comp officially
The-
on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
The shakes are setting in for Portsmouth here.
I can feel the tremors in the earth.
You really
as Meta 1
can.
is approaching the point.
They really are, as the fight is going to engage.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate.
It
JJP
is.
foiled by his own May, shatters into a May wall. There'll be some chats about that in the break room at halftime, I can assure you. Lukey Boy goes down before he gets to use the Blizzard. That could be enormous because it's final fight territory here. 93% accounting for Warwick
Rift
Angels.
gets to take kill onto I Adore You as well. The favour in favour of Portsmouth, but Rosden trying to keep himself aligned. The beat
and
is
that's a
used to
massive
keep
window.
the players
Massive
up on the side of
window by Todos
Portsmouth.
there.
The point is going to flip. Last contention is going to come in from Cheese Lord
Cheeselord.
on that Lucio. He does get a touch, and issue going to be taken out by Rift. Can another touch come in? It is the Baptista, but Rift is eventually going to be the one clearing out the space, booping them off the
Blizzard
point.
comes out.
The
There's
Blizzard
nowhere
goes
to
down
go.
straight onto the point, and that is it.
Unfortunately,
Map
Warwick just couldn't
1.
touch.
Portsmouth are going to be taking it. It was close, 100% to 99, but you have to say it, Daring. The initial hold coming out from Portsmouth being the dividend factor.
And do I dare even say that the difference maker was a Symmetra on the side of the Portsmouth Paladins?
And on the side of Portsmouth.
That's just incredible. Warwick are probably not having a very nice time now, just thinking about how, hold on, our own composition beat us. Or, well, half our composition beat us.
It is ridiculous. I really would expect to see Meta 1 back onto Sim here. It's something they are versed in, rehearsed in, and comfortable.
Well, especially on Gardens here, where there's so many more opportunities. Like, Control Center there was not really the best map for the Hog and the Sim composition, but sticking on to Afara here. Cheese Lord, quite famous for that Mercy play, so we'll see if the pocket is enough to keep them alive.
100%.
TP comes out, as usual, for Nightmare on the Portsmouth Paladin side.
It is a good start. Meta 1 on that far, as we just mentioned, but Lukey Boy with that hit scan probably looking to snipe out of the air. Leap Boy does get a nice 2 chip shots. No kills going yet. The ball is going to come in as a contestation, as Heibai is going to be absolutely
that's
melted.
An enormous
but a
hook
great
from
hook
Rosden
coming out from Rosden onto Lukey
threads
Boy.
the needle between everyone for the target that could be one shot.
And then Meta One actually coming in with a double kill of his own. This fight very much looking in favour of Warwick. He comes in and absolutely splash damages his way to oblivion, looking to take down Todos Sheep as well.
The double direct onto Sheep.
Beautiful shots coming in from Meta One. He doesn't need the sim to play well. He is on Farah and he means business. They are not happy they lost that map number 1, but they have flipped it. Only 15% going in favour of Portsmouth here. Have they got what it takes to actually bounce back? And if we look at this ultimate economy, it is so in favour of the side.
Very close there. Rift nearly gets hooked off.
Warwick.
Thankfully had the boosters up, was able to save themselves. But yeah, Barrage coming in here. There's High Noon for Cassidy. There's a lot on the board for Warwick Angels, and
this is a big moment for JJPT if he can actually shut down at least one of these ultimates using that defense matrix. He'll be huge. JP is going to dive straight in.
Big hook, 200 HP, and the hamster. I repeat, the hamster is down. There will be no hamsters on the field for the next 10 seconds or so. Lukey Boy going down as well to the High Noon of Asphyxia. And I think Portsmouth Paladins, they just need to get out here. They're just dawdling. They're just losing players, and they're not really getting any value.
I'm really surprised to see, but you can see the timing and a huge barrage coming out from Meta One. He finds 3. Heibai picks one up of his own onto Todos, and subsequently Portsmouth, they're going to wave goodbye to that push. And Warwick chipping away right now. They look in complete control.
And that was
of
only a
this
2 ultimate
second
fight.
map.
Only 2 ultimates
Two
invested
ultimate
there.
fight. That
so
is huge.
Keeping the economy. They've got the Brig Rally. What are you going to do against a Brig Rally when you got this?
Can it do anything?
Yeah. This is just I think Portsmouth really needs to find a miracle pick here. Very close from Rosden, the hook onto Nightmare. Doesn't connect, thankfully, for the side of Portsmouth Paladins.
I mean, do you play bridge push now instead of going through this back room? I mean, it's a question that is definitely apparent because they've got so much splash damage, but Nightmare trying to get the pick onto Meta One, but the needle was not threaded as well as Rosden can with his hook. He does find the stun onto Lukey Boy eventually, I do he does. But this fight's getting pushed in. Todos finds the initial pick onto Heibai. Memory is going to trade it back onto Lukey Boy. Lukey Boy, though, does get I Adore You with the bomb. And there, the trade's coming back and forth. But it does look like Portsmouth are pushing straight to the point. But Rosden with the massive hook onto one. Which is Cheese will get the res onto I Adore You. Nightmare's trying to find his kills. But a double coming out from
Cheese Lord and I Adore You.
Onto Cheese Lord and I Adore You. This fight is Portsmouth Paladins.
And they keep themselves alive in this stage of Lijiang Tower. 99% for Warwick Angels. We've seen this before. The 99 comeback. They weren't able to pull it off, Warwick, unfortunately. But let's see what can be done this time. They just need one fight, and they've got the barrage coming up again. And there's Brig Rally coming up on the side of Portsmouth Paladins. That might be enough. But what you really need is that Transcendence to get rid of all of that barrage damage.
I completely agree with you.
Oh, and GJP goes down so low. That's really not a good start. Their main tank's down now. They're going to have to rely on Rifts for all
for a lot of it.
Denying all of that damage. And Lukey Boy goes down as well. That's tragic. It looks like Portsmouth are not having a very nice time at this point. Barrage comes out, gets Rift out of the mech. And I think that's all she wrote here.
The Brig Ult could be a
Raid
moment
Boss
of
is on the field. I
stalling.
repeat, Raid Boss is on the field.
This is a difficult scenario. Nightmare does find one onto Memory with the Dead Eye. The Wilson's going to trade it back onto Sheep. Cheese Lord does get the res onto Memory. Nightmare is going to win the piv onto I Adore You. As the mirror came out.
And Nightmare's popping off on the Cassidy.
Bing, bang, bosh. He's all he's hitting is headshots right now. JGP does get the boop onto Rosden. Rosden, you're going to go for a swim right now as Todos also finds one onto Memory. And after all of that daring, Portsmouth come out on top.
And with 90% on the board, I'm not really sure what Warwick are going to do here. They've got the High Noon with the Cassidy, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Especially with the mines from JGP, that is just enormous. Point denial, what are you going to do? Do they even touch? Just about, because they were already at 99.
Yeah, Doyu's High Noon is going to come out.
Doesn't
not going to find
anything.
anybody.
TP onto point. Oh, Rift on the Diva goes down immediately. If they can clear these mines quickly. Oh, but unfortunately, Memory UI on the Brig. Oh, this is a very, very scrappy fight. Rosden on the run. Gets 5. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. And then Cheese Lord with the res. Along these. What do you do there if you're Portsmouth? Like, you've got a big 600-pound Australian man in your face. He's shredding scrap right into your noggin. And what are you going to do?
What a fight and what a play from the Hogman himself. Rosden clutching it up at the end there, gets 2 picks of his own, finds his ultimate and just stomps his way forward. Throwing shrapnel left, right and center. And that is going to tie up this game number 1. It's 1 map apiece here coming down to this final point. And we touched upon it, Daring. This has 2 colossal drops all the way down from the tippy top of the tower
views
to the bottom. I mean, it's a nice scenic fall.
Yes. Well, yeah, something nice to look at while you're rethinking why you went to the edge of the map when Sheep's right there on the Lucio, you know?
Yeah. We are going to get into map number 3. Daring, talk me through. I don't really know how this is going to fall.
A Doomfist from Lukey Boy, that's an interesting one, because if you just get a Brig Bash and a hook onto the Doomfist, then you're just going to get deleted from the face of the earth. But they have point control. They'll get first cap. They might not get first fight win, but first cap, it is an advantage to have. But they're just getting peppered here by Meta 1. Already have to use the Emo Field. That's an enormous thing coming out from Tudas. Lukey Boy, how does he get the Brigida? Memory goes down immediately. How does that happen?
It must be a flank. Lukey Boy finds the second one as well as Rift's going to take down Rosden. Meta 1.
Go on,
treading back
the melee hero.
Nightmare.
Can he take down the flying characters? Oh no, he doesn't make it back on the map. Hey, bye. On the wrecking ball, managed to just snipe over. I think we have to admit that was definitely intentional by Hey Bye on the wrecking ball and not
100%. It's just IQ play.
Yep.
200 IQ.
Well, these are the best of the best.
Exactly. He's going to juke his way so much so the Doomfist ankles are broken. He's going to end off the map. But the second team fight is initiated. Pointing control of Portsmouth right now. No picks happening either which way. Adoyu is going to fall first onto Rift.
Emo it again. Rift on this DP is playing an absolute blinder right now.
My God.
But Meta 1 on the Farah gets 3. Rodson gets the 4th. Oh, it's very even. Jeez, Lord, going down. I think that could be the difference maker because they don't have the resurrection. If they can just try and stay alive, they'll definitely have to send Meta 1 back to Taxi. But and Heybai goes down the ball. That's really bit of a bad overextension there. That could cost them the points. 9% counting, but you really want to be holding on to it because the Symmetric TP they're back already. Leaky Boy takes down Rosden and. That's a really unfortunate play from Heybai and Cheese Lords to have staggered themselves so late in the fight.
It's a difficult scenario. Rift just trying to quell Meta 1 after that huge play. But even after that, Portsmouth able to get right back onto the point, TP onto it and get the recap. Shoot very well of the back line. It's interesting to see how they see the fight goes in. But Meta 1 seeming to
ground Farah is the best Farah. It would appear.
Ground Farah is the best Farah indeed. You can see, Luki Boy diving in. JJPT, though, going to fall off the map, but taking Rosum down with him. Todos is actually going to get a pick onto IL Doyu and Meta 1. Damage dealing healer over here as Luki Boy also finds one onto Memory. Once again, the fight falling in favor of Portsmouth. Warwick yet to really break anything, and it does look like they're kind of relying on that All-Star DPS duo to actually find the openings.
I really think Warwick really have to switch things up here. Meta 1 on the Farah has been doing work. But how are you really going to deal with that Doomfist? The Doomfist is getting way too much value, especially against Heybai on the ball, who's been just getting tossed around the place, booped off the map several times, all sorts. Although it is still very scrappy, as we've seen JJ going off the map themselves, trying to... I'm sure they typed in team chat, that was definitely a worthy sacrifice. Rosden with the Roadhog. Just tries to thread the needle, but does not quite get the shatter. But Meta 1 with the 3K. Oh my goodness, takes down one of the supports, 1 DPS, 1 tank, 1 apiece. He likes the full connection.
Oh my! That boop onto JJPT to send him outside the door and out. And subsequently he's going to fall.
20% counting. They have to play perfectly here now, though, unfortunately. The ultimate economy is
if there are any two teams actually to do it in, in the NEC, it's going to be these two teams. They can pull off perfect runs, but Meta 1 on that Farah, they don't have that Symmetra turret wall that he's so good at putting up, and so subsequently that may play a little bit of a factor, but right now it does look like a TP, but able to take it down before anything happens. JJPT going to get onto Adoyu. Can that be the opening? Can that be the thing needed? Rift also gets the boot onto Memory.
I think they need a hero play from Cheese Lord here to get the resurrection. Otherwise, it's curtains for our first map in this best of 5 series. Meta 1 gets Sheep, so it's a bit dodgy here. They do get the touch, but Heybai goes down immediately. Just gets absolutely melted.
Melting. That's put through the grinder.
This Portsmouth team, they've been together for 3 years now, so they're synergistically they are one. And that it's plays like that where you can really see it.
Hive mind, purely hive mind. You can see them all turning, melting things down.
And there you have it, the first map in this best of 5.
Paladins, they will take map 1 of this best of 5 series over Warwick. It was a hard-fought battle, though.
Very much
Warwick,
so,
they
very
had
much so.
moments of brilliance. Meta 1 and the Ferrer, I don't think I'll ever say that, had some blinders, but let's have a look at this Rosden play of the game.
The 5K
this
was it?
was beautiful.
This was definitely round saving, to say the least. Killing every enemy team in sight. No one left unscathed. That's a sheesh moment if I've ever seen one indeed.
That's all I can say about that. What a showing coming out. We've got a few highlights for you. Another replay coming out from Lukey Boy. I mean, as soon as he swapped off May onto the Tracer, Warwick pounced. They knew exactly the openings needed.
Exactly. Although I wasn't a big fan of the May personally. It was a bit touching. I wasn't able to get those blizzards off as effectively as one might like, except for, of course, in the final moments of the stage where the Blizzard just completely denied the entire point. That's a massive shadow from JJP. Denies the high noon from I Adore You and just keeps his entire team alive. But this was just beautiful from Meta 1. The fight was already won, but it's the style points as well.
Yeah, exactly.
The style! Going behind on the Pharah and just deleting the enemy team entirely.
You know the invisibility cloak? He
Yeah.
just had that on. He was just mingling around
Hanging out
in the air.
until suddenly there was no more. There was no more Portsmouth Paladins.
There was no more Portsmouth Paladins. There were Palagons.
Exactly.
Not Paladins, Palagons. That was plain and simple. But the Angels right now, they are this game down.
They
And
could
it's
use a miracle.
all about readjustment. Are they going to be able to flip their mentality, make sure that they're going into the next map with the same level of focus and same level of calm mentality as they did in game number 1? Obviously, all of these guys really experienced playing at the high level of Overwatch for many a time. Can they do it here, though, against this Portsmouth side who, I think up until now, the only team really to provide an answer to these, that duo of Sim and Roadhog?
Well, yes, of course, because Portsmouth Paladins are undefeated so far. They won our last in the winter finals undefeated as well. I don't believe they dropped a single map in the entire tournament.
No, 0 maps.
They know what they're doing. They've been together for years. They're fighting for the three-peat now, I believe, in these NSC finals. What do you think? What kind of changes can be made from Warwick Angels to really get that edge?
Well, I mean, we know that it is, I think, Warwick's map pick coming up next.
Yes.
And I think this is absolutely pivotal. If Warwick lose this, granted they are going to be, put Portsmouth onto that match point, but also it's going to just put that, inkling in the mind saying, even on our map pick, we can't win. If they can win this, I really genuinely think, why aren't they using their comfort picks of having Roadhog and Sim? Why aren't they playing that right now? They've got to have it up. It is going to be said, it's going to be Warwick's pick here. You have to say...
I'd go for them Numbani if I were them, to be honest.
You don't want to put on Kings Road. That is Portsmouth Paladins' map.
They've got the JJP on the Reinhardt. You're just going to move forward and you're just going to go home empty-handed.
Well, I have to say, I have seen them play extremely well on Eichenwald. With that initial point capture needed to go underneath the bridge, you have to say, if you can get a Symmetra set up there, get those turrets set up, that bridge push it's difficult in the first place. But if they get set up with that duo, it may well be something, quite difficult.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
they flip the meta.
There's only one approach on the Eichenwald, and that's why I believe Volskaya is the favorite map of the Warwick Angels, because you got that arch, you set up the microwave, 1800 watts, you come back, your popcorn's done 10 minutes later.
Who doesn't like a bit of sweet and sour popcorn?
Exactly. It's good for the soul, and hopefully good for the soul of the Warwick Angels as they're trying to tie up this series at 1-1.
It is. It's going to be interesting indeed. I have to say, I would love to see a little bit of, off-meta play coming in here. And I'm gonna let me pitch something to you. Okay, I'm gonna pull up my whiteboard, make some notes, and I'll show you.
Is this gonna be on the exam?
Yeah, it's not. Let me say, Symmetra Torbjorn.
It's certainly an idea. You get the turret and the flanking turret type thing.
Yeah,
send them in the back lines.
Yeah.
Turret MVP.
Yeah.
Gets the 5K. Everyone goes home happy.
I'm just saying, imagine you have a microwave in an archway, and you go the other way, and you're met by a Roadhog and a Torbjorn turret.
That's putting metal in the microwave.
It literally is, and we know what happens then is explosive.
Exactly. Explosive potential from these Warwick Angels DPS line. So,
100%. There's a lot of options here, and we can, I think we can spitball until the cows come home. But at the end of the day, Warwick, they've got to find a way to really dismantle this Portsmouth side. Portsmouth so settled in their habits, in their play style. As you said, they've been playing together for 3 years now.
They're practically family.
They are. You know, they're paladins. They play together all the time.
Live with honor, die with glory.
I like that. Live with honor, die with glory. That's pretty much the Portsmouth Paladins roster. At the end of the day, what Warwick need to do, they've got to get underneath the Portsmouth skin. They've got to be like, okay, Roston, you know what? Go camp their spawn for sheep.
If you can bully sheep, you can bully them all.
You see what I mean?
Sheep's been doing a lot of work, but if there's no sheep, there's no paladins.
Exactly. Really think that if Warwick want a chance of winning this, it's all about dismantling the Portsmouth side, because Portsmouth, they've got such a versatile ability of bounce back potential. I think it's less so of extending the team fights or making them quick. It's really playing at a pace where Portsmouth don't really know how to feel. It's not making them overtly unsettled or overtly comfortable, as we see.
Because
beautiful. What sunglasses
with
and look
the
at
glasses.
That hair.
Oh my goodness.
Dang. That is quite something, isn't it? Anyway, I got slightly sidetracked, but they've got to make them feel slightly uncomfortable or slightly off kilter.
Well, there's already psychological warfare going on. We can see in the match shot, Portsmouth Paladins are trying to bully the Warwick Angels into picking King's Row because obviously that's their favourite map. They're threatening to take lunch money, and no, there's a lot of opportunities for lunch around here, so I wouldn't want that taken off me personally.
Yeah, lunch money is definitely an important factor.
Especially as a losing team. Nothing cheers you up after losing quite like a big burger.
Exactly, and if you lose the game and you lose your lunch money, there's no burger and there's no win.
It's going to end in tears. Quite simply.
Too many tears, whatsoever. Actually, you know what Warwick needs? They need some Monster Energy.
They could do a bit of Monster Energy, a bit of caffeine flowing through their veins, getting those gamer senses going.
100%. It's the best for getting the gamer senses. Absolutely thriving Monster Energy. Big thanks to them indeed. But we're kind of waiting on Warwick right now. I'm not surprised that this pick is actually taking an extended amount of time. They know King's Row is off the table.
Yeah.
It is that toss-up. Eichenwald or Numbani, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean,
flip a coin, basically.
Literally, I'd almost say go and send someone, send a 10p over there, let them flip the coin, because actually they play in such different ways that it's almost incomparable.
Yeah. And that's the other thing that really has to be noted, because a lot of people look at this Warwick comp and they see the Symmetra, Hog, they're just messing about. They're just having a great time. They just happen to be individually talented, so that's why they have success. But they remind me of a couple of good friends of mine back home, the Scallywags, in that the Scallywags, they have been known to be, they did a bit of messing in their time. They did a bit more messing than Warwick Angels. But there's that still idea. Yes, they're very individually mechanically skilled, but there is that synergy. It's just a lot more difficult to see because the composition is so much more unique and complicated than Brawl is pretty simple. Big man, hammer, Lucio, go.
I just spotted something on our screen.
Ooh.
The pick is Eichenwald. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did say Eichenwald.
Well, I'll take the L on that one, I have to say, yeah.
But, interesting choice. I think if the Portsmouth side are able to take that first pointer, it's going to really actually come down to that last push through the castle. That's where it's going to lie, because that middle section across the bridge, that is all Portsmouth.
Yeah,
it's all Portsmouth.
There's nothing that can be done there. You just run at them. There's nowhere really to set up for the Symmetra. But another interesting thing is that Eichenwald is a very Reinhardt-centered map, and JJP, the past 3 or so years, has been absolutely dominating the field on the Reinhardt hero.
There isn't anybody. I don't think there's a Ryan. He's the best Reinhardt.
I think it's safe to say JJP is the best Reinhardt in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. He really is unmatched. Somebody who else was incredibly impressive? Rift.
Yes.
On that Diva.
Appeal was incredible.
Exactly, and a big thing that Diva does provide is obviously you can have that kill potential with the rockets and with the limitless shotgun potential, but also the amount of space that he created for Nightmare, for Lukey Boy to do what they do best. Really was paramount. They gave Rosden no opportunity to actually get to the DPSs and get to the healers to actually shut them down. And I think, at the end of the day, Rift really being that key factor to why Warwick may not be able to find space. But then again, we throw Sheep's name into it. We throw Tortoise's name into it.
Well, you should throw their names into it, but I think the reason why they were so unobstructed, I think go check the VOD. Tortoise and Sheep were the ones dying first, the least. And I think you have to thank Rift for that, because Rift was there with the defense matrix to keep them alive. They were hardly ever getting hooked because they were getting body blocked by the Diva. So if you've got a good off tank who's peeling for your supports while your front line is going in and putting in that consistent damage, there's not much that can really be done even with a cheesy comp like this.
Yeah, I mean, it is very, very impressive to see everything go, but I think we are going to be getting into the game fairly shortly, just making sure everything is sorted. Obviously, had a tech issue earlier, wanted to make sure that that player is very comfortable, make sure the picks are right, yada, yada, yada. But
always nice
obviously,
to be 6v6.
Exactly. We must also, big thank you to British University Esports Championships, powered by Intel, and obviously Monster Energy UK. Massive thanks
Very kind
must go over
sponsors.
to them. And also, someone who hasn't got enough credit, Gennaro.
Yeah.
Ginny, hosting
Playing a
all
blinder.
day. A blinder. A massive thanks must go to her. She's putting an absolute shift. So some big Pog champs in the chat. Please, Pepe hands here. Big claps all over the place.
Well
Clap,
done, well
clappity claps for the for Gennaro and also all the production team who are doing a blinder of a job as always. But Eichenwald, I must admit, I have to say, it is my favourite map. It looks beautiful. It plays beautiful. What more do you want?
Well, I'm a big German man with flowing blonde hair at heart. Give me a hammer.
Get some clogs on.
And I'll turn everything into a nail.
As you do, get a couple of steins here and there. That's exactly what is needed. And let's have a look at these compositions. I really would expect Portsmouth to play something different here.
Yeah.
It's got so much open space, so many angles, and so you'd expect either an Echo or a Farah to come up, and it's exactly like Lukey Boy is on the Echo. Nightmare taking up the Hanzo, probably looking for that early pick onto Cheese Lord or Memory to really open up the space. But Metal 1, Genji.
Interesting pick.
It's a very
will
interesting
we keep
pick.
that in the game, I wonder? I have been personally witness to what Lukey Boy can do on this Echo Hero, and it's not an understatement to say that it was mind-boggling what happened in the previous series.
Yeah, I'm sure production back know that their observers taking notes saying Lukey Boy Echo in capitals.
Stay on the Echo,
Yeah.
and also Nightmare has been known to get some cheeky headshots. Might be RNG thing, maybe he's just a bit blessed, lucky.
I adore you. Is he going to find anything?
Oh,
No, he
just
meets an Orisa shield. Listen, that was a lovely attempt. It was right on the headshot, but the Orisa shield was there.
I think it's an interesting thing is that the main and
here.
off tank have swapped sides as Nightmare gets...
Goodbye.
I'm telling you, Rosden on that Roadhog has paid an extra £20 for the Hook Extension DLC, as we see
And he
again
gets another
on JJP. Field comes out. Fortunately, it was too slow for the field for the Cassidy there, but there was nothing to be done.
I think that's the first hook he's actually missed this whole tournament so far. I think,
It's entirely possible. Like
Yeah.
we'll have to check the VOD later, of course.
Oh, there's another one. He's shaken.
Oh,
as
the
he's also
caster's
getting
curse.
pegged in the back.
You've done it to
Toros
him.
gets one onto Rosen. Nightmare finds the pick onto I Adore You, and Lukey Boy on that Echo finds himself a double on Heyby and Memory. First fight going in favour of Portsmouth.
I think if you're Warwick, you're really not happy with that. They had such good opportunity. There are
So
two
many.
picks, and if they're not able to finish that, then the mental game has got to be coming into play. Like, why are we not
shield
finishing
as
off?
well.
Yeah.
Double shield around. And the fact that JJP did not die after Roston hooked him was ridiculous.
Yeah.
He should have been.
Toros played just amazing immortality field coming in, and as a result, the Gravitic Flux will be coming out pretty soon. But Roston again, Nightmare is not having a very nice time here.
He really isn't.
71% on the Dragon Strike, but probably would be on a second or third if it wasn't for this Roston character. Nana comes out onto Meadow 1, doesn't get the blade,
Kills, though.
so it's going to be a dry blade. But stick a bubble on, should be grand.
Warwick, though, doing a very good job. They're able to break the Portsmouth hold, and really, I mean, no real shine going on here because it was a massive team effort. I think almost every single player on the side of Warwick getting a pick of their own and a really, really good showing from them. And more importantly, none of them falling.
Yes.
They all stayed up. Meta 1 now has that Dragon Blade. Cheese Lord has the Mercy ult. So JUP on the other side of things
Rift switching
has
to the
got
Diva
a nice
now.
ultimate to work with. So I think ultimates will be fairly balanced coming into the next fight. I think Meta 1 is definitely this key anchor. How many picks can he get, in the backline to open up the space for Portsmouth to push forward?
No Nano, unfortunately, though. So
here we go.
Oh, and he gets deleted. Oh my goodness.
Control Alt Delete happened on him. Just
All right,
then.
press Q to respawn, please. That's a bit unfortunate for Meta 1 on the Genji. I'd say they're probably going to swap that. Not even end.
Mirrors the Hogger! Lukey Boy,
Threads
you're
the
a
needle.
madman! Roston, yeah, I'm sorry, got to take some lessons right there because that hook was gorgeous, and he's actually
We were talking
pushing
earlier about Rift
forward.
hog diffing Rosden on the Roadhog, but I think Lukey Boy's sticking his name in the hat there
He's
as well.
actually been solo
grabbed.
by High with that grab. Not something you often see, but you have to shut him down. Cheeselord does get the pick eventually. Sheep actually knocks Rosden off the map with that Brigitte. Rosden not going to be happy with that, as he's usually the one sending people for a swim. But the point is still moving. Throughout all of these kills, Portsmouth actually haven't been on the point to contest it, and that slowly becomes more and more concerning as
Robert has arrived.
that point gets towards the bridge. The two ultimates are traded out. Nightmare puts one out, does find Memory as Lukey Boy's going to take down I Adore You. Bob even wasn't going to eventually find the hook and kill onto Todos, but
Doesn't
it's not
get much value,
after a
but the
teammate went
resurrection
down.
comes out still even. Hey, by going down on the Zarya, really can't really having that. Not going to have the energy, so the recontest fight is going to be a lot more difficult here for Warwick.
It really is.
But they do have that nano, they do have that whole hog. There could be some electric pig action going on.
It does look like it is going to do so. Rift does fall off the map courtesy of a nice Rosden hook. And I'm curious to see how now the re-engage coming out from Portsmouth, because here is one of the only parts of Eichenwald where actually the attackers have the advantage. They've got the high ground, and it's very difficult for the opposing defenders to push through it.
Big
See, the
deflect.
whole hawk is just
Blade from Meadow 1 very soon.
sending things
Are they even going to be able to
through.
touch it? Just about touch. Bomb comes out. Everyone hide. Doesn't get out. Of
Run.
course. They're too good at this game for that. Blade comes out. Can they get the BAP? They do get the Baptiste. That's an enormous pick. If they can just get rid of this Orisa, I think it's going to be curtains here for this point.
Does look like it is great. Bounce back coming out from Warwick. They pushed all the way through to that second point, and they have 3.5 minutes on the clock to get to that final stop. As the capture point rams the door, it explodes open.
That'll be a
They've got to
tough
work
cleanup
their way
job.
through the castle, and this is the hardest point.
I think it's
for
essential.
Tiget.
It's very essential here that Warwick finished with time, because they just need to have that safety net of knowing we're going to have a second chance to attack, even if Paladins finish with more than 1 minute. Because if it's a draw-only situation, that leaves you in a really bad spot, especially as it's a best-of-5 series. But as you start off, Rosden goes down early. That's not ideal. Sheep gets taken down as well. Bob doing a lot of... Oh, grab! That's a very brave grab with Rift onto Diva there, but it pays off dividends as they take down both the tanks.
Huge
Rift trying to stay alive, but Lukey Boy, 1 HP, isn't going to be able to get anything done. And then they've got the nano. They can nano the Roadhog whole hog, or they can nano the Genji and see if they can get a blade in time for this final fight.
Yeah, Todos is the only one with a ultimate on the side of Portsmouth Paladins. Not looking good for Portsmouth right now.
Looking very good for Warwick. Oh, and that's an enormous hook from Rosden in the back line. Gets the May. Lukey Boy is just not having a very nice time here. Sheep goes down so low, knocks the supports back into the spawn. He says, you're going home tonight. You're not going to get any work done. Go back to bed.
It's a big pick onto Rosden. He was being such a disruptor on to that back line. Hi-Bye trying to utilize the full charge Zarya as best as possible, but the Reinhardt doing so much work. Kills fall in favor of Portsmouth. Lukey Boy and Rift finding one of their own, and JJP T90 and the Reinhardt charging and swinging that hammer into oblivion as Memory sent back to the respawn screen. A good stabilization coming out from Portsmouth after Warwick really had all of the momentum in the world.
I think the key there was the nano boost may have been a misplay, but it was put onto a Zarya with 0 charge, and it's just a waste of time, really. Like, what are you going to do with that?
I completely agree with you, but now Portsmouth having the ultimate favor. Meta 1 trying to dive in,
oh,
looking for the kill
nearly
on
gets him,
Todos,
but Rift
lives, and Rift again being that anchor on that Diva, taking Meta 1 down. Ardu trying to find a few picks. Nightmare's going to use his Deadeye to take down Rosden as Lukey Boy.
Nasty
the second. Rift's going to get one to Hey-Bye as well. And another team fight going in favor of Portsmouth. And this now becomes worrying with a minute left for Warwick to get that third point.
Look at the top left of your screen there. Can you count the ultimates? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates for Portsmouth Paladins.
5?
And they're not exactly shabby ultimates. A Blizzard, a Shatter, a Window. Like, what are you going to do against that? I think what needs to happen here is Warwick needs to bait out these ultimates quick and then go for a quick recontest, I think. They might have the Bob as an initialization tool, maybe get the sound barrier out, but they need to play fast and they need to play dirty.
They do, and if Rift can get an eat onto Hey-Bye's Graviton, it'll be huge. And once again, they do initiate with the Bob, but trying to open up that space. They've done so. A huge hook onto JJP.
Doesn't get to use the Shatter.
Does, yeah, exactly. It's a massive kill, but May,
that's quite a large,
Boy,
quite a large Blizzard there.
Using that Blizzard. And kills falling once again in favour of Portsmouth. And this is something they're incredible at, just stabilising things as they start to go south.
But as I said, it's not the worst in the world. If they can stay alive here, which they're struggling to do, Portsmouth have used all their ultimates with not much to show for it until JJP comes out with a 4-man shatter and kills 3.
That's
2.5 seconds to go. Can they even touch? I don't think so.
And he just sends him way back. JJPT90. I think they're obviously going to rename Reinhardt to JJPT.
Well, of course, the 90 stands for him going 90 miles an hour into the enemy backline.
That's all he does. What a play from him. That Reinhardt hammer down was huge and definitely opened things up. And subsequently, only giving the side of Warwick those 2 capture points, 57.52 meters in total. They're going to have to put one hell of a good showing to stop this Portsmouth side who, you know, halfway through that game, Warwick, they had all the momentum in the world. They were just, you know, casual stroll across the bridge, nice scenery of Eichenwald, and then suddenly Portsmouth comes in and, you know, they've just, you know, produced a thunderous rainstorm to rain on the Warwick Parade.
Well, I think what really happened there is JJP got on the Reinhardt. He said, all right, I'm here, I'm 6'7", I'm 500 pounds, I'm ready to lift you all, carry you all into the enemy spawn, and there's nothing you can do about it. The key here, Warwick, they need to hold first. They have the Symmetra now, they have Meta 1 on the Symmetra. If they don't hold first, point 2, I think it's just going to be a disaster for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But this is definitely a point they can hold.
Yes,
Meta 1 back on that Symmetra. I'm almost glad to see it. They've got the duo, and I think this is the first time we've seen Meta 1 and Rosden, that Sim and Roadhog duo. I don't think we've seen it yet, which is so surprising to me. But what a great time to pull it out off a point that can be full held by them. I'm surprised to see them actually hold the point so far back. I was kind of expecting a little bit more aggressive. Something that does bring a concern is that, yes, hey boy, there is only a single shield.
Yeah.
And for this point, it is quite difficult. And you can see Portsmouth being so aware of how to play it. They've actually gone to take the high ground immediately. But look, are they going to double back? They're just playing their time.
Waiting for that amp speed from the Lucio.
Oh, but look
to come
at the
in.
placement of
And they have
Meta
the point
1's
already.
turrets.
Dings coming out from Nightmare on the Cassidy. Lukey Boy sending the icicles down the line. 2 ticks already. And doesn't look like there's a contest in sight. Well, what are you going to do? They've already got the point. 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. And we were saying, Warwick, they need to hold first. And then they're just giving it up with 6 minutes to spare.
You know, I'm concerned now for Warwick.
I'm very concerned.
You know, for a moment there, all 6 dead at the same time. Team kill. Off the face of the earth. And Portsmouth, they are pushing forward. Look, they're only leaving, I believe it's Sheep on the point here. He's the most mobile. They're pushing forward and taking the high ground away from Warwick. That makes this first corner almost impossible to contest.
Sheep's off for a smoke break here. He can just stay on the cart and just do nothing for the next 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
I think I just saw him go to the Monster Energy fridge to grab himself a Monster because he can just wait on point.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
get caffeined up while he waits for his team to team wipe at Warwick again. But Meta 1 here. Oh, that is a... What even was that came in? A massive amount of damage coming into Warwick, and they're just dropping like flies here. Hey boy on the Sigma goes down. Rosden's the only one left, really, but I don't think he's long for this world.
Sheep is like, I want a bit of action. He comes
my goodness, the triple dink by Sheep. Oh my goodness, that is somewhat nasty, I have to say. Blizzard comes in, obviously.
He solo Blizzard's Cheese Lords.
That's a BM play if I've ever seen one. And the spiritual leader, the father of this team, you solo ult him, and the children start crying.
Much PM. You love to see it as spectators and casters. You hate to see it as an opponent. And then once I mean, we called it. This second point
is just it's
all
free.
Portsmouth, and Nightmare just trying to get
That's
the early
a large
initial
flashbang.
pick. JGP does find one, but Meta 1 and Boston finding picks of their own. Does he cast a curse potential happening? You can see everyone just hiding on the side of Warwick, but amazing healing coming out from Taurus to keep Nightmare alive, to give him as much time as possible. Doesn't transpire into anything. Sheep does get the boop onto the bob to send him off the map. Nightmare still alive.
Rally comes out from memory. Oh, that's enormous. And Sheep on the Lucio trying to stay alive, does not manage it. And this is a stabilization that Warwick really needed.
Oh, that was huge.
There's 2 minutes gone off the clock since the first point was taken. I wasn't expecting there even to be 2 minutes between first and second point being taken. So that stabilization is very good. But, and it's a big but, there's a Blizzard and there's a Diva Bomb. Blizzard is just such an effective ultimate. If you can get it onto the Roadhog, Roadhog can't do anything, can't press that E. The E is the most vital hero the Roadhog has. Some say it's a hook, but I think the survivability is what
no
really keeps
way
you
is
there.
it going to be almost another like a
Sheep,
C9.
Sheep goes down, that's...
It's a C9. They're just not letting Warwick onto the point.
They can't touch.
They can't touch whatsoever. That's such a blunder coming out from Portsmouth. They've just, no, Warwick, they've just let Portsmouth walk onto the point freely.
I
And
think they just got into their
got
heads.
the second point.
They over-rotated. They got in their heads and they thought, okay, we need to hold this position, high the ground. We've got the momentum now. But then they just, oh, hold on. There's the point. It's quite important.
Yeah,
4.5 minutes on point
You
C.
can't forget it. You cannot forget it. But coming down to this last corner, this is not looking promising.
JJP
Metal One swapping onto the jump mat, trying to look for that extra damage.
Just about.
Not finding anything just yet. Hayby does become incredibly low. Nobody falling, and good stabilization. All the healers right now doing incredible work. Eventually, Ayadoyu's going to find a double one with the bomb, one of his own precision. Watson's going to find one as well onto JJPT Meta. One training back as well onto Todos. So big kills here for the side of Warwick.
That was all Meta One right there. I know it was Ayadoyu that got the final blows in the end, but Meta One was the one that booped them up in the air, and then it was just a day at the shooting range for Ayadoyu on the Ash.
It's a great kills coming out from Meta One. Great job, cross the board. Warwick, though, 3.5 minutes. That's how long they have to hold out for.
That's a long time.
That is a long time.
Especially in the world of Overwatch.
It is. It's pretty much a
But
century.
if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's the Warwick Angels.
It is. Warwick Angels looking strong. 3 ultimates on their favor. This Junkrat tire could be huge. I'm curious. That's going to rip. Is it going to find anybody? Goes to the back line, but it's completely destroyed by Rift.
Rift was on that immediately. He knew where he was coming from. They probably had that play against him in scrims about 25,000 times, but that is an enormous hook. Rosden, where did that come from? I don't know. Was there even a needle to thread there? You just threw it out into the universe, and the universe answered, giving you
I really need a link to this extended hook DLC, because I've got to get it.
Yeah, I think you can, maybe it's stacks, you can buy about 5 of them. You can just straight across different maps.
5 different chain links.
Yeah, exactly.
Just make it extra long. But, I mean, what a hook. And you can see Portsmouth just starting to back off and realise that fight is not theirs to take whatsoever.
I mean, all jokes aside, Rosden does not have any DLC, unfortunately. It's just knowing the character so well that you know exactly what your limits are.
Yeah, that really is impressive.
Double
Both
windows.
the ultimates, though, being used from the side of Warwick. Lukey Boy's going to find one. Nightmare finds another. JJPT is there to get 2 of his own, and Rift comes in, and the team kill. Good night, Warwick. Game 2, Portsmouth. They are going on to match point.
We've seen reverse sweeps before. Do you reckon we're going to see one today? I think there needs to be major changes if that's going to be occurring. It's a tough one, I have to say.
I really don't know. I cannot call it. Portsmouth are looking fiery, spicy, smoky hot right now.
Firing on all cylinders is really the only way to say it.
More than
Lukey
all
Boy
the
especially.
cylinders. You know, I think they bought more cylinders to fire.
It's not even a V6 anymore. It's V12.
At least 2 of them, turbo boosted, nitrous oxide, going boom.
Yeah, that's just incredible. And match point on this Easter Saturday, I think the Warwick Angels need a miracle.
I hate to say it, but I completely agree. And look at this, Lukey Boy getting
the hog diff as the DPS player.
Well, it's just so impressive. And you know, we saw in the chat before the game even began, we're gonna diff you on your own characters.
Yeah,
and they have.
That moment right there, that's when Rosden's heart, poor little heart, was broken and cleft in twain.
Yeah, cleft in twain, multiple pieces, scattered across Eichenwalde. But Portsmouth are so
with the
impressive
comeback
right now.
Trying his little heart out, trying to show the world what the Roadhog can do. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
And you know, the turning factor for that game was Rift's destruction of the Junkrat tire.
Yes.
Somehow, he reads it. I don't know how, but obviously it's something that he's been seen and played quite a lot. But at the end of the day, the reaction time to be able to take down that Junkrat tire in the split second that he needed to do so opened up the map and subsequently gave Portsmouth that W. It's absolutely incredible.
And that was just actually a very interesting play from Portsmouth. How on the first point, they just took the point. There was Warwick, where were you? They were half asleep in the back line.
Yeah.
And the rotation, Sheep, speed boosted, they hide 10 seconds, wait. Speed boost comes out, they all go down onto point, Reinhardt swinging, and then Warwick just didn't have any opportunity to recontest.
There's absolutely just no openings whatsoever, and it's a great point as well. That second point capture, the fact that Portsmouth was just able to stroll straight onto it and capture it with zero contention, I really summarises where Warwick's mentality is. They're overthinking, they're rushing, they're trying to do more than there's actually needed. Rely on yourselves, back yourself, be confident. You've got, two of the
Warwick,
best DPS.
you've got this.
Warwick, yeah. They need a blessing from the angels that they look down to.
We'll light some candles. We'll get it all going. As I said, Easter Saturday, they do need a miracle. What are their... Although it is Assault coming up, 2CP, their favourite map is Volsky Industries. I'd say that there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to be going there. Unless they're truly mentally boomed.
I think the mental boom's going to be interesting. But yeah, Volsky Industries. Warwick, definitely a map that they can truly bounce back and truly come back on. They're very good at it, very comfortable at it, and subsequently could provide a few issues to Portsmouth. But then again, we thought they could produce some issues on Eichenwald.
Yeah.
We thought they could produce some issues on Lijiang Tower.
Oh, they did produce some issues on both, not as much on Eichenwald. I think at this stage, Portsmouth have figured out. They had the first map where it was a little bit all over the place. Meta 1 was on that far play, which is a little bit different to what they were expecting. But they figured that out pretty quickly. And that's because Portsmouth is a very adaptable team. So, as you said, we're going into Volskaya now.
I'm curious.
What do you do? Do you mix it up, or do you just stick to your guns?
I think, what they did really well on Lijiang Tower, especially that first point, was the fact that they made it so scrappy. Portsmouth, they're a unit, they're a team. Make it scrappy, they're going to be scattered, they're going to be fiending all over the place, and that's where Warwick can thrive.
Yeah.
But
organised chaos is the best way to describe it.
It's, it seems to be the only place that they can find the W and find those wins. Right now, the only real dominating performance from Warwick over this Portsmouth side was that second capture point in game number 1. We're yet really to see it.
And that was even that was down to the wires, 99.99.
Exactly.
Only by hero play from Rosden on the Roadhog getting the 5k.
Exactly.
That kept them alive.
It's a lot of concerns, and really it is going to produce everything falling into place for the Warwick Angels roster. Right now, we have got Meta 1 back onto the Pharos, something that I must admit seemed to find more success on than the Symmetra this series. You can definitely see Portsmouth have prepped for the Symmetra play, etc., etc. Idui back on the Widowmaker as well. If we look at the flip side, though, Lukey Boys decided to go on the Bastion. The turret from hell, you have to say.
Never mind cheese comps. This is a full cheese board. Everyone's getting it out. We got some fine wines, cheese and crackers. Everybody's happy,
double
especially
shield,
the casters.
Bastion. Double shield, Bastion, and
so
Symmetra
toxic
from Portsmouth.
I think the cheese has gone off, to be perfectly honest with you.
It is some stanky cheese. Indeed. I'm scared for it. But Meta 1, this is a wise play.
That is the perfect, quintessential, perfect first pick. Unfortunately, he pays for it with his life, but I think Rosden will still be happy with that, because they don't have the staying power without the Mercy to sustain as much. If they can maybe even a cheeky concussion blast here to knock some people down. Baptiste does a lot of heals, but
definitely for that concussion. But look, Meta 1,
they can bully
looking
sheep
to find, pick up on sheep. This is something we spoke about. Taking sheep out, taking that main healer out of play could definitely be interesting. And he's having to battle Mercy his way out of it. And eventually
there it
that's
is.
just not going to work.
The direct followed by the melee.
Difficult
Beautiful.
to deal with. Meta 1 obviously getting taken down sheep are high by trading. Winning the
Ooh,
pip
I
onto
adore
Rift.
you.
Tolos
Close.
is going to get one
Gets
onto
the
Headbutt
headshot,
as
doesn't
well.
charge it up enough.
Oh
close.
no! I adore you yet to really put this Widowmaker in action, but Rosden's being an absolute nuisance in the background. Eventually, I adore you does take down Todos. Meta 1 also going to find one to Lukey Boy. Those kills falling in favour of Warwick, and they're all stuck in this back room. JGPT is just going to throw himself off the map. So is Nightmare. He's going to die, and subsequently they're going to reset and look to take and control of defense in this second capture point. But a much better performance coming out from Warwick.
Immediately, you could see the key thing there. Rosden sacrifices his life, God bless him, to take out the Mercy with sheep. And then Meta 1 with Cheese Lord go around the back, put a few rockets into the face of the Mercy, and then you got Bap heals. It's good, but it's not good enough against Hebe and Rosden.
Yeah, it's not the best moisturizing experience, rockets to the face.
Yes.
But in this context, definitely exactly what Meta 1 wanted to provide. I'm curious to see Rift, though, flying with the hamster ball into the back line of Warwick. Initially playing Deed, but Metal One and Memory having their ultimates could prove dividend. Memory hasn't forced to pop his to stay alive.
Oh, the flank goes off, gets one.
But gets one, and Rift again.
Will it be enough though? If they can kill Sheep here, I think that'll be a fight win. And they kill Sheep here. I think it'll be a fight win.
Yeah, I'd have to say, and it looks like it's a
That's a
potential
team kill.
team wipe. Toros has to get back for the touch. Is he able to do so? He hasn't really got much speed to get back.
He's
Eventually, is
already low,
touched. The contention is there, but he's going to fall to Meta One. And Rosden, Meta One, doing exactly what we foresee them to do and take over a game.
4:20 on the clock. That some might say is a golden number. I think I'll agree with them. I think Warwick will definitely agree with them because that's the time bank that they have.
100%.
Now it's all about the defense. If they keep the Symmetra, they'll have the microwave. If they keep Meta One in the Farah, they might have some other opportunities. But it's all about having to read Portsmouth here. Portsmouth have the advantage with team comps because they are on attack. They can go back and they can switch. So they really have to make a decision here.
I completely agree with you. And something that I think we haven't pointed about is Portsmouth's potential overconfidence here. They picked a bit of a weird comp. Double shields.
It was very
Bastion, very cheesy. And it really did not pay off for them whatsoever. They just got rolled.
Well, even at the second point, they had to make some swaps. They moved Rift onto the D.Va. They moved JJP onto the ball. And at that stage, it's too late. Meta One already has the barrage. What are you going to do against that?
Exactly.
Rosden has already hooked Sheep out of the back line from 50
and
yards.
Got whole hog. Who needs Widowmaker when you've got Rosden's hook?
That's tragic. Tragic from I Adore You on the Widowmaker. Gets the headshot onto Todos, but doesn't charge it up enough. You hate to see it, especially because you hate when you hate to see it because you remember when you've done it.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. It's what a shot I've hit, but they're not there because I didn't fully charge it.
Is there a glitch with the kill feed? What's going on here?
Patience, is a virtue, and unfortunately didn't wait enough for it. But we are underway. This time, Portsmouth Paladins, have they got what it takes to
Todos already super
attack?
low on the Zenyatta.
Exactly, and I think it was I
50.
Adore You again, not charging up enough actually with that Widowmaker. Everybody's going to obviously have that the orb on him, the damage boosting orb. However, interestingly enough, Nightmare on the flank with the Tracer being a nuisance. It's going to be a one-on-one against Rosden and Lukey Boy
and
on the
Widow
opposite flank
so
as
low.
well. They're
Discord's
looking
on
to
them.
find a collapse here. Right now, good stabilization coming out from Warwick. They haven't given away any picks. You can see I Adore You looking for Lukey Boy's head. Lukey Boy becoming incredibly weak off Metal One shot from the Farah. Rosden though eventually going to take down the Tracer. It's a huge kill as the sandwich no longer possible, but I Adore You's going to fall.
Lukey Boy,
Lukey Boy just
direct
lobs
hits.
a nade towards him, and he's going to fall.
Don't think he can res that either. But Meta One extremely 16 HP in a dream here, and both Cheese Lord going down is enormous because they don't have that pocket for Meta One, and so if you don't have the healing, the Fire just has to hide. And this, but the looks of it, Paladins just have their number on this one.
And I love the fact that Rift is charging straight into the Rosden hook. Not afraid, but that is a scary sight to come around the corner.
It is indeed.
A nano-boosted Roadhog Rosden, to say the least. This contention is going on for so long. Lukey Boy looking to mimic the D.Va. Can he get the D.Va bomb? Nightmare's going to get the kill onto Rosden with the bomb as I Adore You takes down JJPT. Meta One fights
exactly
on
as you said.
Sheep. Huge kills on both sides as Lukey Boy takes down Cheese Lord. Trades happening back
Oh,
and
Meta One
forth.
with the barrage.
This is the barrage. It doesn't find anybody. Lukey Boy with a 2K. Oh my
goodness.
Gosh, Lukey Boy on
With
this
the
Echo.
3.
He is a madman.
I think Lukey Boy may have killed 6 in that fight. Oh my goodness. That was just... Meta One is probably hurting after that one. Presses Q as the fire, and the D.Va bomb's already there, like, damn it. Lads, I messed this one up. I'll see you in the spawn room.
Yeah, she just press Q to respawn. But a longer hold, though, coming out from that first point by Warwick. Very
They
good
definitely have a better
shot so
time.
far.
At least that's one thing
Exactly.
they have under their belt.
And so this is really a difference factor. How good is the side of Portsmouth on this second point? Rosden just missing a hook
Gives
uncharacteristically.
him a scratch in the face, but
The
not quite
ults
enough.
fairly even across the board. Daring, I don't know how to feel right now.
Well, I know how to feel right now. Lukey Boy's gone down, and that's it. If they can get the res, it's still one less resource that they have. But Haby getting a little bit creative here, going for the baby D.Va. Oh, that's really an unfortunate play, getting hit with the self-destruct as Divi yourself. Mine's coming out. Luka Boy finds memory. This does not look good for Warwick.
It really doesn't. But the spawn is going to favour them massively. So
yeah,
and with
just
the trades
need
going
one
out,
pick.
they're going to have to keep. It's all down to how well Sheep can keep them alive. And
Give him 2 ticks, stay alive.
He does it so
Oh,
well.
JJP goes down so low, but unfortunately, Haby can't quite get the kill and gets team-mech themselves. They're so close to that Brigitte ultimate. If they can get that 83 and counting.
They've just managed it so well. That's a great job from the side of Rift, using his defense matrix to keep his teammates alive.
Oh my goodness, Luki Boy
with the 3K!
I was going their way anyway, but that's what I have to go out with a bang, you know?
Why? How did he do that?
And this is consistency, off-tank difference. Not from the off-tank, from the DPS
player.
That is just incredible.
What a showing coming out from Luki Boy. He whips out that diva, says, absolutely not. This is our point. We'll be seeing you later. Drops the diva bomb, and good night.
Yep.
I mean, he dropped the mic. Mic dropped
52
completely.
seconds left. 52 seconds less for the Portsmouth Paladins, but I think their ego's got to be riding pretty high after that finish.
100%. Portsmouth looking strong. Remember, ladies and gents, it is match point.
Yeah.
They win this game. They have won your NSC Spring Championships for Overwatch. And actually, I think sadly for Warwick, this is their second attempt across, multiple games which they've qualified, which they won't have won for.
They have 4 attempts in total. They've already lost 1 with the Dota. They're on track to
potentially
lose this
here.
one. We're not finished yet, of course. Miracles could happen.
Touch wood.
But
can't cast the curse.
They
can't do that.
They still have the chances in League of Legends and Rocket League as well, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. You must tune into that throughout this weekend. It's brilliant action happening here in Insomnia. We are on to the second set of offensive and defensive pushes between Warwick and Portsmouth on Vizcaya Industries. This Overwatch action
Charlotte's getting
has
very
been
brave there against the Ash.
Brilliant.
Very brave there, peeking the head out against I Adore You. Obviously, there's just no level of respect the Paladins have for the Warwick Angels. They just don't care anymore. They know that they're firing on cylinders, and that means that they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's scary indeed. Watson caught in this corner, and he's just been chased down, but
so close
somehow
for
he
Rift.
stays alive.
I'd say Rift was less than 1 HP there. Managed to get taken down in the end by the Wrecking Ball, and JJP as well. They could be tankless here quite soon. JJP is like 50, 100 HP.
Hey, Boy doing a really good job on the hamster ball. Does find a couple of kills and smashes his way through Nightmare.
Oh, and Todos is gone. Yep, I can see that one coming a mile away. If they can get Luki Boy here, yeah, that's really what you need to do.
As well out of Hayby with those shots there to take down Luki Boy in aid of Rosden. But so far we saw this in the first attempt. This side of
45 seconds to go.
Good. So they've got one more push, maybe 2 if it's a quick one, but this is tough. It looks like they're taking their time, making sure they get the best setup possible, and they're going to fly straight into it.
I quite fancy Warwick's chances here, though.
I do as well.
They can force the draw and maybe even get the win if they can just hold off for 30 more seconds. They've got the ult advantage. Symmetra's obviously lagging behind a little bit, but they nearly have everything else. So they have the set pieces. They are ready to move in. Robert, Bob, he gets on the field. He could do a lot of damage. But, Nightmare getting very creative on the Tracer. Goes for the post. Does not get cheeseboard in the end. Has to use Valkyrie to stay alive. Double support ults out from Warwick Angels here. This is a very scary thing. JJP goes down from Portsmouth, and Todos is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Managed to stay alive so far. But Luki Boy, 1 HP. And that's an enormous up from Rosden. That could be game, because Luki Boy goes down there. The carry. Rift also very low. It's just pandemonium for Paladins. Overtime ticking down, and with the mines in the point, there's nothing that Warwick can do here.
A touch does come out from JJPT, but he's going to go down very quickly. There's going to second touch as well, but I don't think that's it. Warwick, they will full hold in round number 3 against this Portsmouth side. It comes down to this, Staring. It comes down to this.
Well, they're not going to lose this map, that's for sure.
They can't lose. They can either, tie it and subsequently probably have a full map replay, which I don't think the Warwick side wants. I wouldn't want it either against this Portsmouth roster.
Yeah.
Or they have a chance to take this game number 3 to send it to a game number 4 against in this matchup. It's a great bounce back coming out from Warwick. They've done a really good job falling games 1 and 2, mentally resetting, and then flying back into the action in this game number 3. What more would you want from a side?
Exactly. That was just phenomenal play, especially from Rosden there, controlling so much space in the point that the Paladins, they just had nowhere to go, basically. And the real difference maker there was Cheese Lord and Memory narrowly escaping death at the hands of Nightmare on the Tracer. It was very touch and go whether they were going to stay alive, but they did. The Valkyrie came out, the Nana Boost came out, 2 support ultimates, and then if you're Paladins, there's nothing you can do there because there's just so much presence on the point with an electric hog.
Yeah.
It's quite a sight to behold.
It is quite a sight to behold. I think he is just pulsating with energy, more than what Rosden already gives him, which is quite hard to believe. But Portsmouth, it's their time to shine here. Can they do it? I'm curious. Lukey Boy, I think, really is the pivotal point here. Can he stay alive? He's been so good on the Echoes and so good using that ultimate. It really is a tough call. It does look like
Sheep goes down. That's enormous. That could be the pick that decides it. And
Luka
Boy's 1 HP in the back line, so close to going down. They get the res off, so they still have the player advantage. Oh, this is
so
getting very tough. Rift gets separated, managed to get out. Thankfully, those Diva boosters, the extra mobility is...
Heyby is on the flank all
trying to
the way around, keeping Sheep at bay, stopping him from getting back. Sheep, though, does swap onto the Lucio.
Oh my goodness, and JJP and Lukey Boy.
JJP also takes down Iador. You Sheep comes straight back and says, "Hey, boy, how dare you spawn camp me? I'm going to dunk you straight into that freezing cold water."
I would not be happy
play.
if I was Heyby there.
Me neither. Sheep actually comes back and finds Meta 1 as well. So Sheep staying alive, finding a double kill. Unbelievable on this healer. Sheep, we spoke about him. We touched his name. I mean, he's barking mad.
So strike me down and I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine is basically it. He goes down on the Mercy, comes back on the Lucio and just arrives up Chad mode, knocks one off the map, shoots another in the head. What else can you do, you know?
I mean, he's definitely providing a warm fleece for this Portsmouth side in a very cold Vizcaya Industries map. But you see the good rotations coming out from them. It's a great attempt from Nightmare to try and get them all burning and taking away.
Very close down. Rift and Lukey Boy. Okay, what's going on here?
I don't know. Where
and
did
there's
that come from?
no res anymore, you see. Sheep goes down on the Mercy. There's nothing to be done.
This is very close, and it looks like Warwick is setting themselves up perfectly.
Has to touch him. There's nothing to be done
Rosden, backline
with
hog.
The back.
That's it.
That's
Warwick,
scary.
they've won game number 3, and we will be going to a 4th game.
We finally have a series on our hands.
And we finally do. It's been all Portsmouth up until now. They have been dominating this Warwick roster, and they really have said, actually, no way, Jose, are we out of the game. We're here to play. Watch out.
Exactly. And what you really think was the difference maker there? I think it's really hard to say because all the moving parts were just working so well together. This is an enormous play. Just beautiful.
That was obscene. That was obscene indeed. And I think what the difference maker really was is actually they did what we said they needed to do.
We should be coaches, obviously.
We should be coaches. They said, you know what, kill Sheep, go spawn kill him.
Yeah.
They did that 3 times.
Until Sheep decided, I've had enough of this, and I'm coming back on the Lucio, and I'm going to kill your entire team.
Yeah, it's a brilliant job coming out from the side of Warwick and dismantled, really, the Portsmouth side, giving Portsmouth no room to breathe and no inch to cross. I'm very, very excited indeed. This now flips, I think, my point of view completely on how this series is going to go.
Yeah.
It was all Portsmouth. I would have, I'm not a betting man, but I would have said, okay, here we go, Portsmouth, take the money now because I want to win my bets. But at the end of the day, Warwick, they've shown that they've got the capacity to take down the Portsmouth roster in a map, yes, that really could have gone either way, but you have to say it, in a rather dominating fashion. Granted, it went to round 3, but there wasn't really a moment where Portsmouth looked like they had any sort of control.
Well, yeah, Portsmouth had, like, as you said, no control, especially in their second attack. They had 2 minutes, but they got nothing out of it. So it'll be interesting to see where we go for this next map. And it's also interesting how the success that Warwick have had has been mostly when they're not playing their Symmetra hog comp. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, they've been branching out, trying to get a little bit creative and not be known as the one tricks that they have been so far.
Yeah, and I think Rosden has pretty much been exclusively hog, but Meta 1 has definitely, fielded a plethora of DPS characters. He's given us a bit of a showcase on a multitude of them. You know, Farah being probably his most successful so far.
Absolutely.
And it's been a real difference maker across the board, because I don't think Portsmouth prepped for this. They've come into the game in this series expecting Warwick to play the 2-1 tricks, but they haven't. And now it's like, okay, once they look really strong games 1 and 2, but now it's like, okay, this is now something we have to start being concerned about.
Yeah, it's all well and good to be playing against these teams, and you're practicing against this comp. I don't know, who do you even go to scrim the comp that Warwick usually play? I'm sure they find somebody, but you've been practicing against that for weeks, thinking, oh yeah, we got this finals, it's in the bag, it's no problem, we're the Portsmouth Paladins, we've won twice before, let's do it a third time. But no, Warwick come out, and they're not playing what they usually play. They're getting a little bit funky even, I dare say.
Funky, groovy, you know.
Well, there's certainly some sort of grooviness going.
It definitely is, you know, a 1980s sort of disco style going on, grooving with those flared trousers, and they're all wearing multiple different neon-coloured flared trousers with the way that they're playing those games.
You can't see it under the desks, but they just have the jerseys
if you go
on,
around, it's got, you know, those afros, flared trousers, multicoloured tops, because, you know, they're just wearing the fashion that resembles their gameplay, and it's worked really, really well.
Come on then for a Monster Energy and a bit of a boogie.
Exactly, Monster Energy and a Buki. It's exactly what Warwick did to the Portsmouth side on that Vizcaya Industries, whilst Portsmouth are all wearing suits, and I think pretty much all wearing the identical outfit, because they are all so much on the same page. But game number 3, game 4 even, excuse me,
4.
Havana Escort. Interesting. It's one of the more recent maps than what we've seen so far, and can play, I think, you know, in a multitude of different ways. It's, I have to say, very snowbally.
Yeah. One person to look out for. I think I Adore You on the Widowmaker is finally going to get that chance to run. Give it time. You can get the headshots, but you have to let it charge up. Okay, please. There's been so many headshots where you didn't get it.
2, 3.
3 second rule.
Dink.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
3 second rule, exactly. You know, you drop your chip on the floor, 3 second rule. You point your reticle at a headshot, 3 second rule.
Yeah, you can click the heads all you want, but you have to get the damage out. Maybe a Mercy Pocket might not be a bad shout.
A Mercy Pocket may not be, or potentially like a Zenyatta to put the increased damage orbs on you know, the players. And actually, it may well be quite a good shout, particularly with the mirroring that's been going on. Or, even more so, a nice dinkity-dink headshot on a Lukey Boy Echo could be quite difficult to deal with.
Difficult target to hit, but once you hit the headshot, I'm not a doctor, but I think getting shot in the head is usually pretty bad for you.
Yeah, you know, we don't really have those degrees, but you'd have to say if you lose your head,
it's not good.
You're not in great shape.
Yeah.
You're not going to just walk it off.
Yeah.
You know,
or fly it off in Echo's case.
Or fly it off, exactly. I mean, Echo is some sort of, you know, transient off-world being.
Yeah. Bit of a robot.
Yeah.
So
you never know. Maybe headshots don't work.
Well, they seem to. So far, we've seen a few times.
To not work.
So we'll run with that system at the very least.
It's going to be interesting. But game number 4, Havana Escort.
Back onto the Reinhardt.
The Reinhardt, and I think JJPT will be happy to go back onto them. He looked a little bit uncomfortable on the ball. There's multiple different times where he put himself in the positions where he really had no support.
Yeah.
He was completely isolated. And fine, it's okay if you kind of go on these wacky, crazy flanks as a potential like Lukey Boy Tracer, you know, sort of scenarios, because you've got that mobility to get out. But when you're such a large target and very noticeable, you really get caught out so difficult.
There's nothing more noticeable than a hamster operating a large circle.
I mean,
well, the only thing more noticeable than that is a large 6'7" German man with a hammer.
I think, yeah, or even a kind of mutant human hog being with a massive shotgun, a huge belly.
I think this game isn't really known for its subtlety, is it?
No, it really isn't. But what I think is crazy about the fact that Boston plays hog in such a subtle way. He does seem to just, you know, skulk into the shadows.
It's all the long distance hooks.
Yeah.
They're so consistent.
Yeah.
As you said, on Eichenwald, Castle Curse be gone. Hadn't missed a hook so far.
Yeah.
Till they missed 2, but like it doesn't matter.
He then bounced back and hit that. It is very true, and I think it is so curious to see that the fact that he knows the limit of the hook. You know, he knows where the max range is, and he hits it so consistently. There really isn't a space where you're able to get away from it or able to escape from it, because he will find you and he will kill you.
Yeah, absolutely will.
It's so scary indeed. You don't want that hook wrapping around your waist, because
it's
it's
recipe for
impending
disaster.
doom, isn't it?
Just coming out of a pause now. 20 seconds to go. And let's get into this map 4 of our best of 5 series.
Best of 5 series. Is Warwick going to have it in them to take it to game number 5, or is this Portsmouth's exclamation point?
Well, we're here at our first LAN for many years. I think we want the map 5. We want the entertainment. We want the big plays.
Can we get some chat hype and some audience hype for a map 5? I can't hear you. What a game we have on our hands. It is underway.
I adore you, already going so low on the Junkrat and gets taken. That's not a good start. We were looking out for that player in particular, but you know, it's only the first 20 seconds of the map.
Exactly. But I adore you swapping back over to the Ash here. Meta 1 onto the Sim.
Nightmare goes down. That's quite large.
Oh, what a shot from Lukey boy.
Oh my goodness, Lukey boy.
These headshots. Icicles like nobody's business, but we are into another pause. I think we will try and get a bit of confirmation of what is going on in the background. Potential connection issues, I don't know. But what a brilliant start coming out from Lukey Boy. Great headshots. I believe that it is a bit of lag for one of the players.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know. I think Todos maybe at 100 ping, a bit of a packet loss, or Meta 1 a packet loss. I don't know. Sometimes it does happen. You have to give, you know, the internet connection, the LAN connection, a little bit of time to stabilize. And guys, if you don't know, we are here. Me, Derek, we're real.
We can shake hands.
We can shake hands. We are here at Insomnia. It has been a fantastic experience, guys. You've got to get down here. There is no better place to spend your weekend in this beautiful April spring time. And guys, obviously, we're right by the Biok. It is unbelievable. So many people, so many gamers. It's what I love. I get to walk down the exhibition, walk along NEC, and just a bump into game. What game do you like? I mean, I'm like, I love Overwatch. And I love Overwatch 2.
I love Overwatch 2 too.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me 3.
Even.
It's a brilliant experience. You've got to get yourselves down here. It is a fantastic time. Obviously, we just saw Dota. UCL be able to 3-0. 3-0 the side of Warwick once again.
Yes, unfortunately Warwick are not having a good day so far.
Yeah,
but there's still the chance to turn it around.
Exactly.
It's not over yet.
Exactly. The momentum definitely in their favour after taking game number 3. But it has been absolutely impressive, the side of Portsmouth, especially Lukey Boy. We just saw get those 2 dinkity-dink, ding-dong-ditch headshots straight away onto memory, and I adore you. He's definitely a player we've been keeping an eye on throughout the whole of this series. But, I mean, everybody in this lobby has been exponentially good.
There's been definitely pop-up plays from each and every member of this lobby. There's been something that we started screaming their name. They're making the biggest pop-up play of their career. But it doesn't matter if you're making the biggest pop-up play of your career, because everyone's doing that.
Yeah.
Everyone's popping off right now.
They have to be special.
There's a reason why they're in this finals. They are the best of the best when it comes to this league. And Portsmouth going for the 3-piece. They're the best of the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, 3 times winner, really, what more would you want from the Portsmouth side? Obviously, as you said, being together 3 years. I mean, imagine coming in as your first year, winning. Coming in second year, winning. On track to win the 3rd time. But Warwick, they're here to put a bit of a cork in that leaking hole of Portsmouth's winning streak.
Drive a wedge with their own hog hook.
Exactly, with their own hog hook. Drive a wedge straight into the unbelievable run that Portsmouth is happening right now. We've dove deep in quite a few of these players. Rift, he's been absolutely outstanding. JJP, Sheep, Lukey Boy. Some players we really haven't touched on much. Memory.
Yeah.
He is the other
silent assassin.
He's been Sun. He's running characters such as that Zenyatta. I genuinely don't think that Warwick have the same level of firepower as Portsmouth. I don't think the same damage output is across both. I think Portsmouth are miles ahead. The way that Warwick are combating it is purely down to one person alone, Memory. He has been doing so much of a brilliant job on obviously keeping his teammates alive, using their heals, but also playing players like Baptista, damage boosting, the Zenyatta.
Some very large windows coming out.
The gap without him, I think, would be exponential. And he's one of the players, both the supports on both of the sides are always the last players to go down, and that is just all credit to them.
To of course, the off-tank Hey-Bye.
Oh, of course. Off-tank Hey-Bye
that goes
and
without saying.
Rift on the other side.
I think a lot of things that have to visit. It's a good support player. You don't notice them that much. Well, except for these massive flex sports like your Violets,
Yeah.
your Memories, your Tulises who are just in the kill feed with the Baptiste, getting the 5k, getting the 8k. But a lot of the time,
Mercies here and there, Neptuno.
yeah, we're not even like discussing how often tanks are dying, because they're not dying as often as you'd expect, because the heals are there. You're getting that, and the Discord Orb from memory. That's the only way you can out damage this Portsmouth team, because they have the Cassidy, they have the Mate. That's a lot of damage. And so if you can't get up close to Symmetra, you need that Discord Orb and the Ash to start clicking heads,
Yeah, I mean, so many headshots happening left, right, and centre. I'm pretty sure that's all we saw. I mean, amazing triple dink coming out from Sheep and then the boot. But really,
Yeah.
I don't think there are too many more satisfying things in gaming than hearing that dink, 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 douche. I mean, maybe I should go into sound effects. That was quite good, actually, wasn't it?
It's not a bad idea. A bit of a career switch, because if this pause lasts any longer, I think we're gonna get kicked out of the arena.
And
Still have a League of Legends game to play, by the way, which Warwick will be in also.
Yeah, Warwick also. Yeah, we say coming back, later on today to play in the League of Legends. Obviously tomorrow, even more action. I think Rocket League, Valorant, and CS is happening tomorrow. It is unbelievable action throughout the whole weekend. You've got to tune in here at NSC Twitch, NSC.gg Twitch channel. We hope you guys are enjoying the event and the production so far. The production team, they've been amazing.
Yeah,
they really are second to none.
We're just the casters. We just have to stand here and look pretty, and that's about it.
Yeah, we've been employed to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, we get the easy job. That's all we do. The guys in the background, they are doing all the heavy work. But a few replays from this series so far.
And that's
I
how
mean,
we
match
started off.
one really was Portsmouth all the way around.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, it's all tank line here. JJP with the Earth Shatters just can't be beaten, especially on that Eichenwald map. That was just phenomenal.
And look at this Meta 1 Cloak and Dagger. What a huge barrage of rockets coming to the backside. And once again, we spoke about it. It is play after play after play happening in this game and in this series that has made the difference. And I think probably my most favorite one here comes away from Rosden. Finding a 5k at the end of this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Where's the fifth? Just about. Could have been on Reddit if he didn't die. He could have been on Reddit. Oh no, it's so sad.
It was very, very sad indeed. But it's been incredible, and another Lukey boy has been outstanding.
I do love the idea of the DPS player coming in and then just diffing both of the off tanks for Warwick. just saying, all right, I'm here, don't worry about it. I'm just going to do my job on the Echo. I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to do your job on the Roadhog.
Not only can I DPS, I can tank. It's a bit of insult to injury, but there's often players here, as you see, it's the same kind of rotational amount of players getting all the replay action. Predominantly the DPSs plus Rosden and Rifter, but it's because they seem to get the kills when it matters. The people in the background, your healers and your main tanks, they aren't getting those all-star plays because they're not there at the right time. But they're the ones who facilitate these plays, and that's a massive thing people forget.
That was just absolutely magnifique by Lukey boy. Just beautiful, chef's kiss. I will dream about that tonight. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm going to be dreaming about this whole series.
I'll be having nightmares about an Echo in my room.
About Rosden.
Yeah.
About a Rosden nano hog. I don't think I'll sleep now.
Definitely scary stuff. The electric hog in your face.
Electric hog is quite scary indeed. But once again, we are still waiting on a pause. I believe there is a few troubleshoots and things going on, but we will feel as best as we possibly can. Obviously, guys, do tune in throughout this whole week. I did touch upon it just a second ago in a brief manner. Later on, League of Legends. If you are a fan of League, I'm sure there's plenty of you out there. There's going to be having two Gigantor teams facing off against it. One of them being Warwick as well, looking for another championship series title.
We'll be
this
praying
spring.
for them.
Exactly, it'll be huge for them.
It'll be a bit tragic. 4 opportunities, Warwick go home with zero trophies. They need something. They need something. Maybe it'll be this Overwatch. It's within the realm of possibility.
I don't know.
It doesn't look like it on the screen right now, but
it doesn't look like it. The way that Lukey was playing, and obviously tomorrow you've got Valorant, Rocket League, where Warwick is once again appearing, and CS:GO happening. A plethora of action, all the best of the best that universities across the UK can provide for us. A big thank you to the British Esports Championship.
Yes, British Esports Championship.
Yes,
powered by Intel, of course.
Sorry, I'm
kind
of brain fart. And obviously, a big thank you to Monster Energy UK, giving me the energy to keep up with the action on the screen of this Overwatch.
Yep.
It has been unbelievable throughout the whole time here, and a lot of action happening across of Insomnia. Guys, do make sure that you should come in, tune in for Insomnia next year. The tickets will go on sale very soon, I'm pretty sure.
I'll be present.
Oh, exactly.
Come
There's a
hang
few
out with
drops.
me, I'm a cool guy.
I think there's a few drops happening as well from Monster Energy. If you are in the Twitch chat, I don't exactly know, but I'm sure one of the mods will be able to
Multiple
give you
prizes
the,
to be won.
Exactly, multiple prizes to be won. You've got to get into the action for all of that. And this, I think, this spring has been, for the whole split in general, a real celebration of how good University UK Esports is. A lot of growth, a lot of exponential play, and really every single time we see these finals come around, the play gets better and better and better.
Exactly.
It really, I think the discussion point has to be, when is it going to be these East University teams competing against the top dogs? Like Cloud9, Optic, all the big names. It is not far away.
Well, you mentioned that. There's a little known game called Overwatch 2 coming out, and the changing to 5v5 and all the different heroes being added. Everything's going to be open there, so there's so much opportunity for players like these really talented players to rise to the tops, get into contenders, get into maybe Overwatch League even, because a lot of these players, they're playing on college teams, but they definitely do have the talent to be those top dogs in Tier 2, and maybe even some of them can make it into Tier 1. I think we'll be seeing some of these
with the new launch of the games, there's definitely a huge amount of potential. Obviously, when Valorant launched, we saw a lot of players skyrocket to the top. Rocket League right now, and once again, the Portsmouth side of Rocket League is incredible, doing really, really well in the I think the Uni Rocketeers side of things. Another Uni League indeed. It is absolutely incredible, guys. If you're in Insomnia right now, we are just beside the Bioc. There is a whole viewing area for you. A nice couple of comfy couches.
Couple of beanbags.
Exactly. Just by the Monster Energy truck. There is a truck there. You'll see all the audience. Come and tune in. It is worthwhile. It has been incredible action throughout the whole day, and there's still plenty more to come. Obviously, it does. I think there is a connection issue. I think it is JJPT potentially. I thought his name pop up.
A lot of the players also want to get out to the loo. Poor planning on their part. They were, I think, it's the Portsmouth Paladins. They were expecting a 3-0 sweep, so they thought, oh yeah, they'll be done by now. I can just go after that. But no.
Yeah,
they have obligations to meet.
Warwick really had a complete bounce back. They did. The mental reset was huge coming out from them, and I think we can dive into Voskai probably a little bit more. You often see that second point being much harder to crack than the first one, in my opinion. It always seems
the
to be
nature
like
of 2CP.
Exactly. In the interest of 2CP,
and why we definitely don't love it.
Exactly. But they did. I must admit, both teams did an exponentially good job at breaking that second point. It really wasn't overtly extended periods of time going on, and you have to say both teams ended with over 2 minutes left on the clock for both the points. I think that's Voskai is probably the only map that facilitates that opportunity.
And that's just not 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes taken down from the. It was 4 minutes and 20 seconds originally.
Exactly.
As you may know, the times get cut down if there's too much time.
Yeah, and it's doing such a good job indeed. But guys, unfortunately, my voice is going. We're gonna have to grab some water. You know what I need? You know what I fancy?
A Monster Energy, perhaps.
A Monster Energy.
That sounds like a plan to me.
That sounds like a plan to me. So guys, do not go anywhere.
We'll be
right
right
back for some more Overwatch action.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. We are on map 4 of 5, potentially, of our British University Championship Esports, proudly powered by Intel.
And I mean, it's been a break. As you can hear, we've taken a breath, taken a moment.
finally breathe.
I know, I can finally breathe. I've got myself a bit of a monster energy. Been very tasty, which I absolutely love. We're on to a game number 4. And this game number 4, potentially, apart from the winning game, is the most important game in the whole series.
I have to agree with you there, because Warwick Angels, they won the last map quite convincingly. They have that momentum. If they can keep that momentum going, that's all they need. And I think, do I dare say, if they take this map, the reverse sweep is quite likely.
You know what? Where's the touch wood? We need production to bring us a whole, like, 6
Some
by
mahogany
8 plank,
panels.
mahogany wood to bang our hands on, because, you know, it could be true. It could be true,
Stranger
but
things have happened.
They have to get through Portsmouth on Havana first.
And I quite like Portsmouth's chances, especially with that Brawley type comp. There's not really many opportunities for a Warwick Angels type composition on this map.
And the lack of flanking routes is going to hurt Rosden a lot more than I think he's willing to admit.
But Haby on the Orisa here, some pulled pork potential, some might even say, with a nice bit of alliteration.
Pulled pork. Definitely. They're going for this, I think, this strat to try and flank into this separate room, which is a smart idea indeed, as how close the side
Not many flanking routes. Okay, they're just going to flank anyway. They don't care what you have to say. You're only a caster. They're the professionals. They're the real.
And Rosden is actually hiding in the back line, trying to get the kills on the players from behind. This is such a smart opening strat coming out from the side of
gets saved
Warwick.
there just about by Todos, but they don't have that ammo field. So one hook from Rosden could spell disaster for the Paladins here.
Really could, but he's
so close to getting frozen. Gets the TP.
Teleporter.
He'll be thinking, and there's the hook, there it is, and JJP goes down immediately. First pick in this map 4, and as expected, Rosden, once again, just about misses another one, maybe caster curse there a little bit. And they're building up somebody else. Oh, can Metal 1 stay alive here? I think Metal 1 has to stay alive. The level 3 charge for the Symmetra just melts through people, but Nightmare with the dink, double dinks on the head, Metal 1, that's a lot of damage lost in there for Warwick now, so I think they should be worried about this.
100%, and Nightmare finds another one onto Memory. Big kills coming out from Nightmare, and Portsmouth's going to hold a Sheep.
Sheep
Takes down
the bloodthirsty support.
With,
somebody stop this man immediately.
Boop of the century, straight down the sink he goes, and eventually Rosden will fall again to the Sheepmeister.
Sheep, claiming another name.
Right now, Sheep, he needs a shear, because he's getting a bit too Larry.
Yeah, I've seen less aggressive rams in my time, to be perfectly honest with you.
And you come from all the way in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly, there's a lot of sheep out in Drogheda, so and even still, Sheep is he's putting up a performance. Lugaboy getting sent back there by Rosden. There's a lot of ultimates on the board. I think it's going to be.
That's a bad position for the Stormer. Yes, it comes a point finally, but it's not going to get any sort of execution. Rosden's going to get absolutely melted here. But he survives! Die! He stays alive! What healing! Meta 1 finds 2. I Adore You also finds 2. Eventually, the side of Warwick will break down this initial defensive hold of the Paladins. What a fantastic job they did. And how? How did Boston live?
Nightmare needed to hit the extra. The hog with Rosden did go down eventually, but that microsecond without the headshot was enough to take down Todos, and that just wipes the fight. There's nothing you can do.
It really isn't. This is
Start off with an early high noon with the Cassidy. Oh, and Bob's coming out. Oh, just about barely. Nearly gets I Adore You. Same barrier comes down. That was a creative shatter from JJP. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
Sort of into a shield with a little bit of elevation, so it's understandable. But,
can Todos get anything done?
Oh, I just love that position. I love that position from I Adore You.
I do absolutely love it. Nightmare does find one to Meta 1. High B going to take down Nightmare. Lukey Boy does take down I Adore You, but you see Rosden from the A. Rift's going to go up there and challenge him. Sheep's going to find one onto Memory as the kills are falling in favour of the side of Portsmouth. But Rosden doing his best job
they need to
in
stay
the
alive
world
here.
to stay alive.
JJP
JJPT90 finds 2. Rosden, though, still alive in this top
60
angle.
seconds left on this attack.
Living alive and being such a nuisance in the back line. He's actually actually going to turn and look for the spawn kill potentially. But this defensive hold doing such a good job on the side of Portsmouth. Warzone, being the only player last alive, had to rotate back. He was in such a prime position if the rest of his team stayed alive there.
And the momentum was all in Warwick Angels' favour from the previous map. But this play from the Paladins is not a slow, easy. It's a handbrake on the Warwick Angels. I say, Caster Curse once again. JJP goes down, just gets melted immediately. There's a decent blizzard from Luca Boy, denies some of that space, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Rift, that is a very brave play from Rift, but it does not pay off in the end. I think Luca Boy's going to have to come up with a miracle here. But it's the Angels who are on the side where the miracles happen.
Yeah, I mean, they've been floating down from the heavens and been granted the wish of taking this first point with sub amount of seconds in overtime to get it. I mean, a really good job. They kept their cool. They knew what they needed to do. They held 2 clean breaks, and that's all they needed. However, those clean breaks came after a couple of struggling attempts. Portsmouth are playing hyper aggressive here. They do not want the side of Warwick to get into this warehouse. However, it does look like they are eventually going to open the door.
That's a massive dynamite from Ijury. Ijury is absolutely popping off in the ash right here. Just claiming so much space. They will hit the headshot if you line up the headshot for them. They click the heads. There's nothing you can do about it. So you just got to play the angle, stay behind your Ryan's shield, and just don't give them the chance.
Oh, great play from the side of Todos. Another hook comes out, but eventually it does look like Nightmare's trying to take down.
Who's going to take this? Oh, and Nightmare in the end with the headshot.
He's also going to pop his ultimate as Lukey Boy and Rift find 2 kills off their own. Eventually, Nightmare's going to find another one of the sisters of JJ T19. Lukey Boy finds another onto Meta, and eventually, that is all being said. Portsmouth, they will take this first team fight in the warehouse, and then now they're down to 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. Warwick, they've got to start winning these fights. They have to win initial engagements.
Shatter, Blizzard, bomb.
Oh, God. Oh, no, the
but
ults.
We're waiting on Dream. Rosden, 81%. A whole hog could flip the switch entirely.
And where is he?
That is a very creative Blizzard from Lucky Boy,
that.
but it doesn't really matter. Don't even use the shadow.
Where is the hog?
Hog is
Where is Rosden?
Grand adventure, hiding up in the rafters. He's like Spider Pig.
He's just
Ever
sat
seen the
down
Simpsons
there,
movie?
trying to find the first pick. But I mean, this is what Portsmouth does even better than anybody else. I think
that's
Rosden was
disaster.
expecting
Rosden
Rift to be
uses
there,
the
and
whole
Rosden
hog.
just panics and uses his whole hog, whiffs a hook. And with 30 seconds on the clock, this team fight is pivotal. Some great stunts
big
coming
shot
out
coming in here.
onto
Oh, massive shatter from JJP.
Shatter!
Oh my
Everybody
goodness.
goes down, but eventually Rosden stands up, gets a hook of his one. Meta one until he gets
It's
taken
all on
down.
Lucky Boy now.
Big kills
Meta one,
happening
so
back and
close, so
forth.
low.
It is the duo, the 1TP duos going on here.
Shaky Boy's 1 HP. A wet fart would kill him at this stage, to be honest, but he stays alive.
It's still Warwick. They're in the fight. Somehow they have not fallen. Sheep does find one as Toros finds a double
bloodthirsty
kill.
support in the back line with
That
the
is
window.
it. Portsmouth again battling forward, but it looks like Warwick, they're just panicking to the point.
And we're in
that they
overtime
are
now. It's do or die here for the Warwick Angels. Ijoria goes down. That is a bad loss we're making.
my
Brigada goes down as
lord.
well, and it's I think it's curtains here for Warwick.
Unless a miracle comes out, Haypie's the only one with an ultimate on the side of Warwick, and it's a risk search. It's going to take at least a century to get there. As Nightmare finds himself a triple, and this round 1 not going to be very successful for the Warwick Angels. Granted, they got 41 meters and 87 centimeters, but that is near. That is far even from perfect. Portsmouth Paladins, the door has left ajar for them to take this victory.
Portsmouth Paladins, they are on championship point here. 1.5 points is all they need to secure the series. And most importantly, the three-peat.
The three-peat.
The three-peat, never been done before.
It's not 1.
It's not 2.
It's 3.
It's 3.
Oh, my lord.
3 so far. 3 and counting.
Can anybody beat this side? I don't know.
They'll have to fund the Masters for every single one of these players so they can stay in college for another 4 years and keep funding the team.
Exactly.
Get these lads to LA.
Funding the Portsmouth Paladins team to stay on even longer. The side of Warwick being the closest side to beating them, but you have to say, Warwick, they beat Portsmouth Paladins in the Newell finals, okay? Just a week ago, when they were missing Lukey Boy. How much of a difference does Lukey Boy make to this roster?
We've been watching the highlight reels. We've been watching the match. and nearly every single clip is Lukey Boy on every single role.
Yeah, he's just doing everything.
An absolute menace in the server.
I mean, you know, the question now is MVP. Is he it?
I think we'd have to give Lukey Boy MVP. That's 2 times running now. With me casting the Portsmouth Paladins, I gave it to Lukey Boy again last time.
I mean, he really is an outstanding talent. But so is many other players on this roster. I adore you yet to really find the groove on the Widowmaker.
It's a brave play.
It is a brave play. If it works out masses.
But if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah,
is the problem.
you're in the ditch.
But you have to make these hero plays when you're in a championship point in a best-of-5 series like this.
No dinks found just yet. The side of Portsmouth doing a
Oh,
very
big
good job
hook comes out.
of
Rift goes low.
finding their heads
Oh, Rift
clear.
is 1 HP. Managed to stay alive so far.
How is
JJP
Rift
goes down.
alive?
Rift is so low.
How is he alive?
That
And
is, that
he's
is all.
just
That is all
flying
Tortoise
at
right there.
meta.
That is all Tortoise. Every single bit of it.
Eventually,
and eventually
it does
goes
fall.
down.
But Lukey Boy finds a double kill in the feed of his own. Memory's going
But
to
that's
take down Rift
it's a messy
eventually.
fight. Oh, and Lukey Boy just get
Lukey
meta one.
Boy with another headshot. This man can do it all, and they have completed almost. Well, they've actually fought all the way to the first point, but they left the capture point behind. So it's actually going to give the side of Warwick another attempt on the fight. I mean, fortunate for them, they should have maybe been a bit more aware of the escort of the payload. They may well have had the capture point there. First real
Lukey Boy
mistake
goes down
from
first. That's a
Portsmouth.
massive anti-nade there coming out from Memory. Just might be fight defining. If they can get this headshot, Meta One decides to do I Adore You's job for them. Oh, and the flick to kill Thomas. Can you get? No, I can't get the last one, unfortunately. Sheep goes down via other unnatural means. Go on, get some flicks here. Kill the baby diva at least. You got to get the highlight reel.
I mean, you know what? The mistake from Portsmouth to leave the payload behind has opened up for Warwick's defense here.
2 minutes remaining here. Are we potentially seeing a map 5?
I don't know.
And that is a nasty start. Rift is, we need to check some hairlines here. There's some molding occurring right now.
Yeah, it's receding massively at a rate faster than any sort of knots on your ship.
Exactly.
A ridiculous pace though, but 2 ults on the favour of Warwick, 1 for Meta One. We've seen how good he is with the barrage of rockets. Cheese Lord has one of his own.
It's all on Rift here. It's definitely all on Rift here. And maybe Thomas.
He has to stay alive. Lukey Boy has got the Blizzard
Rod can
Storm.
get
He puts it out, but it's going to whip, but it's opened up plenty of space for him
Touch
to
the
use
points,
it.
please.
Meta One
Touch the
gets a
points,
double
touch the
kill
points.
with the points, with the ultimate. They've left Lukey Boy alone.
And that's disaster.
But that's a disaster for Portsmouth. They've left only a minute and a half on the clock. And it's just scaling and dominoed from the fact they forgot the payload earlier on their initial push. And subsequently, it's opened up the map for Warwick.
Yes, you've got the shatter, but who are you going to shatter? You've got the ball who's just going to roll away. You've got the hog who's just going to survive. Like,
Tolos is a jump.
Yeah.
I mean, Meta has a jump. So does I Adore You. Anna is maybe the only one in danger.
Just about. And so if they can pocket the Anna, who has nano, mind you. Oh, that's a massive. That is
Rift.
That could be series winning. That could be a series winning hook, to be honest with you.
And I Adore You finds a double. Meta
Showing
One
up in
also
the
gets
kill
another
feed
onto Nightmare.
When his team needs it most, he shows up. Was having a little bit of difficulty early on the Widowmaker, but obviously what defines a good team is who can continue under pressure. Nearly gets to...
And they're going to stall. They're going to stall out the Diva.
Doesn't.
That's a huge kill. Nightmare's going to actually mirror onto the Widowmaker as well. We're going to have a Widow one-on-one here.
Only for 20 seconds.
Only for 20 seconds.
But it's better than nothing.
It is. This is the fight to take it either to a game number 5 or for Portsmouth to get even further into the map. Potential winning opportunity.
Very close.
Nightmare
goes down.
But Boston gets a kill onto a Nightmare.
Oh my goodness, that's
unbelievable.
enormous shatter.
As well onto Lukey Boy with a dinky-ding headshot. This Warwick side, they're doing it. Boston finds another kill. He has been
It's
the
just
anchor
JJP
for
alive
Warwick.
now. Sheep trying to stay alive on the point. Just stalling as much as possible.
JJ finds one.
And
that's it.
Justice,
That's it.
Justice reigns from above.
Do we? We have
Lukey
a
Boy
game
goes
5.
down. The
Warwick
resurrection
can
comes
take
out.
us to a game 5.
It's not quite Easter Sunday yet, so calm down, Cheese Lord. We're going to a game 5.
We are on a game number 5.
The reverse sweep
Warwick.
is alive. The reverse sweep is definitely alive.
Warwick on the cusp of reverse sweeping Portsmouth.
And it's all Meta One here.
Yeah,
This
it
was
is. Bow down to him.
Justice reigns from above, as it says there, and that's just
Triple.
phenomenal.
Oh my word. This Warwick side looking diff.
Well, we certainly have a series in our hands. It wasn't looking good in the first 2 maps. Eichenwald, I think, was not the pick, unfortunately.
It was not the pick whatsoever. But I mean, look at this play here. The fact.
Ralston does go down, but survives long enough.
It took away Nightmare's complete attention.
Yeah.
Unbelievable plays. And Luke Boy here, I must admit, I have to say it was disappointing. The amount of whiffs he did on the Blizzards.
The Blizzards especially, I think, were possibly game-changing. There was a couple of, well, what's the, Memp is Zero-Man AMP, so a Blizzard?
Yeah.
Perhaps? Yeah, a Blizzard. So that's a bit unfortunate. Still getting those picks in the neutral, though, which is very important on the May, but if just a little bit better use of the Blizzards could have, and look at that shot, that is an enormous shatter from JJP. Just quite frankly, disgusting.
It's just disgusting.
Somebody lock this man up. Arrest that man.
What a play. Well, I mean, that was only half the story, completely so. Because Warwick just came back and told Portsmouth how to hold and how to defend on Havana.
Yeah, look at that Blizzard. What was
that Blizzard? It was completely misplaced. It opened up the space for Meta1 to actually get that barrage, rocket barrage, completely down, and very, very much rained justice down onto the Portsmouth side. But
exactly.
A game number 5. I think a lot of people doubted it after seeing games 1 and 2.
I doubted
it after seeing game 1 and 2.
When we got stopped on Havana at point 2, I thought, oh, this is unfortunate. The momentum's all
short
lost. We get to go home early.
Yeah.
But no, NSC, they're getting their money's worth today.
100%. This is some fine Overwatch action. And Warwick right now really, really on the cusp of causing a massive upset. And
I would agree, yeah, it will be a bit of an upset.
I think it
Portsmouth
would be.
were so powerful coming in, despite the fact that they lost to them last week.
Yeah.
But missing that carry in
Lukey Boy.
Yeah, in Lukey Boy is just. I keep accidentally thinking Jakey Boy, but Jakey Boy's on production, not on the stage.
Yeah, Jakey Boy's production.
So shout out to Jakey Boy, he's playing a blinder.
You know, it'll give him a wave. He's amazing. Big props to him. But what more is there to say? Warwick have hit a different level from what we've seen throughout the whole split. They really have hit that synergy level, and as soon as game 3, as soon as they won that game number 3, everything was falling into place. They figured out that 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle.
And I think another difference that could be analysed maybe is that Portsmouth, they've already got the 2-piece. The 3-piece's nice, but Warwick, they want this. They need this.
They want it.
They really need it.
It is tasty for them.
Yeah, they're. I mean, look at them. They're salivating over there. They're just getting ready. They feel.
They whipped out their steak knives. Yeah. They've got their napkin
full on.
tucked in.
Yeah, ready to go.
I mean, it is a scary sight indeed.
Going back to control now, it'll be interesting to see what map gets picked, because of course Portsmouth, this is their 3rd map pick in a row.
Yeah, and it's Nepal.
It's Nepal.
And you know what Nepal has a lot of?
A lot of empty space that people can go down.
And you know who's good at doing that?
The big man.
And his name is?
Roadhog.
Played by?
What's his name?
Rosden,
yeah?
Yeah, Rosden. There we go. But I mean, it's going to be really fascinating.
I mean, I fancy Lukey Boy and the Roadhog as well, to be honest.
I do as well, but he's DPS.
Yeah.
And so he's going to have to be an echo pick, which actually does not favour Nepal overtly so. This is really interesting. Obviously, we saw Portsmouth take the first control map, so I think this may be a moment of, thank God, it's control. We've won, we've beaten them already, we can do it again. But then again, momentum completely in Warwick's halves. It is, for the first time I'm going to say it, this is 50-50.
I think
this game 5
coin flip.
Is on a coin flip. And you know what will win it? Is a pop-off.
Yeah.
I don't know who.
Look for individuals. In the previous run of this tournament, NSE Winter, Lukey Boy did come in to play actually on tank as opposed to DPS at some stage.
Interesting.
Because favoured as a wrecking ball as opposed to JJP, who's obviously
who they bring
mechanical
in for DPS?
Piece. I can't remember. But
a substitute,
a substitute, very talented. I believe flex DPS.
Oh, okay.
But even on the tank position, Lukey Boy just took over the game entirely, especially on the wrecking ball. They don't really have that opportunity this weekend, I believe. I'm not sure if their substitute is available, or the fact that
you make a sub
wrecking ball against Symmetra Hog is not really ideal.
Yeah, it's not really something you want to bring out whatsoever, and he's been doing an amazing job on the main, particularly apart from that game 4 where we really see him struggle particularly with the output of those Blizzards. It's a toss-up. It really is hard. You cannot call it. But I think the players are starting to ready up. We are going to get into a game.
Will we be going?
Number 5.
Game number 5 out of 5. Whoever thought we'd get here? I thought that Portsmouth had it in the bag, but they dropped the spaghetti.
They did.
There's spaghetti all over the floor.
Spaghetti all over the floor. I was trying to find
high
some
density
rhymes.
of raviolis on the ground.
Too much ravioli. You're going to slip and slide all over the place, and we are going to slip and slide all the way into Nepal. The control
Shrine
map.
first.
Shrine, yeah. Shrine's interesting because once again, I think it's one of the different maps when it comes to control. There's so many different lanes, so many different angles that you have to be aware of. And I think when we cast our mind back to game number 1, I think this particular capture point is going to favour Portsmouth. They're very good at, as a unit, target, turning their attention to the lanes needed. However, later on, obviously we'll see the maps as it come up. I think that's where Warwick will bounce.
Village. Central, control, you take control of that point. There's 2 heroes in particular that are very good for that point. Symmetra and Farah. Meta 1 is going to thrive if they get
100%.
Village. So they need to just either hope and pray Village comes up or win something first.
An interesting pick onto Winston.
The monkey
here.
has arrived. That
and
is certainly
Nightmare on the Sombra.
And Lukey boy,
I adore you.
you.
Lukey boy, nice.
I adore you. I certainly adore you too.
Oh my word, what a headshot coming out. And Sheep though is going to fly straight back and
What do you mean
get
hit
the kill
scan?
onto him,
On the
trading
frog.
back and forward. Meta finds one onto Toros. As Sheep finds a third
Cheese
onto
Lord.
Cheese Lord. It's Heyby though trading that back off the Sheep. Trades left, right and center. Eventually though, it is going to be a 1-on-1. Lukey boy is going to be lost alive. Sombra as well on the side for Nightmare.
It's tragic.
Back and
Cheese,
forth.
Cheese
and
Lord
then
dies while trying to get the res off.
Dies here straight off.
Tries to get the res off on Meta 1. Does not get it. Calm down, Cheese Lord. It's Easter Saturday, not
Yeah.
Sunday. Like
Exactly. This is where don't be like us casters, losing our mindset, hyping up. They have to be ice cold. Who has the ice in the veins?
Lukey boy usually, but he's on the tracer now.
It's an interesting pick.
Oh, Sheep goes down incredibly low. Roston gets deleted.
Sheep with a double kill. This man needs to be a DPS player.
That's all Nightmare right there. Gets the hack onto Roston and just if you can't press E as Roadhog, you're doing nothing.
Oh my, Portsmouth! They're playing angry Overwatch here.
Yeah,
they are not.
They're
happy
back and they're pissed.
whatsoever. They are mad. The monster energy has brought out the monster within them.
Meta 1 going
What
onto
a
the Reaper now.
brilliant
That's
play.
an interesting pick. It's very good for chunking down both the Diva and the Winston here, the monkey. But Nightmare's got an EMP, so I think you're just going to have to take an L on this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting pick. It's not often that you decide to go with it against the Winston, due to Winston's bubble and the amount of mobility that he has. It's an interesting pick indeed. But
Oh my goodness.
huge play coming out from Lukey boy. Rift comes in there along with JJPT. Too much damage and too much
JJ,
health.
62
but
HP,
a really good job,
but
and
it's not
still not another Nightmare. This man has woken up, and that's exactly what he's going to be giving the Warwick team later on tonight. Them nightmares of this Sombra.
75%
Oh
in Kent.
my
This is
lord,
potentially
is
the last
it-
fight for Warwick Angels
This
on
is
this stage.
scary.
They have the Shatter, but what are you going to do with that? They've got a monkey. He's going to jump away. They've got a Diva. He's going to fly away. You go for the Lucio? No, he's on the walls.
Yeah, the Sombra's going to TP out.
Yeah.
Trace is going to dash out. It's just not happening whatsoever.
And
But they've lived through the first
Oh,
stage.
big
It's a
stick.
great stick from Lukey
Oh,
boy.
massive bubble coming out from Heyby there.
Oh, it's a
It's a
scary
zero-man Shatter.
moment.
Unfortunately, doesn't get anything. And Russell goes down. Really not a specialist on this Reinhardt. Oh, she nearly loses that same barrier. They're getting very aggressive now. The confidence is unreal here. From
Just flying straight
Paladins.
in, and JJ
Ayadori
on
goes
the
down.
Winston.
Heyby,
Body blocking.
Right.
Heyby. Metro
Nothing
is
to be
alive
done
on the
here.
point. It's where he's most dangerous, but eventually that really isn't anything you can do when you have a formidable force such as this Portsmouth roster. Rift just charging in, taking
and
down
it's not
Roston.
even close.
And Roston is the first time he's changed off the Roadhog, and it really hasn't worked.
I mean, what can you do there if they've got the Sombra?
100-0, man.
Yeah, no, just
100-0.
The adaptations. I wonder, were they just messing with them the entire time? It's possible.
I don't want to think that.
Nah, no, we've seen too many pop-up plays from Warwick to claim that.
Yeah, we can't claim that whatsoever. I think Warwick have had a blinder of the game, but as we say, Portsmouth, they are playing
That's all Nightmare.
mad.
That's just all
They
Nightmare.
are angry at the way that they're playing. And this, though, here we have it.
10 seconds to go.
If
potentially
Boston can set up on the
championship.
outside area, that is where it could end.
I think you're a bit angry now if you're Warwick. You wanted Village, but I suppose Sanctum will have to do.
That's very true. As you were saying, match point.
Potentially championship point here if Warwick can't put something together. Dink comes out onto Meta 1 immediately. One Dink will do. Unfortunately, doesn't take. Well, fortunately, Cassidy does not one-shot headshot from 50 yards. I remember those days. 80 damage.
Don't even. That's just nightmarish.
Yeah.
Pine's play comes to mind very quickly.
The big boss.
The big boss, Pine himself. But 2 kills on the kill feed. One by JJP and one I Adore You.
Big rotation here from the Paladins. They're giving up point progress. Not quite yet. Oh, and Rosden is getting a little bit going on a little bit of an adventure. If they can just stay here. Oh, that's a bit of a.
You
need the threat of that hook because they can collapse now. Is the thing.
Rift is coming in to be an absolute nuisance as well. No hooks, and Rift is just being that bodyguard against Rosden. Eventually, he's going to fall, and that is going to be numbers in favor of Portsmouth. No kills after
Rosden
that.
Going down. That spells disaster.
Onto I Adore You.
There's no damage now.
It is just all Portsmouth. They are so patient. How long that fight lasted? Well over a minute, almost 2 minutes. And Portsmouth's patience being absolutely dividend.
Well, luckily for Warwick, nobody got any point progress
in
that time, so they're not doing the worst in the world. Meta 1 has the barrage. Rift is present.
We need to say.
Yeah, that's all. That's all that has to be said.
It is incredible indeed.
Oh, and is there going to be a sneaky back barrage here? Something going to happen? Yes, there is, and it gets 3 for Meta 1 immediately.
Meta
gets
1
1 of each roll. Sheep going down. Nearly gets the boop off onto Rift. All they can do is stall here, but it's just Luki. Luki goes down. Just Rift on the Diva. Yep. Just say Meta 1 has a barrage. All right, we'll see you at the spawn door.
See you at the spawn door. Meta 1 popping off exactly when his team needs. It has flipped the point, and only 32 seconds collected for the side of Portsmouth Paladins.
Ulspank coming up for Paladins out. That could be quite devastating.
Yeah, this is scary, and JJ also very close to his, along with Sheep. Once again, long rotation coming out from the side of Portsmouth, wanting just to make it awkward for the side of Nightmare, though, with a big pick onto Meta 1 with the Cassidy Deadeye.
Whoa, guess Nightmare. That's actually quite a large pick.
This is scary. Anybody found? Yes! I Adore You pokes out at the wrong time.
And he gets the boop!
Point. The boop from Memory onto Luki Boy to open.
Can he get back up? He gets back up. He just about does.
Oh my gosh! Memory is going to take down Luki Boy in return. And this fight looking like it could go
Memory
either with
1
Gray.
HP.
Watson finds one onto
Threading the needle.
Meta 1 is up
Rift
in
is
the
1
end.
HP as well.
Hey onto Taurus, but JJ with a double kill!
What is this?
Oh my word!
I've
How
never
has
seen anything like
JJ
this.
done that? He's died, but with a fire straight double to end it.
And it's just Luki Boy. It's just Luki Boy on punch, trying to stay alive.
It's
hoping with all his heart.
The contention is there, and all in the meantime, Warwick are just ticking away at the points.
That is a devastating fight for Paladins. They're so close there. Got the opening pick, but they weren't able to secure it.
It is so close. Both these teams need
to know both supports for Paladins, 1 HP, and Luki Boy goes down. This is
what a snipe.
This is potentially a last fight here if the Angels take this, and that'll take us to a stage 3 map 5 reverse sweep situation. 87% on the barrage for Meta 1 here.
This is mental. Meta 1, he's
both
just
losing
lingering.
our voices.
Wanted to find the
close
boot,
to getting the boot.
Anybody. What a read from JJ to get it up. He has found a
Meta 1 has to stay alive.
With that whole hog, we see them coming in for the flank, but this is dangerous. What a dive in from Rift. However, Meta 1 reads it.
Just
kills
about.
going on both sides. 3 kills in favor
Just
of
Turtles on
the
point
side
now with
of
Luki Boy. They have to
Warwick.
stay alive. 1 HP and a dream. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so.
Boy, can he go huge? He
Got
gets
the hooks
hooked.
enormous from Rosden.
That is it.
Oh my goodness.
Warwick, they're sending us to a game. Map 3, game 5.
There's nowhere else it could go. There's nowhere else it could go. This series certainly has gone the distance. And now the deciding factor. The deciding factor. That was just absolutely phenomenal play. Meta 1 with the barrages. Just so close to killing himself with his own rockets. Managed to weave around to avoid the Diva, but the Diva bomb was just placed there. You can't move when you're far out. You just think,
my word. Well, guys, we hope you have enjoyed today's action of Overwatch.
But unfortunately,
we know there's a crowd
come
here.
to an end soon.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are on to a game 5, map 3, reverse sweep potential.
And this is the Warwick Angels point. They have the Farah. They're going to be very happy.
This is a tough one. Who is it going to be? The 3P for Portsmouth or Warwick? It comes down to now.
And I just love that position from Meadow 1. Just raining down hell upon them. And Paladins, they want to take the point here because they have the Symmetra. They want to set up. They want to get the microwave going. But they can't because there's so much damage coming in from Meadow 1. Just the poke is enough to just keep them away. And here's the rotation. Oh, massive flashbang.
There's a huge
I adore you.
flashbang
That is
there to keep
enormous.
him
That
alive.
got about 4 people. That's a good
Oh
value
my,
for money.
what a wall! That should give the point for free, but how long can they hold it for? Damage going to be difficult to quell here on the side of Portsmouth as Watson trying to take down all of these sentry
Roston
turrets. I adore you with the first pick onto
Lukey
Boy.
Boy, that's
gonna be
enormous.
one, but Steve's going to try it back onto Memory. A great block by that hook as well.
Massive
by
block.
JJPT. Huge plays for both sides.
And
Rift's
Rift
gonna
and
take
Sheep,
down
they
I
just-
adore
they
you.
just move forward.
Oh my, that block onto the hook has changed this fight.
Rift goes down. Meta 1 doesn't manage to get in. Then JGP, this is scrappy again. God, just back and forth and back and forth. And that honestly, that favors Warwick. They still have Rosden alive, who might not be alive for too much longer because they've got the Symmetra on level 3.
Scary, scary.
Meta 1 goes down. Oh, I think if you're Warwick, you need to get out of here. You need to get out of here right now. I need to rethink how are we going to deal with the Symmetra.
Oh my gosh, so much damage. But they're trading though.
So many
They're keeping the
resources
trades
invested.
up.
I'm not sure that was a good decision by Warwick. They need to stay alive there. They need to get out.
This is coming out to the wire. Portsmouth just crossed the halfway marker of this point. They're playing blindingly good so far. Can Warwick break it?
I'm not sure what Warwick are going to do here to break it is the thing. Because they once you're set up on Village, you're
set
happy
up.
out. Yeah.
Camping.
Oh, nasty flick there. Fortunately, the damage fall off does not let you get a kill out of it.
I know from I adore
Oh,
you.
interesting.
Oh, what a
JJP.
wall. Could that be it? Watson does find one onto JJP.
Tortoise is 1 HP. They get Tortoise here.
Great
Massive
hook onto the butt. Rift coming in again to keep alive, but the whole hog.
And
trading
Rosden
it
says,
back
no,
out.
no,
He's opened
no,
up the
Portsmouth,
point.
this is my point.
It's flipped.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh! Rosden, you madman!
He is an
He's
absolute
just
nutter.
a beast.
Arrest that man.
Flipping the point at the last 10 seconds in favour of Warwick.
They
what
have to play
more could
perfectly.
you
They
want?
have to play perfectly now because it's 90%. They lose a fight, they lose the series. They lose the championship.
The Overwatch
Lukey
action
Boy,
has been ridiculous.
I believe in you. You can redeem yourself with a blizzard.
3.
Hey, boy, I want you to eat this blizzard. Oh, Tortoise goes down.
Initially onto
Oh,
Tonos. Messi! One again! Finds a 2P Nightmare, takes down Metal Runway with the toe.
And another hook.
Finds a hook. Can't
Sheep
take
goes
down
down.
Sheep, but he does eventually keep in control of the points. Warwick looking diff right now.
Will they have to get Heyboy back in time
my.
in order to eat this blizzard? I believe this is the mind games between Lukey Boy and Heyboy. This is what comes down to.
4 ults in favour of Portsmouth. 3 for
5
the side
even.
of Portsmouth.
They'll have the window too.
Oh my word!
It's really coming down to the wire.
It is 52% to 90. Just a little bit of a way to go for Warwick.
If
but
they
they're
manage to
playing
sustain,
lights out.
if they manage to sustain through this fight, I'm not sure what can be done. Oh, getting the capture progress. That's
Oh, that is such a huge blizzard. He puts his shit onto the point, really nothing more you can do in the Warwick. Portsmouth, though, may be able to get this. It's a huge D bomb.
Nearly
Not
gets-
found anybody's JJB with that shield block.
Meta 1 goes down, misses the hook. Rosden,
no.
when the world needed him most, he did not come up with the goods. And Warwick Angels are dropping
think
like
this is
flies
it.
right now.
This
Oh,
is
but
it.
I adore you. Come on.
Oh, that's
Unfortunately.
it. Your champions for the 3rd time in a row, Portsmouth Paladins. Oh my!
And that's just heartbreaking for Warwick. But you have to hand it to the
Come
Portsmouth
here,
Paladins.
Crouch. I can see you clapping busily back there. Come on! 3 times. Unbelievable. My voice is broken.
I have no
to
voice
shreds. As you can hear, what a series.
What a series
match. You have to give respect, though, to Warwick. They really battled it through. They played it to the absolute bitter end. They almost found that reverse sweep, but at the end of the day, you know the difference. We didn't even touch upon it. Experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Portsmouth, they had the experience.
Consistency
They've been
wins.
here 2 times before. They executed with perfection.
And I'm not sure they win this map if they don't come out with the interesting comp on Shrine.
I agree.
The Nightmare on the Sombra is devastating for the Warburg comp. Like, and I'm surprised they weren't running a Sombra the entire series, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. It was a really interesting competition, and as you said, it caught Warwick Angels off guard, and they 100-0'd them.
And you don't want to get caught off guard in
and you can't
map
do
5.
anything. And Nightmare did play it perfectly. He didn't try and force things on Sombras. You know, he didn't force hacks. He didn't force, controlling health packs. All he did was build up the ultimate and use it at the perfect time. And look at this Meta 1 play. That really won it for his side.
That really is heartbreaking for Meta, to be perfectly honest with you. This fight was insane. This fight was absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
And
The
how they
and
just
Lu-
about
and oh
stay
my
alive.
goodness, you stayed alive, Max!
And the Mercy, they're both off the map.
Replay of Breda, can we see that replay again, please? With the Lucio staying alive. Never mind, it doesn't sound like we can. But at the end of the day, that was a ridiculous play. Wow.
Just insane. That really is heartbreaking, especially for Meta 1.
Yeah.
Poured their heart and soul into the series, coming in clutch, when expected to be on the Symmetra the entire time. I think Nightmare, or one of them, definitely had way more playtime on the Symmetra.
It's insane, really, these plays. And Rosden, huge credit, but, Rosden was incredible. The amount of hooks. The problem was Rift had his number on so many occasions. And the occasions really were, by no means, they were fully effective and fully important to the narrative of this whole best of 5.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. And of course, massive congratulations to the Portsmouth Paladins for taking it. The 3-peat. I think we really can't overstate how much of an achievement that is.
100%.
This is the top leagues of collegiate esports in the UK, and to do it 3 times in a row with more or less the same core is just phenomenal. Portsmouth are going to be very sore once these players graduate.
Really,
and move on to maybe bigger leagues, contenders.
It is really, really difficult, and also Warwick, props to you. They were brilliant.
They were fantastic.
They were
They
absolutely
put on a
fantastic.
show, and they gave us a very good series for
a
our
game
first
5,
LAN back in over
map
2
3.
years.
What a LAN. Thank you, Insomnia.
I need to lie down.
Thank you, Monster Energy. Thank you, British Esports University
Powered by
Championship. Powered by Intel.
Powered by Intel.
It's a pleasure. My name's Sops.
I'm Daring Hardox.
It's been a pleasure, guys. Over to you, Janiro.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the interview segment. I'm Janiro, your host, and joining me is Sheep. First of all, congratulations. What an absolute performance you guys put on here today. That was incredible, to say the least. And before we get started with the interview, I will hand you your badge of honor. One of those things that the NSC is going to be providing you guys. And you want to show it off, maybe to Twitch chat, maybe show them what you got. A little coin come through.
I've had one already. This is our team's 3rd medal of these, so it's nice, but it'll go on the shelf with the others. So
I appreciate the the humble brag coming through. But I think the first question I really want to ask here is, talk us through the last 2 games.
So at the start of that second last map, we had a massive long pause, and it sort of destroyed our momentum a bit. We got it back a bit, but it still proved quite difficult overall, really. But so we lost that one, but we also that was a bit of a blow because Volskaya, which was the 3rd map, that's their strongest map by far. So we knew that was we lost that. That's fine, but yeah, it was getting down to the line, but we were pretty confident. I think Nepal is one of our strongest maps, so that was it was comfortable going there, but it was still a bit should have won Volskaya really.
Well, a little shaky right now. Still have that adrenaline pumping?
Yeah, very much so. It was quite loud in comms at the end there, especially because I'm not sure if it got caught on the camera, but their DPS got a double high noon right at the end there. So if they'd been able to sort of sustain that a bit longer, that could definitely have gone the other way, and that would have been the map and the series. So it was very, very nerve-wracking at the end.
Very down to the wire. And you're talking about the comms being really loud and just everyone kind of trying to get it together towards the end. What do you think has allowed you guys to excel at just relaxing and being able to get that final win come through?
So I think it's helped that we've actually made finals several times, as we've said, online because of COVID. And so we would have been here several times before now if it wasn't for COVID. So I think having that finals experience, whilst not in a LAN environment, has helped us sort of be quite relaxed in these sort of situations. And whilst we're on stage, we're still all playing as a 6. I mean, we've been playing as a 6 this is our second year as a 6, and as a 5, this is our third year. So we've been playing together for a long time now, which is really helpful in these high-stress environments. So.
And do you think the experience on LAN has a bit more different than experience through it than the one online? Is it any pressure that comes with it? Do you have like a little bit of a anxiety getting onto the stage?
I was fine. I was okay with it all, but I mean, it really depends. I think the biggest thing is just the change of audio equipment as well. That was a big change for us, and just generally not being at home at our desks. But equally, I think half of us are probably playing on better PCs here than we were at home, which is a big help, really. You know, when you're going from 60 hertz, 60 FPS max to a nice 360 hertz monitor with 200 FPS, it's a big improvement, really.
Thank you, Intel, for that one. And my next question is kind of going all the way back to that first game, right? You guys locked in the Sumatra. I think no one was really expecting it. Warwick actually didn't lock it in at all. So what was the idea behind that draft specifically?
Honestly, we play Lijiang a lot, and we just always play Sim. It's just how it is. We play Sim on pretty much all the maps, because JJPT90 is a bit of a Rhine menace, but also a bit of a menace because he can only play Rhine. But, you know, he's very good at Rhine. And so Lijiang is our strongest map, I think, overall. And it showed, you know, we sort of quite dominated on that one. And so we were just confident with the Symmetra. I was a bit surprised that they weren't running it, but I think they knew what we were going to run and were trying to counter-comp it a bit. So credit to them. They'd done their homework.
Yeah, I think everyone was a little surprised when you guys pulled it out, but you guys did amazing, so once again, congratulations. But before we end the interview here, I want to ask you, as the champions, once again, if you happen to have any final words.
I'm just hoping we can keep doing this next year. A couple of us are graduating, but, I mean, we'll keep winning.
Well, I hope that's the case for you guys. Thank you so much for your time, and go enjoy that celebration and the medal. Thank you very much. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Overwatch games today. What an absolute banger of a performance coming through from both of these teams, not just Portsmouth, but also Warwick, really making sure that they show us what they are capable of. Next up, we have some League of Legends, but before we go there, make sure that you do ! giveaway in the chat, just so you can find out more about the NSE X Intel XPC Specialist giveaway. And also, there's going to be a monster drop for League of Legends as well, so monster drop in the chat once we head over there. We're going to be going to break. Be back shortly.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. fans, to the followers and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Welcome back, League of Legends lovers, one tricks, and average Champion Ocean enjoyers to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022, powered by Intel. Once again, there's going to be a monster drop giveaway, so if you want to make sure that you have a chance at winning it, make sure to type monster drop in chat. There's also going to be an NSE X Intel X PC Specialist giveaway, so exclamation mark giveaway in the chat if you want to find out more and have a chance to participate. We now have arrived at the final segment of today, and that is going to be good old League of Legends, where DMU T1 and Grey Warwick, once again in the finals, are going to be taking each other on to try and secure that championship. Warwick University so far, not quite successful at securing that title, haven't done so in Dota, and haven't done so in Overwatch either, but maybe this is their chance. Looking at Warwick so far this season, they have been absolutely dominant. They've only dropped one game the entire season, and that was during week 2 of stage 1. They have managed to secure 40 total points in the National League because they haven't lost a single game. And completely honest, their top laner and their jungler love their one tricks, the Poppy and the Evelyn coming through, so they do rely heavily on theirs. It's going to be interesting to see what DMU does about that. Speaking of DMU T1, they have actually placed second in Winter 2021 because they lost a spot to Grey Warwick. So once again, a rematch coming through for that title specifically. They, however, haven't had such a stellar performance this split specifically, as a couple of losses coming through in the National League. They've only secured 30 points, as they did happen to lose at least one game every week, which does drop you down a little, but other than that, they're looking to come back swinging. They've also matched each other earlier this week in another university tournament where Grey Warwick did walk away with that win. So the rematch of the century, do I say so myself? And today on the casting desk, we're going to have both Clear and Temporal coming through. Casters, do your thing.
Welcome to the British University Esports Masters. Hello Insomnia, hello Food Court, hello NSC.gg. I'm Temporal Nash. I'm joined by the one, the only Jacob Clear McNally. And the British University Esports Championship powered by Intel, sponsored by Monster Energy, Barclays, and PC Specialists. Thank you all. And Jacob, we really do have the match of the century. This is NSC as good as it gets.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the winter finalists here, both from the winter finals. It was Warwick who managed to come out on top there, so we're going to be definitely looking to see if the MU can get this one back, you know, and reclaim the title here in the spring finals. And what a better place to do it than at Insomnia. Got some fans there and stuff, so it's going to be pretty hyped for the players down there. I know that for certain.
Hype for sure. We have some UK League of Legends mainstays for us today. We've got Sam J, who's appeared all around the UK scene, bits and pieces, particularly helped me out a few times. We've got the Heathen of London United fame. We've got Spark, previous UK LC champion, on the side of Grey Warwick. And we've mentioned these teams have headed off time and time again. It might have been the DMU falling to Grey Warwick in the most previous finals in winter 2021. But most recently, in a different university championship in the Newell, DMU took down Grey Warwick 2-0, quick fashion, Jacob. So it's going to be backwards and forwards. This is the one for the big prize.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is like 1-1, right? We're a game each, and we're going for the, you know, the boasting rights. These are sort of like some of the princes of university esports. You know, these big names, these big hitters, like you say. We've got such stacked rosters as well. So there's definitely a lot on the line. And looking through these rosters, like you said, we've got some, you know, some great players. I'm definitely interested in these bot lane matchups. You know, you already highlighted Spark and the Heathen as well. So I'm just excited to get on the Rift and see, you know, who can claim the bragging rights.
Premier UK bot lane, if I've ever seen one, of UKL and UKLC fame. There's a bunch of stuff that we've sort of gone over in the pregame, as Ginny highlighted. Grey Warwick traditionally show up better in tournaments. However, in their most recent meeting, DMU did take that victory and have a previous championship to their name. So it's all for DMU to get their revenge today. Knock out this tie-up that we have between these two teams. Let's focus on the bot lane. We've highlighted it time and time again. It's exciting. We've got Spark. We've got the Heathen. We've got, I'm going to really try and say this first time, I'll be cool Lod and Pani Iwa. down here from DMU.
Yeah, the attempt was there. I love it.
If that's not a mouthful, I don't know what is. We see two different styles. Spark plays pretty much everything, plays a lot of the new stuff. Alvi plays some of the Twitch, plays some of the things, plays these hyper carries. And which other part of the map are you most interested in?
I think for me, mid jungle is going to be very interesting. Because like Sam J, like you said, he's been around in the UK scene, and this guy looks so great on the meta mages especially. And if there's anything anybody in the mid lane knows, these mages are just so reliable as well. So I think if they can play through Sam J, I'd like to see that sort of be their win con for a bit of stability as the series goes on.
As the series goes on, hello Insomnia, we see you in your seats. Those are our competitors today, DMU and Grey Warwick, I believe. Just sitting down, just waiting to get into lobby. And I'm glad you mentioned the 2v2 clip, because in my personal opinion, the current meta does revolve. Hello there, we see you in the background. Keep waving, we enjoy it. Does revolve around that mid-jungle duo of generally your control mages and generally your aggressive junglers. Volibear really defines the meta right now. Really is that big diving presence. We don't see a lot of Volibear from either of these junglers, but exciting champions nonetheless.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the one thing that I maybe sort of like noticed when I was looking through the players' OPGGs, and now we got to remember, that solo queue. But Hope plays a lot of AP junglers, and that does worry me a little bit because Sam J is also a mage player. So I'm worried about the diversity of damage across the board there for DMU. But we'll have to see. Again, this is 5v5. This isn't solo queue. So we'll have to see if they sort of got some things to change it up.
I think we are just going to cut to a quick break. We're going to be back in a few minutes when we get the series between DMU and Grey Warwick underway.
My name is Tina, and I'm a part of the Goose House community.
My name's Ross. I am a junior events manager for the Goose House.
Being a part of the Goose House community has actually helped me to improve my language skills because I'm surrounded by people who are English speakers only.
Since joining the Goose House, I became a lot more social. I became more open with how I am as a person. Before, when I joined, I was really down, obviously with COVID and stuff like that. And then I joined, and everyone asked me how I was every day. They'd speak to me, and my worst points, I'd always had someone there to back me and speak to me. I'd never attended a LAN event, and the most recent LAN event was in October, November for Epic LAN, and they encouraged me to go, and it was the best thing I've ever done in a long time.
For advice for people that are seeking for any gaming community, I would actually recommend just not being shy. Turn your mic on, don't be scared of being judged, that people are going to judge you because of your accent. Just don't be scared, because people, especially the Goose House, it's a very open community. No one's going to judge you.
The main bit of advice I can give is don't be afraid to go out of your own comfort zone to meet new people. Sometimes, going out of that comfort zone, you can meet the most amazing people in the world. Some of the people I've met are now my best friends.
Throughout those few months that I've been a part of the Goose House, I've met such a big amount of great people that I'm so thankful for. The admins, Dan, Meg, Casso, Sly, there are so many more people. But the whole admin crew is so nice, so helpful, and I'm so thankful for them for just making me feel very safe.
Just the main admins in general, a lot of them backed me and supported me into getting to where I am today. And honestly, I've had the most support in the community that I've ever had, and it felt nice. I've never really had that support for my second family.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back after those ads for the British University Esports Championship powered by Intel. It is myself, Cleo, joined by Temporal. And as we outlined, it's Warwick versus De Montfort University here for all the bragging rights, as we said. And we should be getting into draft very soon. Tom, I want to ask you, is there anything you're looking for specifically in this draft from either of these teams? Anything, you're keeping your eye on?
Well, a little behind the scenes leak. De Montfort have passed a message to the casters saying there will be some spice in the pot for game one. We're going to expect something a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit unusual. So with the grand finals and everything on the line, De Montfort are trying something brand new.
Yeah, that's always exciting, right? Because you've got 5 games. Now, no team wants to go 5 games, obviously. But you can have that little bit of spice, try and maybe catch the other team off, get that first win under the belt. And then I think as well, it's safe to say that spice might, that's always going to be the back of their head as the drafts go on, later in the series. So having that bit of diversity, the bit of something different, I'm definitely looking forward to that. And, spice can mean any number of things.
Seems you
A
left the
whole
brave
number of
pants
things.
at
We
home.
are into draft.
Want me to wait while you go
Hello,
get them?
Insomnia.
We must all.
Oh my gosh, right. Yes, so when you break a Game 1 series, it's very possible to sort of just completely explode your opponents. If they can't adapt to that spicy draft, then it just gets out of hand ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going through the first round of bans here, we're getting a lot of pocket picks taken away here. Poppy, Vladimir, they're being taken away from the enemy team, and that's what you can kind of expect at the university level. Removing these sort of one tricks. There's the Evelyn. Genera brought that up earlier, so yeah, nice to see that go. And here's the Volibear you highlighted. Expect this to be locked in. It is that very strong power jungler. Turn off those towers and complete the dives nice and safely for the side of... I'm going to say that's Warwick. Am I rolling?
It's De Montfort on the blue side.
Oh, there we go.
Warwick on the red side for us in this game 1. Hecarim B1, it's not too unusual. Personally, I'm not the greatest fan. It means you're committing to the dive. It means you're going deeper than you maybe otherwise would, and it flavors the rest of your composition, but it is relatively strong. We see it around the world. The Hecarim likely to be responded to with the Volibear here, that diving champion, that all-in jungler. They're so strong in the current metagame.
Absolutely, and with jungles locked in as well, and so much engaged potential from both sides. It's now going to be on what they want to lock in to follow this up. Where is the secondary engage going to come from both sides? The Heathen especially likes to play these engaged supports, the Leonas, the Nautiluses, the likes of these Vanguard supports. So we'll have to see if they're going to lock something like that for a bit of follow-up on the back of this Volibear. Try and get the Heathen unlocked on the map as well.
Nautilus and mainstay in your early rotations, and you called it. There it will be. Heathen's Nautilus on round 1. In R2 is now let's De Montfort potentially lock in a bottom lane that they would favor. They will go towards the hyper carries. The Taric likely means we will see one of those. We'll see the Twitch. We'll see the Jinx coming through. Karthus freshly buffed on the patch despite already being a mainstay. So 12.7 has not gone live for much long. And that was in English. And Karthus buffed even bigger on this patch. The Heathen hovering the Zerath it's probably going towards mid. Lobot does play it quite a lot, so not a huge surprise that you get that before this second round of bans, where you can try and defend it.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at these drafts already, and I'm seeing the spice that we already spoke about from DMU. Definitely a bit of a strange one as we continue with the bans here. The Scion gone away again, another target ban here. Now taken away as well, and this is the thing, they can target the top pool now with neither top laner locked in. Gonna push these players a little bit deeper down their pool, see what they really have in the back of their pockets to lock in here for this game one.
Yeah, Sprite has played plenty of the Scion, that all-around tank that can then transfer into damage if he wishes, that sort of late-game juggernaut. You see that removed, and to pair with it,
not a problem.
Taking away the misfortunes, they've split the bans, they're trying to remove some of the tougher matchups. It's a bit hard when you split bans in the second phase. It means you might edge out one or two key matchups, but overall, you haven't damaged the opposing pool too much. One top laner, one AD carry each, and I suppose you could say both teams have kind of set out this draft phase. There won't be a harsh AD carry matchup. The Camille lock in now does mean that we're looking towards some sort of tank here, something that can withstand the Camille and go between the waves and the blind here, as DMU have to do blue 4 and 5, not knowing what the final pick of the draft is going to be.
And interestingly, it looks like Warwick have opted to leave their AD carry till the last pick, unless, I mean, you said the Zerf could go mid, and that's what I entirely will expect. Darius Pike going to be locked in here, so very, very spicy draft coming in from DMU here. Even the ranged marksman does mean that damage going to be, you know, essentially on this Karthus, the solo AP there on their team. As we just wait to see what AD carry response we get from Warwick here.
Yeah, so with the composition coming through, you see that Demontfort have got the Pike, so a lot of physical damage. It pairs pretty well with the Karthus. You can set up into a massive chain of damage in that bottom lane. Oh no, wait, it's going to be... I'm getting completely confused. That's Pike Tarek bottom lane. Okay. A little bit of extra spice. I thought it was going to be, like, something completely different. So the spice even confusing me a bit too hard in the kitchen.
Yeah.
With that, Tarek Pike is interesting. It's a decent kill lane. It used to sort of, I think I've seen it once or twice before in a scrim, and it sort of comes through and tries to burst out a support that can't get off the wave. The Tristana can stand further away later in the game, and that'll try and be Warwick's way to evade this kill composition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a spicy one, but Tom, I'm trying to look at what, you know, DMU have drafted here, and I'm interested to see your take on how they sort of play the late game fights out, because we've got a very traditional comp coming through from Warwick. It's very front to back centric. You know, they've also got side pressure in the Camille, but DMU with this spicy draft, I need to ask you, like, what do they look to do as the game progresses to sort of seal the win here?
This will be the Blob of Death flighting in after Hecarim. So the Darius will likely be split on the side, but the 4-man unit, Hecarim, Karthus, Tarek, and Pike, likely going to be too much for any single member of Grey Warwick to fight against. So you just barrel down a lane as fast as you can, preferably when more than one person has responded to the Darius. And with that, you generate numbers advantage, pick off someone quickly, and then continue to go forwards without using too many tools. Lots of the tools for DMU are not ultimates. The Hecarim might have to ultimate forwards, but other than that, Karthus' damage not front-loaded on his ultimate. Tarek, the ultimate is for when the fight truly starts. So again, not required if you pick someone off, and Pike gets the reset. So even if he uses all of his tools, he will still have those in the moments to come afterwards as you try and convert that advantage from a fight into an objective or further standing on the map.
Lovely, and I'm just thinking as well, I'm looking at this bot lane matchup a little bit as well, to maybe dive a little bit deeper on that. You broke down sort of what the Tarek Pike are looking to do, but with Tristana somewhat getting a free lane here, you know, she's not going to be too contested on any waves or anything. Tristana obviously gets a lot of push naturally because of the explosives on dead minions, so it seems like Spark's kind of got good tools to really like look to be the carry this game, and we already said Spark, you know, this notoriously incredible player. Is that where the win con is for Warwick in this game?
Warwick have got a really interesting quad threat comp, so all 4 of their members except the Heathen will do incredible damage in the late game. Kind of depends what Tofu goes towards, can choose to notch down into that triple threat composition. When you've got so many threats on a team, it's impossible for your opponents to break one lane unless they are playing a single carry. You can argue that is the Karthus here, so in that case, They've got to defend just a low bob. But, as you've mentioned, scaling is the name of the game. When it comes to Spark, when it comes to this Tristana, if they do not fall significantly behind in the early game, they're going to deal a lot of damage to a very squishy Pyke, a very squishy Karthus. So scaling up, definitely the name of the game. When you're in a kill lane, there is always that risk that the correct use of summoner spells by your opponents will take you out of the lane quickly and quite early on. And it's quite a risk. So it'll be on Spark to use his veterancy, use his calm and cool to make sure that doesn't happen and make sure the early game is stable for this Warwick side. And with that, go forwards into the mid game where the Tristana will get out of control very quickly.
Absolutely. And then so we've heard it here. Warwick going to try and play for that late game, that safety as well. The MU adding the spice that we were promised. And so as we're 17 seconds out from Summoner's Rift here, Tom, on the face of it, whose draft are we taking? Just, real straightforward question.
I'm a real victim for some spice in the kitchen. I'm a fan of the DMU draft. I see what Grey Warwick are going towards. It's a good comp, guys. You've got that dive forwards. You've got the diving buddies in Tristana and Volibear. But I just love the Taric Pyke. I'm really excited to see how this goes. This is like a massive fiesta in game 1, and I'm really excited.
So there we have it. Insomnia, I hope you're hyped for this one. It's game 1 of the British University Esports Championship League of Legends Spring Final. I'm excited already. I can't wait to see how these drafts are going to play out. I'm sure the players are excited too. We should be loading onto the Rift very shortly. And yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger.
An absolute banger. Oh, I can't wait. Give us a wave in the crowd for Taric Pyke in game 1. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is just a little bit mad and a little bit different. And we are just getting onto the game in just a moment. So we see the competitors on the screen. Hello, crowd. Hello, Insomnia. Give us a wave. How are you doing? Hope your weekend is going well. Oh man, it's good to be back jerseys at LAN. Is that a Fnatic jersey? I'm so sorry for your loss, my friend. That's really, really sad. And I wish you greater fortune in the future at picking a better League of Legends team. I kid. It's so good to be back at LAN. And while we might not be there, we hope you guys are having a great time in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting hyped for these players, For some of these players, I think it's fair to say this might be their first LAN as well. So having that noise behind them and stuff.
It's been a few years, It's been a hot minute. And while I've never been to Insomnia LAN, always that extra pressure, that extra special time you get to come together with all your friends. And for grand finals as well, this caps off a huge split of the Spring British University Esports Championships, powered by Intel and Monster and Barclays and PC Specialist. Plenty to win and plenty to look forwards to. A huge split and the culmination of a spring's worth of effort for 10 students. With that, all the pressure on, so we're not going to see anything crazy level 1 despite the crazy picks coming out on the map. Just a nice even line of scrimmage, nothing crazy to start off. Junglers will be split across the map, so we're likely going to see Didal, my queen, Didal being the support player, of course. He's on a different name today. For the support of DMU T1, evident throughout. Oh no!
The dredge line level 1. It's not going to be a kill. There's no damage there, but that's how this game's going to go. If you were wondering, Insomnia, that's it.
Just tension from level 1. The wards will match up. Minions coming across. And the lane starting up. Wow, I can't even say the word. Xerath Karthus. An old mid lane matchup. Generally quite Xerath favored. But that was about 5 years ago that this was last considered a meta matchup in mid. So maybe Sam J has got something else up his sleeve, something else to do in this game, as I hope so. Otherwise, the Xerath will just start firing away and taking half of Karthus' health in a few minutes. And when it comes together for this DMU T1 team, I think we sort of mentioned this yesterday about a different game, Jacob, but when you try and thrive in the chaos, when you have this pick stuff, getting out of lane with Spark caught up.
Yeah, the Bone Skill will connect. Oh, there's a nice dredge line on the backside. Taric taken to just above 100 health there. And just as I said, Spark getting the push in this bot lane nice and early.
Nice and early. Bit hard for the DMU bot lane to get hooks, to get fights when your tower is right behind you, when those minions need to be farmed, else you'll fall behind in gold. And letting Spark scale on this Tristana, definitely something they don't want to do. They want to avoid that as best as possible. You want to take as many fights in the minion wave and stop the Tristana farming. But very, very hard when you're into your tower.
Absolutely worth noting is the fact that the jungles did start at opposite sides of the map. So it's DMU pathing downwards, and maybe they're looking to try and get, that early pressure on. As we do see Paddy going in with the Bone Skewer. It's a nice jump out from Spark there. Still going to be nothing, but with the low health, I imagine that Hecarim will be looking for this bot lane very shortly.
Very shortly. They're amping it up as their jungler comes down. That synchronization, very, very important at this level of play, allowing your jungler to get in and around the map. And with them pushing forwards now, it'll be hard for Grey Warwick to get any vision into the river. If they're caught at just the right moment, this will be just enough to catch that Tristana or the Nautilus out here. Both have a cooldown that can help them get away. Didal gets into the river. Will be supported with the priority from this bottom side, so we'll be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab. And it's just even Stevens in the early game for now.
Ooh, a nice hug. Again, I think the damage too low right now. Maybe not, though. The bomb will explode. Exhaust is going to be used on Tristana. The Taric is taken very low. There's a jump forward. It's the first blood going the way of Spark and manages to jump out on the reset. Heathen doing what they can here. The Bone Skill will connect. I don't think Penny has enough damage here. Never mind as I say that, but it is going to be the double kill for the Tristana. Able to jump out. Can they get away? Now, no flash available, and Hecarim, I think, will just chase this one down. It's 2 for 2, but it's a double kill going the way of Spark.
That's pretty good for the AD carry of Grey Warwick as they start off the game. They won't lose a significant number of minions. The dive slightly misjudged. And with that, the over-aggression from DMU's bottom lane will just cost them a little bit too much. They now have to come back into lane. The wave is pushing away from them. It'll be a real struggle in the next few minutes to try and repeat this aggression onto the Tristana. As we go through the replay, we'll notice Heathen comes forwards, manages to take that damage first, but I'll be cool, Vod, just taking it a little too much, going a little too low, and even though the stun connects, it isn't enough. The Triumph comes through, heals the Tristana just a little bit, and with that gets out of range of the Pike, transfers another kill over, flashes and jumps away. The Ghost on the Hecarim, just able to get in and just able to take out Spark, get that gold back over for DMU.
Such a big start there in the bot lane. You can see the aggression already that DMU were trying to put forward with this draft. It was obviously going to be a nice aggressive look for them there. And it's nice to see that it's actually been carried out the way they wanted so far. I mean, not great that Spark, I guess, for DMU, not great that Spark able to get 2 kills here. As Topher has managed to work his way into this bush, he's out of vision right now.
Oh, that is a deep position for the God Volibear. The lane gank, he won't stick around for it. Doesn't want to waste too much time committing to the bottom side. And yeah, that will be the Volibear moving away. He can't be too unhappy. There was a decent chance for a pick there. And now DMU have that in the back of their minds, that Grey Warwick trying to punish the aggression required for a kill lane in bottom. And with that, we now sort of have a bit more of a lull state for a few moments. I don't think either jungler will turbo towards the dragon. Very unlikely given that it puts you so far behind inexperience. So with that, we look for a creative path, and it's all in the bottom lane once again.
Oh, the jump already in from Spark. The Requiem is being used in the mid lane, but it's not going to help out. A wonderful stun actually dodged by Spark. There's a re-up coming through from the Heathen. Flash out from the Taric, but Spark with the reset on the jump has it again now off the back of that kill. Going to be able to jump out, but Samjay flashing forward. Ultimate is coming in from Lobob, trying to help out here. Looks like Heathen will drop on the end of this fight as well. Maybe we'll have Dredge line up soon. Can the stun hit out of Lobob? It is going to go wide. The stun for Heathen on the backside. There's no mana for Didal here, but we'll get that final kill there onto Lobob.
Absolute bloodshed backwards and forwards for these teams. We could say this kill lane may be having the effect it wants, even if it's not getting the kills. That scaling lane of Tristan and Nautilus not allowed a free laning phase. And with that, Samjay comes down. Didal, my queen, comes back down. And they are able to pick up some more kills in the bottom lane. Spark and Heathen fall once again.
Topher just looking a little bit aggressive here. Going to take some jungle camps off the back end of that. Dragon is available. It's only a Cloud Dragon, but Didal also going to respond by taking the enemy blue buff here. Even very aware of this, I think. Playing this pretty safely. Maybe going to be caught out.
Well, they're waiting in. There is a huge wave for Grey Warwick, so the wave will push away from them. Didal, my queen, picked up by Heathen.
Oh, the stun is going to connect off the back of the tower. The bomb is on Pike's head, but I think with that, yeah, Heathen's going to die there. That will be Dragon going the way of DMU, and it feels like the start of something spicy for DMU here.
Start of something spicy. They've managed to keep the chaos going, and they found Spark again. Will manage to jump away. The rocket jump time just after the hook will cancel that and get away. They will pick up the dragon and convert this advantage forwards. They now hold a small gold lead and have those dragons stacking up to try and secure a late game advantage here for DMU.
Temporal, just look at this Hecarim. 3-0-1 already. We're just short of 8 minutes in. This horse will be insane. As I say that, Spark stepped up and is very, very dead on the bot side. That kill going to go the way of Penny Hour. That gold lead now up to just short of 1,000 for DMU.
That is what you want to see in the early game. A Hecarim completely funneled. DMU's kill lane coming online, pushing forwards in the 2v2. And oh man, it's exciting. Just to tell a quick story, the reason the jungler's name is Didal My Queen is Pani Iwa's proper IGN is Didal. They go by that normally. So with that support coming through, he flashes the challenger icon, his kill lane well and truly working. And with that, they are able, DMU, to push forwards in this early game. It will now be on Grey Warwick to answer, to try and weather this storm as they bring their jungler into the bottom lane.
We're going to have to see how Warwick can respond here. You know, for people who haven't been tuning in the entire day, Warwick so far still have yet to win. Yeah. So we'll have to see if they can do that here, as they're going to look for the dive. Stormbringer is available. There's also an ulti from the mid. Tariq going to use his own ulti, but he's dead before the ulti can even come through. Just one shot on the tower.
That is so rough. Tariq's ulti does have that cat's time, that channel, before it turns you invincible. And in that, I'll be cool, but will fall. Just a really unfortunate timing there. Grey Warwick able to punch first. And as you mentioned, Grey Warwick in every final here today on Saturday in the British University Esports Championships. And they have yet to take a series. But in this game 1 of League of Legends, not all looks lost, not all looks terrible. Their opponents have tried something spicy, and they are still adapting in this mid-game.
Ping's coming through again in this bot side. It's just this perma-aggression off spawn here. The Bone Skewer is going to go wide. There's the Requiem coming through from Sanjay in the mid lane. Spark's going to jump out. Can Dido pick something up here? Also, it's going to be forced to use the ultimate. Tofu is here now. Still has Stormbringer available. Stun as well. Going to dive forward. I think the Tariq will be a worthy sacrifice. Stun will come through. It won't matter. That one will be donated over to Spark. And I'd say a small disaster in the bot side for DMU.
Yeah, the punishment comes back around the Requiem. Not enough. And De Montfort not able to find the advantage in this bottom lane. They have made the focal point of this game. Despite all of that, Spark picks up another kill. The Tristana getting stronger and stronger. And Grey Warwick now probably happy with where they're going. That early pinch, that early dragon and teamfight loss, completely nullified by that teamfight victory.
Very much on the bot lane here for Warwick to carry this one. I believe, did we miss a solo kill top, by the way?
It really looks like it, doesn't it? I like Camille now sitting 1 kill to 0. You know, they have the CS deficit that's expected against the Darius in the early game. And yeah, it's a really good sign if you can pick off solo kills. I'm just trying to do some quick maths to see if Tofu got an assist in there somewhere. Can't quite spot it. And Sprite will be engaged upon once again.
Hookshot is going to connect. Darius will pull the Camille back under the tower. L9 Bill Gates trying to walk away. There's the bleed coming through. The guillotine will not be enough to take them down. I think they'll just be able to walk this one out.
Didal is up here now. Just trying to get the best of this Camille under the tower.
Onslaught of Shadows is available. Hookshot out there. Lobob is here now, though. It's a good amount of poke damage. Going to use his own ulti. There's the Onslaught of Shadows used defensively. Tofu taken very weak. Oh, but the snipe coming through from Lobob. Samjay probably just going to suicide for this one. There's a flash forward, as I thought. Can Lobob use the movement as a teleport coming back through from L9 Bill Gates? And Samjay will be left to die there. But it's not stopping on the bot side, as this aggressive bot side from DMU trying to look for something. But wow, a disaster on the top side.
A disaster on the top side. The fight responded to. Samjay felt the need to commit after the TP, but there's a stun in bot. We've got no time clear.
Tariq ulti already popped here. It's going to keep them alive for a while. He even taken very low ignite taken as well. There's the pipe. Oh, but a beautiful stopwatch coming through. Spark and dash forward now. Dredgeline will go wide. There's the flashing from the Tariq, and the stun going to miss as well. We're getting some fancy footwork in this one. The Buster Shot going to knock Tariq back towards the Heathen. Can Spark pick this one up? The hook out of Pike. Actually pretty clean. 1 for 1 there in the bot side. It really is not stopping Temporal.
It will not stop. It will not secede. DMU, they lose a team fight in the top side, so they decide to go all in bot. The Tariq Pike picks up Spark once again, and despite the massive amount of gold this Tristana is picking up through these fights, they keep managing to pick him off, keep managing to kill him, and keep trying to get this Pike a little more accelerated in the moment to moment.
Yeah, and low Bob, that is not the way you want to walk, my friend. The stunned bone skewer will mean the one-shot for the Zera. Actually, good lord, Pike just blown up there. Tofu gonna try and get it. Oh, the Stormbringer! No, it doesn't get over the wall there to keep him alive. Spark is here now. There's the dash over the wall. Heathen managing to get the hook, but the Hecarim damage is pretty high here.
That was nearly a one-shot. The Requiem is available. Samj will no doubt look for an easy way to use this. Albikulvad trying to push forward Spark very low. The blue buff won't take him out. And with that, Grey Warwick sent back to the base before they even reach the minion wave.
Looks like DMU just opting to take the dragon here. And you can see the aggression as well. Temporal Pike just playing so far up in the jungle. And yeah, I think that's what they're going to have to keep expecting. Has the newly buffed Umbral Glaive already as well, so Vision going to be very much easy for him to take away the control that you could hope for from a Pike. So let's to see if he even can match the Vision game there.
Will be an important factor in this game when you're playing for pick, when you're playing to try and attack your opponents in rotations, as this DMU comp definitely is going to. That Umbral Glaive also important as we see the Heathen. He's going to check it. Oh, no.
Oh, tries to dredge line out. Spark is here as well and has the Kraken Slayer already, so you can just see the damage coming through the jump over, and there's also going to be a Zeraf ulti on top for good measure. Another double kill going the way of our former UKLC champion in Spark.
Supported so well by just a low bob in mid lane. Able to take apart that bottom lane Sprite. Ooh. It's a tight 1v1.
Oh, but it's Lobob again, just coming in, picking up that. Lobob has been all over the map, by the way. Permanently roaming.
Oh, man, are we going to see a win in all three lanes?
Oh, Samj, you can't be there, my friend. That's another kill going the way. And now this gold lead getting close to 3,500 here in favor of Grey Warwick. And they're still going. They're still looking temporal. They're going to try and contest the red buff here. Smite will secure that for Dyro, my queen, and Grey Warwick just looking to back up there.
A victory in all three lanes. Grey Warwick getting enabled on the map now. The Xerath ults bot, walks to top lane, and then his jungler helps him kill mid, all in due time. With that, Grey Warwick can be pretty happy with the game. The way this game one is going, they've survived the turmoil. It's still really action-packed, but they are coming out with the gold advantage. They are coming out with their scaling picks, with item leads. And with that, it's now going to be on DMU in this tough position to try and find their way back into this game.
As we take a look at the scoreboard, some of the items coming through, it's mythics across the board here, as well as the Magi Soul Stealer for Lobob with 9 stacks already. So really feeling that they can stay safe and look to get the pages added to that one. As the lane assignment is starting to be swapped here for Warwick in response to the state of the game. Herald is on the map. No dragon for 3 minutes. It looks like that will be where Grey Warwick are going to focus their attention. As the MU are stacked 3 on the bottom here. Camille pretty safe with the hookshot out. The stun will miss. Hookshot also going to go wide, but so is the Bone Skewer. There's the Taric ulti as well to keep them safe under tower. Requiem used for good measure as well, and that one will go the way of the Pike secured with the Death Undertow. Zeref.
Albikulvad with the fast footwork to get out of there. Will not fall in response. And with that, the Camille left too exposed, too vulnerable in the bottom lane. The kill lane will take her down. On the top side, though, Sprite under attack. Flashes away.
Not able to move and Spark so much damage, but the tower shot, yeah, will secure that one back in the favor. 1-for-1 on the top side there.
1-for-1. Spark going a little too far, a little too fast. Will fall to the tower. This means mid. Lobob abandoning that one to try and help his top side. Ulted bot as well. The Xerath trying to be all over the map, but will lose his mid tower's health bar at least a little bit in the coming seconds. Heathen nearby to help out. Tofu going back onto the Herald, so still the focus here with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on this Infernal Dragon. Infernal Soul so explosive when you have these two big mages. So much ability power for each team will make a huge difference in the minutes to come.
Something of note as well, DMU already at those 2 dragons, so when this comes up, you know, this is going to have to be contested, I would imagine, from Warwick. They don't want to give them that soul point and put them in the driver's seat in that. They've got this gold lead now. They need to use it to their advantage, force these team fights around the objectives. We're going to see them pick up Herald there. Probably going to look to use that one mid, get more gold onto Spark, I would imagine. Keep funneling this Tristana. As, to be honest, I think they can just take this tower without it, get more gold onto Spark, and that is really going to be the main point for them to look through as they try to play this game out in the team fights. Look through Spark to carry. Win the fights.
The Tristana, oh so long, so good at keeping everyone at arm's length. It will only be the Hecarim able to reach her as the levels come through, as her range extends. With that, we look across the rest of the map. We also see just the Lobob very, very accelerated on this Xerath. Again, the Magi Soul Stealer coming through, just so high scaling. The stopwatch as well. That means it's very, very likely Grey Warrior going to contest this dragon in a straight fight and try and use as much of the power now as they can to try and force DMU out of this game and shut them off from any further team fights.
Absolutely, and I just kind of having a quick look at the vision on the minimap. There are a couple of wards that I think are going to go unnoticed on the bottom side for Grey Warwick, so maybe L9 Bill Gates can try and look for something on this Camilla. It looks like we're just going to see a straight up 5v5 here. Tofu face checking straight into the Bone Skewer will connect. Stormbringer going to be used just to build up that health a little bit. Stun is going to connect as well. But the damage is just so high from Lobob on that backside. Tofu's still looking. Hey, Tarek forced to use the ulti only on himself though. It will connect onto 2. Dido doesn't have it right now. Requiem going to be used as well. Hike already dead. There's another kill going the way of Grey Warwick, and the onslaught of shadows is having to be used defensively. That's when you know it's disaster. Xerath doing what they can. This Xerath is so ahead. It's looking like a clean fight here for Grey Warwick. They're going to be able to pick up Dragon. Flash out from Sam J will mean he lives, but a massive win for Warwick around the objective.
A massive win. They just play the front to back, and it wasn't even really anything special. The members of DMU caught out, not able to come together, and with that, they take the Dragon. They move forwards in this game. And man, Jacob, it is looking worse and worse by the minute. It is clear to me, perhaps, that the spice has not worked out, and we might need to go back to the kitchen for De Montfort, as it playing this one with the kill lane has not enabled them to hold onto the game for too long.
No, it really hasn't, and I think we really just have to go back to the bread and butter for game 2. We need to see some, you know, very traditional comp from them, get that like confidence back up. I liked what they were looking for here, and, you know, credit to Pani Iwar as well, but I think just the Nautilus slightly too tanky here. Like, we'll just dash out over there. Baron is on the map, as you can see on screen here, so the next fight could spell disaster. Spark gonna sniff out Hecarim there, not gonna face check into that bush, so gonna stay pretty safe. And as we're around the 20-minute mark now, Temporal, I'm wondering, how did DMU look to try and keep this game stabilized? Maybe I won't get to ask the question. Oh.
That is not what you want to be using the Onslaught of Shadows for. Grey Warwick coming forwards, they're going fast.
Yeah,
and they're not going to go for this tower. Oh, that was close. Penny was health regeneration when Pyke is invisible, the only thing keeping him alive there. It will be the Herald down. Maybe a little bit too early, but with that Herald in the lane, it will allow Grey Warwick to come towards the Baron. Set up here and challenge DMU to come forwards, else they will walk away with all of the gold, all of the experience, and the siege potential that not only their team composition offers, but the Baron buff as well.
DMU looking to try and fish out this. Maybe a nice stretch line coming through from him. There's a teleport coming in as well. Dado My Queen taken well below half health here. Tarek ulti is still available, so keep an eye on that one. As L9 Bill Gates is trying to destroy this backline. Darius already dead. Sprite just not able to do anything here, as Lobob can look to try and zone them off with the poke. This Tristana will do Baron so quickly. Can DMU look to re-engage here? I do not think so. Health bar's getting pretty low.
They're playing this corner, but the Xerath firing away this artillery mage. Doing so much damage. They committed the ultimate.
Requiem is in use, and that's a double kill. It's a triple kill going the way of DMU with lack of numbers. They're going to win this fight. Spark trying to dash away. It's a triple kill for Pani Iwa. They're going to hunt him down. Has flash available. There's the dive forward flash out from Spark. Onslaught of Shadows just for good measure. And it will be the clean ace the way of DMU with the number disadvantage. They're going to pick up the ace and they're going to get the Baron as well.
From nowhere, in the moment to moment, DMU fight back. Backs against the wall. They execute their composition. They send in their front line with that Tarek ultimate on, and when the health bars get low, Pyke has a really great time, dumps his entire mana bar. 5 ultimates will generate 4 kills, and DMU from absolutely nowhere have tied this game up and taken the Baron themselves. They still have issues with the scaling options, but they are well and truly back on the board.
And with that, the gold lead now 2k gold in the favor of DMU, not just because of the Pike gold passive, obviously Baron as well. They're very much back in the driver's seats here, like you said, so we'll have to see if Grey Warrior can just sort of get back in control of this game. They still have insane range and poke, just all about keeping the Tristana and the Seraph safe on the backline. We're a minute 20 off the Dragon, and I'll take a quick moment to look at the items across the team here. Anything catch your eye, Tom?
I'm enjoying the Prowler's Claw for Pani Iwa in this bottom lane. That will allow the Pike to go that little bit further, add so much damage until they get that ultimate into the execution zone. I'm still quite ready, just a low barb, very much enabled, has the Zhonya's now to try and deny the Pike reset. It's the double stopwatch arrangement, and with that, they look to try and deny a repeat of that last fight. Pani Iwa dodging away now. But as you mentioned, items, they're coming through thick and fast. We see stopwatches everywhere to try and deny the resets for the Pike, for the carry, for the Montfort. It's going to be difficult for the Pike to navigate, but with the Prowler's Claw, with his spell shield now online, it will be for him to do in this Dragon fight. 35 seconds have passed. That is the last time you get a safe reset before reaching the Dragon. So it'll be Sprite having to walk down here, walk straight. De Montfort, they are starting to commit. It's not such a bad thing. Sam J can tempo TP back in, but they are definitely committing down. The Dragon means everything. It would put De Montfort at soul points. They fish for a hook. They fish for anything they can find.
Yeah, Pani Iwa just continuing this aggression, will connect to Bone Skewer, but nothing off the back of it. And it means that DMU are just really having the advantage of the ground here. I'm going to start off this Dragon here. Can Warwick face check into this? Heathen's going in first. Dragon will be bursted down, I imagine, but are Warwick going to try and connect in? The Taric ulti's already going to be used. Dado taken to about low health before it pops through, and this is disaster. Just low Bob, you're not supposed to be there. Heathen left on the backside trying to kill Penny Iwa. It's not going to happen though. They're all dead. They get one in return, but it's disaster for Warwick. It's sole point for DMU, and it's looking bad for Warwick with this game.
You know what? I cursed it. I said I wasn't a fan of the spice, and then the chef brought out another dish and was like, no, you can try this. This is the good stuff. Even though we had all of those stopwatches, even though the Zhonya's was completed for just a low bob, not a problem for Pani Iwa. Pushes forwards, takes Spark out in an instant, and with that, DMU will break the base. They will push forwards, and they will continue to grow their advantage in this game one. When it comes down to this, Grey Warwick had their moments, but now they have serious questions about adapting the draft phase for game two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Penny Iwa just playing really well on this Pike, and props to this Taric. I'll be Kuvlod just, you know, willing to sacrifice their life on repeat 1 and 8, but it isn't going to matter here. As L9 Bill Gates slightly on the wrong side of the map there.
He's going to jump through that window, and no, I was going to make a Microsoft pun. Let's not go there, Clear. Oh man, I don't know about you, but the action in game one, there was some real tension there, and I thought the composition had been broken. If we bring it back in, it's clear DMU have practiced this. It's clear they're comfortable, and they are executing now on this strategy in team fights. They are attacking the Tristana. And now will be the question is how can Grey Warwick adapt in the game to try and secure game one. We're still in an open game state. The mid inhibitor is gone, but the siege not huge from DMU. They don't have a Tristana. They don't have a Caitlyn of their own. To attack a tower, they must first win a team fight. So we are at least a fight, maybe 2 victories for DMU from the end of the game. We have a lull state for now, 2 minutes before the next major objective. So we're looking at the micro objectives. We're looking at our towers, looking at our lane assignments. The Karthus happy in the top lane, happy away. Just farming up for now, nearly getting himself that death cap would mean even more damage across Grey Warwick in that next team fight. The pick, all important, but Grey Warwick, they're holding to their base. They're not going to come out until they are happy that they can fight for an objective.
Look at this itemization out of the Heathen. I think pretty heads up, I'm just guessing that the Anathema's chains has been put on the Karthus as the solo AP threat. It makes a lot of sense to do so. Not even just the solo AP threat, but really generally their main source of damage across the board anyway. So really heads up itemization there from the Heathen. That experience definitely coming through here, I think.
Yeah, it's just that little bit extra, and it just means when you do lock up the Karthus, it means that Defile will not be coming out a little faster. There will be less lay wastes in the fight to come. If you cancel 1 or 2 of those, that might be an entire carry's health bar saved. So the Heathen just making sure he's that bit tankier. And any threats onto that Karthus will go a little bit further.
Absolutely. We're 40 seconds now off the Baron, and we get to play the dance for vision that we all know and love. Paniua is able to get these deep wards in because he knows he can dash out.
He's so fast now, and he's got the Shirelias on top. He's going to absolutely zoom towards Spark in that next team fight. He's definitely trying to get in that veteran AD carry's head, trying to mess with Grey Warwick. Sprite might be in a little bit of trouble here, definitely starting to fall away in this side lane. The Darius does not scale excellently into the late game unless he transfers his lead. And with that, Grey Warwick, they found their way into the river. Paniua will be here to check. Not going to commit too much until his team are ready behind him. De Montfort now together, moving forward, clearing out this vision. Tension is palpable. It's the minion wave. They will try and get some priority in mid. Karthus and move down to the bottom lane. He has that teleport. Just can't join his teammates at a moment's notice, but will stop the Camille on this tower. De Montfort, they're committing to the bottom lane. This is a risk. They will now have to teleport up. Grey Warwick not ready to commit just yet. The tension. Everyone knows this game 1 is all important. You don't want to fall down in the grand final series. With that, just a little bit of ping pong in the middle.
Maybe worth noting, Sprite lost his flash in that bot side to L9 Bill Gates, so could be, you know, a bit of a difference maker if you can't get into the backside.
No flash hooks in the next fight.
We'll have to see. Looks like Dragon is actually going to be where the fight is. Obviously, DMU here on Soul Point. It's Warwick here first, but here's the engage. The Ghost and the Taric ultis coming through. Requiem puts the carries below half health. L9 Bill Gates, you don't want to be there, my friend, as you're taken down. Zeref going to try and poke out, but I think that will be Dragon going the way of DMU. Can Grey Warwick look to re-engage here? Still pretty healthy on this front line. As Tofu taken down below half health. Pike just going to get the resets coming through. He's going to die to Spark, though. Able to get out as well, so maybe can stop the waves being pushed in, but I believe that will be Soul, and it will be Baron going the way, although maybe they're going to look for the end, actually.
They should look for the end here. Only Spark alive now. They pick up their Soul. They pick up the fight. Paniua might fall, but he was instrumental in stopping Grey Warwick. They go into the choke point, and in an instant, Pike is on face. Takes down multiple members. DMU, the spice was in the kitchen. The tower's falling. Spark's got to try all he can now to try and deny. Oh, wow. This finish, but will be taken off with a single lay waste. De Montfort, they're not sure. They're peeling back. Oh, the inhibitor came back up. No way.
Absolutely. I was about to make some Firefighter reference for Tristana, and then the inhib just was like, no, we're going to go a bit longer.
You could say the inhib put out the hopes of DMU in that moment to moment. As just a Lobob's teleported behind. He's trying to find out I'll be cool, but Samjay's here.
That's a lot of damage. It's a nice stopwatch as well. Spark's going to dash in. There's the hook out from... Wow! As Sprite just going to blow up Spark. You do still have Lobob on this backside. He's going to die as well. And Grey off the fountain. We're just taking this fight. Lobob with an incredible teleport on the backside. Keeping them in this game temporal.
I can't believe he's still alive. The Zereth flank, not the most common in League of Legends. Paniua will still be alive, ready to run around. But Grey Warwick bite back. After a pretty disastrous base defense. Oh, Panny will just not be able to quite get out of there. But, you know, able to fight back. They're able to try and take a little bit of that advantage back. And with the Baron still on the board here, they will look to coalesce around that objective to try and stop DMU pushing forwards and setting fire to this series in Game 1.
One thing I really wanted to bring up in Champ Select, but then we found out, oh, never mind as I go to say that.
Wait, what? Did he just cancel Camille? Oh,
it was because of the spell shield, right? Yeah.
I did not know it would go that far before cancelling it. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, honestly, I thought the queue maybe might have cancelled it, but I guess not.
Only 50 games of Camille this season. Don't worry, friends. I promise I know what I'm talking about.
That's okay. We're learning. League is a very in-depth game. We're learning here with you guys at Insomnia. To bring it back to this game.
Yeah. Idle. You thought about it there for a moment. It's just going to proc that Infernal Soul on the minions. Just let Grey Warwick know what's happening. It's DMU T1 into this Baron River now. The challenge for Grey Warwick to come towards them. They will not hesitate. They will pick up the Baron. And it doesn't even look like a challenge. Grey Warwick sleepwalking towards, but it's going to be tough.
There's the Requiem used already. It's going to put those carries at half health again. Baron at 900, that is gone. Warwick just knowing they have to back off there. They have to give that one.
Yeah, they have to respect the Requiem. It puts Spark oh so low, oh so quickly. Not much magic resist on this Tristana. Tofu will be course.
Pani just so unafraid to go forward here. Get the stone through. Tofu is very dead. There is the Pike shut down. And with that, I think Warwick...
They're going to try and get these Baron minions under the tower. There is a lot of defense here. They will have to dive. They will have to fight.
Oh, and the onslaught of shadows. Even just going to be dead on the backside. There is the Camille ultimate, though. And they're going to get a trade back on Samjay. Carries is still alive as a nice hook coming through from Paniwa. Died on my queen, having none of it. He's looking to end the game. Oh, decent buster shot there. Not going to matter. Game 1 will go the way of the spicy draft, and it's DMU up 1-0 here.
Can you smell what DMU are cooking clear? I think all of us here at the NSE Arena are. And that is game 1 of the British University Esports Championships powered by Intel. Going over to DMU T1. Congratulations, gentlemen. This is a well done, and you're through to round 2 of this MasterChef competition. It was hot in the kitchen. It was something I wasn't expecting. I don't think any of us were expecting. And now Warwick, they're in the same position they've been in all day. It's rough. They're down in a grand final series in the NSE, and it's getting tougher and tougher by the minute.
I want to have a look at some of the replays from this game. This aggression started so early, and I just felt like this was the game plan, right? Pani knew he had to be aggressive, had to keep searching for it. Spark was not able to play the game out once he got the gold, and so Temporal, I'm kind of wondering or rather, how did DMU respond to this win? Because they've played this spicy draft, to try and change things up. Do they stick to the spice? Or, I don't really know what you do here.
If you're DMU, you now have greater flexibility in draft. You can err towards pieces of this without committing again to the funnel hecarim in the early game. You might switch up, say, Samjay in mid onto something a little more dynamic. If you want to go full team fight, if the Grey Warwick line is to go towards aggression, to go towards a straight team fight, you could pivot in, say, Galio, something else Samjay plays that just covers the other weaknesses of this composition, of this kill lane. Or you can watch Grey Warwick sweat in draft, try and pick more power picks, go for red side, and try and ensure that you either get this or the most powerful picks on 12.7.
And I think this clip right here is where the game sort of felt like it was tipping, right?
Yeah, we thought this was coming back round to Grey Warwick here. The Requiem is cancelled. That's the Heathen off screen, messing with Samjay, cancelling that channel. And the front to back looks so good from Grey Warwick. It looked like they'd survived the early game aggression. But, as I'm sure we're going to see in a clip in a moment, DMU T1 were able to bring it back round. We're able to play this corner oh so effectively. This was the best fight for me. I think they pushed the Hecarim forwards with the ultimate. And no matter how many Zonyas there are, how many cancels come through, Paniua played this so well, able to dive and dance around, get the resets, hold his cooldowns for the perfect moment, and take 4 kills in front of that Baron buff.
Absolutely. Just a heads up for everyone watching at home. There shouldn't be much of a break between now and game 2. We're going to be jumping straight into that one very shortly.
We've got to go fast. The kitchen is hot and the next dish has been ordered.
I love these MasterChef references. We're going with this. Okay, this is a thing now. We're going with this.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, just to see a spicy strategy come out. It's been a long time since I was in University League of Legends. Clear, I'm an old man now. But just to see this level of play continue to accelerate, continue to get creative, and continue to showcase the next generation of talent. We've seen a few of these players. We've mentioned Spark and UKLC fame. We've mentioned the Heathen doing pretty well in UKLC over the years, and other fantastic show-ups. That is now all the NLC, the Northern League of Legends Championship, and I'm sure we will see some of these players after they continue their university careers show up around the region in various shapes and forms. They've got a lot to play for, and it's looking good here so far.
And so I guess, Tom, I asked the question, do DMU stick with the spiciness? You mentioned they still have that flexibility, but I guess then my question now, I want to turn it around, is from Warwick's perspective. They drafted this very traditional front to back. They had decent siding with the Camille. You saw Darius, you pointed out, could not really match as the game went on. Do Warwick need to change anything specific to keep up with the spiciness that DMU are going to play, or do they stick with this safe front to back team fight?
In the way we saw Warwick play, we saw them play to Spark. It was about this Tristana. The Camille was there to hold people still for the Tristana and survive the sides. The Xerath was there to break rotations and carry, but isn't able to take out people on their own. It has to be from the Tristana. We saw the Xerath holding bot, walking bot, and doing things for his teammates. So I think when you play for one person, you have to remove conditions like the kill lane, like the immediate pressure onto them. So I think we will see the adaptation in draft. I think Spark won't be happy to play once again against that kill lane in bottom.
And interestingly, I was just thinking here, DMU up 1-0. I don't know if we got a chance to mention this, but at the start of NSC, they were actually considered sort of the underdogs in this series in a sense.
Yeah.
In the Pick'em challenge, 50% of people, 50% or more, voted for Grey Warwick, but only 8% for DMU. So coming in as the underdogs, I guess, the spice set aside, it's nice for DMU to get their first game under the belt. They've got the fans behind them as well, so hopefully the hype is high at Insomnia. We hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. Like I said, we'll be jumping into game 2 very shortly, but man, it was a good game 1, a good start to the series.
It's a real way to set a series alight, to take something spicy and then make your opponent ask a lot of questions. It's not so bad in a best of 5. We've still got a few more lives here. It won't be the end for Grey Warwick if they lose this next game, but we do need to see them come alive if they want to not go all the way to game 5, keep everyone there at the LAN hall super late, and make the most of their Insomnia experience, I guess you could say. The adaptation quick through probably has to be a ban on the Pike. That's the easiest way to attack this Taric lane. There are some other ways to play it. Taric J4 rings a bell to me from way back when. It's not as easy to execute these days, but it will be on Grey Warwick to adapt to keep their hopes alive in game 2.
Absolutely. Again, I want to shout out Intel powering the event for us, Monster Energy, Barclays, and PC Specialist as well. All the great sponsors here at NSC and Insomnia as well. As we said earlier, we hope you guys, Temporal just, showing off with the background there.
That was some good timing. It flicked over to the sponsors behind me.
I kind of love it.
Some production wizardry in the background. Why not? Talking of wizardry, I think if you're DMU, you might not be happy completely with the way game 1 went. Because while it did turn out in a victory, there was definitely a wizard that caused them some trouble in the mid lane. That Xerath pick, very, very strong. I think we might see some bans pivoted away towards some of Lobob's favorite champions now, because I think it really did put the brakes on for DMU T1 for a long time. So I think that may be another angle in draft clear. If we're going to play a quick draft game, what would you change from DMU's perspective?
Well, listen, as an AD carry main, I like AD carries, so I don't know if maybe that's just a base take or a biased take, who knows at this point, but I don't know. We like marksman, it's safe to say.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, I think what DMU did really well was playing around the right lanes. They knew that the Karthus could just sort of be left to sort of scale up a little bit, just get their farm through. And we saw the Hecarim start topside and path down. And in the initial draft, I sort of wanted to look at mid-jungle duo. So now I'm wondering if Warwick can put the pressure on in that mid-jungle. How did DMU look to respond? And can they play around a different mid-champion? If it's not the Karthus, then, maybe we'll have to see. But
we know there's a bit more flexibility for Sam J there. He's tried out for a few of the teams I've coached on over the years and has always put in a pretty good show on various champions. So not too worried about the flexibility there. But the Karthus looked pretty vulnerable. Feel free to change that. That is a pretty good angle. Something a bit more specific to try and hammer home game to a definite angle. If I'm going to play the other side, if I'm the Grey Warwick side coming into change drafting game 2, we definitely want to address the kill lane. We maybe also want to break open top. There was a few moments there, despite L9 Bill Gates, maybe the best and worst summon name I've heard in a long time. while he got the solo kill, there was some early suppression, and if you're going to play multiple threats, as we saw the Grey Warwick composition do, we might need to change that up. We might need to see something that gets aggressive on its own, or contributes in a bigger way. Something like the Ornn can take the 1v1, even against things like the Darius, and then commit a huge ultimate to the team fight. I think if you allow this player to do a bit more, we might have seen that composition come together a little bit easier.
And then one thing that Ornn would have maybe offered as well, or possibly can look to offer, is a bit more of a less face-checky engage in a sense. You know, the Ornn Horn is such a great tool for that, and it felt like that was the problem. Face-checking into this Pike on repeat. We saw Tofu towards the end just get obliterated basically because of it. So it's definitely something they could look to pivot towards in this second game.
Yeah. We are just having a quick pause for some technical difficulties. It wouldn't be LAN without the traditional little technical horribleness and little things to figure out, but we're getting it sorted. We see you in the crowd at Insomnia. Give us a wave. We're hoping you're having a great weekend.
Oh, we got a couple. There we
go. Thank you, guys.
Let's get some audience engagement, I guess. Who thinks
Oh.
Warwick are going to bring back this game? Give us a wave if you think Warwick can bring it back to the 1-1.
Warwick, give us a wave. We've got a flex. I'm taking that as a wave. We've got some big waves. I don't know if that's Geo at the front. It might be Geo. Give us a wave. That is some fans for Warwick. If you're a fan of De Montfort University T1, give us a wave. More waves. Let's go. Oh, man. I can't wait to go to Insomnia next time. I haven't been before, Claire. I've been to some smaller lands, mostly, you know, the Yorkshire area. That's where I was a student. I don't know about you. Have you been to Insomnia before?
So I went to Insomnia. I was working this out actually earlier. I went 6 years ago. Forgive me, I don't remember the number. It was a long time.
That's all right. That's many numbers.
I went specifically to meet Syndica because I was a big fan back in the day. This was before I'd cast anything. This guy is very intimidating. Hello, my friend.
Oh, someone is hello. we got a long stare. Good effort, my friend. Good effort. Oh, we're still waiting on those technical difficulties, guys. We'll just be a few minutes. The Snoopy stares on the side. And yeah, I haven't been to Insomnia. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going next time. It's great to see everyone back. You know, COVID's been a long time, and we've all got through it one way or another. And it's so nice to see everyone come back together in real life for the best way to play games directly across from your opponent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. And I don't know about these specific player situations. Don't get me wrong, but some of these players may have not even played in the same room as one another.
Yeah.
And that's the power of leagues like this is it brings people together towards the end as well. So for me, that's pretty hype. Really nice to see all the players in a room together here like this.
Yeah.
I'm just excited for it.
It definitely was the case for me. I hadn't met some of my teammates on my university team, and then actually coming together for a competition in person and actually like spending time together. It's a huge deal, way more than you would think. It's not just about winning the event, but spending time with your friends, meeting new people, getting to know the UK League scene in person. I'm looking forward to it. I've only cast online before, with the exception of one LAN that was, you know, in a little isolation dip there where we all didn't have to hide away from each other, but to actually see everyone come back together has been so nice, and just really powerful stuff. Oh
yeah, I mean, I'm just enjoying watching these players. I'm not gonna lie, just like
you want to go in person? Should we enter next year?
Yeah, that's
maybe not the NSC. We're a bit old. Maybe
a bit old and a bit bad, I think, is the word you were looking for. On my behalf, anyway, Tom. As we finally hit into draft, and we're going to avoid flaming myself and my lack of ability.
Seems you left your brave pants at home.
Very similar to
Want me to
game
wait
one.
while you go
And
get
again,
them?
we spoke about this, you know, in the draft of game one, the target band's going to be pretty big in a competition like this. So they'll probably be taken away there. We'll have to see how we pivot from that game one draft.
Oh no, we're pivoting back. We're pivoting back to the lobby. We'll get that one sorted in a minute, guys. No doubt some more technical hitches. We'll be right over it in just a second. But yeah, I'm sure we'd do all right at LAN. I'd carry you some of the way.
You know what? That's fine. I mean, I play AD carry, so I can just sit back, right? Come on, that's the thing. Just sit back and right-click. That's what they say about this role, so, you know.
Yeah. All right. Just getting some messages about the technical issues. We'll be through in just a few minutes. Shouldn't be a long one at the moment. And yeah, I could sit there and support you. That's not too much of an issue. I might pick something damage oriented. We've just seen that Pike display, and that's got me a bit inspired. But yeah, we'd manage. We'd manage.
Yeah, I'm kind of about it. So it sounds like we're just going to go to a bit of a break here. Unfortunately, we're not getting this issue sorted as quickly as we would have hoped. So yeah, we'll be back after a quick break for game number 2 here at the NSE.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back to the NSE GG British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel. We are also sponsored by Monster Energy and Barclays, and of course PC Specialist, as you'll have seen in the break. I am Tom Temporal-Nash, joined on the play-by-play by Jacob Clear McNally, and we are back into draft for Game 2.
And very excited for this one. We hyped it up a little bit. Despite the game you brought through, we'll have to see if they can bring that back again.
Seems you left your Brave pants at home.
I'm gonna keep saying
Want me to wait while you go get them?
Right, no,
the target band's gonna come through again.
Yeah.
Yep. We just have to keep hyping that up, and that is university level esports in a nutshell. So we'll let these go through pretty standard stuff. Again, similar to game 1.
I'm absolutely Vladimir. Absolutely huge for low Bob. It's been his
A woman's left.
See, pretty much target man across all these all massive solo queue picks, and then in addition, the Karma just so strong on the patch. Was really surprised not to see her getting massive nerfs. Huge priority across the EU Masters and other higher levels of play in the current area. We're going to see a quick salty run back. That is blue on Hecarim. It's for the other side now. We do see Grey Warwick on the blue side. DMU.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they decided to go for the heck room already. You know, we're game 2 and there's a lot of priority on this champion, so clearly they know something that I don't. Xayah going to be locked in, probably going to be looking at the pokes out, and that already means we're shifting away. I asked for a marksman, I got a marksman, one of my favorite as well. So yeah, poke Xayah going to be on that side, and already a good answer because Xayah is so independent, so unique. She can peel for herself a lot better than other AD carries, so going to be able to answer the heck room already there.
Yeah, gets the one big feathers fly away. It is good at answering one piece of dive like the Hecarim, but if the Hecarim has a buddy, it tends to work out pretty poorly for Xayah. You get that one big get out of jail free card, and then after that, vulnerable AD carry, unless you end up walking into the pullback. The Sylas blind is a huge, huge statement here. The Sylas can play 3 lanes, top, mid, and support. And with that, we have to see where it will get flexed to. But there are many mid laners you cannot take into the Sylas. They cannot take that 1v1 challenge. The Yasuo can in the moment to moment. Just got buffed to compensate for those shield bone nerfs coming through on 12.7 on the live patch. And with that, we'll be on Demontfort now to place this Sylas, this assassin, this ultimate stealer around the map based on the picks. The brand coming through is technically flexible, but I can't help but think that's for the Heathen in support.
Yeah, unless they're trying to do some like Yasuo bot lane, maybe.
Maybe. We've seen some craziness. I don't think it's in Spark's wheelhouse. I think we're more likely to see something like this area in the second rotation.
Can but hope.
Can but hope. The hyper carries here for Spark. The way he has made it sort of a name for himself around the UKLC. It was a big AD carry performance. The Rakan coming through to complete the Lovers duo. This just gives the Rakan that little bit extra efficacy. It does mean they struggle into some bot lane matchups, but if it's the brand, shouldn't be a huge issue for Demontfort.
We'll have to see here how these second bands go through with supports locked in. It looks like DMU still think that this brand could be going mid, so they're just going to take away some supports just in case. From the Heathen there. Again, Heathen really known for his engages, his Vanguard support, so taking away the Leona just in case I think is pretty safe from them. I'm already looking at the ultimates that the Sylas has to seal, you know, basically the biggest part of his kit, and a brand ulti on Sylas seems pretty good, I would imagine, so already looking pretty nice as Graves taken away as well.
Yeah, Graves, Leona, so 2 supports that do give the Xayah Rakan some difficulties in lane. Moved away will not be that huge engage, and there will not be Nami. 2 ultimates that also contribute towards Xayah having to burn that ultimate, so defending. Come on! That'll be cool, Lord, on this AD carry. I'll try my best. And now when it comes to the blue side here, for Warwick, we have to see some adaptation. They will be going in blind. Will be defended R4 first, but most importantly, they have to now set these flexes. They have to set Brand in a lane. They have to set Yasuo in a lane. And with that, they will try, no doubt, get something else that can pair it with a Hecarim to dive to make the best use of their draft so far. Oh, that's a Kha'Zix.
That's really not something you see every day, but I see a Brand and I see a Kha'Zix and I see Pop. Very quick death there for the Brand, especially if he doesn't have that Zhonya's available. We'll have to see what the answer is here. It means that top lane will be counterable for the side of DMU there.
So any weirdness here we'll be able to work out on R5. That Sylas can still go top, it can go mid. We have that extra work in to try and find a way around. The Kha'Zix coming through is a big question, and Demontfort called Gray's bluff. It was support still waiting in the second draft. So the Nautilus, 3rd pick, it's good against Xayah Rakan. It's not great. They do remove away some of those supports they would have liked to have picked up on Warwick. Looks like it will be that Ornn that we foreshadowed just a little bit earlier.
And so much knock-up potential there for the Yasuo out of Warwick. So definitely going to be their main carry in this game if they can set things off the way they are. And here's something I do like to see as a pick into the Ornn. Fiora being hovered right now. Of course, cast a curse and they swap.
Set's completely fine. Struggling a little bit with his power level at the moment. Receiver of many, many nerfs over the years is Set, but he has a pretty good matchup into anything that stacks health. Being able to deal percentage damage in items and in abilities. Able to take down these tanks so quickly. And then, even if the lane doesn't work out, able to reverse them in the team fights, blast them back into their own team, deal massive damage, deny Ornn his ultimate with Set's ultimate. It's a pretty good matchup for the Set, and it will be on Sprite to try and make that difference. And as you did allude to, Claire, it is Brand for Spark. In this bottom lane, it will be a mage. We're going to see that one reverse from the first game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, we spent so long already hyping up Spark as this great AD carry that he's known to be, and he just does not want to shut that off this game. Clearly, that's fine though. That's fine. I'm all about it. That's fine. Yeah. I think the Brand actually is pretty good at the minute. All things considered, the champion's fine, decent poking against a Rakan as well. So it's definitely a spicy one. Now, Tom, I'm looking at the ultimates. I already alluded to this, that we can take away for the Silas. The Ornhorn being a big one as well. But do you think that Samjay will be the main point that DMU are looking to play through this game?
I think without a strong Silas, they will struggle. Again, they're sort of triple threat or quadra threat, so everything's quite flat. Everything sort of no main lane to play for, no must wins, no must losses. But without that, you can sort of lose focus of your team's identity, and you can lose sort of the clear, concise way that you have to play the game. It does allow you that greater flexibility, but it also means without something coming ahead, and coming ahead by quite a margin, you can often feel a bit wishy-washy on things like the Kha'Zix, the Silas, where you want to be taking out your opponents nice and quickly, and instead it just sort of falls apart and gets a bit and you might deal some damage, and you might die, and it's much less clear for you as a player to actually see what your objectives are.
So I guess the one thing we're definitely looking for this game is how long are these fights going to go. I think it's definitely fair to say that Warwick definitely win out the extended trades. They have such strong frontline. And I think he even in the first game got a lot of good picks in on the Nautilus. It was pretty hard because he was going into a Taric ultimate basically every time. But nice to see him run that back. Definitely going to be a nice one to watch to see if he can get those clean engages off as well. Looking across at this other side, you already alluded to the Xayah Rakan. Is Pani again going to have to be the one looking for these engages and these picks, and again being that aggressive look for DMU?
I think so. I think he really has to lead the charge, dive buddy with the Kha'Zix. It even goes deeper. The only way Silas can use Yasuo's ultimate is with a knockup from Rakan. I suppose there is set ultimate as well, but that's going to definitely be reserved for the Ornn, and you don't really want to be Yasuo ulting Ornn. That's not really a great way to use the biggest tools here. So we'll be on Pani and Samjay to come together and try and dive buddy forwards, while the 4 members, which is everyone but Albi on the side of DMU, are diving forwards. The Xayah will, as you mentioned, try and stay independent, try and keep themselves alive. And with that, they have a pretty clear identity. They've got to try and pick someone out from Warwick. Again, who is more of a difficult thing. Pick someone off, gank them as 4, deal with it in the team fight, and then push forwards. It's a bit harder for Warwick. They have these big team fight tools. They have the Call of the Forge God. They have the Onslaught of Shadows. They have the Last Breath. But when they're getting out of lanes, it's not quite as clear to see where they're going to go. Probably not going to play to the Ornn. Probably going to be Hecarim between bottom mid. But he's got to scale on his own as a threat. So with that, it's not quite as clear to see which way this is going to turn out.
And with 10 seconds left before we load onto Summoner's Rift, we'll have to see how this game plays out. Can DMU push their lead here, take the 2-0 and go to match point, or will Warwick be able to answer back? We're seeing a different look from game 1 here for both sides, actually, so we'll have to see how it does pan out here. Tom, I'm pretty excited for this one after game 1 especially.
More bloodshed, more action. The name of the game here for both teams. I'm really excited to see Spark on Brand. I don't think I've seen him play Mages for quite a long time. It will be super interesting to see which way this one can go. I think the big question for me is whether that Lover's Duo is able to play out successfully in bottom. Spark and Heathen floated those flex that was on the board. So we're going to have to see if that is their spice in the kitchen, and whether they can serve up a dish that would equal DMU's from game 1.
And with that, we're on to Summoner's Rift here. Remember, the teams have swapped sides. It's DMU with the advantage here. Can they carry that momentum through? Again, we're not going to see anything too spicy. Maybe in that bot lane. My eyes are drawing down there slightly, as Pani is going to sweep this out again. Are we going to a repeat of game 1? No, okay. Maybe Pani is learned.
The ward into mid lets you know when someone is coming. Pani will no doubt collect his 5 gold, try and run away here. But it just lets you know when the enemy is coming. Pani trying to find that angle. Will collect his money. That's 20 gold over. That's an economic victory. And Heathen and Spark will have to deal with the massive repercussions of that in the moments to come. There it is. 520 gold. What a winner. That's DMU with the advantage.
I think that's it's 1 in team chat.
Yep. That's a GG. That's the mental edge. As he will reset, get that scanner, and be able to secure the bush vision early on. A quick pause coming through, and looks like we haven't escaped those technical difficulties, Claire.
No, they just, they're here to stay, I think, but that's okay. Taking a little bit of a look at the minimap before it go away, it did seem... Hello to everyone in the audience.
Give us a wave, fellow audience. How you doing? We see you. I hope you see you too.
Glad to see people still staying hyped for this one, as we do go a little bit long here on these pauses, but we'll be back soon.
All right.
We'll be back soon. As I was going to say though, Tom, I was having a quick look at the minimap before we did pan away, and it was both junglers starting topside, so it seemed like bot is going to be the focus for both teams here.
Slap that knee, my friend. Slap that knee. We see you. Yeah, nothing gets away from us on the camera. Oh, we have.
I like the. I was going to say, I like someone censored himself with the bar.
It's like, we'll never know who slapped that knee, but they definitely gave it a good old go. Identify yourself there, person in the corner. Oh dear.
The death stare is also
more
back.
stairs. How you doing, my friend? We see some of the NSC staff. Ginny taking a break between hosts. We're glad you're all enjoying LAN. And, so glad that we can have these in real life events back. More waves, more cheers. We're just waiting for our players to get back into game. Technical pause at the moment. Say a little bit of a break. And, we've saying it's gone longer, but there's been a lot of action in this series so far. A lot of bloodshed. Both teams looking to push an advantage as quickly as they can and not give their opponents a step back in.
Definitely that. And Tom, I'm kind of interested, as someone with past playing experience, done a decent amount of coaching as well. As a player, what's going through your mind right now? You've had this insanely hot, explosive game one to then sort of just cool off for a little bit. What's going through your head? How do you keep that hype and that momentum going into game two?
So you don't actually want to be too hyped early in the series. You want that excitement for the last game. You want it to bring the magic together. You do want to keep that cool, calm collection. You don't want to give into despair. You don't want to start panicking and not having a good time, because that translates to really bad play straight away. And it's sort of the sufferer of the greatest players across the world. We'll see some games that just be like, what were they thinking? And like, how are they paid to play this? The answer is they've let the mental get to them. They've not been supported sufficiently. And when it comes to university esports, you haven't really got that greater infrastructure around you. So it's all on you to do the right thing at all times. It's quite high pressure. So we're hoping that these guys have the resilience. We know players that have gone a bit longer, like some of the Grey Warwick players who have showed up in the UK scene, likely have this, but actually doing it on the day, just knowing that you've got it isn't always enough. So we look to them to keep cool, keep calm, keep collected, and just let these pauses go out. Stick to the game plan. They'll have discussed it in draft. They'll have discussed it across the board as we get the lovely smile. Some of our players just sleeping on through, just keeping on trucking.
I think we're just doing a cosplay of NA. That's all it is.
Yeah.
As the lights come on.
I don't assume too much about what the network connections are. The Epic LAN team definitely more experienced than any I've worked with when it comes to productions. Lee can be a bit fickle when it comes to network. Riot Direct, it might give us a 10 ping less at home, but it tends to cause a bit of grief when you're actually out and about in person. So no doubt, still wrestling with it here, but we'll get it sorted real soon.
One thing worth shouting out as we're in a bit of a pause here for anyone in Twitch chat, giveaways, scrolling along at the bottom. If you want to win yourself an insane, Anivia, am I pronouncing that right? Anivia? Gaming laptop? I don't want to butcher this. Elimina, there we go. Yep.
Yeah. Just courtesy of Intel, I believe, or courtesy of another of our sponsors, ! Giveaway in Twitch chat will enter you in for an Intel Elimina laptop, and typing Monster Drop once per series, I believe today, will enter you in for a Monster Energy giveaway. And both of these competitions do require you to be 18 years of age with a UK address, but feel free to enter, get set for those, and our sponsors will be giving away some of their stuff throughout the weekend.
As these games go along, we do have to hope the players have had their Monster Energy there to keep them going, keep them up, and, not awake, maybe that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean, keep them aware, keep them going.
Keep them in the game.
There we go. As it looks like we probably will be loading back into the game very shortly. We're just still awaiting these technical delays. Yeah, it's been good so far. As we said, we hope everyone at Insomnia is enjoying themselves. But if you're at home, we hope you're enjoying it too. We've not forgotten about you there in Twitch chat.
everyone on Twitch chat at home and on the stream supporting University Esports. It's one of my favorite classifications. You know, I love the ERLs, I love International League of Legends, but University, always a special place in my heart. The only one I actually did okay in. Maybe a bit too close to home, but it's lovely to see everyone alongside their university careers and their degrees just engaging in what they're passionate with and keeping the scene alive. It's really, really great stuff.
Definitely is. And for anyone interested in NSE, maybe, you know, this is your first time, who knows, you can go to the NSE website, you can find your own university, try and get involved with your own esports team if you're interested in playing. Who knows, maybe you are the next NSE champion sat there watching the stream, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and even if you're not, you can always get involved, get engaged, and just be a part of that community at your university, setting up the esports. Excuse me, suffering a little bit here in the summer heat. Setting up the Esports Society at the university I went to was a great part of sort of my university career. And, you know, it came off the back of the death of the Game Society, but just having that group of friends, always there, always someone to play with, always someone to talk to, was just so, so nice. And if you're not sure where to find that, no doubt the NSE website. As Jacob mentioned, I believe it's nsc.gg, can point you in that direction, or let you know if there's nothing there that you can start up your own and start your own story in that regard.
Definitely. So you can see on screen, we're just awaiting the spectator delay. So we'll be back very shortly. Thank you for sticking with us through this, and shout out to production on the back end, working tirelessly to keep us here.
Huge work.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they are bigger minds than I will ever be. I just show up, say words, and go home. So, you know, shout out to the production side as well.
That is the job description for us, I guess. Just flicking it back over and clear. We are back. Give us a wave, Insomnia. Give us a wave. Those on the Twitch stream, we are here for Game 2. De Montfort lead, and Warwick must bite back.
And again, to highlight Jungler starting topside. Are we...
Never mind. We'll get going in just a second. We need to hit play. I spotted it on the motion. There we go. We've got play. We've got it. We've got playback. We've got a series.
Let's build the hype up, Insomnia. We know you're all there. We know you're all looking forward to this one. Again, Jungler starting on this top side, both going to be pathing downwards. So we may see a bit of contention over that bomb scuttle descent, depending rather on how the junglers decide to play it here. Excited to see where the action goes first.
Yeah, even if not the scuttle, we'll be seeing action in this bottom lane. It's the focal point of both teams' compositions. Brand must contribute to that consistent damage through the team fight, as this mage can do. The Xayah must be allowed to be independent, must be ahead enough that she can function as a part of this dive composition. And neither top laner demanding a lot of priority in the early game. The Ornn will have his biscuits and his potions, and the set will have his consistent pressure. So with that, it is all to play for on the bottom lane in just a few seconds. Lobob and Sanjay trading in mid will no doubt be a place to look in the minutes to come. We're looking more towards level 4, level 6 for both of these mid laners. Lobob will get a late ward. He will spot that Didol has cleared his top quadrant, and with this, both junglers should be aware of the path to bot. And now we'll have to see the adaptation. Will the Hecarim continue with the full clear? Will they cut a camp and get into the lane early clear? It's all to find out for. Personally, I think the Hecarim has to try and get here nice and fast before this wave bounces, but the difficulty and the pathing showing up now in the first few minutes.
And with that wave bouncing, though, it does mean that there may be a chance that Warwick's bot side can move first. I think that we're just going to keep the pressure in for this Zyrakan, though, as it is a massive trade topside. Online Bill Gates just going to walk out the side of the set damage there. But already a bit spicy in the top side, despite saying we thought that would be where there was no spice.
Not necessarily no spice. Both of these characters will trade low. The set has high health regeneration when he himself loses health. And with that, we'll be able to heal back up. We already see on the top right of the screen his health bar visibly moving. L9 Bill Gates to do the same thing. He's not buying shares in Microsoft, but he is chugging that corrupting potion. He is using those biscuits as they come through. He'll get another one in 20 seconds. Tofu finds Didol. Has the experience lead in the early game.
Sanjay is moving as well here, though. Maybe. Oh, it's a nice flash. I was going to miss the E, though, so Tofu going to try and trade onto this one. The bot lanes have moved up as well, but it's actually Sanjay who's going to get the first blood. I'm not sure if Yasuo will be able to trade that one flash forward.
Oh,
and at the bottom of the eye, the blue side bot lane is just going to walk away from nice 1-for-1, but first blood going the way of Sanjay.
We mentioned it was going to be near bot. Albi goes super low as well. Spark, no doubt, will try it and find another trade, another ring of fire here. Instead, just going back into the lane. We'll find it on the wave as well. The re-engage coming through. We'll peel away now, but all action all the time. When the mages find an action, find a cooldown in the bottom lane, it is so powerful. Lobomb and Samjay back to it again now.
The trade is very strong in the Silas's favour. Has been able to back and spend his gold, obviously dying, so at that advantage there. Stylo's going to try and look here. Lobob is half health already. There's a dash forward coming through from Sanjay. Lobob just using the E through the wave here. Going to try and walk out. Has Tofu as well. Level up coming through. I think the red side know he's here. They're going to try and back up. The Tornado will connect here. So does Tofu choose to fight this one? Samjay still dashing forward. A nice wind wall there to discourage that. And both parties just going to walk away. No better off than they were before.
No better off indeed. Is normally on the Kha'Zix to try and make these engages work in the early game. So even though Grey Warwick walk forwards, fancy footwork, Didal going backwards, Samjay coming forwards will allow both parties to disengage cleanly from this mid-game fight. The tension is high, clear, and Heathen might be low on mana, but this bot lane will continue to be a pressure point for both teams in the early game.
Ooh, a nice feather caller there, just to dissuade Heathen from trying to go in. Low mana for the Zayas, I think we'll opt to try and back there as well, and we get a bit of a lull here. Dragon is up. So maybe the teams can look to plays. As I say that, it's Lobob just dashing forward. So much confidence here on this Yasuo.
Gets 6 a little bit earlier from that solo kill onto Samjay. The experience going his way. Will just be a moment to moment. Tofu not super incentivized to go towards this Infernal Dragon. It would be nice to take it away from DMU, but it does stunt the Hecarim's ability to get to level 6 to scale as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Didal on the other side, he generally wants to play for himself on this Kha'Zix, but picking up that Infernal Dragon, making sure you get that extra bonus AD, not to be underestimated on the Kha'Zix.
Ooh, Sprite is going to pull in L9 Bill Gates. We'll tank up a tower shot here as well. Level 6 available for both Flash out there from L9 Bill Gates. Just going to dissuade any further engagement from Sprite. And
with both ultimates still held, this is Sprite's game to play now. His health will come back. He will find that way back in. Whereas Bill Gates, he's chugged all of his potions. All the biscuits gone at the 6-minute mark. Tofu looking for a way into bot side. Lobob is missing. He has pushed the wave out. This should be telegraphed. DMU, they're maybe in more trouble than they realize.
Hex Flash being channeled. The stun already going to connect. Panny, you are one shot. The last breath going to be able to secure that 4 Lobob. It's 4 in the bot lane. They're going to look to get to the dragon now as well. So can Didal, my queen, look to try and respond on the top side. It is warded out, but there's a flash forward from Sprite. Going to use the showstopper there to pull back the Ornn. Here's the Ornn Horn as well. We'll knock up Sprite here, but I don't think he'll be able to get the kill. The shield will come through enough, and Sprite going to get the kill on the top side.
Cross map over. DMU will take out Bill Gates. It's the weak side investment, though it's not worth as much as Grey Warwick taking up that kill in the bot side. A clutch seer from Spark prevents Panny from dashing away where maybe he felt safe, maybe he felt confident. They will transfer this into the Infernal Dragon. A significant lead here. Mages really, really love getting that extra AP, getting that extra damage onto the Yasuo. Can't be understated. So the Infernal Dragon, a bigger win than most first dragons we've seen in the current meta.
I just wonder if maybe the Observer at home could change and show us a bit of the gold here, show how strong this Yasuo is. Have to see if we can get that. There we go. So actually not too far ahead, all things considered. Don't forget, with Samjay getting first blood as well. But as I go to say that, it's just more fighting in the spot side. Am I surprised? Not really.
Pyroclasm comes through with that. A little bit of a lead for Grey Warwick. That minion wave that they were able to push in worth more than the kills themselves. So DMU definitely feeling that. It's only a few hundred at this stage, but with that XP lead, with that slight gold lead, the slightly better purchases is in their favor. Samjay and Didal found Tofu. We'll push him out the jungle, but they're a moment.
Right side ultimate was burned there, but come up pretty quickly, I would imagine. Lobob as well, he's just so happy to play up and take these trades. Tornado will connect there. Has the ulti available? Yeah, he's going to use it. It's Ignite ticking down. Dynamite Queen is still around, so Lobob just having to dip out there. Nice trade, though.
Samjay was ignited. That extra investment from Lobob, trying to deny the Kingslayer. He's trying to mess with Samjay in the moment, trying for the 2v1. A little bit of stylish moves here. We do have Panny off at the side. This is a 3v1. If Lobob does invest, I think DMU will be able to turn this around rapidly. He's just going to pull it back now, not pushing forwards into these 3 people. The ping was called. That Panny was missing from that bottom lane. with the Herald up now on the map and 3 minutes on the Dragon. It should be on both junglers to path towards this, try and make a play. It's probably going to be around mid. Pani is caught now. Tofu has found him.
Still has the dash available. And there we go. He's going to dash out, but the Onslaught of Shadows means that's going to go over. And Pani, you can't do this. You're not playing Pyke this game. As we say that, we go straight into the boss. It's a Flash Featherstone Blade Caller there. I believe Kovlod going to get the solo kill there. Is looking pretty scared under tower here, as the Heathen is going to walk through, tank this one up.
Heathen tanking up the tower, as you mentioned. We'll look for the dredge lane. We'll come forwards. Lobob tanks him as well. Tofu, no Onslaught of Shadows, but the AD carries on their own.
Yeah, and just going to gift that one over to Loblob. This 3-0-0 Yasuo now going to be a menace on the Rift for Grey Warwick. And as we say that, it's Didal starting Herald on the far side of the map, so at least they're able to answer something. They did kill Leon as well, so yeah, they're able to answer on the top side at least.
Able to answer cross map once again. Sprite and Didal able to push forwards in this top lane. Able to do something a bit more. Samjay will be dredge lined. He'll steal it back.
Still have that stolen dredge line. There we go. He's going to use it onto Spark Kingslayer as well, just to get a little bit healthy. I think we'll be able to just walk away there. Not quite enough damage with the CC'd brand.
Pani? Ooh. Playing risky there. Will be allowed to hold the wave. I'd have thought Lobob tried to have attacked him for that, but will not be the case. Ultimate for ultimate in mid. Heathen trading with Samjay means that Lobob will be a little more comfortable shoving out the wave, committing hard into mid in the next few minutes. Tofu still clearing on this top side, no doubt. Has a lot to think about with his pathing. Didal in the background did pick up that Rift Herald, so that one's gone off the board. DMU get themselves an objective and will look to transfer it into some gold on the map. There's also the angle of using it just before the Dragon, getting that priority in the lane and making Grey Warwick choose whether they have to defend that tower or commit to the objective.
One thing I'm curious about here, Tom, is with Lobob just being so ahead already at this 3-0, how do they look to shut him down on the side of DMU? Is it just purely the Rakan engage? How do they look to stop this Yasuo from taking over Summoner's Rift here?
Well, it's going to come together as a sort of number of parts. The Yasuo has to be set up with some sort of knockup. That can be Hecarim's Relentless Charge, or it can be the Ornn Horn, the Call of the Forge Guard. Call of the Forge Guard is looking to be removed. Sprite will be assigning himself to that. So it might not be the biggest Yasuo ult in the world. The commit in, Heathen has found the line.
Yeah, and these dredge lines just like sniper shots onto the side of DMU. A Spark going to take down the kill onto Pani. Samjay is right on the backside. The Xayah just completely left on her own on the far side of the fight. Will get the route through, but Lobob going to be able to pick that one up. Hecarim going to kill Samjay as well, and it's a complete win for the side of Grey Warwick.
A bit of a disaster. Lobob, as you mentioned, doing so well. Plays through, goes to 4-0-1 on this Yasuo. 3 quick kills for Grey Warwick. Means they will continue to push forwards. They will be in the driver's seat for this Dragon, but it is a little too early. They will not be able to immediately run to the objective, and they are left in a rough spot now. They are off tempo with their bases, and DMU are back out on the map.
With Herald down as well, that gold's going to be gifted over to Didal, so a little bit of something at least. So I'm going to go in the Gore Drinker Kha'Zix build, right? So going to be a little bit tankier on this Kha'Zix, not as much of the one-shot potential. Some trades still coming through in the top side. Sprite just able to play really far up with this lead that we can see on screen, as if the observer knew I was going to ask 1,000 and a bit gold on this top side. Pani already one-shot, so ooh, actually nice Q there from Spark. I thought they could maybe come in on that a little bit more, but no.
Oh, they've found Lobob in mid.
Is CC'd up. The smite will come down as well, but Lobob just able to walk away from that one. So Tom, Dragon's on the map here. It looks like they have the push in bot and in mid. Do DMU just pull the trigger here and try and take the Dragon?
They well could do. The Kha'Zix does it really, really fast. Looks like he's walking towards it just now. The blue team ping's coming out with their bot lane off the reset and off tempo. Not able to contest. Will be 1 Dragon apiece, but they're trying to get something back for it. They're not going to give it up for free.
Ghost excuse there from Hecarim. Last breath as well, but Samjay very tanky on this Silas. We'll be able to walk away, but it's Dragon going the way of DMU. Gold still pretty even despite that fight lost on the bot side, so it's still all to play for here. Xayah just walking up a little bit. I thought maybe he even could look for something. Doesn't have flash available anyway.
Yeah, Heathen famed. Oh, as we see in mid, Lobob not going to survive as Pani and Samjay able to pair up and take down this accelerated Yasuo.
One thing I'm just really excited to keep seeing is that Pani's still playing aggressive. on the supports picks. Obviously, game 1 was basically the Panny show on the Pike. So nice to see him playing aggressive here. Hex Tech Gates, there we go. Never mind, it's a tread line. It's a one-shot onto Abley. Does have the ultimate available. So going to be able to pull away. The Blade Caller will actually lock up the Heathen. And the turn on the backside here means that Spark is the one who's caught out. Teleport coming through now. So it's L9 Bill Gates here before the second show up, and the double Ornhorn kill will come through. It's actually Sam J teleporting in. My apologies there. Will probably be able to trade one back here. Has his own Ornhorn now. And as Rains feathers down, the flash out from L9 Bill Gates might be enough. Ooh. The slow coming through though, and it's a double kill going the way of Sam J. Nice teleport coming through from their mid laner to respond.
Bill Gates might come down from on above and from his CEO's chair in the top lane, but it is not enough to reverse this fight. DMU respond in sequence and are able to turn it back around.
Just like that, the game now. Look at Sprite as well, just so ahead on this top side. Is able to push in, has the hull breaker already as well, so not going to be able to be matched really in the 1v1 with the Ornn. Just going to be able to push in. And again, Hextech leading the charge here for Panny.
The Hexgate's so good for DMU's team. If you manage to get a Kha'Zix or a Sylas in behind someone, it also applies to the Hecarim for Grey Warwick, but less so overall. That flank potential, that quick pick off, not to be underestimated if you can submarine a bunch of your team in behind the enemy.
When you've got a Rakan as well, you know, and the quickness up, it's just going to look pretty good if you can get in on that backside. So to keep our eyes on the Hex Gates, see what mischief the teams can pull out with them on the backside of these fights. But it's got a bit of a lull state again now. Dragon not up for 2 minute 40. There's obviously no Baron to play for. Just a bit of a slowdown here. And Tom, just wondering, how does the game start to look from here? Where do we see the next fight?
We see the next fight. Indeed, Sprite will be drawing a lot of pressure to this top lane. It's what the Hull Breaker is great for. It means that cannon minion, it's really tough for a tank to take down. Really tanky is Panny. Oh, they found Spark in mid.
Oh, but Spark's actually going to be able to walk out. Grey Warwick, we're looking for a re-engage. Sam J here as well, I think, just enough to dissuade that re-engage. So nothing too big there in the mid lane.
Too big that both teams will fall away. Grey Warwick now, some serious questions to ask as they are starting to fall behind in gold about what they can do. They have not been able to find Albi in previous advantages to Sam J.
Oh.
That's just sad to see.
Yeah. Poor astronaut. Poor astronaut.
The Heathen will be sent packing back to the base, caught out as DMU dive behind towers, try and make the most of this lull state and try and grow their gold lead at this stage. Sprite is up in this jungle. He's going to cause as many issues for DMU as he can. Get back into lane and apply that hull breaker. And with that, it's going to be on Grey Warwick to find an assignment answer now that tries to match this, tries to get some sort of advantage. If they commit to top, they have to send more than one person. If they commit to the Xayah, she'll float away and the other members will come together. They could try and attack the core unit, but there is a 5-2 Sylas now, massively accelerated, who will steal away the best ultimate they can. And it's looking rougher and rougher for Grey Warwick here. When you have more carries, the game gets more and more obscured, and it looks like they're struggling to find a way back in.
DMU just going to be able to push the vision out as well. Obviously, the Rakan, very safe to do so, can dash back out. And what that means is, we already alluded to the Hex Gates and the power they're going to have for this red side draft. And with the vision game being strongly in their favour, they're just going to be able to use every advantage they have here. As Xayah is going to keep palming down on this bot side. Maybe they can try and look for something here. They've got double sweepers as well, so there's no vision. Dragon 30 seconds now. Can blue side look to get back in this? Grey Warwick, they're just playing from behind in the vision game. How can they look to engage on this dragon? Do they look to engage on this dragon? We'll have to see.
A huge Ornhorn, a huge depth charge could set up into a multi-man knockup, could get Low Bob engaged on this team. Red team, DMU, they are waiting in nearby for a trap.
And there it is, the engage going to come through. Sparks already taken off the map. The Ornhorn is going to come through. Look at the onslaught of shadows there on the Sylas onto the backside of that fight. Will cause the double flee, and it's a double kill coming through for the Kha'Zix. It's the clean fight coming through for DMU. They'll be able to take the dragon. There's no Baron though, but a huge win for them in the bottom side river.
Too early for a Baron. 4 quick kills mean DMU are favored. They are looking to repeat their performance against Grey Warwick in recent weeks. They are looking to take down our champions. The objective bounties will come through. So great is the lead. They will pick up this second dragon, and now they need to coast through the mid game. They need to continue applying this pressure as DMU take the lead.
Yeah, and it was just, again, the vision. They had nothing to walk into there, straight into a Rakan engage, and you saw what happened to Spark. He went bye-bye very quickly, so the vision going to be a big factor here as Red side. Just going to take those Hex gates out. I apparently need to put my teeth in here.
Oh, it's okay. They'll make like Inspector Gadget and fly away. I don't know what we're doing with these references, but Tidal, ooh, versus Lowbomb. I'm not sure who wins this.
It's a pretty tanky Kha'Zix because he's gone this Gold Drinker build, so...
It's pretty strong, pretty bruiser-like. With those advanced claws, does pack a punch in the 1v1 and in the traps, which is how DMU were able to set up that successful fight in front of the dragon. And it's just all to play for. Like, if we see now Grey Warwick out on the map, they've got to expand that vision line. They've got to try and find that huge team fight. They look towards Albi, but again, the feathers fly available. This is all a bait. This is all not enough from Warwick at this stage. A Spark taken low.
The Xayah is just so unlocked now at the 2 items. Has the Mirror Mana as well. So going to be doing quite a lot of damage. Oh, there's a nice dash out there from Pan. He's going to deny the dredge line for the Heathen there.
Fancy
Playing
feet.
on the edge of fire.
Fancy feet from this Rakan. Going that little bit further with Xayah. The Onslaught Shadow come through. The feathers will fly.
The root will be there. L9 Bill Gates is here way before the rest of DMU can show up. Well, it is the Xayah able to back away, and this is a re-engage here. Now Spark is already dead. It's 2 for 2 so far here in the fight, and I think they'll back away with that. An even trade across the map.
Even trade across the map. I think the Yasuo in his presence and the result of Spark's earlier abilities do mean that the extended fight was looking Grey Warwick's way. Topher on the Hecarim looking stronger and stronger with that Triforce. But they do manage to pick off the bottom lane. That is a 2 for 2. Grey Warwick can't be too upset that they managed to get some gold back on the map, but it's not the fight they were looking for.
Definitely not. I mean, you know, they're trying to look for these picks. I mean, you can't deny that Spark's doing the big damage, though, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on for this side, especially as the red side just trying to sniff out Tofu here. Maybe he can get the recall through. Actually, just cancel it, so they're going to look to engage. The root will come through. There's the CC lockup, the airborne. Everything you need to throw at this Hecarim, and Tofu just caught out there in that top side jungle.
Caught out and taken down. L9 Bill Gates and Lowbob will try and cross map. Sprite has that hull breaker on. They flash forwards. Can they find the fight?
L9 Bill Gates doesn't have a knock-up right now. Lowbob taken very weak, and there's a showstopper. Gonna kill off this Yasuo carry before he even gets a chance to do anything. The hull breaker just doing so much work, and with that flash out, I think he will just let the Ornn run away there. But that's a disaster on the bot side. Grey Warwick just can't seem to get anything going across the map.
Meanwhile, we did see Didal and Samjay taken down. Spark and Heathen came back out of base and punished the overextension. Bloodshed across the board. It's absolute chaos clear. And while DMU will continue to push a macro advantage and hold that gold lead, it's looking messier and messier by the minute.
It's just university esports at its finest, like the way we really love it. You know, we want this chaos. We thrive in the chaos here in the university scene, so we just keep it going here. Sprite going to take away the Krugs on this bot side. Dragon 1 minute 30 off. We're starting to see some big items coming through. Silas getting pretty close to the death cap here will mean that his damage is just totally unlocked. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one there. I'm wondering, with a minute left on this dragon, it will be soul point for DMU. Can Warwick find the engages that they need to set up the clean fights and the wins?
Wouldn't be the end of the world if they couldn't hear. They should definitely try. They should keep active on the map for now. But they do not have to fight if they truly do not need to. There's still another dragon before that massive buff comes through. That massive all slowing, all damage bouncing Hex Tech Soul. It's just so effective. Albi will be taking a half. Spark committing the ultimate beforehand. The fight is brewing here with no more resets now before the Baron. Sorry, before the dragon, unless you wanted to commit a teleport. Ping's coming down. It looks like Grey Warwick want to trade. It looks like they want to swap Baron for dragon and get out on the map. Claim some of those objective bounties. Whether DMU become wise to this is another thing. They have parked Amj. They have parked Didal in that top side, ready to pick someone off. Will jump away. Didal not feeling it today.
You can really feel right now, Tom, that this fight is brewing, like you said. Everyone's on the edge of going. Like everyone wants to look for that engage.
It's coming. Both teams know it. Dread it. Fear it. Run from it. They know they must come to some sort of meeting. Another rotation round into mid. This will be Grey Warwick pulling the trigger, no doubt, on the minion wave. Maybe not on the teamfight. Didal on the side, pulling the dragon. They will manage to pick that one up. Grey Warwick, they are now trying to trade back towards the Baron. This control ward will spot them out. They are a bit slow to the objective. DMU now have some options of how to approach this. Looks like they're just turning it into a trap, but with that risk of vision, they should be surely wise to this.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Sam J as well. Has found a position in behind them. I imagine the Warwick are aware of this because he was seen on the wave. Is just going to go back to his side of the map. So with Dragon taken over to DMU, nothing crazy there. Going to keep these waves pushing. Low Bob just still, I keep thinking he's going to go. Like I really do just keep thinking he's going to go.
Yeah, so in a really sticky position where to push his team's teamfight forwards, he could really just aggress, could really look to get stuck in. But if he falls, would not be the greatest time. Grey Warwick valuing that presence. They will start off the Baron. The Leandries will get this through mighty fast from Spark.
This Baron started up here. 7,000 health left. Samjay on this top side. They're going to sweep out with the Scry's Bloom. So they do have vision on this. 4,000 health now. Does Dido pull off the Monster Steal? Ornhorn pulled in as well, and he does get the steal from the Baron. Now the team fight here. This Xayah doing so much work. The fight is going the way of DMU. They get the Baron. They get the fight. It's the double kill going the way of the set. As long as this Xayah can count this out, it will be the clean fight. There we go. It's the clean fight. It's the ace. It's the Baron, and DMU just look to blow this game wide open.
DMU respond to the Baron attempt, and while Grey Warwick are fast, they are not fast enough. The team fight composition from DMU comes together. They are able to pick off key members. Didal straight in the back is supported by the Rakan, supported by his teammates. Albi manages that Xayah special, that all-important independence. The teleport back through will secure the minion wave, and with that we will be seeing game 2. Grey Warwick pushed to match point in quick succession as DMU clearly can smell what's cooking.
Down 0-2 on the day, down 0-2 in the series. Is Warwick put on the back foot once again? We saw in the Overwatch, they pushed it to a game 5 and failed there. Can they do it here? Can they push back to game 5? Can they take the win? We'll have to see as we get this beautiful shot of Insomnia. DMU just so in control, it seems. And Didal with the steal of the game there. Crazy stuff across the game.
Crazy stuff. Well, this is how the game started off. Remember, we saw that invade on the bottom side. Didal flashing away just in time. Tofu not able to respond and taken down. This was the start of Samjay's acceleration. The start of that mid lane being the focal point. Around there and bot was where the game was decided. The trade back over the start of Low Bob. An impressive scoreline. Not able to transition, unfortunately, through the game. Tofu and the highlight play, knowing where Pani was just about to go. Able to push it forwards. And this flash from Albi. So stylish. Just knowing the limits of your champion. All important when you get to a grand final.
Definitely is. One thing worth, I sort of guess, maybe pointing out, Low Bob has been sort of like fed both games, had the potential to carry and show the damage. As we see a bit of a win here, we know that they have the potential to do it, right? Low Bob definitely at the forefront of that, but it just feels like Warwick just aren't able to seal out the leads and stuff. They take the lead, they took the lead out early in this game rather, but not able to close it out. Disaster spelling here on screen in this replay, and it just felt like, it feels like Pani is completely in control when it comes to the support matchup, when it comes to the engage as well. So we'll have to see if they can shut down Pani in this one, and maybe let's turn it around from there.
Yeah. Will be the question indeed. We see the Baron steal the all-important team fight. The bounce house, you could say, in the back. So many knockups, so much in the way of Grey Warwick's attempt to stay in this series, and it's really, really tough. In a grand final, you're 2-0 down at the best of 5. They're going to have to do so much to stay in here and keep going.
Definitely so. And so, as we can hear, just getting a little bit of clarity on whether we'll be going to game 3, I hope. But, I mean, hey, listen, Tom. It doesn't matter. We're feeling pretty good after that game.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see what we're going to do. We are going to have a quick break here. And we'll be back for game number 3. It's DMU up 2-0 in the British Esports University Challenge, powered by Intel. Stick around, because we'll be back shortly.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the British Esports University Challenge NSE Spring Finals with League of Legends, where we see DMU up 2-0 over Warwick. Tom, it's been an insane series so far, and I can't imagine that's going to slow down anytime soon.
It really isn't. If Grey Warwick wish to bite back and retain their victory from Winter 2021, they're going to have to pull it all out in Game 3. They now must reverse sweep to reclaim their title if they can fight back at all. De Montfort have looked dominating so far, and we're straight into draft.
Want me to wait while you
Definitely
go get them?
are, and the thing I'm looking for here is Spark. Didn't feel like he could get much done on that brand in the last game. Sure, the damage was high, you know what, with brand, but we really need to see Spark, I think, put in a position to carry this game, and I think that might be their way back in here. We'll have to see how they can, or what they can rather, give to Spark to try and carry this one through, as the bans just are literally mirrors from game 1 and 2. Yeah, we don't even need to go there. They're mirrors here. Where is the priority in the draft, though?
My feathers.
Not such a salty run back. The Zaya taken away now. So, there will be a slight difference. And with that, we see De Montfort here on the side take a different approach with that Grey Warwick on the red side ban. Changing out will be the Thresh on 1. So that's a bot side focus. That's maybe an Aphelios for Alvin in this game.
Either that or maybe the Jinx, I guess, as well. Definitely looking, for a hyper carry, it looks like, for Albi Coolvlod. So we'll just have to see what that is going to be. Maybe answering here with the Volibear. Or the heck, I don't even know at this point. Why do I cover Hunters?
I think they've got us. I think they've got us. Massive changes in champions come through. Will be the Hecarim, and that just means that Grey Warwick will be able to go a bit deeper in these dives, go way into the back line of De Montfort. When you play the Thresh, it's generally to avoid things like this. The Hecarim is unstoppable, so it's not the easiest thing to avoid, but normally means a hyper carry will be paired with it. We have a slight technical issue, so we'll be back in 2 seconds with the draft. Coming back forwards, the Leona now paired up a deep engage here for the Grey Warwick side.
Solar Flare definitely going to be a key part of the Heathen. I mentioned it earlier, and I keep mentioning it. The Heathen is so good on these Vanguard supports for a reason. Can always find the engages, and sure, they haven't been able to find that with the Nautilus so far because Panning has just been really aggressive on the picks he's had, but I think Leona going to be a very comfort pick, as Olaf and then the Silas run back from Samjay will be the looks in here. How do they look to respond here for Lobob? We'll have to see.
There was a flash of Ione there for a second. Lobob does play both of the Wind Brothers duo. That might be where they are going to. Might be a placeholder here as he's hovering the Heimerdinger. We are on live. We are playing with player accounts. So there might be some suspicious lock-ins that sort of indicate that it's something outside the championship. Instead, the Camille coming through. It's a nice defendable top laner. You can take away some of its worst matchups here and then look to dive forwards. The problem with the Camille, the problem with the Leona is they're not able to get out of the Olaf, so counter-engage, the name of the game for De Montfort. They look to drive ahead in this draft.
Something scary as well that we didn't really allude to. Silas stealing a Leona ulti is probably one of the scariest things I've seen, mostly because not only the CC but the high damage it does. So that's something you have to be scared of. But with that Jinx ban coming through, it does seem to me that the Aphelios will be the pick here for Albi Kuvlod, and it makes sense having the Thresh locked in already. So I guess we can see where L9 Bill gets what he wants to ban out, what he wants to give himself, that protection on the Camille.
Yeah, the Jax is gone, and that's a pretty bad matchup for Camille at certain stages of the game. And this harkens back, I think, some of our prep we noticed. Albi likes his hyper carries. He likes one of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
In particular. It's the Twitch. And we may be seeing the return of the Rat King, Albi's favorite champion, to close out the Grand Final series. There is nothing quite like playing a Grand Finals on your favorite champion, bringing them to the forefront of his competitive play. With the Veigar lock-in, it looks like we're going to look to... Wow, that's some English. It's really hot where I am, I apologize. 30 degrees straight in the face. It's going to be RE Twitch lock-in. Blue 4 and 5, nearly certainly for De Montfort. And with that, they have a really, really good composition for just driving forwards as soon as they find any squishy members of Grey Warwick. No. Yes, Grey Warwick. Help. Take it away, Claire. Anivia?
Yeah, I guess I will do. And we get an Anivia lock-in. So, I mean...
It's a counter to Olaf. That's something you can't dash through.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
no, I mean...
That's a lot against a potential RE pick. Samj hovered it. It's in the meta right now. It's really strong. It absolutely minces Anivia in lane. It's not close. And maybe the Cosmo. That would play into Albi's hypercarry sort of style. His pocket will lock it in. Protect the Cogmore, but drive forwards with him. The name of the game here. For De Montfort, the Darius to attack the Camille. Same as game one. Sprite will look to maybe flip that around a little, do things differently. Oh, a Vayne lock-in. That's a huge, huge gauntlet thrown here. Vayne is decent into Olaf, takes down the Berserker really quickly, and with the Anivia wall in the way, might be enough to prevent De Montfort driving forwards in the later stages of this game.
And then we wanted to see Spark on something that could look to carry. We've highlighted all series long that Spark is this incredible AD carry player. It's well known across the UK scene, and if there's any champion that could do that, it's the Vayne. We've got the awesome condemn into the Anivia wall combo that we can look for. We've got the wall that Camille can use the hook shot off as well. So I genuinely like what Grey Warwick have drafted for this game.
It's not quite optimal from my perfect League of Legends point of view, but if this is the way they have come forwards to say answer to the Olaf with Vayne and Anivia, it's a classic answer, really old school. And then with the Camille, with the Leona, with the Hecarim, we want to re-engage. We want to burn DMU out of fuel and then take away the Cogmore, take away the Silas when they dig too deep. That can be really archetypal, and that can be their answer. And if they play it stronger than previous games, that's the way in which they're going to turn this one around.
One thing I am a little bit worried about, though, Tom, here, is that, and maybe you can correct me on this, Thresh isn't quite the same sort of engage that we've seen from the Rakan and the Pyke for Panny. And Panny's been a big part of how DMU have looked to find their engages. And don't get me wrong, Thresh can engage, sure, but Thresh kind of goes in and goes pop if he's not, careful.
Yeah, for sure. So, it's gonna be Lantern duty here. It's gonna be like being with the Olaf when he starts his Ghost Ragnarok charge, and then letting him move away, playing the Lantern game, adding that flexibility, and stopping the counter dive from stuff like the Leona with the Flay in the box. Probably playing backwards more than forwards here from Panny.
I guess then, with that said, Albi Kuvlod kind of protect the president. We'll have to see if they can get up that true Cogmore hypercarry. Kind of a battle of the hypercarries in this game against the Vayne as well. But as we look across the map, we saw in game one, Sprite struggled as the game progressed. As you pointed out, it is very favored with the Camille as the game goes on. So how do we look to see the Darius respond? Do they have to play a bit more aggressive early that we didn't see in game one to try and deny the Camille dominance?
Yeah, you have to break open that early game. You have to get this Darius enabled, and then he's able to crush his lane, take that priority, move back out on the map.
Very interesting, very interesting. I'm just looking again at these jungles as well. And Olaf, not something, so high up in the meta right now, I think it's safe to say. But it does give Didal, we've seen a lot of aggression out of him already, so we'll have to see if the Olaf plays into that as well. And when these junglers want to play around, I think it's going to be bot lane again.
But both of them do want to full clear, so it's maybe sort of a struggle in that we know they're pathing for bot and they can play for bot, but then they are incentivized to stay within their own jungle at least till level 6 for both of these guys, where they unlock that big titular ultimate that sort of sets what they want to do and play forwards from there.
Last thing that we can touch on, I guess, with 40 seconds left is this mid lane matchup. It's kind of been a question of which mid laner gets to get to the late game. Samjay has really had, especially in the last game on the Silas, the upper hand. But with Lobop on something where you can sort of sit back a little bit more, can play the fights out as a very traditional control mage, I guess it's going to be a bit of a different look in the mid lane to what we've seen so far.
Will be different indeed. The Silas can struggle to reach the Anivia to sort of take those fights. As we mentioned, when he does, it tends to be disaster for the Anivia. Can't really copy her ultimate, but you can break the Anivia ultimate with those chains, with that quick stun. It's very difficult from Anivia's point of view to play the longer fights if you're vulnerable.
And we will be loading onto Summoner's Rift very shortly. Again, it's DMU up 2-0 in the series. Not just to put the pressure on the players, but on Warwick as a whole. They're down 0-2 across the day. We'll have to see if they can begin the reverse sweep, but it starts here in game number 3. And Tom, it's definitely, again, it's a different look, but whose draft are you sort of favouring going into this one?
I like the way that Grey Warwick have said, actually, we're going to take this challenge. We're going to come backwards. We're going to play our game. It looks completely different to anything we've seen recently. So with that character, with that flavor, you expect to see a better performance. But De Montfort's comp overall, I prefer. I like to see some Cogmore hyper carry in the late game. And it's Albi's signature. And with the diving components of Silas, of Olaf, I'm really excited to see the De Montfort composition come alive.
Look at this here out of DMU, knowing that both in games 1 and 2, the Heathen played up in that bush. Spark is very in their own there. They will spot them out, I believe. So just going to be able to back up safely here, but this 5-man invade means that we may see for the first time a split map here on the jungle, or maybe just a bit of vision and a leave. We'll have to see what DMU decide to do. They're very much in the driver's seat at 2-0, so probably safer to just back off, play for the standardized level 1, I would imagine.
That mental edge really does mess with you. The double wards on top side to defend from Grey Warwick. They will make sure that there will be no 4-quadrant check from DMU. It's really tough. Didal, my queen's level 1 on this Olaf. It's absolutely terrifying. It does an incredible amount of damage. It can hit 5 people all at once. And this secondary invade will be spotted. He will start up the chickens and will be checked. Tofu and Lobob are here.
Stun is going to connect. Smite would have to be used early to keep Didal alive. Tofu did get the level 2 there from getting that chicken, so Idol, my queen, is just dead. It's just dead there to Tofu's Hecarim, who's going to be able to pick this one up as well. Maybe they'll try and gift this one over to Lobob. We'll have to see exactly that, and it's a disaster here in the level 1 for DMU as they look for that invade.
Tofu manages to smite the chicken away out of vision, and with that, Didal is left with nothing to smite himself. Falls down very, very quickly to the level 2 Hecarim. Props to Grey Warwick. They read the invade. They play it forwards from there, and they are now advantaged in the early game. That Olaf is going to be ages behind his compatriot.
And all based off the ward that you pointed out so well. They saw the Hecarim had, the Silas had moved there, was sat on the ward, and they're just able to re-engage as well. So a nice start here for Warwick. One thing we've struggled, or one thing they have struggled with rather, is snowballing these leads. They had a bit of a lead in game 2 and sort of lost it progressively as the game went on. So we'll have to see if they can keep that up. As Lobob just getting so much trade in here. The push in the bottom side, not even level 2 for this Grey Warwick bot lane here. So have to see how they can bounce back. But yeah, Tom, it's looking pretty good so far already. I know it's only early, but pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. You can't complain at all from Grey Warwick's point of view. They read the invade. They get the 1,000 gold lead. It's a lot to be reckoned with. They don't get to spend it straight away, so it will be immediately visible on the map. But when they do, when it comes to those first few objective fights, they will have a significant lead, and we get a cheetah. Oh, nearly a cheetah recall. Come on, Lobob, you can kill that wave. Nice and easy. Most of a cheetah recall from Lobob. It's slightly delayed, but that would allow the Anivia to go and spend her money to transfer that first blood into a Tear of the Goddess, most ideally. Instead, we'll be moving across the map. They're looking to try and play against DMU again. The invade would be absolutely ridiculous. And somehow Didal is now leading on CS. Does clear quicker than Tofu in early levels, but maybe not that much quicker. So I'm a bit interested to see which way this goes. And there's a sign of things to come. Didal walled away from mid lane.
Lobob just, again, hasn't even spent the gold. So going to be even stronger once they get back to lane. Like you said, Sar's really struggling to get onto the Anivia here. Even just playing up. It's interesting to see how this bot lane has gone across the entire series, to be honest, because we've really hyped up Spark and Heathen as well. As I say that, Zenith Blade will connect, but the Flay going to be enough to discourage the flash and the cleanse used there. There's a flash forward from Sparks. They're going to get the extra damage off the Silver Bolts there, so that kill will go the way of Spark. I was about to say, Tom, that we hyped up Spark so much, and then we see that, and it's looking good for them in this game.
Indeed, indeed. The Vayne strikes first. It lanes relatively well into the Cogmore. Doesn't have the same wind-up time as Spark looks to take down Panny under the tower. Won't quite find it. But he's not holding on for much. He's not waiting around. This Vayne will only scale, will only get better and better as time goes on.
Such a good look. As we're 4 minutes in, there's 1,500, just short of 2,000 gold lead for Grey Warwick. So we're already seeing a bit of a turn here. And we said if it's going to start anywhere, it would have to be here in this game 3 to start the reverse sweep. So Grey Warwick, in the driver's seat. Tofu is on the top side.
You probably shouldn't be going for any big ganks here. We're only a wave or two away from ultimates in the top lane, and there is nothing a Darius likes more than a 2v1 as soon as you get that reset. We'll just instead be out and about across the map. He's fishing for vision, so we'll be looking to keep his laner confident that Didal will not look to cheat tempo. No, instead, Tofu helping get the lane in. We'll just be able to push that under the tower. We'll allow it to bounce back towards L9 Bill Gates. Help him acquire some more market share, no doubt. Sprite, the successful hold. This is so great. When you have a melee jungler, when you get really close to the tower in either lanes, it's really hard to actually make the wave crash. So Tofu actually unsuccessful there. It's really rough. We'll now try and wrap behind Samjay. We've seen this before. The mid laner from DMU a little too far out. And maybe when he steps up to this minion, indeed, will pull the trigger.
Oh, but such a nice dash out from Samjay. Credit to the observer there, showing the vision so well. Look at how aggressive this bot lane is playing from DMU. They knew Hecarim was on the top side. And as we say that, actually, they were just getting the trade there into Heathen. So they're going to get that kill under the tower. Tofu going to have to back up as well.
Going to have to back up as well. Flashing that Gwen emote, but now Lobob looking to make sure there is a numbers advantage. Tofu will engage.
If we're going to go in, a nice flash there from Panny to deny the knockback. Condemn will hit onto the Cogmore. The stun going to come through from Anivia, and the Anivia ulti is down as well. As I think... Oh, never mind. Panny is actually able to get out on low health again. Maybe Tofu's going to try and look for this one. Oh, this is going to be a disaster.
We mentioned it was bloodshed Didal here. Panny not going for the blind hook. Will instead try and seek out Tofu. But no, complete wins to the fight. Grey Warwick will start up the dragon, but... Albi might arrive here for a reverse fight. Didal will step up. Just a low bob will control this fight with the ultimate.
Yeah, Onslaught of Shadows has been hijacked by the Silas, and there we go. We're going to see it come through. It's 2 for 1 so far. 2 for 2, sorry. Didal trying to do what they can. Has picked up the axe again. If they hit down to Spark, there we go. Spark probably should die here. Does deny the vision, but I think with Anivia passive up as well, and so much damage coming in from this Anivia, Albi has shown up, like you said, Tom, so maybe could look to try and turn this one. Not going to do so. Manalus Anivia will back away. No dragon taken, and a few kills across the board.
A few kills across the board. Didal felt the missing ghost there, missing flash rather, use the ghost to pretty good efficacy. See across the board a significant lead now. Didal has recovered, but rather De Montfort have recovered across the board, so that significant lead missing from Grey Warwick. They commanded the early game, but a small missed fight means they will now be out on the map. While Spark has that lead over Albi. Whether it actually comes to fruition will be seen. The junglers will meet. That's level 6 for Didal. He has the Ragnarok.
Spark already taken weak here. Panny trying to push that one down. I think he even may just be the sacrifice here as a stopwatch. Is going to come through for Panny to keep him alive. A nice flake coming out, but Spark can be able to pick that one up. Trying to dash away here, and Heathen connects the Zenith Blade onto the Olaf. Spark trying to dip around the alcove there. Albie, I think, will be taken down here from Tofu. Was able to pick up level 6. The Onslaught of Shadows being enough there, and it's a big win for Grey Warwick, who are able to turn it back in their favour.
Once again, they take the fight. There's some alcove gaming from Spark. Pulled out Didal as long as he possibly could. And with that, the Vayne kiting out the Olaf just means that Grey Warwick take another strong fight. They won't commit to the dragon just yet. They don't want to slow down Tofu on this Hecarim. They don't need the dragons to come through as fast as possible. They need time to scale before an Elder Dragon could come through. And with that, Grey Warwick, they get a bit of their gold lead back. Sprite now trying to find the 1v1. Bill Gates will just get away just in the nick of time.
And I think for the first time, possibly, we're just seeing Grey Warwick really unafraid to take these fights. They're just playing so on the edge, and it's really nice to see the Heathen being the one to do so. Albie, you don't want to walk there. There is a lantern available. We'll actually just flash out there the safer option, not able to click on because of the control ward.
Yeah, control ward and an inhibitor wall, more than enough to block Sprite, and now facing up against Tofu. The dunk is huge. Will not go further. Yeah, they. It's almost like they know that you're just taking a moment to breathe, and we're not allowed any of those in this game. This is University Esports, and there must be blood for the Blood God. Will push forwards. Will make sure he gets that kill. The Darius now happy with his lead. We'll see that same CS differential from the first game. Darius commands a small lead, but then has now transferred it into a kill. Not got solo killed. This is about the same minute, about the same moment as last time. It's Panny just trying to mess with Spark just a little.
Oh, a nice hook there onto Hinif. Albie doesn't really have the damage, I don't think. Leona's going to walk that one out. But on the top side, as the pendulum swings back, it's Tofu trying to look to dissuade this Herald here. Will do so. Didal is forced to walk away there. Nothing going to be taken on that top side. The gold, very even now, actually. So despite a slight lead in the early part of the game, it's Warwick now even with DMU.
It was Warwick, then even, then Warwick again. Now we're back to even. Solar Flare comes through.
Albie is rooted up again, just not able to click on the lantern. The stun into the condemn will be enough. Samj is here. So if you can steal away the Solar Flare, they may be able to kill Spark off here. Won't be missed when Panny stepping up like that. It means Spark is going to be able to get the double kill. Now 5, 1, and 2 on this Vayne. Very unlocked across the map as the Zenith Blade does go wide.
This Vayne is already in the danger zone. They now have so much efficacy across the board, so much to do. An absolutely fantastic 2v2 outplay just means that Spark is now completely unlocked on the map. Ragnarok will come through.
Flash out from Spark there. Heathen is taken down, and the Q will connect, so I think Spark will die here. There's a shutdown going the way of Didal. Defensive Onslaught of Shadows will get Tofu out as long as he can dodge this. I don't think Didal goes for this. No, he doesn't. Dragon did go the way of Grey Warwick, but again, the gold back in the favour of DMU.
It's crazy how close these teams must win game. This is match point for DMU. If Grey Warwick must survive, they must keep fighting. They must keep Spark alive, and they must keep hunting for demons across the map. If this Vayne is allowed to kite across the map, it will be disaster for DMU. They must dive. There is nothing else that Samj, that Didal on this Olaf can do. With that sort of stage is set, we have a huge Vayne that they must hunt. They must take down in order to play these fights across the map.
Not even just this Vayne as well, I think. One thing it's worth sort of like shouting out is just how well the Heathen's finding these engagers, finding these Zenith Blades onto the Cogmore, especially as top side is going to look here. There is a control ward here, no Onslaught of Shadows, so I think Tofu knowing they just have to walk away with the numbers
Grey
on the top
Warwick
side. Possibly Herald.
Yeah, in position for the Herald. We do have both teams up here, all 4 members, no AD carries. Which is a bit of a worry. We'll check on Albie to see if he survives this 1v1.
Okay, so Sprite just gets one shot. There's the Onslaught of Shadows coming in from Samj's hijacked away earlier. The Hextech Ultimatum will pin down the Silas, who will be taken away here. A nice flash out from Panny. The win does go to Grey Warwick, and they will be able to pick up Herald here as well, as Sparks on the bot side killed Albie by the looks of it. So there's a solo kill there as well.
Yeah, in the 1v1, the Vayne stands up way taller than the Cogmore. Until much, much later when Cogmore can just one-shot in a few hits. Now, L9 Bill Gates, he'll have to engineer his way out of this one.
Does have the damage, I think, to kill his fresh if they want to. But there's so much CC maybe out here. There's the Ragnarok coming in. I think they will just dive this one. This might will come through. There's the Lantern out as well. And Bill Gates just overextended. Nothing else to it.
Great presence from Didal My Queen to know that, they've just burnt all of their ultimates from the side. So you get a free use of the Ragnarok. The cooldown will not matter for the next few minutes. They get a kill back for their trouble. That actually evens up the kills in the top fight. No Herald over just yet. But Spark in this bottom side, he's been left to 1v1. He's been left to bully this Cogmore. It will only get worse if DMU keep these lane assignments. They have to change something up in the coming minutes.
Didal again, just so powerful. It seems like definitely had the better of this jungle matchup the entire series. As Sam J is here as well, the axe will connect, so the slow is onto Tofu, but teleports are coming through here, so Anivia is passiveless. Worth noting, Bill Gates will try and get a bit of poke down. There's a hook onto the Anivia. They're all going to dive in on that one, trying to one-shot this Anivia before they can do anything. The ulti will be turned off. Didal now showing up here. Still no Ragnarok available. I think they can get this kill onto Tofu. There's the guillotine to take down Tofu. And again, DMU find the advantages across the map and still manage to turn fights in their favor.
It's a 2-for-2, but that bot lane T1 did go in Grey Warwick's favor. Spark is playing away from all of this nonsense. He does not want to meet Didal until much later. Bill Gates now with the classy outplay under the tower.
Yeah, Bill Gates is just, I don't know, not afraid. Knows the damage output's there. That's pretty nice.
It's a shock, maybe you could say, as stock goes up and up. I don't know, these analogies not really working out. Good job, Bill Gates. You've saved a few more kids. You've cured another top lane of the Darius disease. As Sprite unfortunately falls under the tower. Great use of the Hextech ultimatum. Just really confirming that one. Albi had to leave the bottom lane, so the assignment's broken from DMU with that Grey Warwick. Took that T1, and now a little bit of damage in mid is the only consolation prize. DMU keep going even, but they need more time to scale. Albi is not ready on this Cogmore, not yet.
Tofu just looking so aggressive after the onslaught of shadows. It's a nice play back from Pani. And as I said, it's a Thresh. He go boom.
For Thresh, he go boom. He's really struggling. As you mentioned, there was always this risk. The Thresh should be playing back, should be the sort of logistical center, but the Solar Flare comes through. Albi's been found. Flashes away just over the wall.
With that, I think DMU will have to give up this dragon, try and give the positioning up. Grey Warwick just don't want to stop looking though. They're hunting in a pack here for any member of DMU they can find. But Didal and Sam J do have the advantage here. There's no vision. The Solar Flare is stolen. Remember, Heaven's already used it, so the slow down onto Spark. The final hour is going to be popped out, so the invis is going to be enough to keep them alive on the backside. Ragnarok will not keep this Olaf alive. Tofu going in deep. Sprite will be able to get this trade kill, I imagine. Has ultimate available, but it's just blown up by this Vayne. It's a double kill now, and I believe that will be the ace coming through as they both die to the Cogmore passive, yeah. And it's a triple kill actually, but still a team fight win for Grey Warwick.
Yeah, that still will be the dragon going down here, no doubt. Sparks kiting in and out between that Anivia wall was absolutely masterful and kept DMU at bay for the longest period of time. They will lose another two members to a surprise Cogmore ultimate in the backline, but it's a consolation prize. The dragon still comes through here, still is the name of the game. Grey Warwick, they did falter, they did give their lead back over a few times. There are a lot of kills on this Cogmore, but there are more for Spark. And this Vayne now is well and truly the pivotal point of this game, what we have to look for in the next fight as Grey Warwick expand their lead. They get back out on the map.
And maybe I finally get to use the pun that I planned so well. Here's the spark of hope here for Grey Warwick. Any Warwick fans in the chat, all hope is on Spark. That was so poor. I'm so sorry that I subjected everyone to that.
It's beautiful. We love the bit of the Gorgonzola on the cast.
We have to.
As you mentioned, it really is Spark here. He has to push, has to be the carry. He tore through DMU in that last team fight. Do it again and again to get Grey Warwick through this game and get us a series. And get us going later and later in these NSE Grand Finals. This is all to play for. This is the culmination of a split's worth of work. This is the Heathen getting face-checked.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade is coming through, and there's a Solar Flare as well. Tofu's here as well, so Sam J, but you've also Stopwatch will be able to lantern out, but Spark on this backside already popping the final hour. Maybe trying to sniff something out with that Vayne passive, has them move at speed. Look at them shred through the Lantern Bearer there. Maybe able to get the kill onto Sam J. Doesn't look like it as Tofu just going so aggressive under tower. It's tanking up, so that will be a kill going the way of Albi. Again, getting a little bit more gold for this Cogmore. Never going to be a bad thing here. Do Grey Warwick look for the dive.
They have the advantage. They have shredded some health bars, but they do not have that Hecarim with them anymore. They will just have to take the tower. A huge teamfight win. It might only have been a 1-for-1, but they shredded some health bars, and they will take the tower as their prize. Sprite on the side will get a tower back, but it is a T2 for a T1, and we know who that favors. Grey Warwick push forwards and expand their lead once again. This Vayne Spark showing up oh so huge for Warwick.
And Spark not even really the only carry. I mean, we're hyping him up so much because we built this narrative, but look at this Anivia, look at this Camille as well. Really, really, really ahead for both of these carries as well. And you spoke about in the draft that they have this 4-person damage, you know, split, the 4 carries available. And it feels like that even if Spark shut down, I feel like, you know, Lobob will just tear through the very limited magic resistance on the side of DMU. It is the struggle. Yeah. You know, we saw a defensive Ragnarok from Didal in that last fight, and that's something you never want to see. The Olaf has to be diving forwards, has to be challenging the carries. Instead, was just left to walk around Lobob's wall with a shiny, shiny ultimate running. The vision lines here do tell a bit of a story. DMU trying to support their mid lane. Out on either arm, they have control in each of the rivers, but Grey Warwick control wards nearby in the top side. They will be pathing towards this next objective. They will be fighting it. It will be the Baron on spawn. Vayne tears through this objective at top speed. And with that Ginsu's Rage Blade, as soon as it spawns, they are in position to take this one down. Just wondering here if they're going to try and look for Sprite. No, he's going to play the nice and safe. So Baron coming up now, as you said. Going to get this vision and push all of this out. And with a 3,000 gold lead in the favor of Grey Warwick, it feels like they have to be the favorites here. They're going to start the Baron here. Like you said, this Vayne going to shred through. Teleport already forced out for the side of DMU. And Anivia going to be able to do so much to dissuade the engage here from the blue side. Baron at 3,000 health. Zenith Blade will go wide. It's a Solar Flare reverse onto the backside. Anivia already in the passive. Tofu is taken down weak here. And it actually seems like blue side are going to be winning this one. Sprite is going to be trying to get the resets. Not able to do so. Now Spark, can they do anything here? Albi is still full health. Pani is here as well. If they can hit the hook, and they can they look for the re-engage onto this Vayne? The shield bow will come through there, and it does mean a team fight win here for the blue side. They seem to do it again in the same spot where they turned it in game 1. On that corner, they fight once again, and Samjay, when all the health bars were low, when all the chips were down, just able to take out Spark. It will clearly be Silas versus Vayne in these clutch moments. If these team fights keep turning out this way, Albi stays alive, and with that, DMU stop the Baron, reset the play, and will be able to spend themselves some gold and get back for this Earth Dragon. As soon, as we say, it feels like you can feel the wind coming through for one. They cast a curse. Yeah, they cast a curse there. And I feel like, I don't mean any flame with this, but Lobob could have done a bit more to dissuade. As I go to say that, Pani is going to find a hook, but it just felt like the blue side were just able to walk through so freely. And Albi, you know, if they're left untouched, is going to shred through this red side front line. That is a very weird trap there for Pani, who's actually going to die, right? Yeah, he's going to die. An insane wall as Samjay has got into this backside. Bill Gates trying to do what they can. They're now looking to try and shut down this Cogmore. They're going to be able to do so. The onslaught of shadows there. They haven't lost a member yet. Cogmore passive will change that, but that means that the fight will be won and the Dragon will go the way of Grey Warwick. They will pick that one up. They will transfer their carries over to the Baron as they look to go coast to coast. Grey Warwick, they were broken in that last team fight, but a quick setup, a cute wall out of Lobob means they pick off Pani for free. And with that, the Hecarim can go nuts. The Onslaught of Shadows finds the backline, finds the damage, and with that are able to push through. Didal is trying to contest this dragon, but Bill Gates, he's having none of this. Absolutely not. Didal just trying to do what they can. Maybe able to trade the kill here. It doesn't look too good for them. No, it will be Dragon and Baron going the way of the red side. And so with that, everything back. The pendulum swings back into Grey Warwick's side. And Tom, you can feel it. It feels like this will be the point where Warwick can turn this series around. If DMU have got nothing else in the tank, if they can't keep finding those dives, if they can't keep finding those clutch moments, it looks like Grey Warwick have fought back successfully. They have got both of the major objectives on the map. And now DMU will have to find something pretty special
to get back out low, Bob, just displaying how much he's messed with DMU in these fight setups, just saying, oh, I've got some mana, I can interrupt the Lantern there, and just remind you of what this Anivia has done to the Thresh setup.
Still worth noting, though, a decent amount of standing gold still on the map for DMU. They have those objective bounties as well. Still got 2 tier 1s up. That's a tongue twister if ever I've heard one. So they do have that gold to find their way back in. The problem is they don't win in the side. They don't really win in the straight ARAM, especially with Baron on the red side. So despite the standing gold being there, it's whether they can find their angles in to pick up that gold and start to bring the game back in their favor.
Will be tough, and once again they have very little siege. It is just the Cogmore. It will be these fights that determine whether DMU can go forwards. They know they must take the straight fight. Panny, he's thrown some cooldowns. The wall is down. Tofu left with nothing to charge at. These advantages across the board for Grey Warwick. They're pushing in that bottom lane. All while this is going on, a straight fight still isn't enough for DMU, so they are left floundering in their own jungle.
And meanwhile, it's Bill Gates, again, just on the side, getting the split push, getting the towers down here. And I think this is going to be the problem, right? DMU can't answer the side and answer the 4v4. As we say that, though, we go straight back to top because it's Heathen finding another engage. Panny is going to be able to get out, I think, with the shield from the Lantern. Guardian pop there as well. There's a teleport onto the Lantern, so maybe DMU trying to look for a turn here. I don't think they quite will be able to. Panny very lucky to be walking away from that one.
Very lucky. Very, very lucky. But, never mind. He's not getting away.
Oh, but the stun off the Everfrost onto Spark does have the final hour pop, so can they do their magic? They're diving around, using the tumble to try and get out here. And yeah, they will do. And as soon as we say that, we cut to this boss side, because I didn't even realize Bill Gates was just winning, and Albie can't match this on his own. There's the ace. Anivia will die, but it will be game 3 going the way of Grey Warwick, as Bill Gates wins in the side, and they will, but it's back 2-1 here in the best of 5.
2-1. Grey Warwick, they fear match point, but they turn it back around, and with some fancy feet from Spark, with the rest of the team coming together, they will take down DMU. They will not be 3-0'd in this series, and we will go to game 4 clear.
We really will. Do we get the game 5? That is the question. The spark of hope that I alleged to able to carry so much there. Finally back on a carry, able to do so much work, and it really feels like Grey Warwick now have that momentum going back in their favour. It's going to be a banger. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be a banger.
Hello, humans in front of the camera. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it really did start off hard here, didn't it? Tofu smite stealing his own Krugs away. It just puts Didal in this impossible situation where even though the Olaf is so great in the 1v1, you're a level down, and Tofu able to sustain through so much damage. Samjay put behind, and it really broke any chance of DMU's team composition being able to generate a lead and break open their lanes and spread out across the map. Instead, it would be Grey Warwick. While they would lose their leads at some stages, these like catchback plays where Didal is able to take down Spark did happen. It was not the story of the game. It would not continue for long. DMU were not able to play through this game. The Anivia too much into this composition.
Kind of interested, Tom, to maybe hear what you think, apart from obviously, the level 1 shenanigans. What was it that changed for Grey Warwick in this game? Where did we see the shift? Because game 1 and 2, I think it's kind of safe to say, weren't really that close. So what did we actually see that, caused this shift?
The biggest change was the mid-game assignments. We saw Spark. You could see him on the minimap down here. As this fight is going on, this is a fight that Grey Warwick wins in the 4v4, the Cogmore not there. And he'll just solo kill the Cogmore. They were just able to take the fights they knew their composition needed and would be advantaged in. Time and time again, we'll see it here. They take the straight 5v5 and look to the Anivia will look to what Didal has to do. It's just Spark able to free fire away for so long and just be defended by his team. And unless you can break that as De Montfort, there was really no way to play forwards in this game.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say, though, that, everything was doomed from the get-go. We saw a couple of turns in this game, and there's going to be one here. So not everything lost for DMU.
No, we see Samjay, even though he's locked up in the Hex Tech, he's able to deal so much damage back. The Cogmore goes unhit for the longest time, but then it's broken. And Spark, even though he's able to push forwards back into this Baron Pit, is caught up and caught out. And that's what we needed to see here for DMU to succeed. We needed their assassins to reach the backline. Without that access, it only really happened this once on a large scale. It was too much for DMU to overcome.
I think one thing
Oh, Penny in the prison.
Yeah, this was such a strange little interaction. You hate to see it, but the main thing I'm kind of like wondering is if we can put Penny back on a bit of a better engage, if we can go back to what we saw in game 1 and 2, because, you know, I said it, Thresh isn't the best engage, and Penny didn't play bad by any means, but you kind of get what I mean.
Yeah, it may be something a bit more straightforward to Thresh. He has sort of the dynamic to him where he can go backwards, he can go forwards, shouldn't really be relied upon to go forwards, and then can commit that huge box ultimate. It's not enough when you are not being pushed forwards onto, but when you dive forwards, that cooldown not as useful as it could be.
Definitely not. Just for those of you at home and those of you in the audience, we're not taking a break. We're going to be jumping into draft very soon. Temporal, I'm going to ask you the question, what did Grey Warwick need to do to stay, you know, in the driver's seat for game 2? What did DMU need to do to answer back and take the series here?
We alluded to them playing this composition quite well, and this being their flavor, this archetype of keeping Sparks alive, denying the ways in which DMU had come forwards to attack their carries. We need to see that again. We need to see it done over, and we need to see Grey Warwick defend, push forwards, and then maintain their presence.
Seems you left your Brave pants at home.
Here we have
you
it,
want me to
back
wait while you
into
go
the
get
draft
them?
here for game number 4. For anyone just tuning in, this is the NSE Finals, the British University Esports Champions for 2022, powered by Intel, Monster Energy, Barclays, and PC Specialist. Shout out to all our wonderful sponsors. And as we get back into it, we're seeing the same bands we've seen all day, nothing new here. We'll have to see where the priority for these picks come through. And also gives Dido that like agency that we saw in game 1 and 2, and that's not to say that Olaf didn't give him that. Obviously, you know, level 1 aside, just the volley bear, just a little bit more agency. The thing I think you need to go back to carry out this, to get the win for this game rather. And so we'll have to see how Heathen looks to respond, because Leona is still available, and his Leona looked so good in that game, connecting E after E after E. And there it is, as if I asked for it, and he so gives Leona. Going to be going to the Heathen, and that means that we have a pretty spicy bot lane. It's a bit of a better answer, I think, with the Nautilus, so we'll have to see how that changes the dynamic there for this bot lane matchup. Ooh.
Massive changes. This could be now flexed. Volibear and Wukong, both junglers at this current stage, but both very, very versatile in the top.
DMU just really not wanting to play against the Vayne. Pretty good ban away when you look at what they've got drafted already with these 3 health building champions on the side of DMU. So a nice takeaway there from Spark. Again, we could look to see the Misfortune, the lethality build that's come through again back into popularity. When you have that paired with something like a Leona that can just perma CC someone, it's pretty damn good and pretty strong there. So Spark could look to lock that in. Want to see Anivia taken away as well. DMU really don't want to play against what they played against last game.
You don't want the approach to be more difficult for themselves. They picked the engage, now they must remove that disengage that gave them so much trouble. It's really, really fun to see Olivia walk up in front of the Dread's line. It's one of those like, oh, we've all been baited moments in League of Legends. The Veigar away, so Grey Warwick attacking Sam's champion pool here. It's always great to see whenever there is a tournament on live. Those, like, we've played this for 2 or 3 days, major patch changes. The Wukong has had significant changes, can now go over walls with his dash. Can now do a whole lot of different things. His E has been buffed, his Q has been buffed. The Ari getting locked in, that blindable mid here. Attackable from Samjay. It just means that you can challenge, 1v1 challenge your opposing lane, or start off a team fight with that reset. The Ari just so omnipresent throughout pro play in the current season.
I'm almost shocked that we haven't seen it sooner, actually. I really think that Ari is sort of like the premier of mid laners. We've seen Vigor taken away, that's a pretty good answer, so I am shocked that we've not seen it yet. The Spark going to be on another hyper carry. And for any Arcane fans, it's our favourite. It is the Jinx there. We'll have a great front line to hit into once they get to a couple of items, so definitely a powerful position for Spark to look to carry this game.
It will be all on the All-Star AD carry. Once again, from Grey Warwick, the Vex here. Harvard Vex is an answer into the Ari. It is not the only answer. It also does quite well into the Wukong. And when you're picking Vex into Ari, your normal thoughts are, is it just the Ari's dashes I'm punishing? In which case, Vex probably isn't the pick. But when your opposing team relies on a lot of dashes and the fear to really break an approach, it is on the Vex to try and stop the Wukong coming forward, to try and stop the Ari's approach on the team fights, fear them for a sufficient amount of time, and then play the team fight from there with 1-man advantage. The Twitch coming through on R5 is Albi's favorite. It will be the rat in the bottom lane. And both teams returning to a bit more of their character here. We see the Leona for the Heathen. We see those all engaged supports. And we see the hyper carries coming through for Albi. It's just looking so good for both teams. They realize, as it is still match point for DMU, that there is really no room left. They must play to deny the reverse sweep. They must play to try and keep this series alive.
And I think they have the draft to do it. Didal, as I said, has a lot of agency on this Volibear. It's going to be definitely a favourable pick into, when compared to the Hecarim. So I definitely think they have the tools to do it. Now, we are seeing that Wukong will be going topside to Sprite, so we won't see any fancy 12.7 jungle Wukong. But I like what DMU have got here. I think they have a lot of tools, and I definitely think Albi on this Twitch is the one to watch. I think if he gets ahead and obviously can just shred through this front line that we've got out of Grey Warwick, it will not be close.
This maybe answers that question, why we didn't see Spark on the Zeri all day. Zeri has an awful matchup into Twitch. Absolutely abominable. You would say the Spark goes out in the rat's fingers. So whether the Jinx matchup is good enough is another question. Twitch is pretty good into those long-range carries because he doesn't need to close the distance himself to attack them. But it is very conditional. It is very fragile as a champion. As soon as it is engaged onto, it is broken. And no amount of fast fingers will save you there. So this question here, I want to see whether that Twitch survives, whether the Wukong can push an advantage in the top lane. Wukong, a very traditional counter to the Gnar from way back when, able to close the gap and attack that little critter. It just causes us all so much grief in the top lane, transforms, commands the team fight. So whether the buffs are enough, Sprite will have to show us in this game.
Definitely so. And one thing that I like about university level esports particularly is obviously when you get to the pro level, people can manage the Gnar bar very well. They're very well practiced on the champion, but I think at this level you sort of separate the good players from the great players if they can keep the Gnar bar at that perfect spot, so that when they get to these big objectives, they get the mega Gnar, they get these huge ultimates, and nothing is going to save a Twitch when there is a giant cat thing, for use of a better term, just smashing him into a wall and blowing him apart. Cat beats rat as far as I'm concerned. No, Gnar isn't a cat, but we're going with this reference anyway.
The Yordle kind of looks like a massive prehistoric cat. You could go that way.
You see where I'm going.
It definitely sweeps AD carries into a different dimension. Tries to break the backline. Just so good at that team fight presence. On the other side, Samjay has a lot of work to do. The diving duo, trio even, of Ari, Volibear, and then Wukong, if he is assigned with them. It's just so powerful. We'll have to see whether they can pick off Sparks' Jinx, whether they can pick off Lobob's Vex in delicate situations. It definitely happened earlier in the series with the Volibear, and whether it is a run back of that, a question as to whether DMU T1 will be able to play forwards in this game.
Definitely, and I think the momentum sort of shifted. We've had this 2 games now, but Warwick are able to bring it back. They've got that confidence coming in from that previous game. Spark's got to be feeling good after that Vayne performance that they put up. All eyes definitely going to be on the Jinx here. Can they get to a point where they can just carry these fights through, get the resets, and just look to obliterate this team that DMU have drafted? Very much the matchup of the hyper carries we'll have to see here with 10 seconds left before we get into Summoner's Rift. I'm very excited to see where the gold is, divided. Who can come out on top in that bot lane especially?
Yeah, I think the DMU team comp has a slightly clearer way to play the game, a slightly clearer objective. It's dive, kill, rather than play a team fight front to back and set up around an objective. So a bit quicker there for DMU. The tension is palpable, clear. Will the reverse sweep happen? Will Warwick get their first finals win of the day of 3? Will DMU T1 be able to close out a tough series after Warwick have bitten back? It's all to play for here at the NSC British University Esports Championships, powered by Intel. We hope you're having a great time at Insomnia. Hope you're lasting through this long series. We'll be getting into game in just a moment.
And nothing makes it more worth it than a game 5, so we'll have to see if we can get there. Straight off the rip, it's DMU sending 5-man bot again, trying to look for something. We said it last game, the Heathen was just so confident to play up in that bush.
Oh, playing this with the Twitch wide gives you so much extra information. If you don't get close to the bushes, you will be able to take an extra angle. They will command this bush now. And now, DMU T1, they know there's no one down there. They will check the tri-bush, and Spark is all on his own.
Oh, no. Dredgeline, I would imagine, is available, has to find the angle, and he does find the angle. There, Spark is going to flash out. Okay, that was a lot of flashes. Level 1 here. If they can get this over to the Twitch, it's going to be pretty good. We'll have to see here. It does have the movement speed from that dash. And it's a disaster in the bot lane as Spark, trying to play safe to get out that vision, will die there. And his first blood over to the Twitch.
First blood over to Albi's signature rat in this bottom lane. DMU will spread back out across the map to make sure they are not getting invaded, that there is no extra vision coming down, as they saw so many members of Grey Warwick defending. And Spark caught out a little. You did mention many flashes committed. 3 from the side of DMU for just the 1, but they have managed to secure a lead in the bottom lane, an extra longsword at level 1, and I'm sure DMU are having a great time with that lead.
Not even just that extra longsword, it's the confidence play, Tom. It's the look, we know we're getting this kill, you shouldn't have been there. I love it. I genuinely love it. As we look into the bot lane here, I'll be coming back with the double longsword like you've said. We'll be able to pick up these minions as well. So pretty good start for DMU. I love that they're still confident despite going down that last game. We'll have to see if they can transition this lead. As I say that, the Heathen just stood still. Panny just going to hook in there just for the fun of it, as top lane is very spicy so far, level 1.
Very spicy indeed. Sprites pushing forwards, pushing L9 Bill Gates before he can build that Narbar. And it really will be all about the bot lane once again. Despite the efforts of everyone else across the map, Panny has found these lollipop hooks again and again, just able to cause so much damage to Spark, to Heathen. And as this game goes on, we will look for that roaming duo, the Anchor and the Rat, around the map. Heathen, with the push, has been able to go and drop a ward that will spot out Didal as he comes towards his bottom lane. The Volibear, pretty adaptive on the path and can go for 3 camps into a gank, but looks like he's going for the full clear here. He wants to match the Hecarim, wants to get to level 6 as fast as possible. Can't really complain when the Stormbringer really does make all the difference.
Definitely so. Both junglers currently on this bot side. Doesn't mean that the dive will be pretty hard for the blue side. I can't see them going for that anytime soon. And you can feel the tension here as both CMs, they know what the stakes are here. They know how important this game is. This bot wave going to be stacking back in the way of the blue side.
Didal still on vision. Meanwhile, Tofu completing his full clear, getting out onto the map. Now, we'll look to check this Herald, but they see Didal going towards it. They see DMU coming out of lane. How Grey Warwick adapt here? They may just run for that top crab at top speed. They may hang around and go for a bit of a gank. They will spot out Didal. That will give away Tofu's position, and now both teams know that top crab is untested. Samjay comes forwards. They will look for a pick. Maybe around the crab instead of the lane. They're using the dematerializers. They're getting the Ahri out. They are looking to move across. Panny will be pulled all the way up from this bottom lane to deny the Hecarim.
Just like that.
Will he go? Smite steal?
We're going to have to see here. It does go the way of Didal there, so he's going to get the double camp. Tofu, I think, just having to run away with his tail between his legs. There's a bit of training coming through on the top side as well. There's the Mega Gnar. Just for good measure.
Just for good measure. Will transform. Will heal a little bit of health back up, but Tofu's here.
Oh. I mean, I said good measure. I guess good measure for Sprite. Hey, it's going to be 1-for-1 traded on the top side as Tofu in the right place at the right time.
Able to get that kill back, but Sprite struck first in this matchup. And Bill Gates will now be wondering what will happen when his jungler is not there to bail him out. Tofu has dumped this wave in. Didal is just out of vision. Will be coming forwards.
Very limited mana as well. It's going to spell disaster for Tofu. Wanted to get that push in for the Gnar. That'll be donated over to Sprite. Now 2-1 on this Wukong. Very much unlocked to try and look in for the backside of Grey Warwick. And Tom, you can feel it. DMU, they know what they're looking for here. They want to start pushing their leads, be aggressive across the map and try to seal this one out.
They will look to keep empowering this Wukong. Keep empowering their dive half. And just as Tofu miscalculated the teleport and gave that one away, you can type !giveaway in chat. You can type monster drop to be entered for some giveaways for a laptop, an Elitema laptop, courtesy of Intel, and some Monster Energy goodies. Now, while our teams aren't giving away kills, Lobob will get a roam, but he's spotted on vision. So the Vex, bit odd to roam at level 5. You ideally want the ultimate, you want that reset potential to just go a little bit further, but will support Spark and Heathen in the meantime.
I think maybe just moving was just enough, especially with the wave bouncing as well. You know, it's just a little bit of pressure at least, if nothing else. Mid lane's been pretty interesting because it's been kind of quiet. I think obviously both mid lane is waiting for level 6. We'll have to see if Lobob can use the Shadow Surge to just move across the map and try and get a bit of pressure, especially onto Albi. This squishy little rat will go boom if the Vex can get on top of him.
Will be the target of Vex's aggression. Sam J will get out of lane. He'll eat some fruit. Stay healthy, kids. Stay healthy at Insomnia. I've seen what some of you eat at LAN, and it is not nutritious, friends. That is not peak performance. Didal will clear out this bottom side. He's going to go onto the dragon, maybe a little fast. We'll drop a ward on the backside to make sure there's no steal over. Being called down now by his bottom lane. Just asking to pick up the fight. It will start. Panny gets the dredge line onto Heathen.
Flame Trampers are down to try and dissuade any further engagement, and the level 6 on the Hecarim does mean that the Onslaught of Shadows is available. The lockup coming through again from the Heathen. That's going to be a kill to the Leona there. Reset coming through for Sparks. I don't think has enough damage here. Samjay has moved down as well. Just a Loba pretty far away. Spirit Rush is going to be available for this Ari. What can they do now? Charm going to go wide onto Spark. Is rooted up from the Heathen as the re-engage comes through. Having to dash out is Panny though. Re-engaging and Albi stepping up. That will be a kill to Spark. Here's the Vex. Shadow Surge going to go wide, but it's disaster in the bot side as 2 kills go the way of Grey Warwick.
2 for 0. Tofu gets the triumph. Heals out above the Twitch poison. Lobob now trying to find something on the back line. Panny pretty tanky. Is he tanky enough?
Can he hit the last spell here to get this killer flash forward? But the dredge line at the end will mean that I think Lobob will have to die here. As long as Samjay just backs up, I think this will be a dead Vex. Slight aggression there. Maybe they can donate this over to Albi.
Will be the aim here, but Didal doesn't want to let him walk away. Doesn't want to let him walk back through that tower. 4 for 4 across the map as Grey Warwick bite back in this game. They know they have to win everything out here to win the NSE Spring 2022 Championship. There is no room left for maneuver. They must take DMUT1. They must continue forwards in this game, and they do so. They pick up a strong team fight in the bottom side. They manage to take out the Twitch. It goes so long that, in fact, people start respawning. But they will now move towards the objective, and despite his entire topside being up, Didal will fall now further behind in experience. In exchange, will give his team the dragon across the map.
I think, it was a good thing to point out there, Tom, as well, because it was the experience difference that really was the problem there. You know, Tofu coming through with the ultimate and the lack of ultimate Didal that just was disaster there. So, interesting where they're allocating the resources here. We'll have to see if it will make a big difference as the game goes on.
The Onslaught of Shadows just made the difference. XP lead on the jungle. The CS lead coming to fruition. Didal looking to maybe take another gank. He hasn't used his Stormbringer. He hasn't used that key ultimate. We'll go and check for some vision. Will be spotted here by Tofu. And now he has the difficult question. His entire jungle is up. He should really be going back to farm it, but that ultimate is available. He must now decide whether to just clear half and get back out into mid, maybe into bot, or whether to just hold that one for later. Albi and Pani are up here in mid. He will not be able to dive under the tower. Vex so good at clearing out those minion waves when they are short range, when they are under the tower. You got a bit of extra space. While DMU are free on the map, they're not able to translate into anything large at this time. Their roam timers used, but not capitalized upon.
You can really feel the difference, I think it's fair to say, when Panny's on these aggressive picks compared to when he was on the Thresh last game. He's permanently looking for these moves to mid lane. And like you say, maybe they can't capitalize on them, but still, just the pressure of being out of lane and being off vision, I think, is enough there. Zdidal working his way up. Head is on the map, and with no dragon for 3 minutes, I'm maybe wondering if that's where we'll see the next fight on this top side. We'll have to see, as we see a bit of a gold graph here. Nothing too crazy across the map, apart from a slight obvious lead in the top side.
Lead indeed. The flash forwards, the solar eclipse will not find Samj. He's got 2 more charges to use. We'll try and trade some damage back.
Yeah, and I mean, ganging an Ahri with Spirit Rush, kind of difficult. It's just the, the nature of the champion at the minute. Just a lot of versatility. As Mega Gnar is available, Bill Gates is trying to push a bit of an advantage here, but with Dado showing on vision, knows he has to back up here. Cannot go any further. Again, Pani just moving, getting this vision across the map and making sure that he can be wherever he wants to be when he wants to be.
Nautilus, that kill pressure, that control across the map. Just waiting, just out of vision. Smart trap from Pani. Won't stick to it as they realize Abby spotted out in the river. Getting this crab. More important than just maybe fishing for a play in mid. Heathen is way up. Will try and set the trap here. DMU have no idea that Grey Warwick have attacked. Will just come away instead. Both teams know the stakes here. They don't want to take a fight that isn't immediately in their favor. Both teams will fall away. The vision will spot Didal coming down here. This Volibear has really struggled to get out on the map and get that Stormbringer, get under a tower. Will now be on DMU to try and make best use of their tools. Grey Warwick spot out the jungler in the bottom side, and across the map they will start up the Herald to try and get some plate gold onto themselves in the next few minutes.
Don't think this will be answered here. Red side are moving up here, so we'll have to see if DMU... Tofu actually maybe just a little bit scared there. Not fancying the 2v2.
They're not going to risk it. They're not going to risk it, you know? It's a bit too much, a bit too soon. I'll be messing with Grey Warwick. We'll show up under the tower just in time. Yeah. Plate gold will go over onto Spark. And with that, Pani is here. Didal from deep.
Depth charge is available. There we go. That's going to be used onto Spark. Predator propped by this Didal as well. Has Stormbringer available, and there we go. But that kill will go the way of the Twitch. It's a double kill going the way, and I believe a TP was cancelled? No, I'm tripping. But that's a double kill either way for this Twitch.
Either way, Albi comes out on top in this 2v2. Didal finds the angle, brings the storm. And with that, DMU T1 have enabled the hypercarry of their composition. If they keep everything stable now, they will be in a good position for this late game. Tofu, in the meantime, did return to the Rift Herald. Samj will check him on it, but nothing much to be gained here for the Ahri.
As the Onslaught of Shadows has Spirit Rush available to dash out, I think Tofu knows that's a little deep there. Just going to back up as top side. This Mega Gnar just going in deep. Can Sprite turn this one? Not able to. The Mega Gnar health far too high. Solo kill going the way of Bill Gates.
Really tough position for Sprite. Looks like he chose to just go back in, try and get anything back. And instead will be donating his bounty over to Bill Gates. If there's anything our illustrious philanthropist knows, it's how to make a good deal.
I can't help but smirk. You keep finding these ways in with this Bill Gates meme. I absolutely love it. It's so fantastic.
He's increasing his market share in the top lane exponentially. It's really incredible.
Ooh, Lobob on the top side.
Yeah, talking of incredible, Didal and Samj just in position. We'll get Lobob's flash away. Still holding the Shadow Surge. Still holding the key ultimate. Pani out in no man's land. Will be engaged upon.
Even again finds the engage. Is panic out. Has a stopwatch available. There's no flash available here. Hecarim over the wall, I think, may try and get this kill onto Albi, but with the spray and pray popped, that rat's going to do a lot of damage here. Spark has the reset, so we'll have to see what they can get done. There's no Stormbringer available just yet. Bill Gates has shown up, about to get Meganar, but dies before he's even close to it as it's Wukong coming down on this backside. Exhaust is down. I think even will have to die here. Flash forward there, and the current knock up onto Sparks means I think this will be death flash forward. Charm through for the ace, going the way of DMU and Dragon as well.
Insomnia, spray all you can and pray everything. Albi's prayers are answered, and with that, DMU take a clean ace against Grey Warwick. It really looked like Lobob had caught the rat in the trap and had managed to take out Albi's Twitch on the side, but the reversal there, the spray and pray at point blank, just too much for Grey Warwick.
Really is here, and it just feels like this Twitch now 6-1-1 has the Kraken Slayer, has decent amount of the way towards a Bork as well, and with that will shred even more through the likes of the Heathens Leona and Tofu's Hecarim as well. And one thing I said is managing the Gnar bar is going to be very important. When you come down as mini Gnar and go in, you don't stay there very long, so a bit unfortunate for Bill Gates that he couldn't get the Mega Gnar up. Spanny's going to try and look to just disrupt the back here.
His product didn't launch then, and he's getting caught up now, so a bit of litigation trouble for L9 Bill Gates. He will just manage to get away with his...
Oh.
Wow. That's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess... what more to say? Shit down to Sparks, I guess.
We spoke of in previous games the assignments looking better for Grey Warwick, and they dive. They managed to find the line and onto Lobob, and while they are running around, while they are diving, it looks like they left Albi on a little bit of an island, and Grey Warwick were able to respond with the Rift Herald, picking up multiple objective bounties and getting Spark back into this game.
Absolutely. Maybe the observers can flick up the gold here, because I want to see how close Spark is behind.
After all the plates,
yeah, look.
After all the bits, they go even.
That's crazy. Really crazy. Ooh, was a
Bill
nice
Gates
Gnar
will get the
ultimate.
double. Yeah, won't be able to continue the fight. And you might as well use the Gnar every time you get it. It does refresh every time the little critter transforms. And with the Hex Gates on the map now, we'll see some faster rotations come through. Again, it looks like DMU have the slightly better team comp to get behind someone without any conditions. A volley bear from Downtown Disney, normally enough to really upset an AD carry, really upset someone hiding under a tower. DMU have gone deep here. They will be found.
I think even though just tanky enough, never mind. Panny still wants to go in for this one. Is forced to flash out as Tofu shows up. There's the Shadow Surge as well, and Panny one shot on this backside. It's Sparks. Going to get the reset here. Albi, I don't think going to be able to do much on the backside. Sammy just doing a lot of damage though onto Tofu, forcing them back away. But with that, the disaster spells for DMU in the enemy jungle.
Both teams punching backwards and forwards. Only Panny will fall, and some health bars chunked. Not an objective, does it make it? But it does mean that these teams just continuing to trade cooldowns, trying their best to find an advantage. Grey Warwick with their backs up against the wall in their own jungle. They will take down Lobob off screen.
Yeah, there's no ultimate available, and as I say that, Albi is just destroyed by Sparks' Jinx. Samjay just trying to dash out now with the Spirit Rush. Jinx is on the backside, is going to connect with the W, and Tofu is going to gift that one over. It's a triple kill now as Sparks is very much online on this Jinx and looking to carry out the win here and force the game 5 for Grey Warwick.
They do look to continue in this series. Albi managed to pick off Lobob from an absolute mile away, but in the extended fight is caught out, is taken out by Grey Warwick, and with that, the gold lead, it used to be big, clear, but now it is clearly 0. And with that, Grey Warwick are way back into this game. The side lane's telling a different story. We saw Sprite pick up the solo kill early on, but now Bill Gates has stabilized and has set up in the sides. With that, better assignments from Grey Warwick, as we've seen across the series, do favor them so far. We'll have to see whether DMU can continue these clutch fights, these huge team fight plays to push forwards in this series.
This Jinx are so strong. They're very close to the IE there for this third item. I think it's very scary for anyone in DMU to walk up with how strong this Jinx is right now. They'll have to see how they can play the game out around such a Fed member. Slight arcane diff right now. We'll have to see how that goes as the game progresses. But I'll be still not out of this one. If he can sit back with the spray and pray, you know, he can do so much damage and so much work. Whereas I thought Panny was going to look for a hook there, but no, just going to play it safe here.
Sees low bob on Vision off at the side. Will eat the fear to get that one out from the Vex. It does take quite a while to regenerate. Unless you pick up multiple members with the dash. The Solar Flare comes through. Dragon is spawning.
Flash out of the Heathen, very confident, just wants to take down this Nautilus, but actually the ulti is going to be able to turn. Albi's getting so much damage because you're lined up against the Twitch ultimate. It's disaster here. Samjay now showing up, going to get the charm and the root through onto Tofu. Double knock up there from the Wukong Cyclone, and it's a shutdown onto Samjay's Ahri. Can they get the Bill Gates here for the clean ace? Samjay just dashing forward, very confident, knowing that Mini Na not going to be much of a challenge. The flash out of Wukong will mean the ace. The Dragon going their way, and DMU just like that, turn it back in their favour.
They managed to pick up the 4-4-1, and with that, DMU find that huge team fight. I think Samjay got about 20 uses of the ultimate. Absolutely every reset they could wish for. And as you mentioned, it all came about with Albi in that tunnel leading through to the blue side. Blue buff was able to just do so much damage from there. All DMU had to do was play it forwards piece by piece. And with that, they take the Dragon, they move to Soul Point, and match point in this series looks pretty good right now.
Really does. They're collecting all the dragons they need, looking to try and tie this one out. And you can just sense that every time we look for an engage, the pendulum swings back one way. Now he's on Grey Warwick, I feel like, to answer that. The Heathen just constantly looking for these engages, and they've looked good. They've looked good out of the Heathen. He's playing so well on this Leona. I'm just not sure if it's enough.
Just come back up. They won't quite get to use it on this tower siege. The wave a million miles away. So Grey Warwick will fall back into their side of the map. With Bill Gates set up in this side lane, with resets coming through from DMU, and still look to try and push forwards. They will push on this wave. The wave clear, not in position. And with that, another objective bounty. The Solar Flare thrown. The Shadow Surge thrown as well to secure this objective bounty. So they look to generate more and more gold and close the small gap to DMU T1's slight gold lead.
Definitely interesting as both teams looking here to go up through the river. As Albi just rushing forward, is going to force the flash there out. Spark trying to step up. Oh, a nice charm though. The Everfrost route going to come through. There's a flash into the Nautilus ultimate. As Volley Bear just diving in, bringing the storm, the onslaught shadows onto this backside. Albi will probably fall here. Can Samjay look to do it? It's a big Gnar ultimate on the backside. Sprite is showing up now. The Idol just trying to do what they can. Under Tower will be able to shut down that Leona. Was on the killing spree. It's 3 for 2 here in the mid lane.
Both AD carries the target, both taken out, and the pieces left to do what they can. DMU will take a slight lead, but it's not the fight they were looking for. They managed to pick off some members at the start of the fight. They managed to get to Spark first, but they're not able to translate into a full lead. They're not able to translate into the Baron. They will have to reset, and they will have to go again in a minute's time when those cooldowns have returned.
Looking at the items here, Samjay just able to back there for this death cap on this Ahri. Has 10 sacks on the Dark Steel as well. Maybe could look to send that into a Magi's. We'll have to see how the game goes. But still, these AD carries really far ahead in terms of itemization. Obviously, so much of the gold on both of them. It really is the question of who can stay alive, or rather, who can get picked away first, I guess. We saw Spark there just out a little bit from Panny. I mean, Panny making these plays, Tom. He's just constantly, you know, flashing forward, not scared to engage.
Huge dives from DMU. Once again, they find a line in onto Grey. The only fight in which Grey Warwick have looked convincing so far this game, they were able to just pick Twitch nice and early with the Hecarim ultimate. If they are to dive first, then they will struggle here. As the Volibear just so good at assailing what should be a safe position, what should be easy. And with this newly buffed Wukong off on the side, DMU have loads of options for the dive, loads of ways in. Samjay's Ahri is off at the side. The teleport is ready. They've set a trap around the Baron, and they'll use Albi to scout out the mid lane. DMU just taking this one slowly. They're going to get a full reset. It's going to be some control wards, some item completions across. So we see Sprite pick up 2 control wards and some extra armor to withstand this Jinx. With the Death Stance coming through, this Wukong should be an absolute health bar, an absolute meat shield for his teammates. We'll have to see whether that comes to fruition. the next few minutes as DMU look to posture around this Baron. They're a bit nervous right now. They're still farming their jungle, just ping-ponging the waves in mid. As soon as Grey Warwick commit to play, they should change this. They should try and look for a way to attack.
The scariest thing I think here as well for Grey Warwick is DMU can afford to give up this dragon and just sack it for the Baron. Now there is a blue ward on the Baron, so they'll know about that. It looks like they're going to opt for the fight here, and I think that's the wise decision. They can use their gold lead however, they want to, and they can try and force the soul point here. Have good vision here. Panny just stepping up a little bit. How do they look to engage here?
Sprite.
And it's going to be Sprite on the backside with a triple knock-up from the Cyclone. Double Fleet going to come through as a result of the Shadow Surge. Albie still alive on this backside, doing good work to the front line. But blue side, I think, just really winning out on this fight. We'll have to see if they can carry on going. Already caught out on this backside. Does have another charge left. As Dido just refuses to die here. Same for Panny. The charm will go wide, but it's blue side able to win out the fight here. 2 for 4. As Samj forced to run away with 9 tails between their legs, and the dragon will go the way of Grey Warwick.
They managed to deny the soul point. Grey Warwick come back in. With that, just a low bob. Bill Gates, they survive the onslaught. They survive the dive, aimed at Spark. And while both AD carries will fall, without that Twitch alive, DMU not able to convert that quick pick into a teamfight victory.
So go back to my very poor and overused analysis now. The pendulum swings back, and I feel like this is just the nature not only of this game, but of the series as a whole. You never really know who's fully in control. I'll be just really not being able to unleash in the last couple of fights, I don't think. And while the first one was turned back in their favour, it feels like if DMU can't protect Albie, the fight does feel kind of lost. We'll have to see, especially if we keep eyes on Lobob and Tofu. Can they get onto this rack? Can they shut that down? Baron on the cards. This fight is going to mean a lot when it eventually breaks out.
It is just a few minutes away. Neither team in a particular position to come towards right now. Panny will just pick up some bit of extra vision for his team. If we look across the map, we see that DMU have nearly lost their tier 3 inhibitor in the bot side. Bill Gates putting in absolute work on that bottom side. It will be the question as to whether Grey Warwick can continue this. Now, I mentioned the Baron wasn't so soon. Grey Warwick wise to this, but it appears that Albie just loves going for those 2-man steals.
As Vex goes zoom with the Shadow Surge, though, it's flash out from Panny, and I think that will mean a backup hit. Can Samj do something? It's a teleport in onto the wave from Sprite. Doesn't have flash available. What can they look to do? There is a flea there coming through. Onslaught of Shadows is going to land. Samj just trying to do it, but Albie is here now, has ultimate available, and look how they line up for the rat as he brings them down. The bulk will get the kills. It's Albie killing the Heathen. It's an absolute disaster. Jinx does get the reset, but it's not enough. Arcane Diff be denied, and DMU will take the fight. They'll take the win in the mid lane.
The series may just be coming to an end, and I'm not talking about another 3 episodes next week, and I am talking about the spring split. De Montfort hold fast. They push forwards. They keep Albie alive. They will take this inhibitor, and with over 10 seconds left on everyone from Grey Warwick, they're looking to try. They're looking to end the series. The Twitch does so much damage. And on flavor, on face, in Game 4, only one hiccup on the way in. De Montfort University are your NSE Spring 2022 champions.
Huge congratulations to DMUT1 here as they complete the 3-1 win. They deny any final wins for Warwick across the games here today at Insomnia. And every series has been a banger, but this was the cherry on top, as Albie's Twitch just able to completely unlock this game for DMU and take that victory.
We see it here early on. The Twitch just able to add so much to these fights. This one doesn't necessarily go DMU's way. That level 5 versus 6 difference in the jungle allows Tofu to use the Onslaught of Shadows and really pick out Didal. And this series really was a story of bottom lane clashing and everyone coming together around it in this area of the map. You see Samj go a little too far, a little too fast with the charm and 1 stack. Not able to convert this teamfight. Albie will fall, and with it healing coming through, Tofu gets away with absolute murder. And as this game scaled up, as the tension got wider and wider, we saw DMU come together more and more. Despite them struggling in this fight, we'll see Albi in the right corner of your screen, surviving on a sliver of health. The spray and pray truly at the altar. Really putting the sticks to Grey Warwick, really putting them in a pinch. And Bill Gates tried his hardest, but they were not able to bring it back around. They were not able to convert this team fight. And DMU were able to push forwards to the victory.
I'm so happy that we got to see at least one of our players on something of a very big comfort pick rather. This Twitch really Albi's favourite champion solo queue, and it really showed here. And as the game swung back and forward, you know, the gold lead's going one way and then the other. Is DMU able to find that fight at the end, shut down Warwick's game plan here. This fight was it for me. The spray and pray was just so
channel,
big.
Man. Oh boy. Doesn't look like it here, but they are some poison. Heathen doesn't even last a moment more. And with that, it's all set up for Sam J. It's all set up for this Ari. Flashes the wall, get all the through. The adaptation on the patch as well has to be praised. It understated how Wukong was pivotal in these team fights. We see another one here, a huge flank. And while this one, again, it's a bit of a struggle for T1, they really showed up huge. They really used new things on the patch. They look better on the day, and they repeat their victory over Grey Warwick in recent weeks. And they will be champions once again.
And just able to bring back that crown as well that they lost in the winter split. So really big for them as well. Yeah, and this is the final fight. We see the engage initially coming through from Lobob. But Pani just able to stay alive for so long. And I think that was the real turning point. They bursted so much on him. And once Albi was back, it was disaster for the side of Grey Warwick.
Yeah, Tofu not able to find the picture. The storm brung forwards from Didal. And with that, even though Spark lives for so long, it was not enough. And with that, we have a series clear. It's all over. Congratulations, De Montfort. We really did enjoy what you did in the kitchen today. It was spicy from game one, and you really didn't.
Absolutely not. They promised us that game one draft to be spicy, but I don't even think it was just that. They played so well today. They played around each other. Pani, to me, just played so incredible across the 3 wins especially. So, you know, you can't discredit anything. And again, congratulations to them. It's a huge win for them.
That is the end of the British University Esports Championships for NSE, powered by Intel, supported by Monster Energy, PC Specialist, and Barclays. Claire, it's been a pleasure. We've had a series. We've crowned our university champions for spring, and we're going to chuck it back over to Gennaro in the NSE GG area to close out the day. Thank you for watching, and we hope you've had a great insomnia.
Okay. Happens. Well, again, sorry about that. First of all, congratulations on the win. How are you guys feeling after that one? It's a bit of a longer series maybe than you expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, when we came in today, we gave it like a 50-50 chance, to be honest. Whoever played better on the day would win. We've played Warwick a lot. We've lost like last NSC Finals 0-3, so to get like revenge feels pretty good, especially on LAN at Insomnia, you know. Feels good.
Yeah, well, as I said, congratulations. This is going to be the prize, and every single member of the team will get one as well. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I kind of want to start off with the question specifically surrounding the draft. I feel like there was quite a lot of emphasis on getting that first pick for jungler, specifically looking towards that Hecarim pick. Was that one of those strategies that you guys had coming into this game, or was it just more something that just happened on the spot?
Well, I think after when we lost the Newell finals, we sort of shifted to play more around mid-jungle maybe. So we prioritized like the good champs like Volibear, it's pretty broken, and you know, getting a strong mid lane just so bot lane can play the game. So I think we sort of shifted how we play after that series. So I think the adaptation was pretty good in draft. So I think we won drafts apart from game 3, to be honest. So
Yeah, so speaking of Game 3, by the way, that was one of those games that really didn't go as planned, I would say. But I also think that, in general, you guys were really good at getting those objectives, specifically those Barons. So what exactly happened in game number 3, and how were you able to kind of reel it back in and make sure that the last game was much more solid?
Maybe because we were 2-0 up, we sort of like lost focus on draft, and we just sort of were like, oh, we could just pick whatever and win. But then we're sort of reminded that they're also good. So like we did get punished. They locked Anivia Vayne into our champs, and it was just impossible to play. So, and we messed up level 1. We died, so unlucky.
Well, thank you so much. And before we close this out, I want to ask you if you have any words of advice for students who are looking to get into esports, or any final shoutouts.
I'll say it's definitely worth getting into. It's something I've done. This is my 4th year now, so you know, we played together for like this team like 3 years. So we made like good friends. You know, it's definitely worth getting into. You know, even if like you might not be the highest skill level player. You know, the Newell, NSC, they all accommodate for everyone really. So you know, any skill level, you know, have fun. It's good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you guys enjoy your celebration. Once again, congratulations on the win. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. That is going to be the end of it, as that's the end of the day. We have now concluded every single one of the games, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're going to be starting it off with Rocket League, followed by Rainbow Six Siege. We then have Valorant, and the last game tomorrow is going to be CSGO. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow. And thank you to all our sponsors for making this possible. We have Intel, who are supplying us more than enough computers to help these students play. We got Monster Energy coming through as well, making sure that we got that drop ready. We also have Barclays, so thank you guys all, and PC Specialist. Thank you all for making this possible, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.